Miracle Doctor Wild Empress, Genius Summoner Chapter 238 to Chapter 317. Lord Biming was the one who hit him. Xianxia's face was so dark that water could be wrung out of it. What was his relationship with Yunxing? You. Lord Biming, why are you with this low, female sorcerer? Wu Xiong's face was slapped by Yi Biming. His mouth hurt. He spat out a mouthful of saliva and found that it was a mouthful of blood. There were also a few broken teeth mixed in the blood. As a summoner, how could he be a match for Lord Biming, who was a warrior, without a summoned beast? Wu Xiong finally remembered that he had a master. He hurriedly looked at the Crown Prince for help. Crown Prince Yi Balian secretly sized up Yunxing. He could tell that her relationship with Yi Biming was not shallow. He had been attracted by Yunxing's special aura. Xianxia also said that Yunxing was also a student of the Royal Magic Academy. How could he not have noticed such an otherworldly beauty? Second brother, Wu Xiong is my aide. You should at least give a reason for hurting him. Yi Biming was displeased. Yi Biming was not giving him face by teaching his aide a lesson in public. This was the second time that Yi Biming had humiliated him in public. I am her retainer. If someone humiliates her, I naturally have to retaliate. I only gave him a slap because of the Crown Prince. Otherwise, it would not have been as simple as a slap. Yi Biming had a cool smile on his face. Retainer? Nonsense. You are a prince of Zhou state. How can you be a retainer for a commoner? Yi Balian was shocked. Xianxia clenched her fists. Her red nails almost broke in her palms. Could it be that Yi Biming had fallen in love with that bitch? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Back then, when she had no choice but to switch to the Crown Prince for the sake of her family's interests, he had been depressed for a long time. He must have known about the hostile relationship between him and that wretched girl. That was why he offered to be her retainer. Big brother, who said that retainers are inferior? Have you forgotten that our great-grandfather, Emperor Chongming of Zhou State, was once someone's retainer? Yi Biming still had an elegant smile on his face. Great-grandfather was once a retainer, but his retainer later became the esteemed law overlord, Empress March. On the other hand, she's just an ordinary sorceress. How can the two of them be mentioned in the same breath? Yi Balian looked down on Yunxing. At most, this young girl was just good-looking. The relationship between Empress Mar and Zhou State's Emperor Chongming had always been a legend on the mainland. The two had met in the mainland's elite camp. They had met when they were 16, and they had remained good friends until the end of their lifespans. During this time, Emperor Chongming served as Empress Mar's martial retainer for 10 years, accompanying her through the bloodshed and power struggles of the Law Temple, all the way until Empress Mar ascended to the position of Law Overlord. The relationship between the two was like that of lovers, but also like that of close friends. No one knew the truth. However, before Empress Mar died, she had said that her ashes would be buried with Emperor Chongming. No one expected that Yi Biming would compare his relationship with Yunxing to Emperor Chongming and Empress Mar. In my eyes, she's not an ordinary person. She's not even 8 years old, but she's already an archmage. Who can guarantee that she won't become the second Empress Mar in the future? An archmage under the age of 8 was rare in Zhou State. Xianxia was an archmage, but she was already 11 years old. As for the Crown Prince, he was 13 years old and was only a peak archmage. A 7-year-old archmage might be rare in Zhou State, but it's nothing in the Law Temple. What right does she have to be compared to Empress Mar? Xianxia saw that Yi Biming was protecting Yunxing and felt even more indignant. She couldn't help but reprimand him. Then what if she wasn't even an apprentice magician before she was 6 years old? Xianxia was speechless. She wasn't even an apprentice magician before she was 6 years old. Looking at Yunxing's magic scepter, there were indeed 2 soul stones embedded in it. This meant that she had broken through to become an archmage in the past year. With such talent, she would be considered a monster even in the Law Temple. Her surname is Yun? Could she be the daughter of sky magician Yun Songlong? Wu Xiong muttered. In the Great Zhou dynasty, to have such talent and coincidentally have the surname Yun, and looking at her age, Yunxing's identity was self-evident. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on her, Yunxing couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. However, thinking about it carefully, it didn't feel bad to have someone protecting her like this. Perhaps having a retainer would be pretty good too. But thinking about Yi Baiming's identity, Yunxing immediately suppressed this thought. Now that they knew Yunxing's identity, the Crown Prince's group was more courteous to her. After setting off, apart from the Crown Prince's own horse carriage, the hunting corps also gave Yunxing a ride in the carriage to take care of Yunxing. This made Wu Xiong very unhappy. She was just an archmage. What was there to be proud of? He originally thought that since he had come to the Great Zhou Empire, based on the principle that rare things were precious, he would definitely be able to become the focus of this trip to the later Qin Empire. Who would have thought that Yunxing would appear out of nowhere, and that damned North Nether king? He was just a dethroned crown prince, but he dared to humiliate him in public. The more Wu Xiong thought about it, the angrier he became. At this moment, the carriage suddenly stopped. Chen Lianer, who was full of smiles, put away a pot of fruit and lifted the curtain. Lord Wu, you must have worked hard. These are the fruits that the crown prince gave Lianer. I have already chilled them with ice. They are very delicious. If Lord Wu doesn't mind, why don't you eat some? Chen Lianer winked at Wu Xiong. She was already beautiful. With the fruits in her hands were as white as jade. Wu Xiong's heart itched. If he didn't know that Chen Lianer was the crown princess, he really wanted to pull her into his arms and pamper her for a while. Crown princess is too polite. Wu Xiong doesn't deserve it. Wu Xiong hurriedly took the fruits from Chen Lianer's hands. The comfort in his heart was like drinking a big mouthful of honey water. I really feel bad for Lord Wu. That little girl was famous for being domineering when she was in the Imperial Magic Academy. She actually dared to order the North Nether King to humiliate Lord Wu in public. Chen Lianer sighed, looking as if she felt bad for Wu Xiong. Hearing this, Wu Xiong felt even more depressed. He didn't want to lose face in front of Chen Lianer. I didn't bicker with that little girl because I was giving face to the North Nether King. If she really angers me, I only need to summon a magical beast to kill her. Wu Xiong wanted to show off his summoning skills. I'm afraid it's not good to kill her. But it's fine to teach her a small lesson. I just need to scare her. A trace of viciousness flashed through Chen Lianer's eyes. Crown Princess is right. It's just dealing with a lowly girl. There's no need for me to do it personally. If Crown Princess doesn't like that female sorcerer, I can give you a medicine. As Wu Xiong spoke, he took out a bottle of medicine. This medicine was specially used to attract magical beasts. As long as it was sprinkled on a person's clothes or skin, they would become a piece of fatty meat that the magical beasts would drool over once they reached an area where magical beasts gathered. Wu Xiong maliciously gave Chen Lianer the bottle of medicine. Chen Lianer immediately thanked Wu Xiong. In her heart, she was secretly plotting how to scheme against Yunxing. Yunxing, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for provoking the man that I like. Chen Lianer wholeheartedly schemed against Yunxing, but what happened in the next few days made Chen Lianer grit her teeth. Yi Baiming's retainer was truly a retainer. He really did not leave her side for 12 hours a day. Even if Chen Lianer wanted to do something, she did not have the opportunity to do so. However, not everyone liked this kind of treatment. At least, Yunxing was very repulsed. Why are you sharing a carriage with me? Don't all men ride alone? Yunxing was annoyed. She looked at a certain man who was sitting in the carriage and leisurely flipping through a book. The Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps' trip this time had many carriages and few horses. Apart from a few women, the Crown Prince, Wu Xiong, and the others, most of the people rode horses. Even Qi, who Yunxing had pulled along, was no exception. However, when Yunxing squeezed into the carriage allocated to her, she discovered that Yi Baiming was already sitting in the carriage. Yi Baiming was fully prepared for this trip. There was a table, tea, fruits, snacks, and some books in the carriage. At this moment, Yi Baiming was leisurely reading a book. The carriage was considered spacious, but with a man who was no less than 1.8 meters tall, it immediately became much cramped. Yunxing was sitting far away, but she could smell the rosin and mint fragrance coming from Yi Baiming's body. With Yi Baiming around, it was like carrying a portable incense burner with her. I am your retainer. A retainer is a personal bodyguard. That's why I can be at your beck and call, Yi Biming said with a matter-of-fact expression. Personal bodyguard? Do you mean that you have to follow me wherever I eat or drink? Yunxing's face darkened. She did not think that anything would happen to her in a group of dozens of people. Besides, that stupid crown prince of Zhou state was also in the team. If something really happened, it would be him. If you need it, this prince will spare no effort to protect you. Yi Biming glanced at Yunxing as the corners of his mouth curled up in a malicious smile. At this moment, the carriage jolted. Yunxing wasn't paying attention, so her body tilted and she bumped into Yi Biming's arms. Yunxing's heart skipped a beat when she felt the warmth of his body. Yunxing had the urge to vomit blood. This fox was born to be her nemesis. Don't misunderstand. I have never really agreed to let you be my retainer. The reason why I asked you to come with me is because of the dual cultivation you mentioned earlier. I want to see if the effects of magic will be doubled if we cultivate together. Yunxing sat down and began to meditate. Under Yunxing's sleeping state, the redness on her face quickly faded and a pure light similar to moonlight appeared on her body. Yi Biming chanted and quickly formed an independent magic barrier around the carriage. This way, even if the two of them did anything in the carriage, the outside world would not be able to hear it. After preparing everything, Yi Biming also sat cross-legged and began to meditate. This carriage seemed to form an independent space. The light emitted by Yunxing and Yi Biming's magic souls enveloped each other. The two of them felt that the magic elements in their bodies were unprecedentedly abundant. This was especially so for Yunxing. Although she did not know what level Yi Biming's magic realm had reached, just by relying on the senses of her Dharma soul, Yunxing could feel that there was a scorching heat around him that was like the sun. If her magic soul was the moon, then Yi Biming's magic soul was the sun. Under the effect of his magic soul, Yunxing's magic soul was slowly filling up. Yi Biming also felt very subtle. Originally, he said that he wanted to cultivate both magic and magic in order to find an opportunity to be more intimate with Yunxing. Who would have thought that after meditating together today, he would also discover something special? In the past year, he had been killing blood cloud beasts everywhere. Firstly, it was to improve his cultivation and fuse with the beast's blood. However, because he was in too much of a hurry, there was a large amount of hostility and dark magic elements left in his body. Although these hostility and dark magic elements were suppressed by Yi Biming's fighting aura, they would still flare up from time to time. Combat Strength had once said that if he couldn't find a way to channel them, it was very likely that he would one day explode like Shangguan Ta. But today, after meditating together with Yunxing, he felt that the dark magic elements and hostility in his body were gradually calming down. It was as if he was bathing under the moonlight, and his mood was at ease. This feeling would only appear when he was with Yunxing. The two of them influenced each other until half a day later, the convoy stopped in the wilderness. Your Highness, Lord Biming, we set off a little late today and can't reach the next town in time. Let's set up camp in the wilderness today and sleep for the night. Zhou Quan's voice sounded. Yunxing and Yi Biming also woke up from their respective meditations. Zhou Quan looked at the sky and saw that it would be dark soon. It was difficult to travel at night. There were many forests and shrubs in this area. Bandits and the like were secondary. If they encountered a group of flying magical beasts, it would be the most difficult to deal with. After traveling for half a day, everyone looked tired. However, when Yunxing and Yi Biming alighted, both of them were in high spirits, especially Yunxing. Her face was flushed, and her skin looked as if it was covered by a layer of moonlight, sparkling and translucent. However, Yunxing and Yi Biming were at odds with each other when it came to the allocation of tents. There are only a few dozen tents in the entire convoy. The Crown Prince brought more people over, so there aren't enough tents. I'm your retainer, so I naturally have to sleep in the same tent. Yi Biming narrowed his eyes with a cunning expression. Although men and women should not touch each other, Yunxing was only 7 or 8 years old, and Yi Biming was only 11 or 12 years old. In the boundless continent, both of them could only be considered children, so it wouldn't be a source of gossip. Moreover, there weren't many rules when it came to camping in the wilderness. Miss Yun, Lianer has already ordered people to prepare a tent near the bonfire. There are only a few of us women in the convoy, so why don't we sleep together? Chen Lianer took the initiative to express her goodwill. Chen Lianer had mixed feelings about Yi Baiming. Due to her background, she had been groomed by her family as a candidate for the crown prince's consort since young. Everything she ate, wore, used, and spoke were all like this. Even when she got close to Yi Baiming, who was the crown prince at that time, it was also carefully planned. The unexpected appearance of Yi Baiming being crippled forced her to slightly change the trajectory of her life. Relying on her looks and family background, she quickly gained Yi Bailian's favor. She would still be the crown prince's consort of Zhou state. If she hadn't seen Yi Baiming the last time, her feelings probably wouldn't have changed much. However, Yi Baiming appeared again. Not only did he appear again, but he also changed his image from before. This man was like a fragrant poppy flower, unknowingly making people sink into him. Thank you very much. You can sleep in the same tent as me. Yunxing had never felt that Chen Lianer was so pleasing to the eye as she was today. Chen Lianer politely led Yunxing outside the tent and pointed to a mattress that had already been laid out on the ground. Yunxing didn't stand on ceremony. After the sun set and everyone had a simple meal, Yunxing closed her eyes and rested. She heard a rustling sound beside her, and a fragrance of cosmetics drifted over. When she heard the fragrance of cosmetics, Yunxing immediately became alert. This fragrance wasn't right. When Yunxing smelled the fragrance of the rouge, she immediately became alert. This was not an ordinary rouge fragrance, but a kind of knockout powder with a knockout effect. As expected, this Chen Lianer was up to no good. Not long after the knockout powder drifted over, Chen Lianer probed, "Miss Yun, you seem to be very close to Duke Baiming? How did you two meet?" Yunxing snorted vaguely. "Lord Baiming, the crown prince, and I were childhood sweethearts. He was very good to me back then," Chen Lianer rambled on. It was nothing more than what had happened in the Great Zhou Palace when they were young. Chen Lianer only stopped when she heard a series of even breathing from Yunxing's side. "Miss, she's asleep," Chen Lianer's maidservant asked. "It can't be wrong. If there's no antidote, a normal person only needs to smell a little of this knockout powder to faint. Lowly woman, how dare she try to steal my man?" Chen Lianer glared fiercely at Yunxing, the gentleness from the day long gone. The master and maidservant took advantage of the time when Yunxing was asleep to rummage through Yunxing's clothes. "Miss, the powder that Master Wu said can attract magical beasts. As long as we sprinkle it on this woman, she definitely won't be able to escape tomorrow." There was the sound of clothes rustling. Yawn. Chen Lianer felt a gust of cold wind and couldn't help but sneeze. "Put down the tent flap properly." Where did the cold wind come from? Chen Lianer was puzzled. The maidservant was also confused. She had checked all the doors and windows of the tent. Where did the cold wind come from? The two of them looked in the direction of Yunxing. She was still lying down. The two of them didn't notice that the magic scepter under Yunxing's body had strangely lit up when the cold wind blew. At dawn, Yunxing stretched herself comfortably. "I slept so well last night. I didn't even know when you came in." Chen Lianer smiled guiltily. She watched as Yunxing changed into the clothes on the side, and a sinister smile flashed across her eyes. After exiting the tent, Yunxing saw Yi Baiming standing outside with dark circles under his eyes. She didn't look too good either. After Zhou Quan reorganized the troops, he dismantled the tents, reorganized the formation, and continued forward. After passing through the relatively flat plains, the hunting corps quickly entered Zhou State, the rather famous Huangdang waterfall area. There were many rivers in the Huangdang waterfall area, and there was an amazing waterfall at the mouth of the river. Zhou Quan had already explained to everyone on the way that if they wanted to head to the Sunset Wetlands, they had to first cross the Yellow Dang waterfall area. The water in this area was turbulent, and there were many water arrowfin fish at the bottom of the river. The water arrowfin fish was a 4th grade magic beast, and their king had even reached the 5th or 6th grade. Even though they weren't high-level magic beasts, they liked to move in groups. They also had wings and could jump out of the water at any time. The teeth of the fish were highly poisonous. Once it touched a wound, it would cause the skin and flesh to fester. The water arrowfin fish also liked to move in groups, and there could be thousands or even hundreds of them when they moved. But Zhou Quan also reminded everyone that there was no need to panic. The water arrowfin fish usually wouldn't attack people of their own accord. Zhou Quan's hometown was near the Huangdang waterfall. He hadn't arrived yet, but he had already ordered people to prepare a raft in the Huangdang waterfall area for everyone to cross the river. Everyone, don't panic. When you are on the boat, don't make a racket. 5 people to a bamboo raft. Zhou Quan arranged for everyone to cross the river one by one. Miss Yun, that boat still has 3 empty spots. Why don't we share a boat with him? Chen Lianer smiled as she pulled Yunxing's hand. Those who didn't know would think that they were very close. Seeing this, Yi Baiming had just taken a step forward when he heard Yunxing say, 5 people to a boat. Wang Yi, you should move to another boat? Yi Baiming glanced at Yunxing. Seeing her bright smile, and then looking at Chen Lianer and her servants on the same boat, he thought that something wasn't right. He didn't ask any more questions and boarded another bamboo raft. But from the corner of his eye, he kept looking at the bamboo raft that Yunxing was on. The boat entered the center of the river. Due to the rapid current, the bamboo raft kept spinning in place. Even though this area wasn't very scenic, there were many mountains on both sides of the river. It was a good place to enjoy the scenery. A gentle river breeze blew. Everyone was attracted by the spectacular scenery of the river. Ever since Chen Lianer boarded the bamboo raft, she had been calculating how to start her plan for today. She paid attention to the bamboo rafts around her. Yi Baiming and the others were clearly attracted by the scenery of the river. No one paid attention to her bamboo raft. The people on the bamboo raft were all her trusted aides. Looking at Yunxing, she also had an intoxicated expression on her face as she admired the riverside scenery. I'll let you be at ease for a while longer. Later, you'll lose your life to the beasts. Miss Yun, look at the center of the river. There seems to be something there. Chen Lianer suddenly spoke and pointed at a whirlpool in the center of the river. What? Why can't I see it clearly? Yunxing followed Chen Lianer's finger and looked. Chen Lianer gave her maid a look, and the maid immediately understood. She raised her hand and pushed Yunxing's back with all her might. But just as her hand was about to touch Yunxing's back, the Yunxing in front of her suddenly disappeared. The servant's hand missed and she staggered towards the surface of the river. Aya, someone fell into the water. Yunxing, who had used the earth escape technique to dodge, shouted strangely. Chen Lianer was shocked. A splash of water appeared on the surface of the river. Chen Lianer's servant sank into the water. Hearing the shout, the other people on the bamboo raft all looked over. Don't panic. The water arrowfin fish won't attack people. Use the rope and think of a way to save her. Zhou Quan furrowed his brows and secretly blamed Chen Lianer for not keeping a good eye on her servants. But not long after Zhou Quan spoke, circular ripples appeared on the surface of the river. Not good. It's the water arrowfin fish. Zhou Quan recognized the backs of the fish. Hundreds of water arrowfin fish suddenly appeared on the surface of the river where there was no school of fish. Each fish was half a meter long, and they tore the servant to shreds in an instant. On the surface of the river, there were only bloody bubbles left. Chen Lianer had never seen such a scene. She was so scared that her face turned pale. What was worse was that the smell of blood might have stimulated the school of fish. The school of water arrowfin fish turned around and swam towards the bamboo raft where Yunxing and the others were. How can this be? Don't come over. Chen Lianer was so scared that her face turned pale. She quickly took out her magic scepter and launched a series of water magic at the water arrowfin fish. Aya, Miss Chen, it's so scary. There are so many fish. Yunxing seemed to be scared out of her wits. She grabbed Chen Lianer's hand. Chen Lianer felt a sudden numbness on her wrist, as if she had been bitten by a mosquito. The magic scepter in her hand fell into the water with a plop. Thanks to you Luo, Lan Lan, and Feng Nan for their tips. Chen Lianer almost fainted from anger as she watched her magic scepter fall into the water. The situation was urgent. Not only did this useless person not use magic to repel the enemy, she was even holding her back. Chen Lianer really regretted boarding the same boat as Yunxing. She had long forgotten about her previous plan. Throw her in. Chen Lianer was furious as she ordered the two subordinates beside her. Aya, my hand slipped. Yunxing raised her fist and stomped her foot. In a fluster, she had already kicked the two people beside her into the river. If you want to use her to feed the fish, get in first. In a short while, Yunxing and Chen Lianer were the only ones left on the bamboo raft. Although Yunxing and Chen Lianer were both magicians, Yunxing's body was much better than Chen Lianer's. Just as the two of them were fighting, hundreds of water arrow-wing fish gathered on their backs and formed a dense swarm. Quick, go and help. When Crown Prince Yi Balian saw this, he felt pity for the fairer sex and hurriedly ordered his men to rescue her. He ordered a few soldiers beside him to attack the water surface. This attack caused the already turbulent water surface to become even more chaotic. Your Highness, you must not. You cannot attack the school of fish directly. Otherwise, you will attract more fish. By the time Zhou Quan realized this, it was already too late. Under the provocation of the attack, the school of fish was agitated. The water arrowfin fish continuously shot out water arrows from the surface of the water like arrowheads. Chen Lianer was dragged along by Yunxing and was hit by the water arrows a few times. Her face and body were covered in wounds. On the other hand, Yunxing appeared to be flustered, but in reality, she was very nimble. As she dodged and dodged, her entire body was not even wet, let alone injured. Compared to the other bamboo rafts that were in a mess, Yi Baiming stood on the bamboo raft with a calm expression. Why don't you go and save her? Abandon and Yi Baiming were on the same bamboo raft. Don't you think that she is having a good time? Yi Baiming smiled and looked at Yunxing on the bamboo raft, who was hiding here and there while messing with Chen Lianer. In his heart, he sincerely felt that his eyesight was really good. If he had such a princess consort, his future would be much more interesting. Abandon was slightly stunned and looked at Yunxing on the bamboo raft. He suddenly felt that there was a special tacit understanding between Yunxing and Yi Baiming. This tacit understanding could not be broken by outsiders. Abandon's heart was filled with bitterness. Ah! A pitiful cry. Having lost her magic scepter, Chen Lianer's magic incantation was much slower. Her face had been pierced by a water arrowfin fish. She felt a heart-wrenching pain. She could feel a wound on her face as it rotted away. Water arrow-wing fish's venom, Chen Lianer was in despair. Her face was stained with poison. Save me! Someone save me! Chen Lianer was on the verge of breaking down. Chen Lianer, you won't die if you don't ask for it. Next time, if you dare to do anything to me, it won't just be your face that'll be ruined. Chen Lianer felt a chilly wind blow behind her ear. She suddenly realized what was going on. Yunxing had already discovered her actions last night. The next moment, she felt a strong force pushing her away. Yunxing cast a wind magic behind her back and the two of them fell into the water at the same time. Snow and ice fall, 10,000 miles of ice seal. At this critical moment, an ice magic master in the Crown Prince's team chanted. Many snowflakes suddenly fell from the sky. When the hexagonal snowflakes touched the water, the originally turbulent water surface instantly froze. The schools of fish were all sealed under the water. After some effort, Yunxing and Chen Lianer were also rescued. After experiencing life and death, not only did she lose her magic scepter, but she also almost died under the fish's mouths. Chen Lianer started bawling as soon as she was rescued. She was originally a proud daughter of the heavens. In her family, everyone cared for her and she was also pursued by admirers. She had never been like today. However, her face was disfigured and her body was covered in bruises from the cold. She didn't look like her usual beauty at all. Seeing this, the Crown Prince frowned. It's her. It's all her doing. She knocked my magic scepter out of my hand and pushed me off the bamboo raft. Chen Lianer cried for a while. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, she looked at the culprit, Yunxing. She was still wearing Yi Baiming's coat. Miss Chen, how can you say that? You both fell into the water at the same time. Moreover, I saw Miss Yun trying to swim over to save you after you fell into the water. Do you have any evidence? Yi Baiming pretended to have a headache and asked Chen Lianer for evidence. Hearing this, Chen Lianer became even sadder. Evidence? Where would she get evidence? Everyone on the bamboo raft was dead. Could it be that she could catch a few water arrow-winged fish and interrogate them? Xianxia was very depressed. She realized that she had underestimated Yunxing. After this farce, Xianxia was still very unhappy with the crown prince because of her face. She kept insisting that there shouldn't be any scars on her face. She also asked the crown prince to give her a pill after he found the 6-leaf purple ginseng and refined it into a pill. The crown prince was so upset that he could only agree in the end. Xianxia could only wear a gauze hat and follow the group to the border of Later Qin. 3 days later, the group finally arrived at the border between Later Qin and Zhou State, Luoxia City. 5 kilometers outside of Luoxia City was the place where the 6-leaf purple ginseng was rumored to have been found, Luoxia Swamp. Luoxia City, even 100 years ago, was only a small, unknown city. It wasn't famous among the border cities of Zhou State. However, more than 90 years ago, an old hunter accidentally found a sacred herb, the 6-leaf purple ginseng, in the wetlands outside of Luoxia City. In the end, the Saint-grade sage herb was sold for a sky-high price of 10,000 imperial purple gold coins. Since then, Luoxia City's name was like a storm that swept across the entire continent. The hunters and merchants of various countries who were hoping to make a fortune all flocked to Luoxia City, hoping to be lucky enough to find the sacred herb. It was also because of this trend that Luoxia City prospered. It was originally a small city, but it quickly grew into a medium-sized city between Zhou State and Later Qin. Every year, no less than 100,000 people went in and out of Luoxia City. This place unintentionally became the busiest commercial area between Later Qin and Zhou State. All the famous merchants of the boundless continent would appear here. However, other than that old hunter, no one else found the purple ginseng outside of Luoxia City. It wasn't until half a month ago that there was a rumor that a 7-leaf purple ginseng was found near Luoxia City that Luoxia City once again became the focus of the world's attention. Yunxing and the others came this time for the 7-leaf purple ginseng. The herbs in the boundless continent ranged from common grade to rare grade to sacred grade. The first 2 could be obtained through wild harvesting and artificial planting. But if the herbs reached sacred grade, it would be different. They grew in remote environments and were difficult to cultivate by artificial means. Once sacred grade herbs matured, they would emit a fragrance. This fragrance would attract high-level and even domain-level magical beasts. The discovery of 7-leaf sage ginseng in the Luoxia wetland was a great news. Naturally, the lord of Luoxia City was unwilling to divulge it. But because of the fragrance emitted by the sage ginseng before and after it matured, it attracted a large number of magical beasts. There were so many magical beasts. According to the city guards who went to keep a lookout, there was a group of magical beasts flying in the sky. They were so dark that they covered the sky. There was a group of magical beasts swimming in the nearby waters. They were so densely packed that even a ship could not sail in. Not to mention those magical beasts that lived in the vicinity. With a rough count, there were as many as 1,000 magical beasts that were level 3 and above. This number of magical beasts was comparable to the scale of the previous magical beast tide. Luoxia City was just a medium-sized city. Naturally, it was impossible to exterminate so many magical beasts in one go. If the Later Qin army was deployed, not to mention the heavy losses, the army would have to crawl a long distance. By the time they rushed over, the 7-leaf sage ginseng would have matured and fallen into the magical beasts' mouths. Fortunately, after the lord of Luoxia City pondered for a night, he released a hunting mission to hunt magical beasts the next day. There were a number of magical beasts outside the city. Hunters from all over were welcome to kill them. Every time they killed a magical beast, they could go to the residence to receive a certain amount of gold coins. But after the hunters entered and exited the Luoxia wetland, they discovered that the magical beasts in the area were too dense. Then, there were rumors that the 7-leaf sage ginseng was unearthed there, which attracted so many magical beasts. So when Yunxing and the rest arrived at Luoxia City, the city was already filled with hunters and adventurers. After Zhou Quan submitted the clearance pass, he was allowed to enter the city after a round of inspection. Just as Yunxing and the rest dismounted and entered Luoxia City, on the city's more than 10 meters high city walls, a middle-aged man with a beautiful beard was sizing up the few people who entered the city from afar. This person was the city lord of Sunset City, Yi Qingqing. He was about 40 years old. Although he was the city lord of a city, he looked very amiable. His eyes were like torches. He noticed the crown prince of Zhou State at first glance, but then his gaze stopped on Yi Baiming. In the past year or so, the news of Dark North King killing blood cloud beasts had spread to other countries. Even his appearance was drawn in all kinds of pictures and transmitted to the political leaders and city lords of various countries. At first glance, Yi Qingqing couldn't help but praise him in his heart. It was said that the crown prince of Zhou State was an idiot. The former crown prince, Yi Baiming, was a famous figure. Today, he saw that the rumors were true. The emperor of Zhou State actually gave up on such an heir and appointed the boastful Yi Balian as the crown prince. With such a move, Zhou State was not far from being destroyed. The news from Zhou State was accurate. The crown prince of Zhou State was indeed lured to later Qing by the rumor of sage herb. It seemed like he had to inform the crown prince. It was time to carry out the plan, City Lord Yi thought to himself. Below the city. Crown prince, don't worry. I've already prepared a place to stay. Everyone can rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to the city to ask around. Zhou Quan finally arrived at Luoxia city smoothly after rushing all the way. He was also relieved. He suggested that after everyone settled down, they could have a good meal together. Before Yunxing set off, she handed over the matters of the hunting squad to Zhou Quan. She wasn't interested in drinking and eating, so she simply left alone with the excuse that she wasn't feeling well. Not long after nightfall, Yunxing avoided the guards on the city wall and climbed up the city wall alone. She looked at the Luoxia wetland in front of her. Although the night was dark, Yunxing could still vaguely see the Luoxia wetland in front of her with Shinno eyes. She felt that this trip to the later Qin wasn't as simple as it seemed. The so-called wetland was an area similar to a swamp. Luoxia city was located in a tropical area. There was plenty of rain in this area and over the years, it formed a swamp area. Looking from the highest point of the city wall, the sky above the swamp area was dark. It looked like a black cloud, but if one looked closely, they would realize that the black cloud was moving from time to time. A powerful demonic beast's aura came from afar. Obviously, the information that Zhou Quan gathered earlier was not complete. According to the demonic beast's aura, there are more than 10,000 demonic beasts residing in that area. With her summoner's intuition, Yunxing could roughly sense that the number of demonic beasts residing in that area was definitely not less than 10,000. And even from afar, she could feel that there was a very strong force among them. It was even similar to the centipede ant king's aura that she felt earlier. Could it be that the 9-leaf purple ginseng attracted a domain-level demonic beast? Yunxing didn't dare to be careless. She had to enter the Luoxia wetland with the main group tomorrow morning. If there was a mistake in the military intelligence, the Heaven Expedition hunting squad might be wiped out. Yunxing didn't want to see unnecessary casualties, so she immediately summoned the puffed egg. Combination Combat Technique 1, Flight. With a flash of light, Yunxing quickly merged with the puffed egg. But this time, Yunxing didn't transform into her human form. Instead, she chose to maintain the egg-shaped appearance of the puffed egg. She was going to enter the Luoxia wetland alone under the cover of the night to check out the situation. Because she sensed the aura of a domain-level demonic beast, she suspected that it wasn't as simple as an ordinary 7-leaf purple ginseng in the depths of the wetland. Soon, the puffed egg flapped its wings and flew towards the Luoxia wetland. Once she got close to the Luoxia wetland, Yunxing felt a dizzying miasma. There was also a bloody smell in the miasma. Obviously, a large number of demonic beasts had gathered here, causing a small-scale fight for territory nearby. Seeing an egg flying over, a bull-shaped demonic beast residing at the periphery of the Luoxia wetland was the first to discover this sneaky egg. It roared. "How dare you roar at this egg?" The puffed egg was enraged. With a heavy blow, a rank 5 demonic beast the size of a bull was smashed into a meat patty by the puffed egg. So savage. The demonic beast's eyes revealed a trace of horror. The world of demonic beasts was very simple. The one with the biggest fist was the boss. Although the puffed egg was small, it didn't affect its savage nature. The demonic beasts were frightened and didn't dare to stop the puffed egg. The puffed egg and Yunxing smoothly entered the depths of the Luoxia wetland. "Dear master, there seems to be a rank 9 peak demonic beast in front." Also, I smell a very fragrant and delicious smell. After passing through a densely packed demonic beast gathering area, the puffed egg stopped in an area. In the Luoxia wetland, Yunxing also smelled a fragrance. She looked in the direction that puffed egg said. In front of them was a marshland that looked like a field. Compared to the large number of magical beasts gathered in the periphery, the number of magical beasts in this marshland was greatly reduced. Yunxing and puffed egg carefully flew another 1 mile. Yunxing immediately realized why there were so few magical beasts in this area. There was a 9th grade magical beast in front of him. It was an eagle claw bat king. At this time, it was close to night. The eagle claw bat king was constantly circling around, letting out waves of hissing sounds. When the nearby magical beasts heard these sounds, they all stayed far away. With the experience of the centipede ant king, Yunxing could be sure that this bat king was a genuine 9th grade magical beast. If they really fought, it would be really difficult to deal with. Before Yunxing entered the wetland, she found that most of the magical beasts nearby had wounds on their bodies. It seemed that these magical beasts had tried to break into this area earlier, but because of the eagle claw bat king, they didn't dare to get close. At this time, they were resting in the periphery, preparing to launch the last round of attack. "Dear master, where is the fragrance coming from?" Puffed egg found that in the center of the marshland, there was a plant that emitted a faint purple light and was releasing a tempting fragrance. Just by smelling this fragrance, it could make people feel relaxed and happy. The head that was a little dizzy because of the miasma also became much clearer in an instant. 7 leaves, Yunxing looked carefully and found that there were 9 leaves on the slender stem of the plant. It's not a 6-leaf purple ginseng, but a 9-leaf purple ginseng? Yunxing was shocked when she saw it. Earlier, Steward Wan clearly said that it was a 6-leaf purple ginseng, but now it was a 9-leaf purple ginseng. Could it be that the people of Luoxia City deliberately hid it? Yunxing had wronged the city lord of Luoxia City this time. His spy only found traces of the purple ginseng near the Luoxia wetland. When he wanted to go and confirm the specific grade of the purple ginseng, the magical beasts who smelled the sacred grade medicinal herb had already heard the news and rushed over. That scout had no choice but to return to the city to report. His original words were that it was at least a 7-leaf sage herb. After more than a year of nurturing in the boundless continent's medical system, especially after taking over the Wuxuan Limitless Hall's medicine hall, Yunxing's understanding of saint-grade medicinal herbs had also increased by a lot. 9 was a very special number in the boundless continent. From the 9 hoofs to the flood dragon's 9 claws to the 9 leaves, 9 flowers, or 9 fruits, a saint-tier medicinal herb would experience a qualitative leap in strength. If this 9-leaf sage ginseng didn't have any accidents and successfully matured, then the moment it matured, it would become a divine-grade medicinal herb. The effect of a divine-grade herb was definitely not as simple as reviving the dead. At this moment, a corolla that resembled agate beads had already bloomed on the 9 leaves of the sage ginseng that were like violet jade. That was the purple ginseng flower. Its current color was still light yellow. When the purple ginseng had absorbed enough spiritual chi of heaven and earth, the agate beads on its corolla would turn vermilion red. This meant that the 9-leaf purple ginseng was about to mature. After these battles, the demonic beasts that suffered injuries on both sides were also very smart. Although the purple ginseng was not completely mature yet, the fragrance it emitted was also a very dense spiritual chi. Under the envelopment of the spiritual chi, the wounds and cultivation of the demonic beasts could be improved to a certain extent. Puffed egg, look at the situation clearly. Let's retreat first. Yunxing calculated the time. She and the puffed egg had only merged for a short period of time. She could not stay any longer, lest she was smacked flat by the demonic beast that was close to the domain realm. After leaving the sunset wetland, Yunxing immediately returned to her residence. The current situation was worse than she had expected. If she was not in a merged state, not to mention getting close to the area where the purple ginseng was located, even breaking through the group of mid-level demonic beasts at the periphery would be very difficult. However, it was not completely impossible for her to snatch the purple ginseng. She still had the Ant King and the summoning demon hand in her hands. If she really fought head-on, she would at least have no problem protecting herself. Right now, the only thing she could do was to wait. On the morning of the second day, Yunxing heard from Zhou Quan, who was inquiring in the city, that there would be an auction in the city. Yunxing decided to go to the auction to take a look. She still had a few bottles of the newly refined praise of the moon god in her hand. She was preparing to use it to promote the name of little Xianxia. Therefore, Yunxing inquired about the location of the auction in Sunset City in detail. Yunxing went out. After last night, Yi Baiming seemed to have disappeared. At the same time, Yunxing felt a burst of discomfort for no reason. During this period of time, that guy was beside her every day. When he was not around, she always felt that something was missing. She shook her head and inquired about the location of the auction from passers-by. She smoothly found the location of the Limitless Auction House. The Limitless Continent's largest auction house, the Limitless Auction House, was located in Sunset City. The Jade Capital also had this auction house, but Yunxing did not have the opportunity to participate in the auction before. She did not expect that this time, she would participate in the local auction in the later Qin city. The Limitless Auction House belonged to the Limitless Continent's largest chamber of commerce, the Limitless Chamber of Commerce. The scale of the auction house was not small. When Yunxing entered the door, the inside was already bustling with people. The entrance was divided into two channels. One was the seller's entrance, and the other was the buyer's entrance. The buyer's entrance was not open on weekdays. It was only open on the day of the auction. The 15th and the first day of every month was the day of the auction. Yunxing had just entered the door when an auction house staff immediately came forward and politely asked, "Welcome to the Limitless Auction House. May I ask this magician, do you want to buy or sell something?" "I want to sell some magic potions." Yunxing looked around. There were many people who came to participate in the auction. They each held a different colored card in their hands. Presumably, those were the special membership cards of the auction house. So it turned out to be a noble magician. "May I ask what the grade of your magic potion is and what effect does it have?" Although the staff was very respectful, after hearing that the other party was auctioning a magic potion, he could not help but look a little disappointed. After all, the later Qin city was a country of martial arts, and there were not many magicians. As a result, the corresponding magic potions did not sell very well. "It's a high-grade magic potion. As for its effect, it can improve a person's magic constitution," the moon goddess praised. Yunxing had only refined it twice. The first time was during the assessment day, and the second time was after she had refined it. Yunxing had not had time to mass-produce this potion because she was treating her second uncle, Yun Sunlong's hand. Does it make the magic elements in a person's body more abundant? Or does it purify the magic soul? The staff continued to ask patiently. Its effect is to allow people who don't have a magical physique to directly change their physique and advance into a sorcerer, Yunxing replied. What? Let a person who does not have a magic constitution directly have a magic constitution? The staff, who was originally indifferent, immediately changed his expression. He hurriedly went to the auction house's chief auctioneer, who was also the manager of the auction house, and told him this unbelievable news. While waiting for the chief auctioneer to come, Yunxing looked around the Everlasting Auction House. The Everlasting Auction House's customers were divided into different levels, and the same was true for the sellers. They were divided into black iron sellers, less than 10,000 everlasting gold coins, silver sellers, less than 100,000 everlasting gold coins, gold sellers, less than 1 million everlasting gold coins, and diamond sellers, more than 1 million everlasting gold coins. Don't underestimate the Everlasting Auction House's seller level, because in addition to representing the seller's auction price, it also corresponded to the buyer's level. In other words, once Yunxing became a seller here, she would also enjoy the corresponding treatment of a buyer. Black iron sellers could enjoy a 10% discount, silver sellers could enjoy a 20% discount, gold sellers could enjoy a 30% discount, and diamond sellers could enjoy a 50% discount. In addition, once you become a silver seller of the Everlasting Auction House, you could enjoy the treatment of bulk purchases in the Everlasting Auction House. Bulk purchases could include weapons, magic tools, medicinal herbs, important mineral resources, and even some equipment that couldn't be purchased in the market. Yunxing's praise of the moon god was originally not eye-catching, but after knowing that it could let magic waste be reborn, the value of the praise of the moon god was different. This customer, this bottle of potion can really change a person's magic physique? Soon, the everlasting auction house's chief auctioneer, Zhou Qingchuan, rushed over. Yunxing originally thought that the chief auctioneer would at least be a middle-aged man, but she didn't expect that the one who came was a very young man, about 20 years old. He had a handsome appearance, well-dressed, light purple hair, and amber eyes. On his face, there was always a smile, but as for what was in the depths of that smile, it was unknown. The young man's name was Zhou Qingchuan. He was the auctioneer who was dispatched to Luoxia City more than a year ago. When he heard that someone sent a rare magic potion, he hurried over. Who would have thought that the person he saw was a delicate and refined female magician? The girl in front of him had a white complexion, but it wasn't the kind of unhealthy white. Her eyes were very bright, and when she smiled, a pair of dimples appeared at the corner of her mouth. Zhou Qingchuan took a few more glances, and when he found that Yunxing was looking at him with a surprised expression, he couldn't help but blush. After a cough, he changed into a businesslike tone. "Yes, you can check it." Yunxing took out the potion. "But you need to be careful because there is only one bottle of this potion." Yunxing understood that the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. With her current abilities, it would not be difficult for her to refine the praise of the moon god. However, in front of these cunning auctioneers, she still held back. As the chief auctioneer of the Wuji auction, Zhou Qingchuan's eyesight was naturally extraordinary. He looked at the color and saw that it was a bottle of red potion. As soon as he opened the bottle, he could feel the abundant magical elements. Zhou Qingchuan's expression changed. Under normal circumstances, the minimum price of a high-grade potion was around 10,000 gold coins. But if it was a new potion that had never appeared in the market before, then the value and significance would be different. The people who bought this bottle of potion might want to improve their magical physique, but it was also possible that the potion department of the major magic academies, as well as the competitors of the potion department, might want to buy this bottle of potion as a research object. Give this respected potion master a black iron membership card. Our auction house will buy your potion. The minimum price is 10,000 gold coins. According to the rules of the auction, black iron ranked members will receive 90% of the auction proceeds, and the remaining 10% will go to the auction house. Zhou Qingchuan ordered someone to deliver a black iron ranked membership card to Yunxing. After Yunxing received the membership card, Zhou Qingchuan asked another question. "I don't know which magic academy this potion master belongs to, or is he a freelance potion master? If he came from a famous magic academy, then the minimum price of this potion could be higher." Yunxing thought for a moment. Little Xianxia. In addition to obtaining a certain amount of gold coins, her other purpose of this auction was to promote the reputation of the Xianxia. Listening to this name, it seems to be a traditional medical center, right? Zhou Qingchuan recalled several famous medical centers in the continent. Except for the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, he had never heard of a medical center called Smiling Xianxia. It's an old medical center headquartered in Mount Daoi's Hunter Citadel. The medical center has recently been reorganized and changed its business to sell all kinds of medicine and magic potions. Yunxing's lips curled as he smoothly introduced himself. Selling potions and finished medicines, wasn't that just a nondescript medical center? Zhou Qingchuan was hesitating in his heart, but on the surface, he remained calm. He politely sent off Yunxing and informed her that 3 days later, it would be the 15th, the day of the everlasting auction house's auction. Yunxing could bring her black iron membership card to the auction site. Her card could carry 3 people at the same time. Watching Yunxing's graceful figure disappear in the street, Zhou Qingchuan pondered for a moment. Send someone to investigate the medical center called Little Xianxia. Also, check the origin of that magician. Zhou Qingchuan was not an ordinary auctioneer. In fact, he was one of the direct descendants of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, which was a part of the Everlasting Auction House. The reason why he was sent to the Luoxia city was because of some special reasons in his family. Zhou Qingchuan was an extremely ambitious person. Originally, he could have fought to be exempted from this kind of trial, but he asked to start from the branch of the auction house. He had been here for more than a year, but the income of the auction house had increased by 10 times. This time, because of the appearance of the 7-leaf purple ginseng near the Luoxia city, Zhou Qingchuan, who was extremely business-minded, wanted to use this opportunity to raise the income of the auction house to a high point. At this time, if he could get a controversial new potion, then the effect would undoubtedly be very good. After sending his subordinates to investigate the origins of Little Ci Endong and Yunxing, Zhou Qingchuan immediately checked the order of the auction items in the auction booklet. After careful consideration, Zhou Qingchuan placed Yunxing's Praise of the Moon God in the middle position and wrote an introduction in his own handwriting. Then, he ordered people to distribute the auction booklet to the major families of the Luoxia city, as well as the main restaurants and inns in the city. The Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's investigation of Yunxing was done quietly, but shortly after Yunxing entered the auction house, someone sent the news to a certain place. Yi Baiming and a certain man were sitting together. And the one sitting with Yi Baiming was the Wanlong gambling house's Long Hua. Master, the people of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce are investigating Miss Yun's background? What do you think? If Yunxing heard the way Long Hua addressed Yi Baiming, she would certainly be very surprised. Unexpectedly, the master behind the scenes of the Wanlong gambling house, who no one in the Jade capital could guess, turned out to be Yi Baiming. If they want to investigate, then let them investigate. Just don't let them find out that little wildcat is a summoner. Yi Baiming looked at the auction booklet that he had just received. When he saw the bottle of praise of the moon god, the corners of his mouth showed a pampering smile. The undercurrent in Luoxia city was turbulent, but Yunxing was completely unaware of it. It wasn't Yunxing's fault that she lacked vigilance. Although she had lived 2 lives, she had never experienced such a complicated situation in the Wuji continent. She had only just matured in the power struggle between countries and the power struggle between large and small forces. Not long after the brochure of the Wuji auction house was sent out, it was sent to a restaurant in the city. In the restaurant, a gorgeously dressed magician, who was about 40 years old, was distressed as he drank the wine on the table. His magus badge indicated that he was actually a sacred magus. This magician came from one of the 5 countries of the continent, Tangyuan Kingdom. He was the 2nd-generation heir of a medium-sized family, Chenluo He. Tangyuan was the country with the most magicians on the continent. Sky-rank magicians were extremely rare in other places of the continent, but in Tangyuan Kingdom, they were not completely absent. He happened to pass through Luoxia city because of his family's business. Compared to the hot topic of the 7-leaf sage ginseng, he had no interest in it. At this time, Chenluo He was thinking about a problem that had troubled him for a long time. He himself was a magician. Different from Zhou State and later Qin, Tangyuan's emphasis on magic had reached an unimaginable level. More than 40% of the people there were magicians. But Chenluo He's only son was a waste of magic. He was about to turn 12 years old. If he still couldn't sense magic after turning 12, it would mean that he would be an ordinary person for the rest of his life. Chenluo He had no choice but to follow the family's rules and sent his only son out to manage the family's external affairs. This matter also meant that Chenluo He's status in the family would plummet. Chenluo He only had one son, so he naturally didn't want his only son to suffer. Over the years, he had been using wild moonlight grass to nourish his only son's body, but there was no improvement. Therefore, he had been inquiring about where there was a magic potion that could improve a magician's physique without any side effects. Unfortunately, he didn't have a suitable magic potion. Seeing that his son's age of 12 was getting closer and closer, Chenluo He was also very distressed. At this time, he happened to see an auction brochure that was being discussed at the next table. Wuji Auction House, the continent's largest auction house. Since it was an auction house, there should be some rare things. Perhaps, there would be a suitable magic potion on it. Chenluo wanted to give it a try and asked for a brochure. But to his disappointment, the items being auctioned were all ordinary items. Some magic spells, some combat skills, some protective gear, and some finished potions. Just as he was about to give up, he saw the 13th item on the brochure. It was a type of magic potion. Moon Goddess's Praise, a miraculous potion that can allow magic trash to directly advance into a mage. It has no side effects, a high-quality potion. When he saw this line, Chenluo's eyes suddenly widened. As a mage, he had never heard of such a magic potion. However, this red liquid was undoubtedly a shot in the arm, instantly waking him up from the effects of the alcohol. This was it. His son's trash physique could be saved. Chen Luoha was wild with joy. Looking at the base price of this potion, it was only 10,000 gold coins. The Chen family was a medium-sized magic family in Tangyuan. As the number one person under the patriarch, Chen Luoha was naturally quite wealthy. In his opinion, not to mention 10,000 gold coins, even if it was 10,000 purple gold coins, he would not hesitate to take it out. Chen Luoha hurriedly asked for the specific date of the auction, eagerly waiting for the auction to begin 3 days later. A few days later, the auction would be held as scheduled. Yi Baiming, who had not seen him for a few days, was like a cat that had smelled blood, immediately following him. As for Abandon, he also mentioned that he wanted to go to the auction house to broaden his horizons. After all, the auction here was different from the auction house of Wanlong Casino. The scale was much larger, and there were more things to be auctioned. As soon as Yunxing's group of 3 arrived at the entrance of the Wuji auction house, they saw a few eye-catching people. Yunxing, what are you doing at the auction? This is not a place where any random cat or dog can come. Chen Lian, who was wearing a gauze hat, saw Yi Baiming behind Yunxing, and her eyes burned with anger. In her opinion, Yunxing was a public student who couldn't even afford the tuition fees. In an auction house that could easily cost thousands of gold coins, the appearance of someone like Yunxing was simply a stain. Miss Yun, you've come. Steward Zhou ordered me to wait for you here. All members of the auction house can go through the special passage. Before Yunxing could answer, she saw a staff member of the Wuji auction house walk over. It was the young man who had received Yunxing earlier. Yunxing smiled at him and showed her black iron membership card. On the day of the auction, the entrance of the Wuji auction house was almost full of people. There was a huge difference in the treatment of ordinary members and special members. When Chen Lianer heard this, she was very dissatisfied. What's wrong with you? The young master beside me has an illustrious background. He should go through the member passage. Also, immediately prepare a VIP room. We can't participate in the auction with commoners. Chen Lianer and the Crown Prince's expressions were not good. What was wrong with this staff member? Even a sorcerer like Yunxing could go through the special passage? That staff member glanced at the arrogant Yi Bailian and Chen Lianer. Haha, may I ask who the two of you are? Do you have any tokens to show? Chen Lian originally thought that after saying this, the other party would definitely be frightened and apologize. Who knew that the staff member acted as if nothing had happened? Tokens? Yi Bailian forgot one thing. He was stepping on the land of Later Qin. He wasn't the crown prince of Later Qin. He came to Later Qin incognito, so he couldn't directly expose his identity. Moreover, Yi Bailian was used to being unscrupulous in Zhou State. He had many bodyguards following him, so he didn't have the habit of carrying tokens. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. The two of you, I'm very sorry. Luoxia City's Wuji auction house is different from other auction houses in the mainland. Here, only those who have spent money at the local Wuji auction house can become a member. Zhou State's crown prince and this young lady, if you want to enter the auction house, please line up over there. The Wuji auction house was the largest auction house in the mainland. Its wealth was comparable to that of a nation's. The professional quality of its staff was top-notch. He completely ignored Zhou State's crown prince and pointed to the line. Yunxing couldn't stop laughing in her heart. Chen Lian and Crown Prince Yi Bailian's constipated faces looked at her as she walked into the auction house. After entering the auction house, Yunxing received an auction sign. On it was marked Black Iron Buyer number 101. Different buyers had different seats. Yunxing's seat was black iron. It wasn't too far from the center of the auction house and had a good view. The auction house was already crowded with people. The entire auction house was in the shape of an egg. In the center was an empty space. Zhou State's Crown Prince Yi Bailian and Chen Lianer also came in. However, because they didn't have tokens to prove their identity, they could only sit in the most ordinary seats. Chen Lianer's face under her gauze hat was obviously very sour. Thank you Pomelo, Yulua, point you into the secular world, and pudding for your tips. The entire auction house could accommodate almost 1,000 people. At about noon, the auction began as expected by the crowd. Zhou Qingchuan appeared on the auction stage. He was wearing the chief auctioneer's golden robe, and his light purple hair was tied neatly behind his ears. He was already handsome, but he looked even more different today. Many of the female guests screamed. It was obvious that these people were not just here for the auction, but were Zhou Qingchuan's admirers. The charm of this auction house's manager was not small. "Little wildcat, where are you looking? That kid is not as handsome as me." Night Fox squinted his eyes, his face full of jealousy. Yunxing pursed her lips. This kid was so smug, but she had to admit that he was slightly better looking than Zhou Qingchuan. "Everyone. I believe everyone has been waiting for today's auction for a long time. I will now present the first auction item of the day." Zhou Qingchuan was all smiles. The first auction item was a special fire attribute magic weapon. This is a firework-colored grenade made by a folk magic craftsman. Its attack power is not great, so don't expect it to help you defeat a violent earth bear. However, I can guarantee that it will be enough to win the heart of a beautiful and gentle lady. Now, the magic craftsman who made this firework-colored grenade will demonstrate it to everyone. Zhou Qingchuan was very eloquent. He used a teasing tone to describe the use of this fire attribute magic weapon. A magic craftsman walked up and chanted a few words, then threw the firework-colored grenade into the air. With a boom, a fireball appeared in the sky. The moment the fireball came into contact with the air, it quickly exploded. The words "I like you" appeared in the middle of the fireball. This was probably the improved version of modern fireworks. To a sorcerer like Yunxing, this firework-colored grenade was not a big deal. However, to a non-sorcerer, this firework-colored grenade was undoubtedly very ornamental. To a couple who had just experienced their first awakening of love, this firework-colored grenade had a special meaning. The starting bid for this firework-colored grenade was 100 gold coins, but it was sold for 500 gold coins in the end. The second auction item was a set of battle techniques. It was a battle skill that was suitable for martial revered realm cultivators. It was called Unbreakable Golden Shield. Everyone, this set of Unbreakable Golden Aura is a set of superior defensive combat skills. As long as you have this set of combat skills, no matter where you are, your entire body will be tough. Zhou Qingchuan's words had a double meaning. This time, all the men present laughed out loud. The female guests all took a sip, their faces full of shyness. Sure enough, all businessmen were cunning. This so-called invincible golden dipper was probably the modern definition of a golden gun that never falls. After that, a few more items were auctioned off, all of which were sold for more than 5 times the starting price. It could be seen that Zhou Qingchuan was indeed talented in auctions. He was always able to grasp the itch in every customer's heart and raise the price to the highest. What Yunxing wanted to see was the final price of her bottle of praise of the moon god under Zhou Qingchuan's lotus tongue. The next item to be auctioned is a magical potion that has never appeared in the continent. It has an unusually beautiful name, called Praise of the Moon God. Zhou Qingchuan deliberately paused for a moment. I believe that most of the people present have already seen the description of Praise of the Moon God in the brochure. I have been an auctioneer for 5 years, but I have never seen any potion that can directly promote a magic waste to a magician. As far as I know, this is something that the medicine of the Imperial Medicine Pavilion can't do, nor can the temple. When Zhou Qingchuan said this, he noticed that the eyes of at least 10 people in the audience had lit up. Next, let's proceed to the 13th auction item, the Gospel of the Magicians, the Praise of the Moon God refined by the newly risen little Xianxia. Zhou Qingchuan ordered people to deliver the praise of the moon god. Little Xianxia? Which medical center was that? There was no well-known medical center on the continent called Little Xianxia. Almost all the people in the auction house were guessing the origin of Little Xianxia. Unfortunately, most of them had blank looks in their eyes. They had never heard of this name before. The color of the potion was as gorgeous as the morning glow. In the transparent crystal bottle, the liquid was constantly rolling like magma, just like the sea of clouds before the sun rose from the east. This was a beautiful bottle of magic potion, pleasing to the eye and had an effect that made people look forward to. It was as if telling everyone that as long as they drank this bottle of potion, magma-like magic elements would emerge in their body. The base price of Praise of the Moon God is 10,000 imperial gold coins. Every time you raise your paddle, the price will increase by 1,000. The auction begins. Zhou Qingchuan described the function of praise of the moon god vividly in just a few words. Even Yunxing herself couldn't guarantee that the effect of praise of the moon god could be described so appropriately. 10,000 imperial gold coins. When Chen Luoha saw the praise of the moon god, he almost immediately opened his mouth to bid. 11,000 gold coins. At this moment, a female mage student sitting in the commoners section suddenly called out a price. Beside her were two companions who were sitting in the same row. Her position was very close to Chen Lianer and the others. As soon as she called out, she attracted the attention of the surrounding people. With this look, Chen Lianer found that the appearance of the female student was very eye-catching. Her hair color was frosty white, and her face was delicate like an elf. She looked like she was only 11 or 12 years old, but her body was already very mature, especially her chest, which was bulging. Yi Balian looked at her and couldn't help but look at her a few more times. After looking at her for a while, Chen Lianer on the side was unhappy. Yunxing's praise of the moon god was a temptation for most magic academies. This female student was one of them. It was also the first time she heard that there was such a magic potion on the continent. They were traveling to this place and happened to see the brochure. The appearance of praise of the moon god made them surprised, so they came to the auction house to participate in the bidding. 13,000 imperial gold coins. Everyone looked back. With one look, someone exclaimed. It was a magic caster from Luoxia City's magic temple. Just as Zhou Qingchuan had said, the magic temple, as the leader of magic in the continent, was undoubtedly very embarrassing for them if they couldn't create a magic potion that even the magic seedlings couldn't create. Hence, this time, the magic temple sent a professional to bid. 20,000 imperial gold coins. Chen Luoha was determined to get the praise of the moon god. He was determined to get the potion this time. The female student didn't even frown and immediately said, 25,000 imperial gold coins, 30,000 imperial gold coins. Yi Baiming suddenly opened his mouth. When Yunxing heard this, she almost vomited blood. Why is this kid blindly making a fuss? He saw Yunxing in the audience seats and Yi Baiming standing beside Yunxing. Zhou Qingchuan's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Zhou Qingchuan wasn't surprised by this kind of situation at the auction. It wasn't surprising that someone would do something like this. He thought that Yunxing wanted to raise the price of her potion, so she let Yi Baiming bid. Fortunately, Yi Baiming's bid was soon squeezed out by a new round of bidding. After a new round of bidding, the price of the praise of the moon god reached an astonishing 60,000 gold coins. And looking at the momentum, the increasing price will continue. This made Zhou Qingchuan, who originally thought that 50,000 gold coins would be the final price, very surprised. He must win that bottle of potion. Chen Luoha looked at the price and suddenly raised his bidding card, 100,000 gold coins. Suddenly increased by 40,000 gold coins, this price made the people who were still participating in the bidding can't help but shrink back. A bottle of high-grade potion, 100,000 gold coins, that was 10,000 imperial purple gold coins. Even if this bottle of potion was a unique product, it was too expensive. In the end, the bottle of praise of the moon god was sold for an astonishing price of 10,000 imperial purple gold coins. At the moment when the price was sold, various speculations about the little Ci Endong suddenly exploded in the audience. This was a new record for the transaction of high-grade potions in the continent. 100,000 gold coins. Yunxing was also shocked by this price. She didn't expect that a bottle of high-grade potion could be sold for such a high price. After the praise of the moon god, the auction continued for half an hour. All the products were sold at a good price. After the auction was over, Yunxing went to collect her auction proceeds. When she walked out of the door, she happened to see the several magicians who participated in the auction earlier. Along with the crowd, the Crown Prince of Zhou State, Yi Balian, Chen Lianer, and others came out. Blue, what should we do? That bottle of potion was bought by someone. After walking out of the auction, the several magicians whispered. They looked like students of the Magic Academy, but the magic robes they wore were very different from ordinary magic robes. Even Yi Balian, who was born in the royal family, couldn't tell what material the magic robes were made of. The crowd was crowded. At this time, the frost-haired female student, who was thinking about something, was bumped into by someone and happened to bump into Yi Balian. Yi Balian hurriedly supported her. Looking at the female student closely, Yi Balian's eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. When Qin Lianer saw this, she glared at the female student and scolded, dressed in a flirtatious manner, "You look like a slut." The female student didn't get the praise of the moon god, so she was in a bad mood. Seeing Qin Lian's arrogant appearance, she coldly snorted and pulled out her magic certificate. Qin Lianer had lost her magic scepter in the last river crossing. She didn't expect that the other party would dare to make a move outside the auction house. A blade of the wind of the moon god of the moon god. Before Yi Balian could pull out his magic scepter, the female magic student had already put away her scepter. Even though it was only for a moment, Yunxing could still clearly see the magic scepter in the female student's hand. It was the bone of a 300-year-old magical beast. It looked like the bone of some bird magical beast. It was very light, and the most shocking thing was that there were 4 blue magic soul stones engraved on it. This meant that the female student, who was not more than 10 years old, was actually a sage magus. That female magic student's talent was astonishing. Qin Lianer screamed. She only felt a blade of the wind coming at her. The next moment, the veil on her face was split into 2. Qin Lianer's face, which was still covered with countless hideous wounds, was immediately exposed to everyone. The people at the side started to talk and gesticulate at Qin Lianer. How could Qin Lianer withstand such humiliation? Her face instantly flushed red, which made her look even more hideous. Even Yi Balian couldn't help but look at her with disgust. "Damned slut, how dare you? I'll fight it out with you." Qin Lianer was furious. She suddenly took out a magic weapon from her storage belt. It was a high-grade magic tool that could instantly cast a high-grade magic spell. This was also something that Elder Chen had given Qin Lianer for self-defense when she left home. She was only allowed to use it in times of danger. At this moment, Qin Lianer only wanted to kill the female mage in front of her. She ignored Yi Balian's obstruction and immediately started chanting. The female magus student had a look of contempt on her face. The male magus student beside her, who was standing with the magus instructor, quickly began to chant. A magic array appeared under Qin Lianer's feet. "Seal the spell, freeze." As that male student chanted, the magic weapon in Qin Lianer's hand that was shining brightly suddenly dimmed. This was a high-level sealing spell. In magic, there was a type of spell that could instantly freeze magic. That was a high-level sealing spell. In just 2 rounds, Qin Lianer, who had the power of a grand magus, had completely lost. "Both of you, please stop." The commotion outside the auction house alerted Zhou Qingchuan. He quickly walked through the crowd and nodded at Yi Balian and the 3 mages. "This is a student from the continent's magic elite camp. As for these 2, they must be important guests from the great Zhou Empire. I have neglected them just now, please forgive me." Zhou Qingchuan's words immediately silenced the originally furious Qin Lianer. Yi Balian, who was originally arrogant, was also shocked. There was also an uproar around them. Those 3 mage students were actually from the mainland's magic elite camp. No wonder they were so talented in magic. Qin Lianer also didn't expect that these 3 people were actually from the mainland's magic elite camp that she had been longing to join. The mainland's magic elite camp and the mainland's warrior elite camp were the 2 strongest training camps in the boundless continent. Legend had it that they only recruited geniuses in magic and warrior. Their recruitment requirement was that the age of the mage and warrior must not exceed 16 years old and pass the corresponding assessment of the elite camp. Every 3 years, the elite camp would recruit students from the outside. Each time, the number of students recruited would not exceed 20. As for the location of the elite camp, it had always been a secret. Some people said that they were hiding in the desert wasteland, while others said that the elite camp was located underground. But one thing was certain, those who came from the elite camp were all geniuses. No one was willing to offend geniuses, but Qin Lianer had just recklessly offended the magic elite camp. Steward Zhou is being too nosy. We know the rules of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. We went to the auction today because we were interested in the Moon Goddess Praise Potion. Unfortunately, it was bought by someone else. Next time, if there is another Moon Goddess Praise Potion being auctioned, please inform us immediately. The girl who was provoked by Qin Lianer, Lan, seemed to be the leader of the 3 students. she humbly replied. The attitude of the female magic student named Blue was neither servile nor overbearing. It could be seen that she had good self-cultivation. Zhou Qingchuan nodded. If I'm not mistaken, the magic cloaks you are wearing should be made from phoenix feathers, right? Although Zhou Qingchuan had heard about the identity of the crown prince of Zhou state, he wasn't too respectful. Instead, he was very respectful to the excessively young and powerful magicians. Phoenix was a sacred beast of the sacred level. It was said that the phoenix had the power of immortality. Its feathers themselves were a kind of sacred magic beast. Its tears could heal all wounds. Its feathers could be immune to most magic. Of course, such a saying was actually exaggerating the mystical nature of the phoenix. However, it was an indisputable fact that the phoenix's feathers could resist ordinary magic attacks. After being reminded by Zhou Qingchuan, the surrounding spectators who hadn't left yet all looked at the magic cloaks of the three magicians. Sure enough, the magic cloaks made of an unknown material were flashing with the color of fiery red phoenix feathers. Only the students of the continent's magic elite camp were qualified to have a phoenix feather cloak. The magicians of the continent's magic elite camp wore magic robes mixed with phoenix feathers. However, for warriors, their armor was different. It was said that their armor was made of dragon scales. However, those were only legends. Ordinary soldiers had very little contact with the people of the continent's magic elite camp. Steward Zhou is indeed as knowledgeable as the rumors say. We are students of the continent's magic elite camp. These two are my son's junior brother and junior sister. We came to Luoxia City by chance because of the need of the trial. Because our junior brother and junior sister have never participated in any auction, as their senior sister, I brought them here to broaden their horizons. The female student said naturally and naturally. Zhou Qingchuan's charm could be said to be attractive to both men and women, old and young. The three originally just wanted to broaden their horizons. Who would have thought that at the auction, they would see the magic potion that they were curious about, the moon god's praise. Among the three, the slightly older female student was called Blue. She was a magic apothecary. After joining the magic elite camp, Blue had been devoted to researching how to change the constitution of a magic wastrel. However, she hadn't succeeded. Unfortunately, she didn't have many gold coins on her, so she let Chen Luoha snatch the magic potion at the last moment. She had been a genius since she was young and had never encountered any setbacks. However, she had failed at the auction today, so she couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. Who would have thought that the moment he stood up, he would be insulted by Chen Lianer for no reason? The anger in his heart could be imagined. That was why he had taught Chen Lianer a lesson. What Imperial Magic Academy? In front of this group of students from the magic elite camp, it was simply too weak. Chen Lianer also knew she was in the wrong and couldn't say anything for a long time. Needless to say, the people from the magic elite camp had come for the seven-leaf sage ginseng. It seemed that the fight for the ginseng would be even more exciting this time. Actually, this lady, you don't have to be so distressed. Wait a moment, I'll contact her personally and see if she's willing to meet with you. Zhou Qingchuan also saw Yunxing. The two's eyes met, and Yunxing nodded silently. Hearing this, Blue gladly agreed. As for the crown prince of Zhou state and his publicly humiliated crown princess, they naturally couldn't stand there any longer. The two of them hurriedly left. When Yunxing, Yi Baiming, and Abandon arrived at the Wuji auction house's reception hall, the three people from the magic elite camp were already waiting there, drinking tea. At first glance, even the always cold Blue couldn't help but be dazed by Yi Baiming's appearance. What a cold man. Apart from when he was with Yunxing, Yi Baiming was expressionless most of the time. However, it was this special expression that made people involuntarily attracted to him. But very quickly, Blue discovered that the magic apothecary that Steward Zhou was talking about wasn't the dazzling man, but the female magician standing beside him. The other party's appearance was very refined. She had a plain face, and the black eyes on her face carried some intelligence. You made the medicine? Blue still didn't quite believe it. If the medicine you're talking about is the moon god's praise, then it should be. Yunxing's attitude towards Blue surprised Zhou Qingchuan. It was as if she didn't fear the magic elite camp at all. Blue liked Yunxing's attitude very much. She had a straightforward personality, and what she hated the most was other people's hypocrisy. "Can you tell me the secret of making the medicine?" Blue directly asked. If this was an ordinary magic apothecary, he would definitely be infuriated. She would definitely be very angry at Lan's rudeness, but Yunxing simply replied, "Actually, it's just a bottle of moonlight water." Moonlight water? This gave Zhou Qingchuan a big fright. As long as one was a magician, they would know what moonlight water was. Moonlight water was a kind of medicine that was mixed with moonlight grass in the temples and some medical halls of the continent. It couldn't even be considered a magic medicine. The effect of moonlight water was only to slowly change one's magic physique, not to mention letting a magic waste be reborn. His everlasting chamber of commerce had always been honest with both the old and the young. If Yunxing sold him a bottle of moonlight water, and he sold it for a sky-high price of 100,000 gold coins, then if the customer tested it and found it was just a bottle of moonlight water, the consequences could be imagined. "Impossible, that's not moonlight water. I'm a magic apothecary. I can be sure that the magma-like magic water must be a high-grade magic medicine." Blue thought that Yunxing was hiding it from her and secretly blamed Yunxing for not being honest. Hearing this, Zhou Qingchuan breathed a sigh of relief. It's moonlight water, but it's made from magic medicine. The magic elements used to make this moonlight water are water and fire. Yunxing pointed at Abandon. "If you still don't believe me, you can ask the magician next to me. He was there at the time when I successfully made it." Abandon didn't say anything and just nodded. Water and fire elements, weren't those two elements mutually exclusive? Someone actually used two elements that could explode at any time to make a new type of magic medicine. This female magician isn't crazy, is she? The possible consequences of conflicting magic elements acting together made the three elite magic camp students unconsciously shiver. The way they looked at Yunxing instantly changed. "If it's really like what you said, then I'm afraid that the people who can make this medicine are very limited," Blue regretfully said. She originally thought that she could comprehend this new magic medicine. But after hearing Yunxing's words, she knew that it was impossible. This kind of alchemy method was too dangerous. She was afraid that regular magicians, including her magic mentor, wouldn't allow this kind of alchemy. "In any case, I'm very happy to meet you, a bold magician. My name is Blue, a student of the mainland's elite magic camp." Blue extended a friendly hand to Yunxing. "Hello, my name is Yunxing. My current identity is Zhou State's Wuxuan Everlasting School exchange student." Yunxing also had a good impression of this outspoken elite magician. The two people stretched out their hands at the same time and the two pairs of hands tightly clasped together. Wuxuan Limitless School. When the few elite mage students of the mainland heard Yunxing's self-introduction, their first reaction was to find it funny. A mage actually said that she was from Wuxuan Limitless School. However, Lan smiled. She looked at Yunxing's hand. When the two of them clasped hands together, Lan suddenly exerted force. When the two of them clasped hands together, Yunxing felt a powerful magic coming from Lan's palm. Was she trying to sound him out? It turned out that Lan was a very competitive person. Although she heard Yunxing talk about the method of refining the praise of the moon god, she couldn't try it. In her heart, she couldn't help but have an impulse to compete with Yunxing. Yunxing saw that Lan wanted to compete with her. If she withdrew her hand now, she could still retreat unscathed. However, Yunxing wasn't the kind of person who would admit defeat. These people from the mainland's elite mage camp were still very proud in their bones. Anyway, when the time came, she would definitely compete with these people in the Sunset Wetland. She was now an archmage. She wanted to see how big the gap was between an archmage and a sacred mage. Seeing that Yunxing didn't withdraw her hand and instead used her magic soul, Lan's eyes revealed a look of excitement. As for the other few mage students, they had a contemptuous look on their faces. They were really overestimating themselves. Sister Lan's strength, even in the mainland's elite mage camp, was ranked in the top 20. She specialized in water magic and could now skillfully use all kinds of yellow magic. A bone-chilling magic power followed Yunxing's hand and drilled into it. Yunxing naturally wouldn't use all of her 5 elemental magic soul's magic power. Considering Lan's magic attribute, Yunxing chose the fire elemental magic soul as her opponent. As soon as that ice-cold magic power entered Yunxing's body, a layer of blue ice crystals immediately formed on Yunxing's body. Looking at the situation, Abandon couldn't help but step forward. After all, in terms of true strength, Yunxing was only an archmage. Compared to Lan, who was a sacred magus, she was much inferior. There was a huge difference between the magic realms. Do you think I'll admit defeat just because of this? Yunxing sneered in her heart. Azura seemed to know that Yunxing was just an archmage and was about to withdraw her magic. But at this moment, the frozen Yunxing suddenly took out her magic scepter. She spun it rapidly, and the two magic soul stones on her scepter lit up at the same time. The ice on Yunxing's body immediately melted as her mana was much weaker than Lan's. This is? Azura narrowed her eyes as she looked at the magic scepter in Yunxing's hand. Even with her eyesight, she couldn't tell what kind of magical beast's bone Yunxing's magic scepter was made from. However, she recognized the two magic soul stones on Yunxing's magic scepter. The first one was a 100-year-old mutated magical beast's soul stone, the second one. What was even more shocking was that it was actually a demon soul stone. Such a combination of magic soul stones was rare even in the continent's magic elite camp. Even Azura, who was known as one of the genius students, only had a 100-year-old magic soul stone on her magic scepter. It seems that you have a multi-elemental magic soul. You're using them all at once. Azura stopped looking down on Yunxing. How could a sorcerer who could create the tribute of the moon god be an ordinary person? She didn't expect to meet such an expert in Luoxia City this time. Not only was Azura not disappointed, but she was also happy. She met her match. Moreover, it was an opponent who was younger and had a lower magic realm than her. Then you have to be careful. Yunxing smiled faintly. She slowly activated her earth elemental magic soul. As the saying goes, counter soldiers with arms and water with an earth weir. Since her fire elemental magic soul wasn't enough, she might as well try using her earth elemental magic soul. Azura's talent was indeed not bad. But in terms of age and experience, she was still slightly inferior to Yunxing, who had lived 2 lives. Yunxing used the calm mind that she had trained as a doctor to slowly circulate the power of the Dharma soul in her body. Azura immediately felt that her water elemental magic power was unable to invade Yunxing's body as quickly as before, as if it had hit a wall. Her opponent's dual elemental magic soul was actually so powerful. Very quickly, Azura discovered that Yunxing was different. She was still able to calmly make decisions in the face of a situation that wasn't favorable to her. Moreover, her opponent was just an ordinary great magician who was 2 levels lower than her own magic realm. According to common sense, in a battle of soul power, it was already not easy for her opponent to hold on for 15 minutes. But not only did her magic power not weaken, when she activated her dual elemental magic soul, her magic power was as if it didn't weaken at all. If the magic power in Azura's body was like an endless river, then the magic power in Yunxing's body was like a gurgling stream. Although she didn't have enough strength, she was full of stamina as if it would never weaken. Earth elemental magic power came wave after wave, mixed with fire elemental magic power from time to time. At this moment, Azura felt as if she was about to combust. She couldn't help but grab her magic scepter, only to hear the 2 magic soul stones on her scepter light up. Sister Lan actually wanted to use the power of her magic scepter to compete with an ordinary magic student. The 2 elite students from the continent couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It seemed like Sister Lan was serious. When Azura revealed her magic scepter, Yunxing also felt the magic elements in Azura's body suddenly change. Although it was still water elemental magic, Yunxing felt that the magic elements had changed in an instant. A sense of coldness hit her in the face. This was because after comprehending water elemental magic, she also comprehended ice elemental magic. As Azura's magic power invaded again, Yunxing's face turned pale from the cold. A layer of white frost condensed on her lips, hair, and eyebrows. Her teeth also couldn't withstand the cold and were chattering. Abandoned couldn't help but want to go forward. Who knew that he was stopped by Yibiming? Don't go forward rashly, little wildcat hasn't shown her true ability yet. Yibiming was full of confidence in Yunxing. He looked at Yunxing. He could see that Yunxing was still hiding her 5 elemental magic soul. The 5 elemental magic soul was their biggest secret, they didn't want to expose it in front of outsiders. At this moment, Yunxing was also thinking hard whether she should use the power of her magic soul. If she didn't use the power of her magic soul, how could she defeat Azura? Ice. Ice elemental magic, right? Although Yunxing didn't comprehend advanced magic like Azura and couldn't comprehend secondary magic, but she had dream cloud ice slumber. Yunxing seemed to have thought of something all of a sudden. She closed her eyes and chanted the cloud dream ice sleep spell in her heart. When Yunxing opened her eyes again, they were already clear. But almost at the same time, Azura's face showed an almost panicked expression. She looked at Yunxing in disbelief, because she felt that just a moment ago, the ice elemental magic in her body was actually, thank you, Qing Kuang, Lon Lon, and pudding for the tips. It's Monday, Kong Meng, you annoying little fairies, you're the best. Blue practiced water-type magic, but after she became a master magician, she comprehended secondary ice-type magic. This type of magic was also a powerful weapon she usually used to defeat her enemies. If Yunxing didn't admit defeat, she even planned to let Yunxing have a taste of being frozen into ice. After all, her opponent had already revealed her magic scepter, and she had no more trump cards. As a student of the elite magic camp on the mainland, Blue was extremely proud. Even though she had only competed with Yunxing out of curiosity, after fighting with Yunxing for nearly half an hour, her opponent still hadn't lost. This clearly touched Blue's pride. That was why she used ice-type magic to defeat her opponent directly. However, Yunxing was powerless to resist, and the magic in her body suddenly disappeared. Yunxing, who was in a state of hibernation, didn't reject Blue's ice-type magic. Instead, her body continuously accepted and absorbed Blue's magic. It looked as if Blue was continuously using magic to help Yunxing meditate. Lan was very sharp. She quickly realized Yunxing's intentions. Like a queen who had been offended, Lan's originally calm gaze suddenly became as if she had seen through a person. The third and fourth magic soul stones on her magic scepter lit up in an instant. It was obvious that she wanted to kill Yunxing. What a terrifying opponent. At that moment, a sentence from her mentor echoed in Blue's mind. A true genius magician didn't mean that her magic was the strongest. Instead, it meant that she could cleverly neutralize all kinds of magic, even if the magic was more powerful than her. She could even turn the magic into her own. Before meeting Yunxing, Lan had heard that there was only one person on the continent who could turn defeat into victory and defeat a mage who was more powerful than himself in a situation that was extremely disadvantageous to him. That person was the famous magician of the mainland. He was known as a genius among geniuses, Xianxia. Even Blue was impressed by his ability to comprehend magic after meeting him. However, the female magician in front of her showed a similar talent. This immediately caused an indescribable jealousy in Blue's heart. Under the influence of her jealousy, she actually used her most profound magic for no apparent reason. Yunxing, who was immersed in the meditative state of cloud dream ice slumber, was completely unaware that she was enjoying the pure ice magic power that was being transmitted from Azura's body. Little wildcat, back off. Among the people present, Yi Baiming was constantly paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. When he saw the sudden change in Blue's expression, Yi Baiming's figure turned into a shadow. He attacked Yunxing and Blue's hands. Azura felt a strange, cold force that was countless times colder than ice attack her. She couldn't even tell whether that strange force was magic or douqi. Under the effect of the strange force, Yunxing and Blue were forced to withdraw their hands at the same time. Both of them took 3 steps back. Before Yunxing, who had just broken free from her meditative state, could react, she was already in Yi Baiming's arms. Sister Lan? 2 magicians from the mainland's elite camp hurriedly came forward. In their opinion, Yi Baiming was very presumptuous. He actually made a move when others were competing with their soul power. I'm fine. Who are you? Blue's heart was like a raging river. She actually couldn't sense what method the other party used to interrupt her magic incantation. I'm also a student of Wushuan Everlasting School. At the same time, I'm also her retainer. Yi Baiming smiled brightly. This smile, however, made the magicians from the mainland's elite camp, including Blue, stunned. Yunxing looked at Yi Baiming, who could make the stars in the sky darken in an instant. Her heart was filled with disdain. TSK, this fox is showing off again. Yi Baiming was an extremely polarized person. If he didn't want others to discover him, he could completely hide his sharpness. But if he wanted others to discover him, he could instantly shine brightly. This was also the thing that made Yunxing the most angry. Standing next to this guy, he instantly became an inconspicuous little cabbage. It was Wuxuan Everlasting School again. Blue couldn't help but feel that her abnormality was inconceivable. In the mainland's elite camp, there was no lack of monstrous geniuses of the mainland. Among them, there was no lack of talented and outstanding people. But none of them could compare to this young man whose dochi cultivation was unknown. Wuxuan Everlasting School was a famous martial arts school in the mainland. Blue and the others naturally knew of its reputation. But that kind of martial arts school definitely couldn't compare to the mainland's elite camp. But compared to Yi Baiming, it seemed that the people in the elite camp weren't much stronger. In Blue's memory, if there was anyone who could compete with Yi Baiming, it would be Xiao Wenqiu from the temple. She had only come out for a trip, but she had already discovered two such outstanding people. It seemed that after returning to the mainland's elite camp, she would have to tell her teachers about the changes in the outside world. After being interrupted by Yi Baiming, Blue calmed down. She had a killing intent just now. After thinking about it, she was also shocked by her own actions. For a magician, killing intent couldn't be too heavy. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would become a dark magician. Blue couldn't help but think to herself. I have offended you just now. I hope Miss Yun doesn't mind. After Blue regained her composure, she once again became the cold magic genius. When she bid farewell to Yunxing and the others, she couldn't help but take another look at Yi Baiming. Before she left, she said, I think it's very likely that we will meet again in the near future. I hope that when we meet again, we won't be enemies. She had already guessed that Yunxing and Yi Baiming had appeared here for the 7-leaf ginseng. The situation in the Sunset Wetlands was unclear. If they really fought over it, Blue definitely wouldn't let her guard down like today. As soon as Blue left, Yi Baiming's expression became serious. He was just about to reprimand Yunxing. Did this lass eat a leopard's guts? She actually entered a meditative state while competing with someone in terms of the power of her magical soul. If it was another magician, or if he wasn't present today, wouldn't that mean that Yunxing would very likely die? Thinking that Yunxing might die, Yi Baiming's heart couldn't help but palpitate. This kind of feeling of fear hadn't appeared for a long time after his mother's death. Such a man actually said that he was the retainer of that female magician. Zhou Qingchuan was also very surprised when he found out about Yi Baiming's identity. That was a retainer. Looking at the man's words, actions, and clothes, he definitely didn't come from an ordinary family. But he was willing to be a little girl's retainer. Zhou Qingchuan didn't expect that Yi Baiming was actually Yunxing's retainer. But he clearly noticed that Yi Baiming's gaze towards Yunxing was very unusual. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Yi Baiming had special feelings for Yunxing. He didn't know why, but after Zhou Qingchuan discovered this, he felt a little uncomfortable. Don't talk. After Yunxing got out of the state of meditation, she didn't seem to have recovered. Before Yi Baiming could open his mouth to scold her, she suddenly said, I seem to have realized something. I want to go into seclusion, immediately. I seem to have touched the threshold of ice magic. Yunxing even forgot to ask Yi Baiming why he suddenly made a move. She was completely unaware of how dangerous her situation was at that time. Yi Baiming couldn't help but smile. It turned out that Yunxing actually touched the trick of using ice magic during her meditation. She didn't say anything and immediately left the auction house. She didn't even have time to say goodbye to Zhou Qingchuan and hurried back to her residence. She needed to meditate immediately. If she succeeded, after this meditation, she should be able to comprehend ice magic. Secondary magic was different from the general nature magic. It was either a magician's innate magic mutation, or it had to rely on the acquired understanding. Yunxing, in the state of hibernation, was stimulated by the ice magic of Lan Meng. Zhou Qingchuan looked at Yunxing leaving without saying goodbye, and he was also a little surprised. He originally wanted to discuss with Yunxing. If possible, the auction house could exclusively handle the potion of the praise of the moon god from the little Ci Entong in the future. Yi Baiming was naturally very happy to see Yunxing ignore Zhou Qingchuan. His intuition as a man told him that this man, whose family background and appearance were very good, had a favorable impression of Xianxia. He decided that before this favorable impression of him developed, he would kill it in advance. The most direct way to kill it was to declare his ownership of it. After Xianxia returned to her residence, she almost couldn't wait to enter the state of meditation. The passage of day and night quietly passed in her meditation. When Xianxia woke up again, it was already 2 days and 2 nights later. In these 2 days and 2 nights, the situation in the Xianxia city had also changed. The 7-leaf purple ginseng was getting closer and closer to maturity. The fragrance it exuded made more magical beasts restless. The news that Zhou Quan and others inquired was that the purple ginseng in the Xianxia wetland would mature after a day and night at the latest. At this time, a large number of hunters had gathered in the Xianxia city. Apart from the local forces of Xianxia city and the hunters from all over the world, the most eye-catching forces were the following. Among them were 3 students from the magic elite camp. Among them, the female student named Blue was the strongest. She was a Grand Magus Saint, while the other 2 were above Master Magus. At this time, Xianxia had just finished her meditation. When she woke up, she let out a deep breath. She took out her magic scepter and chanted a spell. Immediately, a few snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Although it's only the most basic ice magic, it's still a breakthrough. Xianxia got up and left the room. When she came out of the room, she found that Zhou Quan was already waiting outside. "Young master, you've finally come out. We should also prepare to set off for the sunset wetlands." Zhou Quan had also heard that Xianxia was comprehending magic. During this period of time, after inquiring about the situation in the city, Zhou Quan found out how precious the sage ginseng was. Many of the hunters in the city had already entered the sunset wetlands. After all, there was only one 7-leaf sage ginseng. There were many hunters and magical beasts fighting over it. "Okay, let's set off immediately." Xianxia smiled. If Zhou Quan knew that there was a peak rank 9 eagle claw bat king that was close to the domain level within the sunset wetlands, Zhou Quan would probably not enter the wetlands even if he was beaten to death. Part of the reason why Xianxia had been able to go into seclusion to comprehend ice magic with a clear conscience was because she knew that as long as that magical beast at the peak of the 9th level was present, others would not be able to get close to the sage ginseng. Xianxia and Zhou Quan went to the main hall of the inn together. Xianxia, the crown prince, Yi Baiming, and Qi were all waiting there. Some people really don't know what's good for them. They don't even look at their own status, making so many people wait for them. Xianxia was really unlucky recently. Not only was her appearance disfigured, but the crown prince, Yi Bailian, had also developed a grudge against her because of the conflict she had with the people from the mainland's magic elite camp. Xianxia did not find fault with herself. Instead, she blamed everything on Xianxia. Right now, she only wanted to enter the sunset wetlands as soon as possible. After finding the sage ginseng there, her face would be restored to normal. Everyone is clear about the situation at the sunset wetlands. Not only are there all kinds of dangerous magical beasts living in the sunset wetlands, we also do not know what is in the innermost area. For everyone's safety, we have already killed the sage ginseng. We have already decided to hunt down the magical beasts in the periphery first. Everyone, do not advance rashly. Zhou Quan informed everyone of his plan. Xianxia was dissatisfied. If it were up to me, we should quickly kill the magical beasts and enter the core area. If we scout the outskirts, the sage ginseng might be taken away by someone. If she had to go back with this face, she would rather die. Zhou Quan could not help but raise his eyebrows. Along the way, he had found that although Xianxia was beautiful, she was arrogant and unruly. Compared to his deputy team leader, she was like the difference between heaven and earth. If it were not for the fact that this was their first mission, he really wanted to throw Xianxia out. "Listen up, my target is the sage ginseng. You are in charge of dealing with the magical beasts in the outer area. I will bring my royal sorcerers and summoners and immediately charge into the inner area." Crown Prince Yi Bailian had heard from the imperial doctor that a stalk of sage ginseng was more than enough to heal his Dharma soul. The rest would be refined into pills and presented to his father and mother. They would definitely be overjoyed. Recently, Yi Baiming had been in the limelight. After killing the blood cloud beast, his father's view of him had changed. Yi Balian was pleased. With Wu Xiong around, he could identify the magical beasts and avoid the dangerous ones. He could enter the sunset wetlands in the shortest time possible to collect the sage ginseng. As for these lowly hunters, it was nothing if a few of them died. At most, he would just give them some money to settle down after returning to Zhou State. Crown Prince Yi Balian's thoughts were all expressed on his face. Yunxing saw this and sneered in her heart. Zhou Quan had no choice but to make a compromise. He promised Yi Balian that the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps would hold back the magical beasts and protect Yi Balian and the others as they entered the depths of the Sunset Wetlands. The group left Sunset City in a grandiose manner and headed towards the Sunset Wetlands. When they entered the outer area of the Sunset Wetlands, Abandon and the others stopped. He opened his cloak and a green snake slithered out from under it. It hissed a few times towards the front. Little Green said that there is a miasma invisible to the naked eye ahead. Everyone needs to take the antidote before entering. Bringing Abandon was the right choice. The miasma around the Sunset Wetlands was different from other places. The miasma here was colorless and odorless. It was like mellow wine. When one first encountered it, one would not feel it. After entering, the deeper one went, the thicker the miasma became. After accumulating a certain amount of poison, it would unknowingly activate. But for someone like Abandon who was naturally sensitive to poison, even if it was colorless and odorless, he could immediately identify it with Little Green. After everyone took the antidote, they continued forward. As Yunxing had been to the Luoxia wetlands before, she was very familiar with the surrounding terrain. However, she did not walk at the front of the group. Instead, she slowly followed behind the group. She noticed that the magical beasts near the Luoxia wetlands seemed to be much fewer than before. Look, those people and magical beasts. When Zhou Quan and the rest got closer, they realized that there was a disgusting smell everywhere. There were corpses of magical beasts and hunters everywhere. The miasma in the wetlands was emitted. Those hunters who did not take the antidote and some low-level magical beasts all died on the way. Some of the corpses were cut open by the magical beasts that passed by. It was a horrifying sight. After walking through the outer wetlands, they did not see a single living person or beast. In order to prevent anyone from entering the Luoxia wetlands during this period, Yi Balian simply ordered the two mages beside him to set up a few magic arrays. As long as someone trespassed, the magic arrays would shoot out flames to attack. If there were no magical beasts like the puffed egg that could break any seal, normal people would not be able to enter at all. After setting up the magic arrays, everyone continued to walk forward. There were still no traces of people around. The entire Luoxia wetlands was like a graveyard. There was a sense of death everywhere. Crown Prince, there are traces of a magical beast ahead. Allow me to chase it away. Wu Xiong had not had a chance to show off all the way here. After he caught the scent of a magical beast, he immediately walked out impatiently. He raised his magic scepter and chanted. This was Yunxing's second time seeing a summoner summon a magical beast. The first time was the female summoner called Bing Ling from the Wanlong gambling house. However, compared to Bing Ling's glacier tiger, she did not know what Wu Xiong's summoned beast was. After a series of obscure chants, a plant appeared in Wu Xiong's summoning array. It was a plant with a special shape. Yunxing did not expect that Wu Xiong's summoned beast was not a magical beast. It was a plant-type summoned beast. At the side, Abandon and Yi Biming were also curious. There were very few summoners in the Great Zhou dynasty, and plant summoners were even rarer in the mainland. When Yunxing saw the magic beast, she thought of a carnivorous plant she had seen in a modern botanical garden, Nepenthes. Wu Xiong's magic herb was similar to a pitcher plant. It had a huge bag, and inside it was a corrosive liquid that could melt any plant or animal. As long as an enemy, especially a mosquito, invaded it, it would immediately devour it. Wu Xiong's man-eating flower had a similar effect. After it appeared, it released a kind of fragrance. If a human were to smell this fragrance, they would only feel that it was filled with the stench of blood, making them want to vomit after smelling it for a while. But to magical beasts, this special fragrance was like the best repellent. Yunxing smelled it and found that it was similar to the smell of modern insecticides. Sure enough, after Wu Xiong released the man-eating flower, even if it did not move, its smell quickly spread. Some of the magical beasts that had been lingering around immediately fled after smelling the smell, not daring to come close to Yunxing and the others. As for the eagle claw bat king that Yunxing had encountered in the core area of the wetland, it was still there. Thinking about it, that near-domain level magical beast was much smarter and more cunning. It must have known that the 9-leaf purple ginseng was about to ripen, so it guarded the purple ginseng tightly, unwilling to retreat easily. What Yunxing and the others did not know was that when they entered the core area, the magic arrays that had been set up around the periphery of the wetland were easily destroyed. The elite camp students had expected that the purple ginseng was about to ripen, so they killed their way into the middle area. Coincidentally, they also encountered the wave of magical beasts that had been driven out by Wu Xiong's man-eating plant. The few of them killed along the way, and soon, small mountains of corpses were piled up on the road. Under the effect of Wu Xiong's summoning plant, the group quickly cleared out the magical beasts in the periphery. But for some reason, Yunxing felt that something was wrong. Last time, when she entered the sunset wetland, there were clearly many magical beasts in the periphery. She carefully recalled the situation at that time, but when she entered today, she felt that the magical beasts in the vicinity had all disappeared. Could it be that there were more powerful people who entered the sunset wetland first? Unknowingly, the group walked to the core area of the wetland. In order to allow the crown prince and the others to pass more smoothly, Zhou Quan and the others split up to hunt magical beasts along the way. When they reached the core area, only Zhou Quan, 2 or 3 hunters, Yunxing, Abandon, and Yi Baiming were left in the Heaven Extermination hunting corps. This was also the result of Yunxing's intentional arrangement. She knew that the vicinity of the 9-leaf purple ginseng would be filled with danger, so she left some hunters with low cultivation to guard the periphery. The dizzying miasma slowly dissipated, and a fresh, dew-like fragrance assailed their nostrils. "Look, what's that over there?" Chen Lianer's eyes lit up. She saw a trace of purple in the depths of the wetland. That purple light attracted everyone's attention. 1 leaf, 2 leaves, 3 leaves. There were a total of 9 leaves. So it was actually the 9-leaf purple ginseng. Everyone was wild with joy. Everyone knew what a 9-leaf purple ginseng meant. It was a herb that was close to divine grade. At this moment, the ginseng flower on the purple ginseng's corolla had turned completely red from its previous orange-yellow color. From afar, the 9-leaf purple ginseng seemed to be shrouded in the morning glow. Discovering the temptation of the 9-leaf purple ginseng made everyone forget about the dangerous situation in front of them. Especially Chen Lianer and the crown prince. They couldn't wait any longer and activated their magic. They didn't care about the wetland in front of them as they prepared to pick the purple ginseng that was about to ripen. "Little wildcat, what's going on?" Yi Baiming noticed that Yunxing's face was abnormally pale. Yunxing, who had always been fearless, revealed such an expression. Yi Baiming couldn't help but become vigilant. Just as Yi Balian and the others jumped onto the wetland. Suddenly, they heard a strange bubbling sound. Bubbles began to appear one after another in the originally calm quagmire. Something came out of the bubbles. Mud bats came out of the mud one by one. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with bats. Along with the bats, there was also a bat king. The bat king had the head of a mouse, but its wings were like an owl's. It was covered in feathers. The most terrifying thing was its 2 legs. They didn't look like bat legs at all. They were clearly a pair of sharp eagle claws. Seeing the Bat King's legs, Wu Xiong let out a terrified cry. It was the rank 9 Eagle Claw Bat King. He never would have thought that he would find such a terrifying magical beast in this kind of place. "Run, this is the rank 9 Eagle Claw King. It's almost a domain-level magical beast. If we stay here, we will all die." Wu Xiong hurriedly tried to escape. "Hee, you stupid plant summoner. At least you have some knowledge and can recognize my treasure." A dry laugh was heard. Inside the swamp, bubbling sounds could be heard again. The mud gradually solidified together, forming a human figure. An old man with a face even more haggard than the bark of an old tree appeared in front of everyone. When they saw the summoning ring on his hand, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was a holy beast summoner who could control high-level magical beasts and even domain-level magical beasts. They didn't expect that there would be a summoner hidden in the Luoxia wetland. At this moment, even the stupidest Yi Balian already knew that they were ambushed. You are. Your Excellency, please spare me. I am a branch of the Wu family of Pulai State. Please let me go for the sake of the Wu family. Wu Xiong was trembling with fear. You killed so many magical beasts along the way. Those were all food for my family, sweetheart. Since you killed them, then you will be its new food. The first one to be eaten is you, stupid descendant of the Wu family. Who knew that the Eagle Claw King had no intention of letting him go? The Eagle Claw King smelled the summoner in the crowd and only heard a squeak. It was like a golden lightning. In just a moment, its claws grabbed Wu Xiong's head. Those small eagle claw bats swarmed and rushed towards the man-eating plant. Wu Xiong's whole body was grabbed by the eagle claw bats. With a snap, his head was immediately separated from his body. His pitiful appearance made everyone present not dare to move. The summoner's strength was really terrifying, especially the power of his summoned beast, which was already at the peak of the 9th rank. Which one of you is the Crown Prince of Zhou State? This old man was entrusted by someone to refine the purple ginseng golden pill in exchange for the life of the Crown Prince of Zhou State. The old summoner's eyes looked back and forth among the remaining people. Finally, his eyes fell on Yi Baiming. In any case, the other party was a crown prince. His temperament and appearance were bound to be first class. Among the crowd, Yi Baiming's temperament and appearance were the most outstanding. The old summoner thought he was smart and stared at Yi Baiming. He grinned and laughed dryly. You are the Crown Prince of Zhou State? This question made Yi Balian so angry that he almost fainted. But he couldn't deny it. The old summoner was obviously hired by someone to kill him. If he admitted it, the old summoner would kill him without hesitation. Yi Baiming glanced at the silent Yi Balian. The corners of his lips curled up in disdain. Elder, we have no enmity between us. Why did you set such a trap for us? Yi Baiming could already tell that the entire so-called sage ginseng was nothing more than a carefully planned trap. What's the point of a dead man knowing so much? Die. The summoner waved his hand, and the eagle claw bat immediately turned its target to Yi Baiming. Wait. Just as the summoner was about to attack, Yunxing suddenly shouted, he is not the Crown Prince of Zhou State. When Yi Baiming heard this, he looked at Yunxing. He didn't expect that Yunxing would speak up to protect him. When the old summoner heard that Yi Baiming wasn't the Crown Prince of Zhou State, he immediately stopped. Although he couldn't distinguish between right and wrong, he understood one principle: to kill when necessary. Since the summoner wanted him to kill the Crown Prince of Zhou State, then he would only kill the Crown Prince of Zhou State. Yi Balian almost fainted. In fact, he couldn't wait for the old summoner to kill Yi Baiming indiscriminately. After all, Yi Baiming's reputation in Zhou State was far greater than his. Killing him was equivalent to eliminating all future troubles, and he could take the opportunity to escape this disaster. Who knew that this damned female sorcerer would expose him? Elder, haven't you heard that the Crown Prince of Zhou State is an idiot? Furthermore, he's ugly and doesn't have a good reputation in the mainland. Look at him. No matter what, he's still considered a talent. How can he be the Crown Prince of Zhou State? Furthermore, which country's crown prince would lower himself to personally come to such a place to pick herbs? Yunxing also noticed that although this old summoner wasn't young, he didn't seem to know much about worldly affairs. Sure enough, after hearing Yunxing's words, the other party also felt that something was wrong. The person who entrusted him to kill the Crown Prince of Zhou State had a very honorable status. He also wasn't willing to enter a place like the Luoxia wetlands. Little girl, then tell me, where is the real Crown Prince of Zhou State? The old summoner looked at Yunxing and saw that she was only an archmagus. Then, he looked at her innocent face and didn't think that she would lie. However, this old summoner was gravely mistaken. As the saying went, a dog that bites is not fierce. Under Yunxing's harmless lowly appearance, she hid the evil heart of a poisonous witch. He's hiding in a very secluded place. Elder, if you trust me, I can take you to find him, Yunxing said vividly. When Yi Biming heard that Yunxing wanted to personally take the old summoner to find some imaginary crown prince of Zhou state, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Trust me. Yunxing winked at him and abandoned. At the same time, Yunxing couldn't help but secretly touch the summoning hand hidden in her chest. Whether it was the other party's magic cultivation or summoning skills, he was far above her. If she wanted to successfully deceive him, she could only give it her all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have any chance of survival. The old summoner muttered to himself for a moment. Without hesitation, he followed Yunxing forward. Wait, if we leave and that sage ginseng matures, what will we do? You treacherous little girl, this old man almost fell for your trick. The old summoner suddenly became angry. This time, he came for the sage ginseng and almost fell for Yunxing's diversionary tactic. Elder, you don't have to worry too much. Look at the sage ginseng's flowers. Although the flowers are already red, the top layer of the flowers isn't red yet. I'm a pharmacist, I can guarantee that the sage ginseng won't mature in 2 hours. Yunxing said with certainty, 2 hours is enough for you to capture the cowardly crown prince of Zhou state. Then you can pick the herbs and use that coward's corpse as fertilizer. Yi Balian was so angry that he almost vomited blood again. This period of time could be considered the most sullen period of his life. He didn't have any good days. He was humiliated by the people of the everlasting Chamber of Commerce. Because he wanted to save his life, he was repeatedly humiliated by Yunxing. Yunxing, you little b*tch. As long as he returns to Zhou state, he definitely won't let her off. Yi Biming saw Yi Balian's sinister gaze and a murderous intent flashed through his eyes. Yi Biming also sighed inwardly at Yunxing's psychological strength. In this world, perhaps only Yunxing could make her enemy vomit blood and anger in such a critical situation. Little wildcat, the longer you know her, the more surprises you have. The old summoner was suspicious for a long time, but he still believed Yunxing's words. He also expected that a little girl in her teens wouldn't be able to do anything big. Yunxing led the old summoner in the northwest direction. Thanks to Fei Fan, Origin Sin, and Bad Fur for their tips. My results have been pretty bad recently and I'm going to be frozen. I haven't asked for a subscription since I went up. I only hope that some people will be magnanimous and delay it for 2 days. Seeing that their deputy commander had been taken away, the hunters, including Zhou Quan, all expressed that they wanted to track down Yunxing. Are you all rebelling? Who will protect me if all of you leave? Yi Balian was furious when he saw this. Yi Balian was already scared to death. However, seeing that the 9-leaf purple ginseng was about to ripen, he was unwilling to leave. He was also worried that the old summoner had other helpers. He was also afraid that the eccentric old summoner would return and take his life. His Dharma soul had been destroyed, so he was no different from a useless person. Is there a crown prince here? Why didn't anyone admit that they were the crown prince of Zhou state? Brothers, let's go. The deputy commander's safety is more important, Zhou Quan and the rest said disdainfully and turned to leave. Yi Biming snorted coldly and was about to leave too. Yi Biming, if you dare to leave, I'll never know where your mother is buried. Yi Balian had just finished speaking when he heard Yi Biming's words. Yi Biming's expression changed abruptly. He suddenly turned around. His expression was terrifyingly gloomy. The cold light emitted from his gray eyes made people feel as if they were frozen. Yi Biming approached Yi Biming step by step. If there was anything in the entire imperial family that Yi Biming was concerned about, it would be his mother's coffin. Back then, after his mother died, the whereabouts of the coffin had been unknown. All these years, Yi Biming had been trying his best to find his mother's coffin. However, there were no clues at all. The Emperor of Zhou state was also unwilling to mention this matter. Yi Biming obviously knew about Yi Biming's weakness. Yi Biming suddenly grabbed Yi Balian's collar. He was like a crazed cheetah. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yi Balian was choked to the point that he could not breathe. Just as he thought that Yi Biming was about to strangle him to death, the latter suddenly pulled his hand away. Yi Biming panted heavily. At this moment, he only felt that Yi Biming was a god of death. Remember, this is the last time you use my mother's coffin to threaten me. If you don't tell me the exact location of the coffin this time, then next time, I will definitely do the same thing as the eagle claw bat did to your subordinate. I will separate your head from your body, Yi Biming said word by word. He turned around and glanced at Abandon. That little snake of yours should be able to find Yunxing's whereabouts. Yi Biming's heart was filled with pain as he entrusted the wildcat's life to another man. However, he had no other choice. His mother's coffin was related to his secret, so he had to find it. Moreover, he saw the little wildcat wink at him and Abandon when she left. Every time Yunxing was plotting something, she always had that expression on her face. This time, it should be no exception. Abandon walked towards the northwest without a word. In Luoxia City, inside the city lord's residence, the Dark Prince and Luoxia City Lord were waiting for a reply from the Luoxia wetlands. The Dark Prince was still the same as before, wearing a cool expression. Your Highness Dark Prince, isn't it worth it to exchange a 9-leaf purple ginseng for Zhou State's Crown Prince's life? The Luoxia City Lord's expression still carried some reluctance. That was a 6-leaf purple ginseng. In the past 50 years, it had only appeared once in Luoxia City. However, the Dark Prince gave the purple ginseng to that summoner as a reward. It's just a purple ginseng. Since the Luoxia wetlands is suitable for growing this herb, I believe that in a few decades, another purple ginseng will appear in the wetlands. Moreover, I heard that it's not just Zhou State's Crown Prince who came this time. Even Zhou State's Lord Biming came. Zhou State's Emperor only had 2 sons. If he suddenly lost 2 princes in later Qin, what would the future of Zhou State be like? The Dark Prince didn't feel any heartache for the purple ginseng. Previously, he arranged to kill the other party's hunters in Daoi Mountain Guard City. It was only a precedent. Later Qin's national strength had been growing day by day in recent years. Back then, Zhou State's Marshal Saint Yunba was so powerful that later Qin had no choice but to retreat. In the Dark Prince's opinion, annexing Zhou State was only a matter of time. This time, if he could successfully kill Zhou State's Crown Prince and Lord, Zhou State would definitely fall into chaos. Then, spending a purple ginseng would be worth it. However, if the Dark Prince knew that the purple ginseng in the Luoxia wetlands was a god-tier herb that was about to evolve, his attitude might not be so relaxed. Half a day had already passed. With the speed of Zhou State's group, they must have already entered the trap. The Dark Prince was already impatient to know the result. At this very moment, northwest of the Luoxia wetlands. Little girl, where exactly is that Zhou State's Crown Prince? He's already been gone for 15 minutes. After walking with Yunxing, the old summoner still didn't see any Zhou State's Crown Prince. Then, he looked at the direction Yunxing was walking and couldn't help but become suspicious. We're almost there, senior. Haste makes waste. Yunxing walked unhurriedly. Don't think of playing any tricks. My Eagle Claw Bat King has very sharp eyes. If it sees you doing anything, you'll end up like that summoner just now. I don't want to twist your little head off as well. The old summoner was on guard. I know. Hey, senior, look at what's in front of us. Yunxing walked to the front and a swamp appeared in front of them. She glanced at him and suddenly shouted loudly. Almost at the same time, the sky suddenly darkened. What a cunning little girl. You actually dare to play tricks in front of me. The old summoner flew into a rage out of humiliation. Just as he was about to order his summoned beast to catch Yunxing, the sky suddenly darkened. The Eagle Claw Bat immediately became alert. Immediately after, a strong pressure surged out. The surroundings were inexplicably dark. When the pressure came, the Eagle Claw Bat on the old summoner's body let out a cry of fear. The dignified 9th rank Eagle Claw Bat actually fell upside down from the old summoner's shoulder under that pressure. Who is it? Which expert senior is it? The old summoner, who was originally full of confidence, broke out in cold sweat when he felt that pressure. According to his summoned beast's reaction, he was sure that there was a summoner who was stronger than him hiding in the surroundings. Stronger than a holy beast summoner. Was that a bishop summoner or not? No, it seemed to be even stronger. It was Emperor Zhao. In a place like this, they actually encountered a master at the level of Emperor Zhao. The old summoner had already thrown Yunxing to the back of his mind. He knelt on the ground with a thud and kowtowed incessantly toward a certain direction in the darkness. Which summoning king is it? If this lowly one has offended you, please forgive me. He was completely unaware that the so-called pressure was just the pressure released by Yunxing using the summoning hand. Reckless guy, how dare you make things difficult for my disciple? Afraid that her disguise would be seen through, Yunxing had no choice but to use Xiao swallowing the sky combat skill to disguise herself as that hidden expert. She deliberately used a hoarse and deep voice. So that little girl. Oh, no, that lord is your disciple. I was too ignorant to recognize you. Please forgive me, the Emperor Zhao. After realizing that the other party might be a master at the same level as Emperor Zhao, the Holy Beast Summoner didn't dare to move anymore. The Holy Beast Summoner was one of the top existences on the mainland. In the mainland, the number of Holy Beast Summoners was less than 1,000. But who was this master at the same level as Emperor Zhao in front of him? The old summoner's dry forehead was already covered in a large amount of cold sweat. He looked at his eagle claw bat that was so scared that it didn't have the demeanor of a king anymore. He knelt down on the ground and thought about the few old monsters at the same level as Emperor Zhao on the mainland. He didn't know who the one in front of him was. What's your name? That little girl is my disciple. If you dare to bully her, you are disrespecting me. Yunxing hid in the darkness and quietly changed her voice. Once the mysterious power of the summoned demon hand came out, the holy mage was scared to death. Yunxing didn't dare to stay for long. She could feel that the magic in her body was rapidly being devoured by the summoned demon hand. I am Zhongyi, a holy beast master from the Punlai state. The holy beast master had already thought of several possible candidates in his mind. Except for the Emperor Zhao in red of the Zhao state, the other masters at the same level as Emperor Zhao on the mainland had disappeared for many years. How could they appear here so easily? Zhongyi was suspicious. Could it be that this Emperor Zhao was a fake? He was suspicious and looked at the source of the voice in the darkness. He didn't see any summoned beasts protecting the master at the same level as Emperor Zhao. Zhongyi was even more suspicious. In the dark, if he quietly probed, he would be able to prove Emperor Zhao's true identity. He quietly ordered the eagle claw bat to take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Yunxing's eyes shone brightly. She saw the old summoner raise his head. His words and actions were somewhat suspicious. The eagle claw bat also flapped its wings, preparing to fly over. She wanted to test her. Yunxing smiled coldly and immediately gave an order to the 1,000-legged ant king in the exquisite beast tower. Suddenly, Zhongyi's summoned beast pounced on Yunxing. Yunxing immediately used Earthmeld and moved more than 10 meters away. The eagle claw bat missed its target, so it immediately retracted its wings and prepared to attack again. Yunxing waved her hands and a summoning array appeared beside her. Only a series of strange buzzing sounds could be heard. A group of beast ants flew out from the summoning array. Zhongyi was shocked. It was a group of ferocious beast ants. One of the ant generals looked very ferocious. It bit onto the eagle claw bat's legs tightly and ordered the ant soldiers to attack. The eagle claw bat had thick skin and was not afraid of ordinary mosquito bites. However, when faced with a domain realm master, it couldn't withstand the attacks of a domain realm master. The ants crazily chewed on the eagle claw bat's flesh. The summoned beast and the summoner were telepathic. The eagle claw bat was entangled by the beast ants. Zhongyi also felt a wave of itchiness and pain on his body. This feeling was truly unbearable. Especially when Zhongyi was just a summoner. He was old and had a strange temper. He relied on his level 9 eagle claw bat and didn't have any subordinates. However, today, he met Yunxing who had the ability to summon demons. He was unlucky. He deserved to die in the hands of Yunxing. The eagle claw bat king was surrounded by countless beast ants. It was in great pain. It had no choice but to use its bat wings to beat the beast ants on its body. The bat wings beat its body until it was covered in blood. The beast ants smelled the scent of blood and desperately chewed on the eagle claw bat's flesh. As a result, Zhongyi was in more pain. The summoned beast and the summoner were tortured to the point where they wanted to die. The Honorable the Emperor Zhao, please be merciful. I know my mistake. I won't dare to do it again. As long as you forgive me, my summoned beast and I will be loyal to you for life. Zhongyi had lived for 60 to 70 years. He had never been in such a difficult situation. He would rather die than live now. The beast ants were really scary. Under the command of the centipede ant general, they drank fresh blood and chewed on good meat. He was just an old skeleton. How could he withstand such torture? Zhongyi was on the verge of death. Yunxing's magical power was almost depleted by the demon hand. She knew it was time to reel in the net. She didn't have the intention to kill this saint summoner. This person was just right for her to use. Yunxing pretended to be angry. Reckless scoundrel. You want to compare the light of a firefly to the stars? I don't want to be entangled with you. You will follow my little disciple from now on. Treat her words as my words. If you disobey, Izant King will not let you off easily. In order to prevent you from changing your mind, swear on your soul that you will be loyal to me forever. Yes, sir. I will definitely follow your orders. Zhongyi was very lucky. He didn't dare to doubt Yunxing's identity anymore. He kept knocking his head on the ground. Swearing on the soul was the most important oath for summoners and mages. If the oath was broken, the soul would break and they would die. After Zhongyi made the oath, the darkness in the sky gradually disappeared. The surroundings were restored to light. Zhongyi felt that the beast ants on his body had all disappeared. There was no sign of the thousand-legged ant king. He only saw the female mage who was looking at him with a funny face. Looking around, the mysterious Emperor Zhao had already disappeared. He was indeed a strong man at the level of the Emperor Zhao. He came and went without a trace. Little master, why didn't you say earlier that you have a master at the level of the Emperor Zhao? Zhongyi was frightened, but he was complaining in his heart. It was really a sin. How could he provoke such a little devil? Zhongyi was also a saint summoner with a little fame in Punlai. Now he had to call a little girl less than 10 years old little master. How could he survive in the mainland in the future? Well, it was better to be laughed at than to be killed by the Emperor Zhao. Thinking of the scene of being bitten by the beast ants just now, Zhongyi felt a burst of palpitations just thinking about it. Zhongyi, right? You remember what my master said just now. Looking at Zhongyi kneeling on the side like a pug, Yunxing felt funny in her heart. The two-man show just now really wasted a lot of her thoughts. Fortunately, she was not seen through. Now she had such a powerful subordinate. It was a big gain for her. Just give me your orders. In the future, if you say east, Zhongyi will never go west. Zhongyi was depressed. He regretted it so much that his intestines were turning green. It seemed that he would definitely be a slave in the future. Treat the wounds on you and your magical beast. Yunxing threw over 2 bottles of meditation water and hemostatic medicine. Zhongyi drank the meditation water and smeared some hemostatic medicine on his summoned beast. As soon as he used the potion, Zhongwei felt that his mana was quickly recovering. The hemostatic potion was also very useful. Just by applying it, he and the eagle claw bat's blood stopped flowing. My lady, your medicine is really effective. Zhongyi was a sorcerer and had consumed many meditation water before, but he had never encountered such a miraculously effective medicine. I refined it myself. I am a devil apothecary, and also a doctor. If you follow me in the future, I won't mistreat you. Tell me, who asked you to kill the Crown Prince of Zhou State? Yunxing vaguely guessed the identity of the mastermind, but she still needed further confirmation. It's the Dark Crown Prince of Later Qin. He got someone to contact me a while ago and said that the 7-leaf sage ginseng appeared in the Luoxia wetlands. The Crown Prince of Zhou State will bring people over to cook. The Dark Crown Prince promised me that as long as I kill the Crown Prince of Zhou State, he can ask the palace's pharmacist to help me refine the sage ginseng golden pill. Since Zhongyi swore loyalty to Yunxing, he naturally didn't dare to hide anything. Although Zhongyi's temper was a bit strange, he was someone who kept his word. The reason why Zhongyi needed the sage ginseng golden pill was that he suffered some internal injuries when he advanced to the holy summoner rank. In addition, Zhongyi was getting older and his physical strength was deteriorating year by year. He heard that the sage ginseng golden pill could extend a person's life by at least 50 years, so he had been searching everywhere for the sage ginseng. This time, after he found the whereabouts of the sage ginseng, it was a pity that he didn't know how to refine pills. Since the Dark Crown Prince promised to refine pills for him, he naturally agreed. In any case, this old man had been alone for many years and didn't have any family or friends. What Crown Prince of Zhou State? What Dark Crown Prince? He simply didn't care about the competition between these countries. So the lowly life of the Crown Prince of Zhou State is only worth one sage ginseng golden pill. Don't worry, since you're following me, I won't treat you unfairly. I can also refine a mere sage herb myriad gold pill. Ever since Xianxia refined the high-grade tribute of the moon god, her alchemy skills had improved by another level. She also had the assistance of magic, so the grade of the pills she refined was much higher than ordinary pills. Zhongzai was an honest person. He didn't care whether it was a 9-leaf sage herb or a 7-leaf sage herb. In his eyes, it was just a medicinal herb. As long as he could pluck that sage ginseng, he would definitely be able to refine the sage ginseng myriad golden pill. Seeing that Yunxing was so confident, Zhongyi was overjoyed. But before that, you need to do something for me, Yunxing whispered into the Zhongyi's ear. After the latter heard this, he was dumbfounded. Wasn't this scheme a little too vicious? The little girl in front of him looked young, but her mind was really vicious. Okay, I'll do it now. I guarantee that little master will be satisfied. Without another word, Zhongyi summoned his eagle claw bat and flew in the direction they came from. Yunxing used a large amount of magic to summon the demon hand. She rested on the spot for a moment and calculated that the 9-leaf sage herb should have ripened by now. She used a transformation spell and walked towards the place where she found the sage herb. Why isn't it ripened yet? Yi Balian and the others were anxiously waiting for the sage herb to ripen. Yi Baiming, on the other hand, was a little distracted. After Yunxing lured the Saint Summoner away, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure brought by the Saint Beast Summoner was too great. You're still worried about that little girl Yunxing? Humph, I'm afraid she's already been eaten alive by the Saint Beast Summoner. Chen Lianer saw that Yi Baiming was staring in the direction that Yunxing left and her heart was overflowing with jealousy. She didn't understand why Yi Baiming would look at Yunxing so differently. If he had treated her as well as he treated that little girl in the past, she wouldn't have turned to Crown Prince Yi Balian. If she dies, you all have to pay with your lives for her. Yi Baiming's gray eyes flashed with a trace of haze. Yi Baiming was a little worried that Yi Baiming hadn't returned after leaving to find Yunxing. He already regretted letting Yunxing leave alone with the Saint Beast Summoner. The other party had a strange temper. If he knew that Yunxing was lying to him, who knew what he would do? Yi Baiming, the 9-leaf purple ginseng is about to ripen. Hurry and pick it for this crown prince. The 9-leaf purple ginseng's corolla was turning from orange to red. Without the Saint Beast Summoner's deterrence, the Saint Beast living in the Sunset Wetlands all became restless. In the wetland swamp, several 2-meter-long Earth Ridge crocodiles opened their greedy mouths. Several vultures perched on the withered branches to the side, letting out hair-raising cries. Yi Baiming glanced at the wetlands and suddenly jumped up. His body emitted a biting cold qi, causing the nearby Saint Beast to retreat. Just as Yi Baiming was about to snatch the 9-leaf purple ginseng, from the side of the wetlands, 3 figures suddenly appeared. Several high-level magic shot towards Yi Baiming. It's the elite camp of the continent. Yi Baiming's gray eyes moved and his figure flashed in midair. Yi Balian's subordinates also took the opportunity to move. In the midst of the chaos, a burst of laughter came from the sky. Good lad, you're the Crown Prince of Zhou State, right? Let's see where you can escape to this time. The Saint Summoner's Zhong personality, who had left and returned, descended from the sky. He grabbed the eagle claw bat's sharp claw with one hand and picked up the lone Yi Balian. Yi Balian had been sick for a long time and was already weak and powerless. Facing the Zhong personality, he didn't have any strength to fight back. After being picked up by the Zhong personality, he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The 2 mages beside him and the shadow guards who were hiding at the side were all dumbfounded. Before they could react, they heard the Zhongyi roar and soar into the air. If you want to find your crown prince, go to the Sunset City Lord's residence and find the crown prince of later Qin. After saying that, he took away the crown prince of Zhou State, who was already pale with fright. The sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. But everyone clearly heard what the Zhong personality said. The crown prince of later Qin, everyone immediately understood. No wonder a saint beast summoner would appear in such a place. It turned out that the kidnapping and assassination were all done by the crown prince of later Qin. What a sinister crown prince. After losing their crown prince, the group of guards and magicians couldn't care less about the 9-leaf purple ginseng that was about to ripen. They all immediately chased after the figure in the sky who had already turned into a black dot and rushed towards Sunset City. Xianxia glanced at Ji Biming and recalled his cowardly appearance just now. She gritted her teeth and stayed inside the Luoxia city lord's mansion. Later Qin's crown prince, dark prince, and Luoxia city lord were drinking and chatting merrily, waiting for Zhongyi's good news. Dark prince. You've caused me so much trouble. Zhongyi's angry voice echoed in the sky above Luoxia city. His voice rumbled and instantly spread throughout Luoxia city. Many martial artists and mages in the city heard his voice. Even Zhou Qingchuan of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce came out. 100 meters in the sky, Zhongyi was holding Zhou State's crown prince, Yi Balian, who looked like a chick. The dark prince, who rushed to the city wall, had a change in expression. What was going on with Zhongyi? Didn't they agree to let him kill Zhou State's crown prince? Why did he bring him here? This time, the whole city knew about it. Senior Zhongyi, what is the meaning of this? The dark prince's face was gloomy. What was this old man doing? He asked him to kill Zhou State's crown prince. Why did he bring people here? His assassination of the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty had always been a secret. Now that Zhongyi had exposed it, he could neither kill nor spare the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty. This completely disrupted his plans. What do I mean? I should be the one asking you that. Let me ask you. You told me that Zhou State's royal family is a bunch of idiots and that there are no experts. You said that killing Zhou State's crown prince is as easy as plucking a carrot? Screw that carrot and onion, I almost fell for your trick. Zhongyi came to find trouble with the dark prince under Yunxing's instructions. But the more he spoke, the angrier he got. He was used to being a carefree man all his life. It was all because of this damned dark prince that he became someone else's subordinate. Although it wasn't a bad thing, at least he had a master above him. He wouldn't have any freedom in the future. Senior Zhongyi, you must have misunderstood something. The dark prince wished he could sew Zhongyi's mouth shut. But he knew Zhongyi's temper and ability. If he really pissed him off, he wouldn't be afraid even if the heavenly emperor came. Misunderstood? Misunderstood 18 generations of your ancestors. Heh, you call that not having any experts? Do you know that the magician beside him is the disciple of a summoner at the level of Emperor Zhao? This old man is so unlucky. Just when I'm about to die, I actually offended a summoner at the level of Emperor Zhao. I'm cutting my own throat. Do I not want to live anymore? You call this a misunderstanding? Zhongyi spat in the air. The dark prince and the others on the city wall hurriedly dodged, but their faces were still stained with saliva. The apprentice of a summoner at the level of Emperor Zhao, since when did Zhou State have such a person? How could there be so many disciples of Emperor Zhao in this world? He knew of one. While the dark prince was thinking, a small face suddenly popped up in his mind. It was her. The hidden crown prince was so angry that the roots of his teeth turned sour. It was that damned lass, Daoi Mountain City, that little lass called Yan Yun. Ever since the hidden crown prince suffered a loss at Yunxing's hands at Daoi Mountain's Hunter Citadel in Zhou State, he had been dreaming of Yunxing's face for a long time. That tormenting little vixen, the hidden crown prince swore that if he met Yunxing again, he would definitely let that lass know how powerful he was. It was rumored that during the beast tide at Daoi Mountain, a summoner at the level of Emperor Zhao had appeared. And that summoner's disciple was announced to be Yan Yun. After falling into the hands of the same person twice in a row, one could imagine how the hidden crown prince was feeling right now. Why are you feeling guilty? You can't say anything, right? You still don't want to admit that you plotted against this old man. Zhongyi snorted twice. He suddenly withdrew his hand and threw Yi Balian down from the high ground without any warning. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the incomparably noble crown prince of Zhou State was thrown down by Zhongyi like a piece of trash. With a few cracking sounds, Yi Balian, who had a useless physique as a sorcerer, felt a sharp pain all over his body. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. What was worse was that Yi Balian was also scared out of his wits just now. After being thrown down like this, he actually lost control of his bladder and directly peed. Seeing the dignified crown prince of Zhou state in such a state, the citizens of Luoxia city all pointed and gesticulated as they discussed animatedly. Fine, you plotted against this old man. This old man is a magnanimous person who doesn't hold a grudge against a petty person. You wanted me to kill the crown prince of Zhou state, so I brought him to you. Since I kept my promise, you should also keep yours and hand over the 6-leaf purple ginseng that this old man wants. Zhongyi glared and put on the face of an old scoundrel. What? He had seen scoundrels before, but he had never seen such a scoundrel. He had already told Zhongyi that there was a 6-leaf purple ginseng in the Luoxia wetlands and even the specific location. Who knew if he had already collected the purple ginseng? When the hidden crown prince de Guxiu heard this, anger rushed to his chest. At this moment, he had really become the hidden crown prince in name and in reality. His face was already as black as the bottom of a pot. Crown prince, don't say any more. The crown prince of Zhou state doesn't look right. Zhongyi handed the crown prince of Zhou state to us in front of everyone in the city. There might be secret agents from Zhou state in the city. If we can't save him, others will really misunderstand that we are plotting to kill the crown prince of Zhou state. At that time, when Zhou state comes to denounce us, we will be in the wrong. The city lord of Luoxia city also didn't expect that his originally ingenious plan to kill someone with a borrowed knife would be disrupted by Zhongyi, causing everything to change. In the Luoxia city lord's residence, there was still a 6-leaf purple ginseng that was obtained in the early years. In order to shut Zhongyi's mouth and prevent him from pestering endlessly and making things even more unmanageable, the city lord could only take out the remaining 6-leaf purple ginseng and persuade Zhongyi to leave. The hidden crown prince then ordered people to carry the crown prince of Zhou state back to the city lord's residence. He ordered people to carefully check his condition. After this check, he discovered that many of Yi Balian's bones were broken, and his Dharma soul was also more or less shattered. He had become a cripple. The hidden crown prince could only order people to use medicine to keep Yi Balian's life. He also ordered people to search for Yi Balian's subordinates. After everything was arranged, the hidden crown prince thought of the girl that he hated and couldn't forget. Alright, since you came to the later Qin, don't think about leaving. Remember, if you find a female sorcerer in the crown prince of Zhou state's team, no matter what method you use, you must bring her back. They received the order and were about to leave when they suddenly heard the hidden crown prince say, remember, don't hurt her. This crown prince will take care of her personally. Damn Yinsheng, since you came to the territory of the later Qin, this crown prince naturally has to treat you well. Looking at the Luoxia wetland again, Yi Baiming, Chen Lianer, and the sorcerers from the elite camp were facing each other. Thank you Lan Lan, the burnt fur, and Beiyu's reward it's you. Lan immediately recognized Yi Baiming as she brought 2 magicians with her. So you guys came for the sage ginseng as well. Yi Baiming narrowed his eyes. The 3 of them were very strong. He only had Chen Lianer by his side. In terms of strength, he was no match for the 3 of them. We originally didn't plan to steal this sage ginseng, but just now the 3 of us discovered a purple auspicious aura in the sky above the wetlands. That's why we went in to take a look. Azura and the others didn't know that there was a sage ginseng in the Luoxia wetlands. However, the purple auspicious aura in the sky indicated that there must be a treasure or a god-level herb in the area. Although the continent's magic elite camp was the top existence in the continent, if a god-level herb appeared, they would definitely fight for it. According to the rules of the elite camp, if they brought back a god-level herb, it was very likely that they would be given a chance to enter the esoteric magic field. Azura definitely wouldn't give up such an opportunity. You're no match for me. If that female magician was here that day, maybe you guys would have a chance. What a pity. Azura glanced at Chen Lianer. Yi Baiming's strength was hard to estimate, but he had a pig-like companion. On the other hand, the 3 of them were all members of the continent's magic elite camp. The 3 of them cooperated well during their daily training. Even if they met an opponent twice as strong as them, they would still be able to maintain an undefeated position. Unless Yi Baiming's strength reached the level of a sky magician or a martial marquis. However, he was too young. At his age, it was impossible for him to reach that level of cultivation. What did you say? You think I'm no match for Xianxia? What's so great about her? We're both great magicians. Xianxia immediately exploded. What was there that she couldn't compare to Xianxia? In terms of appearance and cultivation, she had studied at the Royal Magic Academy for many years. How could she be inferior to a newly promoted Xianxia? You don't deserve to fight with me. Azura's eyes suddenly turned sharp, and the magic scepter in her hand emitted a blinding light. Xianxia couldn't resist at all and was sent flying by the light. You guys keep him busy, I'll go pick the sage ginseng. Sage ginseng could not only be used to refine medicine, but also to refine magic medicine. Indigo quickly chanted, and with a flash of her body technique, she appeared above the swamp as if she was walking on flat ground. The two mages beside her immediately started chanting. Seal. The mage who was proficient in sealing magic quickly chanted at Yi Baiming. His advanced sealing spell could not only temporarily seal the enemy's magic incantation, but it could also freeze the martial artist's movements. However, Yi Baiming was no ordinary warrior. His strength was even above Qingbai's and Bu Jiuxiao's. It was unknown what technique Yi Baiming used, but he left behind a series of afterimages as he dodged the magic attack. His two fists blasted out, and the two magicians felt as if they had been punched in the chest as they were sent flying. Wind incantation, wind bind. Yi Baiming chanted, and a light green wind element wrapped around Indigo. You're actually a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. Indigo had already seen that Yi Baiming was no ordinary martial artist. However, Indigo was already prepared. She tapped the magic scepter in her hand on the swamp, and a water-type magic element quickly seeped into the originally solid ground, causing the entire ground to become muddy. Yi Baiming's body sank down. He did not hesitate at all. A cold aura spread out from under his feet. The originally muddy swamp immediately turned into a frozen ground. Good, you're actually a multi-elemental mage. Indigo became more and more courageous as she fought. She leaped up, and the magic soul stone on the magic scepter in her hand shone with a terrifying light. The two of them fought like this for a few rounds, and for a while, there was no clear winner. This person's magic cultivation was actually so powerful. Indigo was considered one of the top experts in the continent's elite magic camp, but she didn't have much of an advantage over Yi Baiming. This made her very surprised. Could it be that this dual cultivator of magic and martial arts had also reached the level of a holy mage? Indigo couldn't help but laugh at her own thoughts. Impossible, if he really had such talent, then why hadn't he been selected to enter the elite magic camp? That was where the true geniuses should gather. On the other side, the 9-leaf sage ginseng was already emitting an intoxicating fragrance. The two mages from the continent's elite magic camp, who were originally entangled with Yi Baiming, were already unable to deal with the surrounding magical beasts that were almost going crazy from the aroma. Scram! Yi Baiming was the closest to the sage ginseng, and at this moment, several level 6 and 7 magical beasts pounced over. Indigo took the opportunity to rush forward, and was about to snatch the sage ginseng. Pop pop, ugly woman, the sage ginseng is our master. Just as Indigo's hand was about to touch the sage ginseng, a strong repulsive force came from behind her. Indigo thought that it was a sneak attack, and with a wave of the magic scepter in her hand, she launched a magic attack at the attacker. An egg? When Indigo saw the attacker, she was shocked. What did she see? An egg with wings. Yi Baiming also saw the puffed egg. He was overjoyed. The puffed egg's appearance was too unique. He remembered very clearly that it was Xianxia's unique summoned beast. What was even more surprising was that the egg's movements were surprisingly agile. It quickly dodged a few times in the air, and avoided the magic attack that Indigo was so proud of. How was this possible? That was a magic attack that she had never missed before. Indigo hesitated for a moment, and it was this fatal moment of hesitation that allowed the puffed egg to give Indigo 1,000 kilograms fall without hesitation. Indigo only felt a strange force coming at her, as if there was 1,000 kilograms pressing down on her. Her feet sank, and she was already pressed into the mud by the puffed egg. Puffed egg, well done, I'll give you credit for this. A burst of cheerful cheers sounded. Xianxia used Earthmeld to avoid a few magical beasts that were pouncing on her. Under Yi Baiming's gaze, she took a few big strides and scuttled to the 9-leaf sage ginseng that was about to ripen. In the battle just now, the 9-leaf sage ginseng that was about to ripen had completely ripened. The fiery red corolla on the top of the ginseng's head emitted a glaring red light. The red light turned into a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky like a sharp sword. When the red pillar of light suddenly appeared, it could be seen from miles away. And at that time, Yunxing's hand had just touched the jade-like leaves on the 9-leaf sage ginseng. Yi Baiming's expression suddenly changed. Almost at the same time, Yunxing also felt that something was different. The world suddenly darkened, as if the sky was about to collapse. Strong winds blew in the surroundings, causing a lot of sand and stones to roll on the ground. Looking at the sky again, the originally clear blue sky had long become so dark that one couldn't even see one's own fingers. Just above the 9-leaf sage ginseng, Yunxing saw a rapidly rotating dark cloud vortex. The whirlpool sucked in all the clouds around it, as if there was a large hand stirring the calm water surface. The air became more and more oppressive, and the clouds seemed to be continuously pressing down on the ground. The rumbling of thunder sounded, and the few people present seemed to suddenly understand. 9-leaf sage ginseng was the most crucial step in transforming from a sacred herb to a divine herb. It was rumored that whenever a treasure appeared, it would inevitably trigger a phenomenon of heaven and earth, and the spirit-transforming grass would also inevitably trigger an extraordinary phenomenon of heaven and earth. They didn't expect that the 9-leaf sage ginseng's advancement would trigger a lightning tribulation. Little wildcat, let's go. Yi Baiming's complexion suddenly turned deathly pale. In heaven and earth, all kinds of natural phenomena were the most terrifying. Even experts who had reached their peak state would find it difficult to contend against the power of nature. Yi Baiming was secretly happy that Yunxing was safe and sound a moment ago. But at this moment, he had the illusion that he had fallen from heaven to hell. When that rolling thunder fell, Yunxing's body of flesh and blood simply couldn't withstand it. When had Yunxing personally experienced such a scene? She also didn't expect that picking herbs would actually cause such a disaster. In a split second, several plans flashed through Yunxing's mind. For example, every time she was on the operating table, when faced with all kinds of unexpected situations such as bleeding, sudden cardiac arrest, and so on, she would always be able to make an orderly and immediate judgment. Escape, use earth escape, and dodge in an instant. That was undoubtedly the best plan, but in that way, this shocking heavenly lightning would definitely turn the sage ginseng into ashes. Without the sage ginseng, then second uncle's hand, thinking of Yun Songlong's right hand, Yunxing immediately dispelled the idea of using earth escape. She couldn't leave, she would definitely pick the sage ginseng. Perhaps, she could give it a try and use the Shenong medical bracelet in her hand. Even if she was injured by the heavenly lightning, perhaps she could still use the divine power in the Shenong medical bracelet to give it a try. Yunxing no longer hesitated. Her eyes flashed with determination and decisiveness. She did not dodge. Instead, she grabbed the purple ginseng and pulled it up fiercely. The instant the purple ginseng was uprooted, a heavenly lightning with an earth-shattering aura descended from the sky. It was as if a giant serpent had appeared in the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck the top of Yunxing's head, as if it was punishing her for daring to offend the heavens and profane the divine medicine. The moment the lightning struck, Yunxing felt that her body was pressed to the ground by a tall figure. This scene was so familiar. Yi Baiming's familiar scent hit him in the face. History seemed to be rewinding. Just like that night in Banana Leaf Village, Yi Baiming, who was injured, also pressed her under his body like this. But this time, they weren't facing great magician Yang, but an irresistible bolt of heavenly lightning. Why? Yunxing could only hear herself ask in a voice that sounded like a mosquito bite. Did he not know that he would die if he did this? She only saw a faint smile at the corner of Yi Baiming's mouth. At that moment, his gray eyes seemed to flicker with something. She only saw Yi Baiming's thin lips move. I am your retainer. If you live, I live. If you die, I die. In the face of life and death, Yunxing recalled a past event. That event happened before she transmigrated to the Boundless Land. In fact, she had already completely adapted to her identity as a reincarnated person in the Boundless Land. It had been a long time since she recalled the events of the past. When she was still a child, there was once a patient who came into her grandfather's small clinic. That was a mother whose lower body was almost paralyzed. Because the treatment in the city hospital was ineffective and there was no chance for her hands to recover, she asked around for the Yun family's clinic and came to see a doctor. When grandfather Yun diagnosed her, at first, he regretfully told her that her paralysis was very difficult to cure. When asked why the female patient was so seriously injured, the female patient only told him that she was injured while saving her son. The female patient had a 5-year-old son. One day, she left the child alone at home and went out to do something. Before leaving, she reminded the child not to leave the house. Just as she was returning home and passing by the apartment building, she saw the mother's child poking his head out of the 6th-story window. The child excitedly called for his mother, his small body leaning out of the window. I saw my child fall down. At that moment, I didn't care about anything else. My first reaction was to reach out and catch my child. When the female patient mentioned the past, her face was filled with lingering fear, but her face was filled with maternal pride. The female patient's son was saved by her in the end. Although the female patient's lower body was almost paralyzed due to the weight, and it was very likely that she would never be able to stand up like a normal person, her son only had 2 broken bones. After Yunxing studied medicine, from a doctor's point of view, she disapproved of the act of catching someone with bare hands. From the perspective of modern mechanics, a falling object, even if it was just a small stone, would have a force of dozens of kilograms, let alone a child who weighed dozens of kilograms. She remembered that she had asked the female patient if she regretted doing so. The female patient said that she didn't regret it. In fact, she didn't have time to think about the consequences at that time. Because of this incident, her lower body was very likely to be paralyzed for the rest of her life. When Yunxing heard the female patient's words, she was touched. Although she had never been a mother, she still remembered those words clearly. At that time, Yunxing was just a child, but the smile on the female patient's face and the smile on Yu Baiming's face were full of love and affection. When her grandfather heard those words, he was touched. In the end, he used his 3rd hidden needle to penetrate the female patient's body. At that time, her grandfather's health was already very poor, but he still chose to use his precious internal energy to save the female patient. When her grandfather died, the female patient was already able to walk. She brought her child and came to pay her condolences in person. But why did Yu Baiming feel this way about her? Yunxing's heart was filled with a strange feeling that she had never felt before. She crazily pushed Yu Baiming away. He didn't want her to die, but she also didn't want to implicate others. Lan He and the other magicians from the mainland's elite camp were also stunned by the scene. They didn't even understand why the 2 people would disregard each other's lives to save each other. Just as the heavenly thunder was about to strike, the 5 elemental magic souls in Yunxing and Yu Baiming's bodies seemed to be enraged. They emitted a blinding light. That's magic soul resonance. Lan He and the other mages from the elite mage camp suddenly stopped their actions. How could this be? The mentors had mentioned that when mages who practiced both magic and magic had a near 100% compatibility and had almost identical magic souls, it would cause magic soul resonance. In the resonating magic souls, a colorful light rushed out from Yunxing and Yu Baiming's bodies. That ray of light formed a colorful magic shield around the 2 of them. The lightning struck the magic shield and shattered it, but the 2 of them were safe and sound. After the lightning struck, the turbulent cloud vortex in the sky quickly disappeared, and the sky returned to its original blue color. The magical beasts around were stunned by this strange scene. Even the puffed egg stopped flapping its wings and looked at Yunxing and Yu Baiming. A miracle, it was really a miracle. They actually used a magic shield to block the lightning that had the power of a forbidden spell. Lan He and the other mages from the elite mage camp were stunned. Yunxing and Yu Baiming were also in the joy of surviving a disaster. Sister Lan, should we still snatch the sage herb? The mages asked. No, those 2, let's go. Lan He waved her hand. She had to report to the mentors what she had witnessed today. Looking at Yunxing and Yu Baiming under the magic shield, Xianxia, who had witnessed everything, was so jealous that her eyes were almost spitting fire. She got up with hatred and ran in the direction of Luoxia City without looking back. Yunxing, don't be so smug. You will never be with Yu Baiming. Yunxing and Yi Biming did not react at all. At this moment, they only had each other in their eyes. Yunxing looked at the magic shield with the joy of surviving a disaster in her eyes. You are crazy. You'll die. Yunxing could feel Yi Biming's heartbeat through her clothes and into her heart. This caused her heartbeat to speed up a little. Apart from her heartbeat, she also felt that her ears were burning for a while. Could he be having a fever? Even when she was dating Lu Mingling in the past, she had never experienced such a situation. Yi Biming narrowed his fox-like eyes. If you are attacked, I will block it for you. If you are wronged, I will bear it for you. If someone bullies you, I will help you fight back. My retainer is not just for show. It turned out that having a retainer was not bad. Yi Biming's heart rippled and his fox-like eyes narrowed. God knows how much he loved to see Yunxing bulging like an angry little wildcat. Little wildcat, do you still remember this? Yi Biming took something out of his chest and placed it in Yunxing's palm. Yunxing took a closer look and found that it was a tattered wooden tablet. Yi Biming didn't have any eccentricities, did he? He was the dignified Lord Biming. Why did he wear a wooden tablet instead of precious jade? This wooden tablet had been mocked by Qingbai and the others earlier, but Yi Biming had never explained what the wooden tablet was for. He had always cherished it and carried it with him. Yunxing looked at the wooden tablet. After a while, she felt that the wooden tablet was very familiar. She took a closer look. Wasn't this a wooden tablet that she used to sleep on when she was in Banana Leaf Village? In the middle of the wooden tablet, there were a few crooked words carved into it. Yunxing recognized the words. When she left Banana Leaf Village, she hurriedly left a line of words beside Yi Biming, who had just completed his cornea transplant. She didn't expect that Yi Biming would carry this wooden tablet with him. The wooden tablet wasn't big. There were only 2 words on it that could be recognized: goodbye. Yunxing remembered clearly that she didn't have a good impression of Yi Biming at the time. After the surgery, she just wanted to get rid of Yi Biming as soon as possible. The words she left behind were clearly, goodbye. And that no had already been carefully ground away by Yi Biming. A sour feeling slowly spread in her nose. For a moment, Yunxing held the wooden tablet. She remembered how Yi Biming hugged her without hesitation when a purple bolt of lightning fell from the sky. He used his broad back to block that bolt of lightning for her. At that moment, she could smell the burning smell of Yi Biming's skin and flesh, but his expression was very calm. Yi Biming wasn't a person who was good at expressing himself, but he was someone who was good at using his actions to express his feelings. Ripples spread in her heart. Yunxing put down the wooden tablet and glanced at Yi Biming. It seemed that after meeting her, nothing good had happened to the night fox. But why did her heart palpitate? Lu Mingling had never given her this feeling back then. Even at the moment when she broke up with Lu Mingling, Yunxing's heart ached more because she felt that her efforts over the past few years weren't worth it. On the other hand, Yi Biming was the opposite. Was his sacrifice worth it? Perhaps he didn't care about this problem at all. He just wanted to protect her. She clearly didn't give him a good look every time she saw him. But he was still willing to be her retainer. She unbuttoned his clothes and saw that his back was badly mutilated. Yunxing's hand trembled slightly, and her heart ached. Her face was unknowingly wet. Little wildcat, are you crying? There was a hint of weakness in Yi Biming's voice. Even though more than half of the power of the heavenly thunder had been blocked by the combined magic of the two, a small portion of the power of the heavenly thunder had been used on Yi Biming, the human shield. Yunxing wiped the corners of her eyes and realized that her face was already wet. She didn't know if it was tears or sweat. Yi Biming was just a body of flesh and blood. It was already very lucky that he could survive. You don't want to live anymore. That was lightning. Yunxing was almost venting her anger on Yi Biming's body. You're the one who doesn't want to live. For Yun Songlong's hand, you're even willing to give up your own life. Yi Biming was also very angry. Only the heavens knew that the moment he saw Yunxing about to be struck by lightning, he had completely lost his ability to think. Yunxing suddenly put on a fierce face and said fiercely, "You're my retainer, so you're one of my people. In the future, you can only bully others, hit others, and make others feel wronged. In the future, you're not allowed to get injured again." You? You admit that I'm your retainer? Yi Baiming was still a little confused. On the mainland, he was probably the most sullen retainer. He chased after others, but they were unwilling to accept him. But now, Yunxing suddenly admitted that he was her retainer? Seeing the usually sly Yi Baiming's silly look, a mischievous look flashed past Yunxing's eyes. She suddenly tiptoed and pressed her lips against Yi Baiming's face. Yunxing couldn't help but have a mischievous feeling. She took another step closer, and suddenly, with a smack, she kissed Yi Baiming on the cheek. Yi Baiming was instantly stunned. Yi Baiming's beautiful side profile revealed an unnatural blush. The so-called beautiful man's shyness was very pleasing to the eye. From now on, you are my, Yunxing's, man. If there comes a day when you betray me, I will definitely not let you off, Yunxing half-threatened. In her previous life, because of Lu Minglang's betrayal, Yunxing had once thought that she would never be able to fall in love with anyone else. However, after experiencing life and death with Yi Baiming, perhaps because she had died again, she felt that her mentality had changed a little. Yi Baiming's face was red, but after Yunxing succeeded in teasing him, her face was full of pride. After Yunxing picked the purple ginseng, she checked Yi Baiming's wound. Where's Qi? Yunxing couldn't find Qi anywhere. Hiss, it hurts, this prince can't walk. When Yi Baiming heard Qi's name, he felt a wave of discomfort in his heart. He simply hung most of his body on Yunxing's body. He couldn't wait for that brat to never appear again. Don't think that he didn't know that brat had feelings for the little wildcat. Anyone who got close to the little wildcat, even if there was the slightest sign of it, he would kill them. It wasn't easy for her to accept him, so he needed to work harder. So heavy, Yunxing spat, but she didn't push him away. Yi Baiming was tall and sturdy. If it wasn't for her small body having undergone special training, she would have been crushed to death by him. Once the heart's defenses were relaxed, it was easy to cause a disaster. Yi Baiming's confession made her see the true feelings of this young man who looked cold on the outside but hid his true feelings even more clearly. Even she herself didn't know if she had fallen in love with this young man. Was it because she liked him or was it because she was used to it? After all, he was the person she had interacted with the most ever since she came to the boundless world. Perhaps it was when the two of them had met in Banana Leaf Village, or perhaps it was when he had taken that blow from Yun Ba in the restaurant. Forget it, forget it. I already owe him enough. Even her Dharma soul was obtained from this brat. In that case, she would reluctantly repay him with her body. Yi Baiming tilted his head to look at Yunxing. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented feeling in his heart. The girl in front of him was as bright and beautiful as the warmest ray of sunshine in winter. In the darkest moment of his life, she suddenly appeared in his life. He smiled and leaned his strong body against Yunxing's small body. An invisible warmth spread between the two of them. It turned out that there was a kind of person who, as long as she was by his side, even if she didn't say a word or look at him, she would still be able to warm his heart. Just as Yi Baiming was immersed in this warmth, a voice that didn't fit the situation sounded. Puff Puff, handsome pot, my dear master, Puff Puff can help you. Puffed Egg's heart flew over. Only then did Yunxing remember that she had summoned egg popping when she was too busy to deal with the enemy. Indeed, she had used Puffed Egg to successfully suppress that female magician from the continent's elite magician camp. However, seeing Puffed Egg's intimate actions, Yunxing felt strange. Puffed Egg didn't really like humans. Other than herself, every time it saw someone, it would give them a 1,000-pound pendant. Puffed Egg remembered Yi Baiming. He was the blind handsome pot who had 5 Dharma souls. After not seeing him for 2 years, the handsome pot had become even more handsome. This egg? When Yi Baiming saw Puffed Egg coming over, he immediately became alert. He also remembered this strange egg. It was Yunxing's summoned beast. When it first appeared, this fellow directly crippled great magician Yang. Just now, it was also this egg that directly crushed Blue. Let me formally introduce you. This is my summoned beast, Puffed Egg. It rarely shows its face in front of others. Since you are one of us, you two should get along well in the future. Yunxing glanced at Puffed Egg. Once it saw a handsome guy, it couldn't even flap its wings. It was really a cute egg. Yunxing's 5 Dharma souls originated from Yi Baiming. When Puffed Egg saw Yi Biming, it naturally had a good impression of him. If Abandoned can't find me, it will definitely go to Luoxia City first. It's about time for us to go back and take a look. Yunxing couldn't wait to see if Zhongyi had completed the task she gave him. After Yunxing and Yi Biming returned to Luoxia City, they heard a big news. Zhou State's crown prince Yi Balian was thrown down from the sky by a summoner. He was now unconscious and had been placed in the city lord's mansion. It was said that later Qin's dark crown prince was also present. When Yi Biming heard this, he was very surprised. How did this matter involve the later Qin's dark crown prince? Yunxing knew what was going on in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. After returning to the city, Yunxing indeed found Abandoned. After Yi Biming rushed to the city lord's mansion, he saw Yi Balian lying on the sickbed. He was already out of breath. The doctor from the city lord's residence had also come to take a look. Yi Balian's injuries had worsened. Coupled with the fact that he had been humiliated in public and had been smashed, most of the bones in his body had been broken, let alone his Dharma soul. I'm very sorry, Lord Biming. Such a thing happened in later Qin's territory. I have already ordered people to go and hunt down the summoner who committed the crime. As far as I know, this matter is likely to be done by Punlai State. That summoner is a summoner from Punlai. The Dark Crown Prince was indeed a famous person. After being set up by Zhongyi, he immediately pushed the blame to Punlai State. Everyone knew that 7 out of 10 summoners on the mainland came from Punlai. Although Zhongyi said that the Dark Crown Prince wanted to assassinate the Crown Prince of Zhou State, the Dark Crown Prince could also say that he framed him. Anyway, this matter happened in later Qin's territory. No matter how powerful Zhou State was, it was beyond their reach. Knowing that the Dark Crown Prince was quibbling, Yi Biming didn't want to entangle with him. Right now, he still sent the Crown Prince of Zhou State back to his country. There's no time to lose. The Crown Prince is seriously injured. In order to prevent any more accidents, I will immediately send him back to Yujing. Zhou State will investigate the ins and outs of this matter thoroughly. Yi Biming didn't point out the Dark Crown Prince's plot. He prepared the carriage and luggage that day and rushed to Zhou State without stopping. Everyone came and went in a hurry. After they left Luoxia City, Yi Biming suddenly remembered that there was still one person missing from the team. Where did Chen Lianer go? Everyone finally remembered that there was someone called Chen Lianer. After leaving Luoxia wetland in a fit of anger, Chen Lianer never appeared. It was just that the team was halfway there, so they couldn't turn back to look for Chen Lianer's whereabouts. Yi Biming could only send 2 guards back to Luoxia City to look for Chen Lianer. Thank you Purple Bellflower, Snow Dance, Northern Feather, Burnt Fur, and Big Blue Drop for tips. Are you excited? The wild cat and fox's relationship has sublimated. They laughed with their hands on their hips. In the Luoxia City Lord residence, Chen Lianer had a sack over her head. She was dizzy and only woke up after much difficulty. She remembered that when she saw Yi Biming and Yunxing being intimate, she left the Luoxia wetlands alone in a fit of anger. For some reason, her vision suddenly turned black and she was knocked unconscious. She was startled and looked around. The surrounding decorations were quite exquisite. It was obvious that this was the courtyard of a wealthy family. Chen Lianer was only 12 or 13 years old after all. She didn't have a magic scepter and was alone. Her heart was beating like a drum. You've already caught him? A deep male voice sounded from outside. Immediately after, the door was pushed open. The Dark Prince walked in with his hands behind his back. He sized up Chen Lianer, who was curled up on the bed, and snorted. Wicked girl, do you know who I am? Hearing the man's cold voice, Chen Lianer couldn't help but shiver. This man's voice was filled with hostility. How could she not know that she had offended some powerful figure in the later Qin city? Don't come over. Do you know who I am? Chen Lianer curled up in a corner. Seeing that the other party had changed her arrogant and despotic appearance to a pitiful voice, the Dark Prince gritted his teeth in hatred. Previously, he was blinded by that little lowly's pitiful appearance. That was why he saved her from the beast tide. Who knew that he would be tricked by her? The Dark Prince was incomparably arrogant and thought highly of himself. He viewed the humiliation that Yunxing gave him as a huge stain in his life. That was why he sent people to capture Yen Yun. I know that your master is that mysterious old man, Emperor Zhao. However, you're in my hands right now. It's inconvenient for you to move around and you don't have a magic scepter. How do you think you can ask for help? The Dark Prince's face darkened. He walked to the bed and accurately pinched Xianxia's chin through the sack. Xianxia felt that the hand that was squeezing her chin was very forceful, as if it was going to crush her chin. It hurts. Who exactly are you? Why are you doing this to me? Xianxia was in so much pain that tears came out. Who are you? It's only been a year and you don't even remember this prince. The Dark Crown Prince was infuriated. This damned woman had humiliated him, yet she still dared to forget about him. He pulled the sack off Xianxia's face. What came into view was a scarred face and a completely unfamiliar face. The Dark Prince took a closer look and then looked at Xianxia's panicked eyes. His expression turned even worse. It wasn't her, he couldn't tell if he was disappointed or angry. He remembered Yunxing's eyes. That little loli's most attractive feature was her pair of lively black eyes. They were lively and always flashed with slyness. The girl in front of him was definitely not her. Pa! The Dark Crown Prince slapped Xianxia's face. Damn it, I actually caught the wrong person. This Crown Prince wants to catch Yen Yun. When the soldiers heard that they caught the wrong person, they all knelt on the ground. Xianxia was slapped to the ground and her face immediately swelled up. Yen Yun? Wasn't that Yunxing? Why was it Yunxing again? Why did everyone only have Yunxing in their eyes? I'm not some Yen Yun, I'm her enemy. I hate her to death and want to cut her into pieces. Xianxia looked up and saw the Dark Crown Prince's appearance. The Dark Crown Prince was cold and tall. His face was filled with anger, but it made him seem even more noble. He was completely different from the useless Crown Prince Yibalian from before. Xianxia thought that this group of people had a grudge with Yunxing. She quickly cursed Yunxing, hoping to gain their good impression. Who knew that the Dark Crown Prince would become even angrier after hearing this? He grabbed Xianxia's long hair, causing her to cry from the pain. The Dark Crown Prince said word by word, "She's my woman. Only I can punish her if she wants to be killed." Crown Prince. Later Qin's Dark Crown Prince? Xianxia recognized the fierce youth in front of her. He was the later Qin's Dark Crown Prince whose name had spread across the continent in recent years. Later Qin's customs were very valiant and they ruled the country with martial arts. However, their martial arts spirit was different from the orthodox martial arts promoted by Zhou State's Wuxuan Wuji school. Back then, when the 5 countries were divided into territories, later Qin's ancestor was the weakest. Therefore, later Qin's territory was the most barren among the 5 countries and had the most demon beasts. Later Qin's late king brought 1,000 plundered commoners to later Qin. The first thing he did was to drive the 1,000 commoners into a land of tigers and wolves. Without giving them a single weapon or grain, he let the 1,000 commoners who had never practiced martial arts live in the land of tigers and wolves for 3 months. 3 months later, there were only 50 people left out of the 1,000. These 50 people were the earliest batch of later Qin's residents. Since then, later Qin gradually grew stronger and the entire country practiced the tiger-wolf style of martial arts. Once an infant reached the age of 3, they would be immediately thrown into the wilderness for training. Only those who survived could enter the country's martial arts center to cultivate. Even the nobles of later Qin were the same. The current later Qin's king had a full harem. He had more than 500 concubines and these concubines gave birth to nearly 100 strong princes and princesses. Later Qin's king announced on his 30th birthday that he didn't choose the eldest son of the first wife to be the crown prince. There was no restriction on gender and only the strongest could ascend the throne. It was also because of this that the later Qin's palace had more assassinations and fights than any of the 5 countries on the continent. The Dark Crown Prince was born in such an environment. His mother was only a lowly palace maid. One winter day, she was fancied by the drunk later Qin's king beside a well in the palace and got pregnant after he forced himself on her. When the Dark Crown Prince was still in his mother's womb, his mother was almost killed by the other concubines. However, after the Dark Crown Prince was born, his body was much stronger than ordinary princes. He started to shoot arrows at the age of 3 and could already lift a stone mill that weighed 200 kilograms by the age of 5. When he was 7, he broke into the harem alone and disfigured a bunch of concubines who had humiliated his mother in the past. The cruelty of his actions caused a sensation in the entire later Qin. However, when the king of later Qin's king found out about this, not only was he not angry, he even eliminated the public's opinion and made him the crown prince. He was made the crown prince at the age of 7 and formed the crown prince's secret unit at the age of 13. The name of the later Qin's dark crown prince had already spread far and wide on the continent. However, such a person was ruthlessly humiliated by Yunsheng. As the future crown prince consort of Zhou state, Chen Lian naturally heard about the other country's royal family. She didn't expect that she would fall into the hands of the later Qin's dark crown prince. She was so frightened that her face turned pale and her body trembled uncontrollably. "I was wrong, Your Highness Crown Prince. Please don't kill me. If you send me back to Zhou state, His Highness Crown Prince will definitely be grateful to you. I'm the future Crown Prince consort." Chen Lian kept begging for mercy. Even now, Chen Lian was still dreaming of being the Crown Prince consort. Zhou state's Crown Prince consort? You're that trashy Balian's woman? The dark Crown Prince's eyes turned cold as he sized up Chen Lian. Upon closer inspection, the dark Crown Prince also noticed that Chen Lian's appearance wasn't ordinary. Unfortunately, there were many small scars on her face. This Crown Prince can help you heal your face and can also send you back to Zhou state. However, from now on, you have to listen to this Crown Prince obediently. The dark Crown Prince looked at Chen Lian as a new scheme brewed in his mind. A few days later, Yunsheng and Yi Baiming returned to the Jade capital. Yi Baiming escorted Yi Balian back to the palace alone. After Yunsheng settled down the heaven-hunting troupe, she was a little worried about Yi Baiming's trip to the palace. Even if Yi Baiming didn't say anything, she could feel that the Crown Prince's serious injuries might implicate Yi Baiming. At this moment, Ji Yu was visiting the Medicine Emperor's pavilions when Daiguoshu in Jade Essence City. The two of them were busy people who had been famous on the continent for decades. Although one of them specialized in medicine and the other was obsessed with the refinement of magic potions, they were still bosom buddies. Medicine Daiguoshu had just finished refining his pills in seclusion when Elder Siming came to visit. "Ji Yu, your nose is really long. My pills have just been refined and you're already here." Hearing Qi Fengfei's words, Wen Daiguoshu laughed loudly. "Haha, Wen Qingfeng, you old man. Since you've refined a supreme-grade pill, I naturally have to come to congratulate you." A man in green walked in with Xiao Wenshu. Wen Qingfeng and Ji Yu were close to 70 years old. However, because of their maintenance, their faces were still as youthful as before. There wasn't even a wrinkle on their faces. However, compared to Ji Yu, Wen Qingfeng's black-haired Romo looked to be in his 30s. On the other hand, Ji Yu didn't look old, but his white hair made him look like an old man. The reason why Ji Yu had white hair was because of his ability to predict the future. As Elder Siming of the Boundless Lands Dharma Temple, Ji Yu could observe the moon and the stars. His eyes could see through the secrets of heaven. However, he couldn't go against heaven's will. He revealed too many secrets of heaven and his hair turned white when he was young. Wen Qingfeng reminded him many times about this, but he couldn't help but go against heaven's will. "That must be Wenshu. You're really as talented as the rumors say. Your magic cultivation has already reached the sky realm, right?" Although Wen Qingfeng and Ji Yu were good friends, both of them were giants. They only met once in 5 to 6 years. "Many thanks for your praise, great national hand." After not seeing him for over a year, Xiao Wenshu was still that flawless youth. "Don't tell me that the head of the temple and the young master of the temple are here to appraise my new pill." Wen Daosha was not a stupid person. Although his relationship with Ji Yu wasn't bad, the two of them were still ancient healers and demonic apothecaries. "Haha, as expected of old medicine man, you know my thoughts the best. Today, other than to see you and settle some matters of the royal family, I also have something to ask you." Elder Siming ordered Xiao Wenshu to take out a bottle of magic potion. "This is?" Although Daiguoshu was a doctor, he still had some knowledge about magic medicine. The bottle in Xiao Wenshu's hand was a new type of medicine. It was bright red in color and seemed to be a high-grade magic medicine. However, there wasn't much of it left. There was only about 1/5 of it left. I'm here precisely for this bottle of medicine. The name of this bottle of medicine is called the Praise of the Moon God. I wanted to ask you if this medicine originated from your Medicine Emperor Pavilion? This bottle of Praise of the Moon God was something Qin Wendian had obtained by chance in the Dharma Temple. It turned out that after the auction in Luoxia City, Zhenluo he returned to the Tangyuan kingdom with the Praise of the Moon Goddess, which he had won with 10,000 purple gold coins. Although he was eager to see his son succeed, Zhenluo he still decided to send this bottle of magic medicine to the local temple to find an authoritative demonic apothecary to appraise it. After the appraisal, even the demonic apothecary of the temple didn't know the origin of this bottle of magic medicine. They could only rely on the analysis of the ingredients of the magic medicine to confirm that it was not poisonous to the body. After knowing that the magic medicine was not poisonous, Zhenluo he immediately let his only son consume it. In just one night, Zhenluo he's useless son, who couldn't feel a trace of magic in his body, actually became a water and wind magic spell warrior the next day. Furthermore, after consuming the magic medicine, the Qin family's only son's body didn't have any problems. Until now, there were no side effects. Everyone in the Qin family was overjoyed. Even the temple in Tangyuan was shocked. This kind of magic medicine was beyond the understanding of the temple's demonic apothecaries. Fortunately, the Qin family didn't use up all of this bottle of magic medicine. The temple obtained the remaining portion of the magic medicine from Zhenluo he. The strangest thing was that when the Dharma temple tried to recreate the potion, analyze its composition, and imitate the potion, they realized that even if they used the exact same ingredients, they could not replicate the tribute of the moon goddess. Oh, there really is such a miraculous magic medicine. It seems that another genius demonic apothecary has appeared on the continent. Wendigua Shou's tone carried a hint of ridicule. A demonic apothecary who could make Jiyu suffer, hee, just thinking about it made him feel good. Old man, don't be so proud. This magic medicine isn't as simple as a magic medicine. We have also tested it. This magic medicine is also useful for martial artists. It can greatly increase the effects of martial artists' meditation. That's why I came to ask you. Did the Medicine Emperor Pavilion refine this magic medicine? After the people in Tangyuan's temple reported this situation to the temple, Jiyu also investigated this magic medicine. However, even he couldn't tell what method was used to refine this magic medicine. He carefully asked around and found out that this magic medicine came from the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's auction. It was a pity that the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce kept the identity and origin of the auctioneer a secret. Even with the temple's pressure, they only revealed the name of the small Xianxia. The temple's efficiency was very high. In just a few days, they found out that the Xianxia was a newly opened medical center in the Jade capital. That clinic was a nameless one, the only thing special about it was the doctor in charge of the clinic. Although it was just a small clinic, the doctor in charge of the clinic was none other than Fan Ji, a former imperial physician of Grand Zhou who was a disciple of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Are you suspecting that this magic medicine was refined by Fan Ji? When the Grand Physician heard Fan Ji's name, his expression became somewhat uncomfortable. Wen Qingfeng's state of mind was very complicated when it came to Fan Ji's disciple. On one hand, Fan Ji was the most talented disciple he had nurtured in his dozens of years of medical practice. However, this disciple also disappointed him the most. Halfway through his journey, he actually gave up on studying ancient medicine and switched to magic. Although his relationship with Ji Yu wasn't shallow, Wen Qingfeng had never approved of magic medicine. Could it be that it wasn't him? But besides your disciple, who else on the continent can refine a magic medicine that even the temple can't refine? Ji Yu still didn't believe it. Of course not. Fan Ji only learned magic halfway. His talent in magic isn't good enough to refine a high-grade magic medicine. Wen Qingfeng frowned and didn't say anything. Just at this time, Qi Fengfei came in with tea. Grand Physician, the palace has sent a message. No matter what, you have to go to the palace. The Crown Prince is critically ill and it's very likely that he won't make it through tonight. What's wrong? The Crown Prince's injuries haven't healed yet? Didn't I tell them to look for the 6-leaf purple ginseng? When I went to Luoxia City to treat the city lord's mother, there was a high-quality 6-leaf purple ginseng in the city lord's residence. When Daiguoshu didn't have a good impression of the imperial family of Zhou state. However, he still secretly ordered Qi Fangfei to spread the news and tell Elder Chen that there was a purple ginseng in Luoxia City. In the end, the news was passed to the crown prince through Chen Lianer. When Empress Li was still alive, when Daiguoshu had a good relationship with the knowledgeable Empress Li. Unfortunately, he didn't have a way to treat the blind crown prince that Empress Li gave birth to. He felt guilty and distanced himself from Empress Li. Last time, Elder Chen ordered people to invite Daiguoshu to ask about the method to treat the Dharma soul. When Daiguoshu heard that it was to treat the Dharma soul, he was even more lazy to treat it. He only told Qi Fangfei to let the crown prince and the others go to Luoxia City for help. Who knew that the crown prince actually went to the Luoxia wetland to collect purple ginseng? News just came from the palace. The crown prince is critically ill and dying. The empress is furious. She said that if Daiguoshu doesn't find a way to treat the crown prince's injuries, she will close down our medicine emperor pavilion. Qi Fangfei was also a bit anxious. Although she didn't know the ins and outs of the matter, the crown prince's life was already taken by her master's medicinal pill. Why did his condition worsen after he came back from Luoxia City? Even the medicinal pill I gave him can't save his life? When Daiguoshu's expression changed slightly. His medicinal pill wasn't an ordinary medicinal pill. He used hundreds of precious and even a sacred medicinal herb to refine it. It could even bring someone back to life. If the crown prince couldn't be saved, then even if he rushed to the palace now, it would be too late. Old man Wen, don't be anxious. Actually, the two of us came here today because of the disaster in the palace. It turned out that Ji Yu had been observing the stars for the past few days and found that the Emperor's star, which represented the great Zhou dynasty, was somewhat dim. After calculating that the royal family of Zhou state might face a calamity, he rushed over with Xiao Wenqiu in order to help the royal family of Zhou state survive this calamity. The existence of the Dharma temple was originally meant to keep the 5 nations and 1 capital in check. The previous arbiters of the Dharma temple were all above the imperial family and served the imperial family at the same time. Wen Qingfeng and Ji Yu were good friends, but he had always disagreed with his old friend's insistence. Old man Ji, don't tell me you're going to do it yourself? Have you forgotten what you said before? After Empress Li's death, you once said that you would no longer interfere in the affairs of the royal families of the various countries. When speaking of Empress Li, Yao de Guoshou was somewhat dissatisfied. Empress Li was one of the rare women he had met in his life. But back then, Ji Yu had insisted that Empress Li was a demoness who would bring disaster to the nation. Even the previous crown prince, whom Empress Li had given birth to, had been judged by Ji Yu to be a scourge. Back then, the emperor of Zhou state had treated Empress Li coldly because of this. This had indirectly led to Empress Li's madness and the crown prince's imprisonment in the cold palace. The demon fetus brings disaster to the world. The rise of Lord Baiming is already a bad omen. Wenqiu, go to the palace and take a look. The crown prince of Zhou state's fate is not over yet. Help him this once. Ji Yu flicked his sleeves and ordered Xiao Wenqiu to enter the palace immediately. Xiao Wenqiu obeyed and left with his head lowered. You still say that the demon fetus brings disaster to the world. But in my opinion, Lord Baiming is much better than that good-for-nothing crown prince. You can't be biased against him just because you can't see the child's fate. Wen Dogwa's face was full of indignation. He had personally witnessed the birth of that child. The two of them unknowingly recalled the secret news from the palace decades ago. Back then, after the emperor of Zhou state was made the crown prince, he couldn't wait to marry his concubine, Madame Qi. Although Madame Li was furious, she took care of Madame Qi in front of others for the sake of the big picture. Madame Qi was pregnant for 10 months and gave birth to Yi Bailian. Half a year later, the crown princess, Madame Li, gave birth to Yi Baiming. When Yi Baiming was born, he was a child carved from jade. Even Yi Qingtian was overjoyed. But after a few days, he realized that Yi Baiming was blind. Thus, Yi Qingtian gradually neglected the mother and son pair. After another year of service, the previous emperor of Zhou state passed away. Crown Prince Yi Qingtian finally ascended to the throne of the great Zhou emperor. Madame Li was also conferred the title of Empress. Her son Yi Baiming was also conferred the title of Crown Prince. Madame Qi was conferred the title of Imperial Consort. Due to Yi Baiming's size, the officials in the court had some objections to the position of Crown Prince. However, Madame Li had her way and eliminated the objections. In the end, Yi Baiming became the Crown Prince. When Crown Prince Yi Baiming was 5 years old, Empress Madame Li was discovered to be using dark magic in the palace. When the Emperor of Zhou State found out, he was furious. He banished Madame Li to the Forbidden Palace and stripped her of her position as Empress. After that day, Madame Li had a mental breakdown. She became so crazy that she couldn't even recognize Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming was then handed over to Imperial Consort Qi to raise. One day, when Imperial Consort Qi woke up, she realized that Crown Prince Yi Baiming was missing. She hurriedly sent a palace maid to search for him. However, she realized that Yi Baiming was in the palace of the deposed Empress Li. When she was found, Madame Li was already dead. And the one who killed her was Yi Baiming, who was holding a dagger. It was widely rumored in the palace that Empress Li secretly learned dark magic in order to fight for the throne. When she was pregnant with Yi Baiming, it was also because of the backlash of dark magic that Yi Baiming was born blind. Yi Baiming's body also had a portion of dark elements. He was born evil, which was why he killed his own mother. When the Emperor of Zhou State found out, he was furious. He ordered people to lock Yi Baiming in the cold palace. In the name of recuperating, he set up a large number of magic restrictions outside the cold palace. The whole story was as such. If he wasn't a demon, why would he do such? A disobedient thing as killing his mother with his own hands? Ji Yu's face was filled with anger. The rightful ruler of Zhou State must be Yi Balian. In the imperial court, Yi Baiming knelt on the ground. The Emperor of Zhou State, Yi Xianxia, and Empress Qi sat in the hall. Empress Qi had been a mother for many years, but because she took good care of herself, she still looked like a beautiful woman in her early 30s. She glared angrily at Yi Baiming. She blamed all of Yi Baiming's injuries on him. Your Majesty, when the Crown Prince went out, Lord Baiming didn't report the truth even though he knew about it. Now that the Crown Prince is unconscious, he is most likely dead. If something happens to the Crown Prince this time, how do you expect Aijia to continue living? Lady Qi was as beautiful as a flower. Although she had been a mother for many years, she had taken good care of herself. Her slightly thin phoenix eyes were now filled with malice as she glared at Yi Baiming. They really looked alike. This evil son who was declared to be a demon in the womb by the Dharma temple to be a country-destroying demon. This bastard who killed his mother really looked like that bitch Empress Li. Empress Qi gritted her teeth. She had been the empress for many years and could be considered a first-class existence in the imperial harem. However, it was Empress Li, that woman who still lingered after her death, who had once forced her to bow and beg, who had once made her a concubine. Seeing Yi Baiming, Empress Qi couldn't help but think of the time when she was forced to be a concubine. The Crown Prince was in such a state, but Yi Baiming was completely unharmed. At this moment, she wanted nothing more than to skin Yi Baiming alive and torture him to death. Her son had suffered so much, she would definitely make him pay back in double. In the palace, Zhou State's emperor, Yi Xianxia, was also enraged. Baiming, what exactly is going on? Zhou State's emperor, Yi Xianxia, was also very anxious when he found out that the Crown Prince was heavily injured and his soul was destroyed. Yi Xianxia didn't have any feelings for Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming looked very similar to the late Empress Li. However, he had been brave and battle-hungry these few years and his cultivation had improved greatly. Yi Xianxia couldn't help but look at him in a new light. The Crown Prince was injured and Chen Lianer's whereabouts were unknown. However, Yi Baiming was safe and sound. Zhou State's emperor couldn't help but become suspicious. He asked a few questions before Yi Baiming told him that the Crown Prince had hired civilian hunters to search for the purple ginseng in Luoxia City. In order to avoid implicating the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps, Yi Baiming only said that he had hired a few hunters to accompany him. He was worried about the Crown Prince's safety, so he followed along. What the Empress was most concerned about was the Crown Prince's injuries. All of the imperial physicians in the palace had been summoned. Even the imperial physician from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had been invited. Zhou State's best physicians had already gathered in the palace, but they still couldn't think of a cure. Baiming King, you said that it was the crown prince's wish to go to Luoxia city. It's because of his body. However, he is the crown prince and has a noble status. How can you only let a third-rate hunting corps escort him there? Madame Qi sat beside the Zhou state's emperor. Her beautiful eyes were filled with hatred. Yi Baiming looked at Madame Qi with extreme mockery. Just as the Empress said, he is the crown prince. How can a subject like me go against his orders? Offending a superior is a crime of disobedience. Empress, don't be agitated. I have already sent people to invite the national healer. As long as he comes, the crown prince's illness will definitely be cured. Zhou state's emperor changed his dignified appearance in the imperial court and softly consoled Madame Qi. The two of them were indeed childhood sweethearts. They had been husband and wife for decades, yet they were still as loving as ever. However, when Yi Baiming saw this scene, it was incomparably ironic. This good man, who doted on Empress Qi in front of and behind others, had never shown a trace of care in front of him and his mother. Even to this day, Yi Baiming still remembered it clearly. He had once thought that his father and mother had a period of time when they were in love. According to the old palace servants who served Empress Li in the early years, due to the turmoil at the borders of Zhou state, the emperor of Zhou state would often stay in Empress Li's palace at night to discuss state affairs with her. However, not long after Empress Li became pregnant with Yi Baiming, the head of the temple, Si Ming, entered the palace to pray for the ancestors of Zhou state. When he saw Empress Li, he said that she was pregnant with a world-destroying demon fetus. When the emperor of Zhou state found out, he ordered Empress Li to abort the child in her womb. Empress Li was adamant. Since then, the emperor of Zhou state became increasingly cold to Empress Li. Until Yi Baiming was born, the situation deteriorated. On the contrary, Empress Qi's eldest prince, Yi Bailian, became more and more favored. When he was 3 years old, because of a small conflict for no reason, Empress Li pushed consort Qi into the pool. The emperor of Zhou state locked Empress Li in the Forbidden Palace. Although Yi Baiming was young, he knew that the Forbidden Palace was a place that ate people up without spitting out the bones. He hugged his father's knee and begged. The child's shrill cries did not move the emperor of Zhou state. Yi Baiming could not see the emperor of Zhou state's expression at that time, but he clearly remembered the emperor of Zhou state's cold voice at that time. He kicked Yi Baiming away. The child was only 3 or 4 years old. His muscles and bones were still very weak. At that moment, Yi Baiming only felt that all the bones in his body were broken. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being the root of the disaster. You should not exist in this world. If your mother wants to protect you, she can only end up like you. So what if he was the root of the disaster? Now that he was an adult, he had killed many blood cloud beasts in a few years. No one would say that he was the root of the disaster anymore. The people accompanying the crown prince had already told the emperor of Zhou state about what happened. After learning that this matter was related to the summoners of Penglai, Empress Qi could not do anything to Yi Baiming. Just as Empress Qi was about to cry, someone came to report, Xia Wenqiu and Xia Siming of the Dharma Temple have come to visit. Hearing that it was someone from the Dharma Temple, Empress Qi's worry turned to joy. The Dharma Temple? The heavens are really protecting my son. It's someone from the Dharma Temple. Quickly invite him in. As if she had seen a life-saving straw, Empress Qi's expression suddenly turned bright. They did not find the elixir purple ginseng on this trip, which meant that the crown prince was probably doomed. However, if the Dharma Temple was willing to help, then it would be a different story. Legend had it that the magic of the Dharma Temple could bring the dead back to life. However, even the royal family would find it difficult to ask the Dharma Temple for help. Xia Wenqiu was the famous young Siming of the Dharma Temple on the mainland. Not only was he talented in magic healing, but he was also quite famous in medicine. After Yi Baiming heard the name of the Dharma Temple, his expression became more serious. The Dharma Temple rarely interfered with the affairs of the mainland. This time, Xia Wenqiu would definitely not be so simple. Xia Wenqiu of the Dharma Temple is here to visit under the orders of my master. A voice that was as gentle as the spring breeze sounded, instantly dispersing the anxious atmosphere in the imperial palace of Zhou state. It was as if a ray of sunlight had suddenly entered a corner shrouded in energy. Wearing a white magic robe, Xiao Wenqiu slowly walked into the palace accompanied by 2 children from the Dharma temple. This was the first time Yi Baiming saw Xiao Wenqiu. Actually, this was not the first time Yi Baiming had seen Xiao Wenqiu. However, he was still blind at the time and did not notice Xiao Wenqiu. Just as the rumors said, the young Siming of the Dharma temple was a person of destiny. He was young and wise, and his aura was like that of a banished immortal. Now that he saw him today, he indeed lived up to his reputation. It was rumored that he was already a sky sorcerer in the sky realm. However, there was not the slightest trace of magic around him. He had truly reached the realm of being able to control and release magic at will. The people of the Dharma temple did not need to bow to the Empress. Xiao Wenqiu did not kneel. He only nodded indifferently at the Empress. "You must be Ji Siming's disciple. Quickly, invite him in. My son can be saved." Empress Ji swept away her sadness and straightened her appearance. She immediately led Xiao Wenqiu into the inner palace. Xiao Wenqiu also noticed Yi Baiming. The North Underworld Prince, there was a trace of astonishment in his eyes. Zhou State's Lord Baiming. In the past year, he was a fierce general who had risen to fame in the mainland by hunting down and killing blood cloud beasts. He originally thought that this youth who grew up bathed in hatred and blood would definitely have a murderous aura. However, he could not help but raise his eyebrows when he saw him today. Lord Baiming was young and had a handsome appearance. Just by looking at his appearance, it was hard to imagine that this person could kill dozens of blood cloud beasts. Xiao Wenqiu's gaze shifted downwards. He was most concerned about Yi Baiming's eyes. Even his master could not heal this pair of eyes back then, even with light magic. "Xiao Siming, please save my brother." Yi Baiming looked up. His gray eyes met his golden eyes. When he saw those eyes, Xiao Wenqiu only felt his eyebrows twitch. He suddenly had an impulse to see the fate of the man in front of him. ***, thank you for the tip ending with 756, fish, you spoiled me. Book Friends Group, 304625216, turn on the hookup mode, enter the group slogan, any character name, welcome everyone to join the group to support their favorite characters ***. Ever since Xiao Wenqiu was born, he had a special ability. He could predict the future. At first, this ability only worked on people he was familiar with and close to. However, after Xiao Wenqiu turned 6, this ability became stronger and stronger. As long as he was willing, even simple eye contact could allow him to see through someone's fate. This ability might seem like an opportunity to others, but to Xiao Wenqiu, it was a kind of trouble. At his young age, he had to bear the burden of other people's misfortune and death. This caused him to be trapped in nightmares day and night. In order to prevent him from mentally exhausting himself and collapsing one day, his family reluctantly sent him to the Dharma temple to be taught by Jiyu, the Dharma temple's elder judge of Heaven's Eye. Under Jiyu's guidance, Xiao Wenqiu learned to control this ability. Under certain circumstances, he could only predict someone's fate and future if he was willing. The first person he found that he couldn't see through was Yi Baiming. At that time, Elder Judge of Heaven brought him to the Zhou State Palace to seek luck and avoid disaster for the Zhou State's royal family. In addition to teaching others magic, the Dharma Temple also had a mission unknown to the world, which was to maintain the balance of the boundless continent. The coexistence of the boundless continent's 5 major countries and the eastern capital had existed for many years. The Dharma Temple didn't want to break this situation. In the huge palace, Xiao Wenqiu was bored to death. At that time, he saw an exceptionally delicate little boy. The little boy stood in the corner. He was blind. That was the first person Xiao Wenqiu couldn't see through. Many years later, he found out that the lonely little boy was the scourge of Zhou State that his master mentioned. Xiao Wenqiu also asked his master why he called him a scourge. At that time, Jiyu only said that this child was the son of slaughter. The continent would be plunged into a bloody storm because of him. At that time, Xiao Wenqiu didn't believe it. For some reason, he wanted to see the little boy's fate. However, when he touched the little boy's hand, he failed for the first time. He couldn't see anything. This was Xiao Wenqiu's first failure. For many years after that, Xiao Wenqiu couldn't understand why this happened. It was not until he met Yunxing that he realized that there was another person in the world whose fate he could not see through. If he were to read Dark North Lord's fate again, what would his fate be like? Xiao Wenqiu couldn't help but glance at the Dark North monarch. When their eyes met, Xiao Wenqiu suddenly felt as if he had seen something. A black shadow appeared behind Yi Baiming. It was a suffocating black shadow. When he wanted to take a closer look, Queen Qi urged him to take back his thoughts. Xiao Siming, I'll have to trouble you to treat Imperial Brother's illness. Yi Baiming didn't react much to Xiao Wenqiu's scrutiny. Xiao Siming, please come this way. The Crown Prince is waiting for you. A palace maid urged. Xiao Wenqiu could only look away. A gentle light descended from the sky. Crown Prince Yi Bailian, who was originally pale, gradually recovered his complexion under the effect of light magic. A stream of black blood flowed out from Yi Bailian's 5 orifices. He's awake, the Crown Prince is awake. The palace was instantly filled with joy. The Crown Prince's Dharma soul. His body is almost fully recovered. He will recover in a month. In terms of diet, it's best to abstain from alcohol. Xiao Wenqiu left the palace. However, this time, he didn't meet Yi Baiming again. In the palace, a storm was brewing, but Yunxing didn't know anything about it. After she settled the matters of the hunting squad, she returned to the medicine hall. Little master, I've been waiting for you. Yunxing had just returned to Wushuan Limitless Building when she heard Zhong Yi's pitiful voice. He was a dignified sacred beast summoner, but he had been hiding all this time. It wasn't easy for him to wait until Yunxing was alone. Only then did he have the guts to appear. Zhong Yi, I only asked you to teach the Dark Crown Prince a lesson, but you've caused such a big trouble. Yunxing pretended to be dissatisfied. Hey, little master, the crown princes of those 2 countries aren't good people. One of them fell to his death. Moreover, how could someone from Zhou State's royal family die just like that? Even if the Medicine Emperor Pavilion doesn't appear, the Dharma Temple will send someone. Zhong Yi understood. What do you mean? They don't have a sage herb with more than 6 leaves, so they can't refine the 1,000 gold pill. Yi Bailian won't live for long. The Crown Prince of Zhou State was taken care of by Yunxing along the way. Yunxing was sure that if it wasn't for her soul-healing divine needle, even if the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's great master appeared, Yi Bailian wouldn't have survived. She definitely wouldn't expose her medical skills for a scumbag like the Crown Prince of Zhou State. Just because ancient medical skills aren't good doesn't mean that magic isn't good. That idiot Crown Prince of Zhou State is the successor that the Dharma Temple has high hopes for. If he dies, Yi Baiming will be the most suitable successor among the Zhou State's royal family. The Dharma Temple will definitely step in. With light magic as a treatment, even if the Crown Prince dies, he can be saved. Zhong Yi found some tea in the medicine hall and started drinking. When he came, he also looked around. It seemed that his little master was right. She was really a pharmacist. She was actually managing the medicine hall of Wushuan Wuji School, the #1 martial arts hall in Zhou State, at such a young age. When he sneaked in, he observed the place and realized that the martial arts practitioners in the martial arts hall were all quite strong. It seemed that he had to be more careful when he moved around this area in the future. He didn't want to be caught in the gutter. The Dharma Temple will also appoint the successors of the 5 great countries? Yunxing had always thought that the Dharma Temple taught all kinds of basic magic and developed potions. She didn't expect that the royal families of the 5 great countries were also related to the Dharma Temple. Haha, little master, you are young, so you don't know some of the secrets of the continent. Zhong Yi explained. Only then did Yunxing know some of the secrets of the continent. Thousands of years ago in the boundless continent, the masters of the 8 barren divine weapons either died or passed away. The remaining masters established the Donghuang dynasty, the Hunter Union, the Zhao State, and the Dharma Temple. The 4 masters had been friends for a long time. Although they established their own powers, they also had an 8 barren treaty. This treaty was also to prevent the demonic beasts that were once chased out of the boundless continent from reappearing. The Donghuang dynasty and the 3 great organizations had to establish a friendly and balanced relationship. However, the division of the Donghuang dynasty was unexpected. In the first few months after the division of the Donghuang dynasty, the people of the continent suffered and the people had no way of making a living. The Dutian beast blood cloud world also became active because of this. Finally, the three great organizations couldn't hold back anymore. They jointly issued a call for martial artists, sorcerers, and summoners. They forcibly stabilized the political situation of the continent that was on the verge of collapse. The three great organizations and the remaining powers of the Donghuang dynasty supported different rulers according to their own interests. Zhou state and later Qin were occupied by the Hunter Union. They ruled the country with martial arts. Penglai state directly became the rear power of the Zhao state. There were many summoners there, and the Dharma temple chose the resource-rich Tangyuan state. The remaining Donghuang dynasty and the immortal residents became the last strongholds of the Gu Donghuang dynasty and the elves. Since that's the case, Zhou state and later Qin should be under the jurisdiction of the Hunter Union. Even if the royal family changed, it should be related to the Hunter Union. Why did the Dharma temple interfere? Yunxing didn't understand. She didn't expect the three great organizations to be behind the seemingly peaceful five great countries. Haha, this matter started with the emperor of Zhou state. Zhongyi kept her in suspense. Zhou state's situation is very complicated. It's said that the current emperor of Zhou state was just an unfavored prince back then. He relied on the power behind him to sign an agreement with the Dharma temple. Outsiders don't know the details of this agreement, but the general idea is that the Dharma temple will choose the future emperor of Zhou state. Zhongyi was a freelance summoner. He often traveled around the continent and was quite old, so he knew a lot of things that Yunxing didn't. Zhou state's complexity wasn't limited to this. Zhou state also had a special existence like the Medicine Emperor's Pavilion. It would be difficult for the Dharma temple to directly control it. Yunxing thought about it again. It was no wonder that Zhou state, which relied on martial arts, would choose the crown prince, Yi Balian, as its successor. Although Yi Baiming was a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts, his special Dharma soul attribute was one of the reasons why the Dharma temple was wary of him. Instead of finding a strong successor with great potential, they were more willing to control a crown prince with poor talent and intelligence. The Dharma temple wanted to rely on the new emperor of Zhou state to secretly control the Hunter Union's subordinate state, Zhou state. So that means Yi Balian won't die? This isn't all bad news. Otherwise, if he dies and the Heavenly Hunting Corps is held accountable, we won't be able to escape responsibility. Yunxing thought to herself. Even if he doesn't die, that trash won't be able to gain anything. Heh, even if this old man's fall can be repaired with light magic, his magic cultivation in this lifetime can only stop at the level of an archmagus. The elder laughed sinisterly. He took out the 6-leaf purple ginseng that he had threatened her. Little master, this subordinate knows that you must have collected a 9-leaf purple ginseng. That thing is very precious. Save it for when you need to save your life. Take a look and see if you can use the 6-leaf purple ginseng to refine a few pills for me to try. The reason why Zhongyi signed a master-servant contract with Yunxing was that his lifespan was nearing its end and he urgently needed the sage herb myriad golden pill to prolong his life. No problem. I'll start refining pills today. However, I have a request. While I'm refining pills, you have to guard me. In the future, you'll be a member of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps. After this hunting mission, Yunxing finally understood the dangers of both the hunting world and the continent. The overall strength of the Sky Extermination Hunting Corps wasn't bad, but the hunters in the Sky Extermination Hunting Corps were all martial artists. Furthermore, most of them were soldiers and didn't know how to adapt. As for Yunxing herself, she was bound by the Little Ciandong and Wu Profound Limitless School, so it was impossible for her to train those hunters systematically. Second uncle's hand still needed to be treated, and the Heaven Hunting Army urgently needed an expert to assist them. Although Zhong's personality was eccentric, under the awe of a master like Emperor Zhao, he wouldn't be disloyal for the time being. The existence of him and his Class 9 Eagle Claw Bat King would instantly raise the Heaven Hunting Corps' level. Yunxing even considered letting Zhongyi oversee the Sky Extermination Hunting Corps in the future. Zhongyi didn't say anything else and agreed. Yunxing immediately went to find Yun Songlong. Yun Songlong already knew from the mouths of a few hunters that Yunxing had gone to the Qin nation this time. When he heard the news, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Yunxing. This lass was too undisciplined and out of control. That was the later Qin. Lass, did you eat a leopard's guts? That group of brats, Zhou Quan, didn't report it. I've already beaten them 20 times. When Yin Songlong saw Yunxing, he immediately pulled her in front of him. After carefully looking around, he let out a sigh of relief. Seeing the nervous expression on second uncle's face, Yunxing felt a wave of warmth. Second uncle, you shouldn't have punished Zhou Quan and the others. This time, they did very well. I went to later Qin to look for the 6-leaf sage ginseng. With it, your hand might be saved. After Yunxing finished speaking, she took out the 6-leaf sage ginseng. She planned to use the 6-leaf sage ginseng from the Luoxia city lord's residence to practice. After all, the 6-leaf sage ginseng that had undergone a lightning tribulation was too precious. It could be said that she had exchanged her life for it. You did it to look for the 6-leaf sage ginseng to treat second uncle's illness. Silly child, it's fine if you don't treat second uncle's hand. If anything happens to you, how am I going to explain it to big brother? Yun Songlong had mixed feelings. Second uncle, since I'm going to start refining pills today, you should go into seclusion with me in the medicine hall. The effects of the pills are the best when they're refined. I've asked Kayer to come with me. I want to use the Dihong song to treat you together. Yunxing had already ordered Zhong Yi to protect her in the dark. She had also asked the deputy curator to take care of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Unit for the time being. Thus, the uncle and niece began their seclusion in the medicine hall. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On the roof of the medicine hall, Zhong Yi was bored stiff as he looked around with his Bat King. He was in charge of keeping watch for Yunxing, who was refining pills. At this moment, Zhong Yi felt a faint light flickering on the roof. The light on the roof was getting stronger and stronger. Zhong Yi was initially nonchalant, but the light was so blinding that he almost couldn't open his eyes. He took a closer look and realized that it was a ray of sunlight. It was only 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and there was still quite a while before sunset. Where did this ray of sunlight come from? What's going on? Zhong Yi was curious. Old friend, let's go down and take a look. Zhong Yi patted his summoned beast, and the Bat King flapped its wings and flew towards the medicine hall. Who knew that the Bat King would suddenly feel dizzy after taking flight? It retracted its wings and almost fell off the roof. What made the Bat King feel dizzy was a mellow fragrance that was like fine wine. The fragrance was getting stronger and stronger. Zhong Yi recalled the Bat King and carefully observed the ray of purple light. Above the roof, the ray of purple light seemed to be rushing towards the sky. The purple light was formless and incomparably bright. The ray of sunlight hovered above the medicine hall and gradually spread out in all directions. From 1 li to 3 li, it dyed the entire sky above the Wushuan limitless building purple light. Zhong Yi was shocked, but he was a summoner who ran amok in the mainland. After thinking for a while, he recalled that when the ray of purple light appeared, a dense medicinal fragrance also floated out. This must be a sign that the sage herb 10,000 gold pill is about to be refined. Little Master has indeed succeeded. Such a strange scene must be at least a sage-grade pill. Only then did Zhong Yi know that after 3 days of refining pills, Yunxing had finally refined the sage herb 10,000 gold pill. It was rumored that whenever a sage-grade pill appeared, the auspicious sign of the pill would appear. This ray of purple light should be a sign that the sage herb 10,000 gold pill was about to be refined. That ray of purple light soared into the sky and spread out for several li. Such a phenomenon immediately alarmed some people in the Jade capital. It was especially so when several physicians in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion saw the ray of purple pill clouds. They all abandoned the patients and pills on hand and gathered together to discuss the ray of purple light. ***, there are still 2 more chapters to be published at 2 or 3 in the afternoon. I'm feeling a little uncomfortable, sorry ***, inside the little Xiandong, Dr. Fan looked at the purple light with excitement in his heart. Yunxing had asked Lin Yaoer to bring a message over, saying that she would be refining pills in seclusion for the next few days, although the child did not say what kind of pill she was going to refine. But seeing such a large amount of purple light appear, Dr. Fan was shocked. He understood that the appearance of a saint-grade pill meant that there was at least a saint-grade pill, or even an even higher divine-grade pill. Imperial Physician Rong looked at the rainbow-like glow of the pills that occupied a certain part of Jade Capital and was astonished. How did a doctor who could refine Saint-grade pills suddenly appear in the Jade capital? Among the pills, the light was divided into several types. Among them, the blue light was the primary grade medicine, the light of the middle grade medicine was orange, and the high grade medicine was red. Only Saint-grade pills would be purple in color. Yao Rong was shocked. It was not that she could not refine Saint-grade pills, but to be able to cause such a large scale of purple light, the quality of the Saint-grade pills must be high. Perhaps only her master, Lord Wen de Guizhou, who had already retired, could refine such a Saint-grade pill. But looking at the direction of the purple light, it was clearly in the direction of Wuxuan Limitless School. Earlier, when the Zhang father and son escaped to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had severely reprimanded the people of the martial arts school who came to ask for them. Because of this, Wuxuan Limitless School and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion became hostile. It was said that they had already hired a new doctor. It was very likely that the purple mist was refined by that doctor. In this way, the reputation and position of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in the continent would be shaken. Yao Rong was burning with anxiety. She brought a few doctors and rushed to the residence of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Yao Rong, do you really not know about the doctor in Wuxuan Limitless School? Wen de Guizhou suspected that this person was most likely related to the appearance of the moon god's praise. This? Yao Rong hesitated for a moment. Actually, halfway through, a name appeared in Yao Rong's mind. Yun Sheng, the doctor called Yun Sheng. Seeing the strange expression on Yao Rong's face, Wen de Guizhou asked, "Do you know who that is?" Disciple does not dare to hide it. I am only guessing, but I am not sure. Everything can only be confirmed after going to Wuxuan Limitless School to investigate. I suspect that the one who refined the Saint-grade pill is most likely the herbalist that Fan Zhi brought to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to participate in the examination. Yao Rong sighed. If her guess was true, then the Medicine Emperor Pavilion would have suffered a huge loss. What? Herbalist? How is that possible? The group of people, including the great medicine master, were all astonished when they found out that the other party was just a herbal gatherer. However, she had sent people to keep an eye on the child's movements. She only heard that the little girl did not stay in the medical center, but entered the Royal Magic Academy to study magic. After that, she could not find any more information. De Guizhou, I still have some memories of that child. She went to participate in the herbalist examination. Although she was young, her knowledge of medicinal herbs made Feng Fei feel inferior. Moreover, that child's courage was surprisingly big. Qi Fengfei indeed had some impression of that child. She told him about Yunxing's participation in the examination, as well as her courage to test medicine, everything. In that case, she is only a herbalist. It is not easy for a herbalist to refine a beginner-grade medicine. Wen de Guizhou was well aware of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's herbalist training system. A herbalist would not be able to come into contact with matters related to alchemy. Disciple has not continued. At that time, after she passed the herbalist examination, she also passed the physician examination at the same time. The physician's waste token was personally given by Disciple. Because of her and Fan Zhi's cooperation, they successfully completed a craniotomy for a child who had a congested brain. It was also Yunxing's bold actions that made Yao Rong suspect that she could refine a pill. Craniotomy? Wen de Guizhou was once again shocked speechless. A 6 or 7-year-old child actually completed such a difficult surgery. Normal children at this age would be scared by the sight of blood. Such a genius, why didn't you recruit her into the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? De Guizhou could no longer sit still. During the period when he was in seclusion, so many things happened. Master, it's not that Disciple didn't want to recruit her, but... Yao Rong smiled bitterly. That child is not an ordinary person. Disciple invited her with the identity of a physician in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, but she rejected. She insisted on learning from Fan Zhi, walking the path of dual cultivation of magic and ancient medicine. Magic and ancient medicine were two incompatible things. Fan Zhi was expelled from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion because of this. When Yunxing said those words, Yao Rong only thought that she was young and ignorant. But today, it seemed that the child really relied on her own strength to walk a different path of medicine. Haha, dual cultivation of magic and ancient medicine? If there's really such a child, even this old man would be interested to take a look. Jiyu and Xiao Wenxiu walked out from de Guosho's residence. The master and disciple had been in the Jade Capital for quite some time. After the Crown Prince's magic soul was restored, his body still needed to be nursed back to health. Jiyu had also heard that there was a small Ciantong in the Jade Capital. He was planning to bring Xiao Wenxiu to take a look at that medical hall, but who knew that they would encounter the matter of the purple glow. Even though pills and demonic medicine belonged to different systems, the purple glow had something in common. There's no time to lose. Let's head to Wuxuan Limitless School immediately. Regardless of whether that pill was refined by that child or not, just the Saint-grade pill alone is worth this old man personally visiting. It had been 10 years since de Guosho left his residence. Even when his best friend, Yun Ba's second son, Yun Songlong, was injured, he didn't leave his residence. It was only when Yun residents sent Yun Songlong over that he was willing to help. Look at that direction, it's the direction of Wuxuan Limitless School. As for the other party's identity, we will know once we head to Wuxuan Limitless School. Yao Rong, bring someone to the martial hall. If that pill was really refined by that child, immediately bring her over to meet him. De Guosho's identity was honorable, so he naturally wasn't willing to personally visit a junior. Jiyu didn't think much of it. Since he was a member of the Law Temple, he didn't have any level consciousness of ancient medicine. Thus, he headed to Wuxuan Limitless School with Xiao Wenxiu and the group from Medicine Emperor Pavilion. When that purple light appeared, it also caused the entire martial warriors of Wu Profound Limitless School to be pleasantly surprised. The fragrance of the pill was mellow, and some practitioners with shallow cultivation lost their focus and fell asleep. After Vice Hall Master Zhanli received this news, he observed outside the medical hall for a while. Second brother, looks like second brother's hand can be saved this time. Zhanli suppressed his excitement and ordered everyone in the martial hall. The new consecrator of the medicine hall, Elder Yan Yun, was in seclusion to refine pills. No one was allowed to enter the 3-li radius of the medicine hall. Those practitioners who had fainted because of the pill fragrance were also sent back to their respective residences. Everyone in the martial hall, listen to my orders. The martial hall has entered a state of emergency. All practitioners, immediately gather outside the martial hall. If you find anyone who intrudes, kill them all. Zhanli understood that this glow would also attract people with ulterior motives. Before Yunxing completely refined the pill, he definitely wouldn't let anyone disturb her. Both inside and outside the dojo were under martial law. Zhongyi smelled the pill fragrance and did not know if the pill had been refined or not. He did not dare to barge into the medicine hall, so he could only secretly dig a small hole on top of the medicine hall and look inside. When he looked inside, he suddenly heard the melodious sound of a pipa. There were 3 people sitting in the room. A middle-aged man sat in the middle with 2 young girls sitting on both sides. One of them was the little master, and the other was the Oriole who was holding a pipa and playing the Dihong song. The sound of the pipa was like large and small pearls falling to the ground. It was very pleasant to hear. Zhongyi listened and could not help but be fascinated. Even the Bat King, who was originally restless because of the red glow, could not help but retract its wings and listen on the roof with its master. The man and the beast unknowingly lay on the roof until sunset. At this time, in the medicine hall, the magical elements in Yunxing's hands were colorful and were in the process of forming the final pill. As the magical elements in Yunxing's hands condensed, a few pills containing the fragrance of the sage herb appeared in Yunxing's hands. Second uncle, take advantage of the pill's effect and eat it immediately. I will perform acupuncture for you and see if I can take the opportunity to open up the doqi in your body. Yunxing had been refining pills continuously for 3 days and her mental energy was on the verge of exhaustion. Fortunately, she was considerate and let the Oriole play the Dihong song at the end of the refining process. As expected, when the pipa sound came out, Yunxing felt the magical elements in her body recover. Elder Zong, don't poke your head out from above. Take your sage herb 10,000 gold pill immediately. You'll have to put it to good use later. Yunxing gave a pill to Yun Songlong and flicked it. A purple color accurately landed in Zhongyi's hands. Yunxing had also heard that a saint-grade pill could trigger a pill cloud phenomenon. It was just that she didn't expect that the pill refining this time would trigger such a shocking phenomenon. Even if she did not leave the medicine hall, she knew that the appearance of a saint-rank pill in Wuxuan Limitless Hall could no longer be hidden. At this moment, outside Wu Profound Limitless Hall, there was definitely a huge crowd. When the Zong personality smelled the fragrance, he felt that his spiritual sense was refreshed. He was wild with joy as he also knew that this was the legendary sage herb myriad golden pill. Zongyi didn't dare to be careless and quickly sat down cross-legged. The moment the pill entered his mouth, the Zong personality felt his mouth fill with saliva. The Dharma soul in his body immediately gave off a dazzling light. Zongyi was already over 60 years old. Because he was not a martial artist, his body was already on the verge of drying up. However, as soon as the sage ginseng entered his mouth, he felt that his originally fragile meridians were being continuously washed and repaired by a powerful essence qi. His originally mottled white hair had turned from black to white. The wrinkles on his bark-like face had also miraculously disappeared. His muscles were once again infused with vitality and became elastic. The age spots quickly faded away, and even his loosened muscles and bones glowed with new strength. At the same time that the Zong personality's body was transforming, the eagle claw bat king that was entrenched above the medicine hall also changed. The eagle claw bat king was the Zong personality's natal beast. Its life and death and evolution were closely linked from the moment it signed a contract with the Zong personality. The eagle claw bat king had followed the Zong personality for dozens of years. Its state was also connected to the Zong personality. Under the effect of the sage herb myriad golden pill, the Zong personality underwent a shocking transformation. The eagle claw bat king also benefited a lot. Roar! The eagle claw bat king's 1 meter wide, like the wings of a glider, spread out. The bones on top of it let out a crackling sound like beans. Its claws also continued to expand. From the original eagle claw shape, it became like the sharp claws of a flood dragon. Breakthrough, the 9th level eagle claw bat king broke through to the commander level dragon claw bat king. Ha ha ha! The Zong personality faced the sky and roared. The old summoner in his 60s disappeared. In front of Yunxing and the others, stood a 30-year-old summoner powerhouse. The Zong personality was very excited. He touched his face and looked at his limbs that were glowing with the unique roaming power of young people again. He couldn't help but laugh. Old friend, you've also broken through. You're a commander-level demon beast. I, the Zongyi, want to see what you can do to me. The Zongyi couldn't help but feel proud. He turned his head, his knees touched the ground, but he respectfully called out to Yunxing, Little Master. The Zong personality called her Little Master willingly. If it was said that he had no choice but to submit to an 8-year-old female summoner because he was intimidated by the pressure of the summoner emperor-level expert, then he had no choice but to submit to an 8-year-old female summoner. But at this moment, he was really convinced by Yunxing. She could make him rejuvenate and return to his peak state. She could make him a blessing in disguise and suddenly become a commander-level magical beast. These two things, if it was in the past, the Zong personality wouldn't even dare to dream. But Yunxing made these things come true. Master, you are not only the reincarnated parent of my Zong personality, but also the reincarnated parent of my old man. We will only recognize you as our master in this life. Who was the Zong personality? He was proud and arrogant. Even if it was the Zhao state, he had never been afraid. You are welcome. You helped me teach the princes of Zhou state and later Qin a lesson. I will help you refine the 1,000 gold pill. This is what we agreed on earlier. You just need to assist me like before. I still have to treat my second uncle's injury. At this moment, there must be a lot of people gathered outside the martial arts school. Help me block them and don't disturb my treatment. Yunxing was relieved when she saw the Zong personality's appearance. It seemed that the 1,000 gold pill that could bring the dead back to life mentioned on Elder Zhang's note was not fake. Second Uncle Yun Songlong's broken hand might really be cured with sage ginseng. Master, don't worry. With my Zong personality here, not to mention a living person, even a mosquito won't be able to come in and disturb Master. The Zong personality laughed straightforwardly. After he regained his youthful state, he was full of energy, and his magical beast had also evolved. Right now, even if there were 10,000 soldiers outside, he wouldn't even bat an eyelid, let alone a few weaklings. After the Zong personality finished speaking, he strode out. He and the Dragon Claw Bat King quickly rushed out of the martial arts school. Outside the Wuxuan Everlasting Martial School, the people of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and the two arbiters of the Law Temple were blocked outside by a group of martial artists. The deputy director has ordered that all members of the Wuxuan Everlasting Martial School be on guard. No one outside the school is allowed to enter. The martial artists outside the school were all fierce. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion and the Wuxuan Everlasting Martial School had already disliked each other because of Elder Zhang's matter. I am the Imperial Physician, Rong. These two are the arbiters of the Law Temple. Could it be that you dare to block us outside? Yao Rong and the doctors of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion were filled with righteous indignation. The Wuxuan Everlasting Martial School was so arrogant. The Imperial Physician and the arbiter of the Law Temple. Today, the sun really rose from the west. Why did these big shots who rarely walked around the continent all suddenly come to the Wuxuan Everlasting Martial School? When the martial artists heard this, they were also shocked by the other party's background. Among these three people, any one of them was comparable to the most illustrious figure in the Zhou state. Why were they gathered in the Wuxuan Everlasting Martial School? The martial artists looked at each other in dismay. A few of them immediately sent people in to report to the deputy director. Haha, who dares to enter? You have to pass through my Zong personality first. Just as the martial artists were in danger, they suddenly saw a black shadow in the sky that enveloped them like lightning. That black shadow came very quickly, and in a short while, it was above the doctors of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Zong Yi. During this period of time, the name of Zong Yi had spread throughout the entire Zhou state. The news of a sacred beast summoner called Zong Yi seriously injuring the Crown Prince of Zhou State and insulting the Crown Prince of Later Qin had already spread throughout several large countries. Later Qin State even issued a wanted order to kill Zong Yi. Who would have thought that he was actually hiding in Zhou State? Later Qin's wanted order stated that Zong Yi was a sacred beast summoner. His magical beast was a rare eagle claw bat king. This person's temperament was erratic and temperamental. He was not to be trifled with. Everyone raised their heads and saw a gigantic Bat King in the sky. There was a man sitting on Bat King's back. Not to mention the man, just the bat under him. Look at the Bat King's feet. Everyone's gaze fell on the Bat King's feet. Dragon Claw Bat? That's a commander-level mutated magical beast. In the direction of Wuxuan Limitless School, a few warriors walked over. They were the deputy head of the school, who was dressed in martial arts attire, Yi Baiming, Qingbai, and Bu Jiuxiao. Looking at Zong Yi and the Bat King that had already advanced to commander level, whether it was the people from the martial arts school or the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, even the two judges of life from the temple, they couldn't help but change their expressions. It had been a long time since a commander-level magical beast had appeared in Zhou State's Jade capital. After advancing, the Dragon Claw Bat King's strength was even more astonishing. It bared its teeth and let out a buzzing sound. Wherever the sound went, the bats that lived in Jade capital all came out of their nests. At this time, there was still some time before sunset. Under the cover of the purple light, the bats that filled the sky densely covered the entire Wuxuan Limitless School. It was as if dark clouds were covering it. The situation was indescribably strange. Zong Yi? Yi Baiming saw Zong Yi on the back of the Dragon Claw Bat at a glance. Although his appearance had undergone a shocking change, Zong Yi was still Zong Yi. It had only been half a month, but an old man who looked like he was in his 70s had returned to his prime. Yi Baiming was certain that it was not magic. Could it be? He thought of the purple glow in the dojo and the direction the Zong persona had come from. Yi Baiming suddenly understood. Little wildcat. It seemed that the Zong persona's rejuvenation must have something to do with Yunsheng. Zong Yi, how dare you barge into Wupperfound Limitless School alone? Since he didn't know his fighting strength, he thought that Zong Yi was here to cause trouble. Haha, I say, big guy, don't try to offend the Dragon King Temple. This old man is not here to offend your martial arts school. We are on the same side. This bunch of people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and Dharma Temple are making a racket outside, disturbing our little master from concocting pills. The Zong elder rolled his eyes at the group of physicians from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion as well as Jiyu and the rest. Little master? Battle Force was shocked. The person who could control a sacred beast summoner was actually someone from Whooperfound Limitless School. She is the guest elder of your Whooperfound Limitless School, Miracle Dr. Yun. She is my little master. Let me tell you, while this old man is in a good mood today, you should leave as far as possible. Don't hinder my master from treating her second uncle's hand. If there is a delay, none of you will be able to compensate. The Zong elder patted the head of the Dragon Claw Bat King with a sinister expression. It immediately released a sharp sound wave from its mouth. With a bang, the sound wave hit the group of people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Everyone, step back. Xianxia waved the magic scepter in his hand, and the second magic soul stone on the scepter suddenly lit up. A magic shield blocked the sound wave attack. The light magic and the sound wave collided. Both of them dissipated at the same time. The people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion were shocked. The Zong elder who was sitting on the back of the Dragon Claw Bat King raised his eyebrows and laughed. I didn't expect that there would be such an expert in the Dharma Temple. Let's have a competition. Hold on, Yao Rong walked out, her expression somewhat agitated. Just now, you said that your master was going to treat whose hand? The son of the martial saint of Zhou State, Martial Marquis Yin Songlong. The Zong elder reported Yin Songlong's name. In the entire Zhou State, there were not many people who could catch the Zong elder's eye. The father and son of the Yun family were an exception. Back then, when Yin Songlong was guarding the southern border of Zhou State, the Zong elder happened to be traveling by the border of Zhou State. He saw the Yun family army resisting the allied forces of later Qin and Tang Yuan with 1,000 men. Yun Ba's name as the martial saint was famous throughout the continent. However, although he admired Yin Songlong, he never thought that there would be a day when he would have to serve a descendant of the Yun family. Fate really made fools of people. The Zong elder couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is impossible. Yun Songlong's hand is already broken. How can he treat it? The doctors from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion were in disbelief. Jiyu and Xiaowenxu from the Dharma Temple were also astonished. The Dharma Temple was also aware of the condition of Yun Songlong's hand. It was not impossible to use light magic to regrow a broken limb. However, the relationship between the Dharma Temple and the Yun family was very ordinary. In fact, because the Dharma Temple wanted to secretly control Zhou State, they had some conflicts with the Yun family. As for the Yun family's first young master, one of the Yun family's young General Yun's hands was crippled. Countless people had seen him personally being sent to the great imperial physician. Why is it impossible? Just because you people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion can't do it doesn't mean that my little master can't. If you don't believe me, you can wait here. The Zong elder's face was full of arrogance. These reckless people actually dared to look down on his little master's medical skills. In the Zong elder's eyes, the current Yunxing was much more powerful than those high and mighty imperial physicians and great imperial physicians. Everyone, since Miracle Dr. Yun is treating Yun Songlong, please wait for a moment. Men, close all the entrances of the martial arts center. As long as Miracle Dr. Yun doesn't come out, no one is allowed to enter or leave the martial arts center. At this moment, Zhongli only wanted to ensure that no one disturbed Yun Songlong's treatment. In other words, he was not allowing the people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and the Dharma Temple to enter or leave. Seeing that Zhongli was so impolite, the people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion were furious. However, since Yao Rong did not say anything, they could not say anything. Moreover, in front of a group of strong and powerful martial artists, these doctors who did not even have the strength to truss a chicken dared not act rashly. When Zhongli saw that the group of doctors were angry but did not dare to say anything, he was secretly pleased. Elder Zhang's debt could finally be paid back. In the medicine hall, Yunxing was treating Yun Songlong's hand. Second uncle, take the purple ginseng 10,000 gold pill first, then I'll use the 9-leaf purple ginseng to heal you. Yunxing had already thought about it. Regrowing a severed hand was something that defied the heavens. It was many times more difficult than regaining one's youth. Therefore, just relying on one sage herb 1,000 gold pill was far from enough. It also needed to be combined with the 9-leaf sage herb. Yun Songlong was also skeptical about the effects of the sage herb 1,000 gold pill. However, after witnessing Zhang Li's demonic beast leveling up and its new appearance, Yun Sunlong could not help but feel more confident. After the sage herb 1,000 gold pill entered his stomach, Yun Sunlong felt a warmth in his abdomen. In his body that had not moved for many years, the sealed doqi could be faintly felt. Strands of doqi slowly seeped out from his meridians. Soon, his entire body emitted a red glow that was similar to a soldering iron. Sweat rolled down his body like a waterfall. Blood flowed in reverse from his left hand and legs. Yunxing took out the water needle from the Four Seasons colored glass needles and continuously used it to cool Yun Sunlong's body. At the same time, she released the doqi that had been accumulated in his body for a long time. As early as when Yunxing was treating Yun Sunlong for the first time, she had already discovered that the fighting energy in Yun Sunlong's body was confined by a special method. This method was very tricky, and the power of Yunxing's soul-healing divine needle at that time was not enough to remove it. However, now that she had the assistance of the sage herb myriad gold pill and the Dihong song, the effect was different. The medicinal effect of the sage herb myriad gold pill was continuously released. The medicinal effect attacked the veins and strange muscles in Yun Sunlong's body. It was as if a peerless expert was continuously attacking the restrained fighting energy in Yun Sunlong's body. As he had been confined for too long, the fighting energy emitted from his body had already turned into a muddy color like black mud. Under the effect of Yunxing's soul-healing divine needle, the fighting energy was guided and flowed throughout his body. Yun Sunlong's sweat gradually turned red like blood. Yunxing's face and forehead were also covered in sweat. Just now, she had also consumed a sage herb myriad gold pill. Under the effect of the sage herb myriad gold pill and the Dihong song, she had already raised the power of the jade marrow technique to the 5th level. The dark needles continuously moved around in Yun Sunlong's body. Oriole, who was watching from the side, was extremely nervous, but she did not dare to stop. Yunxing had already instructed her that she must play the Dihong song during the entire treatment process. The sound of the pipa gradually became faster, and the needles in Yunxing's hand also became faster and faster. Trillium hand doubled, tripled, and finally reached 10 times the usual rate. Oriole could not see the shadow of Yunxing's hand clearly at all. She could only see the shadows of the needles. It's time. Yunxing frowned and immediately took out the 9-leaf sage herb that she had obtained from the Luoxia wetland earlier. The 9-leaf sage herb had already shed its original appearance after going through the lightning tribulation. The sage herb, which was known as the divine herb, now looked like a newly grown white radish, white and tender. The richest spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed in its body. Yunxing placed the sage herb in her hand, and the fire element enveloped the sage herb. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Upon contact with the fire element, the spiritual 9-leaf sage herb let out a pitiful squeak. However, Yunxing turned a deaf ear to it. Within the flames, the sage herb turned into an invisible spiritual ore. Yun immediately covered Yun Sunlong's severed right hand with the spiritual liquid. The moment the spiritual liquid touched Yun Sunlong's severed hand, Yun Sunlong's expression changed. A strange feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart. He felt his right hand, which had been lost for a very long time. At the fracture, he felt an itch. Following that, something similar to granulation appeared. As time passed, the granulation grew longer and larger, transforming from its initial appearance into the shape of a hand. Fleshed Sunlong's muscles. It felt like a century had passed, but it also felt like an instant. Yun Sunlong's right hand was finally back. Even after his right hand had completely grown back, Yun Sunlong still stared at his right hand in disbelief. Hand. Yun Sunlong was so emotional that he couldn't say anything. His eyes were glistening with tears. He never thought that there would be a day when his hand would return. Second uncle, your hand is back. Not only your hand, the doqi in your body has almost recovered. Yunxing smiled in relief. She had already examined Yun Sunlong. His condition was much better than he had imagined. The doqi in Yun Sunlong's body hadn't dissipated in the past few years. Instead, he was still able to reach the state of a martial marquis. Yun Sunlong couldn't help but move his hand. He punched the wall of the medicine hall. A fist mark several inches deep appeared on the wall. Haha, Xing. Yun Sunlong couldn't help but be excited. He hugged Yunxing and laughed loudly. As he laughed, tears rolled down his cheeks. 8 years. A whole 8 years. He, Yun Sunlong, still had a day when he could recover. This was all thanks to his niece, Yunxing. For this treatment, Yunxing was already exhausted. Seeing that Yun Sunlong, who hadn't laughed for a long time, had recovered, she couldn't help but feel gratified. Second uncle, the doqi in your body will recover to its original state after you adjust your breathing for a while. Looking at the condition of your body right now, it's not the slightest bit inferior to a fierce general on the battlefield. At the same time that Yunxing was happy, she secretly thought in her heart, I wonder if the sage herb 10,000 gold pill will have any effect if it's given to her father, Yun Songhai. Sheng'er, second uncle is no longer the fierce general of Zhou State. At least, I don't want to be a general anymore. I have also thought about it. In a while, I will go to Zhou State's emperor and officially resign from the position of general. In the future, I will be a hunter with the brothers of the Yun family army. Yun Songlong said seriously. You plan to resign from the position of general? This? I'm afraid old General Yun won't agree. The Yun family was full of martyrs and had always been the pillars of the country. She didn't expect that the first thing Yun Songlong did after recovering was to resign from his position. Sheng'er, you don't need to persuade me. I have already made up my mind. Haven't you always wondered how my hand was injured? The recovery of Yun Songlong's hand not only made up for the regret that had accumulated in his heart for many years, it also made a breakthrough in his mental state. In the past, he was young and frivolous. He wholeheartedly wanted to make a breakthrough in the martial realm and become a fierce general more powerful than his father. Who would have thought that a battle would shatter all of his hopes? Yun Songlong told Yunxing about the things that had happened to him in the past. 7 or 8 years ago, Yun Songlong was appointed as Zhou State's youngest general. He and Zhang Li were ordered to go to the southern border of Zhou State to guard the chaotic border. One day, when he was patrolling alone, he encountered a young girl outside the border city. That young girl was only 17 or 18 years old. She was abnormally beautiful. She was teased by several passing later Qin soldiers. When Yun Songlong saw this, he immediately came to her rescue. That young girl was naturally very grateful. After Yun Songlong sent her back to her residence, the two of them had many private interactions. Yun Songlong liked music and that young girl was also very good at playing the zither. Unknowingly, the two of them fell in love with each other. Yun Songlong couldn't help but propose to that young girl. Who would have thought that when the young girl heard this, she would be terrified and uneasy? She rejected Yun Songlong's proposal on the spot. After that day, the young girl refused to see Yun Songlong again. At first, Yun Songlong didn't give up. Every evening, he would go to the young girl's door and play music. This was also a special way of communicating with the young girl for many days. Although the young girl closed her door and didn't see him, when she heard Yun Songlong's flute, she couldn't help but play in response. The two of them spent half a year like this. Until one night, Yun Songlong arrived at the young girl's residence 2 hours late because he was busy with military affairs. However, he found that the young girl was already gone. At that time, Yun Songlong searched the entire city like a madman, but he never found a trace of the girl. In his grief, Yun Songlong bought the house where the girl lived. Every few days, he would play the flute in front of the house, hoping that the girl would return one day. One day, when he returned to the house, he found a young man with a gloomy expression waiting for him. That man claimed to be the girl's fiancé and that he had been engaged to the girl since they were young. He told Yun Songlong not to get involved with the girl. It turned out that the girl was the daughter of a clan from the mainland's hidden city, Grand Emperor City, Xianxia. Only then did Yun Songlong realize that the identity and name the girl had told him were fake. Xianxia was the eldest daughter of the Yuan clan, a large clan in Grand Emperor City. Ever since she was born, she had never left Grand Emperor City. Until she was 16 years old. According to the rules of Grand Emperor City, citizens of Grand Emperor City were required to travel after reaching the age of 16 to broaden their horizons. At the same time, they were required to understand the strength of their peers on the mainland. The travel period was 1 year. During this period, the elders and guards of the clan were not allowed to accompany them. Xianxia was a straightforward person, She traveled alone until she reached Zhou State's Nanming city. That day, as fate would have it, she encountered later Qin soldiers outside the city. Just as she was about to teach them a lesson, Yun Songlong, who was passing by, saved her. Yun Songlong was young and handsome. He was also very skilled. After that time, the two of them connected and got along very well. Yuan Shahua grew up in Grand Emperor City. Unknowingly, she fell in love with Yun Songlong. Until the one-year travel period was almost up, Yuan Shahua received orders from Grand Emperor City to return to Grand Emperor City. It was only then that Yuan Shahua realized that she could no longer leave Yun Songlong's side. It was also at that time that Yun Songlong realized what was on his mind. He took the initiative to propose to Yuan Shahua. When she learned of Yun Songlong's feelings, Yuan Shahua was overjoyed. However, at the same time, she was heartbroken. Because she knew that as the daughter of a clan in Grand Emperor City, she had already been engaged to someone in the city. Yuan Shahua naturally knew of Grand Emperor City's methods. In order not to implicate Yun Songlong, she could only suppress the love in her heart and angrily rebuke Yun Songlong. However, Yun Songlong did not give up. He would come to look for Yuan Shahua every evening. It was only when Yuan Shahua was forced to leave Border City under the urging of her family that they finally gave up. After Yuan Shahua returned to Grand Emperor City, her longing for Yun Songlong grew stronger by the day. She would hug her zither and cry every day, and her health was getting worse and worse. This made Yuan Shahua's mother feel very strange. Unable to withstand the repeated persuasion of her family members, she finally told them what had happened. She even begged her family to cancel her engagement with the city lord's son. After hearing this news, her fiancé, the eldest son of the city lord of Grand Emperor City, Xian Wuji, was furious. He used the power of Grand Emperor City to quickly find out that the man who seduced his fiancée was the son of the martial saint of Zhou State, Yun Songlong. After Yun Songlong found out about the girl's identity, he finally understood why the girl was unwilling to accept his proposal. In the face of the overbearing son of the Grand Emperor City's city lord, Yun Songlong did not back down at all after learning the truth. He even declared that he would not give up on Yuan Shahua. However, Xian Wuji only snorted and warned Yun Songlong that he would regret it one day. At the time, Yun Songlong did not take the other party's threat to heart. At the time, Yun Songlong was still too young. He did not know that although Grand Emperor City was a hidden place, it had the unimaginable strength of Qinghai University. After that day, the originally peaceful southern part of the Great Zhou dynasty suddenly became turbulent because of the discovery of a mine. Later Qin and Tang Yuan formed an alliance. The two countries clashed with Zhou State's army in order to compete for the precious mine resources at the border. As the general of the border guards, Yun Songlong naturally had to lead his troops into battle. In the first few battles, Zhou State's army won a complete victory. However, in the last few battles, the situation took a turn for the worse. Zhou State's army's troops transporting supplies were ambushed many times. Unable to deliver the supplies, the army's morale was in disarray. Not only that, but later Qin and Tang Yuan's allied army also went all the way and defeated Zhou State's army. The situation was completely different from the two countries' armies that had been defeated earlier. Zhou State's spies asked around and found out that a new strategist had joined later Qin and Tang Yuan's army. That strategist was said to be from Grand Emperor City. Only then did Yun Songlong know that Xian Wuji had already made his move. He wanted to use this battle to defeat Yun Songlong and ruin his reputation in Zhou State's imperial court. After hearing this news, Yun Songlong did not want to fight for a long time. He studied the situation at the border with his combat forces and prepared to retreat to a city with sufficient supplies to wait for reinforcements. However, right at that moment, Yun Songlong unexpectedly received a letter. The letter was from Yuan Shahua. In the letter, she stated that she had escaped from Grand Emperor City. She was now in a border city and hoped that Yun Songlong could go and meet her. She was determined to abandon her family and everything to marry Yun Songlong. Knowing that the person he loved was close at hand, Yun Songlong could not help but be moved. He ignored combat forces' obstruction and personally rushed to the border city. Combat forces was worried about his safety and chose 1,000 Yun family elites to secretly protect him. The border city was also the place where Yun Songlong and the girl first met. There were more than 10,000 innocent civilians in the city. However, when Yin Songlong arrived, he found that Xianxia was not in the city at all. Instead, the border city had been surrounded by later Qin and Tang Yuan. The way forward was unclear and the way back was cut off. The city was in imminent danger. Only then did Yin Songlong come to his senses. He had been tricked by Xian Wuji and Xianxia. He could not bear to see the innocent civilians implicated by him. He quietly evacuated the civilians in the city, causing him and the Yun family army to miss the best time to break out. When he recalled the past, Yin Songlong felt a moment of sadness. The matter of Xianxia had always been a knot in his heart. Back then, combat forces had concealed the fact that Yin Songlong had secretly left the army in order to protect his reputation. However, Yin Songlong knew very well that so many of his brothers in the Yun family army had died for him. There was a rumor that someone had been playing the zither outside Southern Sea City for 3 days and 3 nights during the battle. Was it talking about Xianxia? Since she wanted to use the Dihong song to help you, why would she harm you? Second uncle, there must be something fishy about this. When Yinxing heard this, she could not help but interrupt Yin Songlong. Sheng you have to defend her. That letter was indeed written by her. Her handwriting is very special. At the end of the letter, there is her special personal seal. She pretended to write a letter to me and led me to the border city. What is her intention? Yin Songlong's face was already filled with sadness when he said this. Xianxia's betrayal had caused the deaths of almost all the brothers of the Yun family army. Even after so many years, Yin Songlong had never been able to forgive himself. If he had not trusted her too much, he would not have ended up in such a state. Therefore, Yin Songlong had been living in self-blame all these years and had always been in pain. He hated that Xianxia, but at the same time, he could not forget the friendship between the two of them. It was also because of this that Yin Songlong had been unwilling to talk about marriage for many years after returning to the Jade capital. Yin Songlong had never mentioned these things to outsiders. Even Battle Prowess only vaguely knew that he had once had a lover in the border city. However, Battle Prowess and Yun Ba both vaguely knew that his lover was from the Grand Emperor city. Under the influence of the Dihong song, Yin Songlong led less than 1,000 Yun family army soldiers and fought to the last moment without any food reserves in the city. However, just as Yun Ba was about to arrive with his army, a group of magical beasts with strength no lower than the 6th level appeared outside southern border city. Yin Songlong was even heavily injured by a 9th level magical beast. At that time, the person who injured me was the eldest son of the Grand Emperor city lord, Xian Wuji. I did not expect him to be a summoner. As a hidden city, the Grand Emperor city had existed on the continent for even longer than the 5 great nations. Their city had produced many talented people. The eldest son of the city lord was only in his early 20s, but relied on his powerful summoned beast to kill hundreds of Yun family army soldiers. In his anger, Yin Songlong entered the state of beast blood frenzy. However, under the siege of the experts of the Grand Emperor city, one hand was still chopped off and the other was crippled. However, for some reason, the eldest son of the city lord did not dare to kill Yin Songlong. Just as more than half of the Yun family army was dead and Yin Songlong was on the verge of death, the martial saint of Zhou State, Yun Ba, arrived. The might of a martial saint was earth-shattering. Seeing his second son Yin Songlong in such a state, Yun Ba was furious. With his own strength, he had killed 300 experts from Grand Emperor City. Even the eldest son of Grand Emperor City's city lord was severely injured in the end. His demonic beast was even torn into 2 by Yun Ba. At that time, if Martial Saint Tian Kazi hadn't appeared later Qin and saved the eldest son of Grand Emperor City's city lord, Xian Wuji would have died at Yun Ba's hands. Only now did Yunxing realize that her grandfather Yun Ba was such a powerful person. Tian Kazi stepped forward and finally signed a ceasefire agreement with Zhou State. At the same time, he also guaranteed that Grand Emperor would not harm Yin Songlong again. What a great Grand Emperor city! To actually implicate so many commoners and innocent soldiers for the sake of their own selfishness. What kind of bullshit hidden city is this? Yunxing was extremely angry when he heard this. The matters between men and women had always been consensual. That son of Grand Emperor City's city lord was so unreasonable that he wanted to kill her second uncle. But second uncle, I keep feeling that there's something more to this. Haven't you gone to look for her? Yunxing heard Yun Sunlong's description and knew that Yuan Shahua was definitely a sentimental person. Otherwise, why would she play the zither for 3 days and 3 nights outside the city? That's not important anymore. That Yun Sunlong who loved her is already dead. What Yun Sunlong couldn't let go was that when Tian Kezi left with the seriously injured son of Grand Emperor City Lord, Yuan Shahua had arrived. She had only ordered people to send the son of Grand Emperor City Lord into a carriage. From the beginning to the end, she hadn't even glanced at him. Since then, Yun Sunlong had been disheartened and remained silent in the general's residence. In a flash, 8 years had passed. If not for Yunxing's appearance and curing Yun Sunlong's hand, this old matter would have been buried deep in Yun Sunlong's heart forever. As the uncle and nephew were talking. Second brother. Zhang Li had been waiting outside the medicine hall for a long time. When he heard Yun Sunlong's laughter, he couldn't help but feel excited. The moment he entered the medicine hall, he saw Yun Sunlong. Zhang Li took a step forward and stared at Yun Sunlong's hand. Right hand, his second brother's hand that had been broken for many years now appeared in front of him. His bones, tendons and the douqi in his body had all been restored. Seeing Zhang Li so excited that he couldn't even speak, Yun Sunlong went forward and gave Zhang Li a bear hug. Big brother Zhan, my hand is back. This was the first real greeting between the two brothers in many years. Zhang Li's eyes couldn't help but moisten. This iron-blooded man had been waiting for this moment for 8 years. Let's not talk about this first. What's going on outside? Yun Sunlong's douqi had been restored and he had reached the cultivation level of a young martial marquis. He had long noticed that there were many people outside. It's the people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Divine Dr. Yun's refining of the Saint Grade pill caused the purple glow of the pill to attract people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Humph, those people, they couldn't heal your hand themselves, so they said that no one in the world could. What a joke. After Zhang Li confirmed that Yun Sunlong had recovered, he was in a good mood. He didn't care about the group of doctors buzzing around outside the dojo like flies. He looked at Yun Sunlong again. After taking the Sage Herb 1000 Gold pill, not only had his hand regrown, he also seemed to have become 10 years younger. Right now, Yun Sunlong looked like a young man in his early 20s. This made Zhang Li extremely jealous. He didn't care about his status as the dojo master and asked with a smile, Divine Dr. Yun, the effects of your Sage Herb 1000 Gold pill are not bad. Do you have any more? Can you give me one? I'm sorry, Deputy Curator. I only have a total of 6 purple ginseng golden pills, and I still have to save them for future use. If there's a chance in the future, I'll naturally give you one. Yunxing found it funny. It seemed that not only women, but men were also very interested in things like not aging. It was a pity that her 6-leaf Sage Herb 1000 Gold pill was limited. The 9-leaf Sage Herb 1000 Gold pill was all used on Yun Sunlong's arm. Deputy Curator, the people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion are making a ruckus outside. They must see Divine Dr. Yun. Yi Baiming walked in. When he saw Yunxing, his fox-like eyes narrowed and he glanced at Yunxing with a smile that wasn't a smile. Let me go. Yun Sunlong glanced at his own niece. Seeing her pale face, he knew that Yunxing had overexerted herself and needed to rest. Then I'll have to trouble second uncle. Yunxing was indeed a little tired. She still needed to meditate and digest the medicinal effects of the Sage Herb 1000 Gold pill in her body. The treatment this time, to her, had benefited a lot. The 3 of them walked out of Wuxuan Limitless Building. When everyone saw Yun Sunlong and his right arm, they were also in an uproar. Especially the people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, they were all dumbfounded. Even a blind person could see that Yun Sunlong's arm had really been cured. Imperial Physician Yao, 2 life judges. After Yun Sunlong recovered from his injuries, the aura of a fierce general on the battlefield in his early years was also completely gone. General Yun, your arm? The one who found it the most unbelievable was Yao Rong. Not only Yun Sunlong's arm, even his condition had recovered very well. As the beloved disciple of the great national hand, Yao Rong knew that his master and Yun Ba had a good relationship. After Yun Sunlong was crippled, he had also treated him several times. However, a heart disease still needed heart medicine. In the early years, Yun Sunlong's attitude was negative, so his condition didn't improve. But this Yun Sunlong in front of him, who was full of energy, what was going on? My hand is already healed. Thank you for your concern, Imperial Physician Yao. Yun Sunlong was very respectful to the great national hand. It is indeed healed. Your hand, was it? Was it cured by the martial arts school's doctor? Yao Rong couldn't wait to see this doctor with such superb medical skills. Because of my hand, Xing'er hasn't slept for an entire day. If Imperial Physician Yao and Grandmaster de Guosho really want to see her, please come back another day. Yun Sunlong was very fond of his niece. For his hand, Yun Xing had not only risked her life, but also spent a lot of energy, making him, as her uncle, feel very guilty. Just as they were talking, they heard the sound of iron hooves. Outside Wuxuan Limitless Building, a group of Zhou State's imperial guards arrived. When Yi Baiming saw them, his fox eyes narrowed slightly. Thank you, Xinjin, Bad Squirrel, One-Eyed Owl, Fish. And Fei Fan for your tips. I'm already alive, thank you everyone. Wuxuan Limitless Martial Hall's Deputy Director, listen up. In the name of Zhou State's Emperor, we invite the doctors of your hall to enter the palace. A few military officials came. They looked arrogant and ignored the angry gazes of the martial artists as they prepared to barge in. Who allowed you to barge into the martial hall? Suddenly, a thunderous roar was heard. They saw a young general walking out of the martial arts center. When he saw who it was, the Imperial Guard commander was stunned for a moment before taking a closer look. With one look, the Imperial Guard commander shuddered violently. General Yun. He immediately got off his horse and saluted with the rest of the Imperial Guards. Yun Ba was the martial saint of Zhou State. In his early years, he had no less than 100 generals under him. Although the Yun residence had declined over the years, the name of Yun General Yun was still there. In his early years, Yun Sunlong was also a famous general in the army. No need to be so courteous. I will explain to the emperor. Yun Sunlong didn't say anything else as he led the Imperial Guards to the palace. General Yun, please wait. Yi Baiming walked forward and whispered in Yun Sunlong's ear. After Yun Sunlong heard this, he pondered for a moment before nodding his head gratefully. Seeing that things had come to this, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion could only give up and return first. On the other hand, the master and disciple in the temple had different expressions. Master, you suspect that person is the one who refined the moon goddess's praise? Xia Wenqi was also very curious as to who could refine a saint-rank pill. We will know in a few days whether or not he is. But that Yun Sunlong's life. You couldn't help but frown. His life is full of ups and downs. He was supposed to die young. Even if he didn't die, he would have lived a mediocre life. But Xia Wenqi and his disciple looked at each other. This was the first time they had misjudged a person's fate. The crowd outside the Wuxuan Limitless Martial Hall also returned to the medicine hall. Master, the people outside have all left. My identity has been exposed. I'm afraid that it will bring you unnecessary trouble. Zhongyi only realized after the fact that he was in Zhou State. He had entered the Crown Prince of Zhou State and was afraid that it would bring unnecessary trouble to Yun Xing. You don't have to worry about this matter. I have my own ways. However, I have something to ask you. Do you know about Grand Emperor City? Yun Sunlong had only hurriedly talked about some matters of the Grand Emperor City just now. Yun Xing still did not understand the matters of the continent. After listening to Yun Sunlong's explanation, Yun Xing thought that there was something suspicious about the whole thing. Although Second Uncle's hand had recovered, she didn't intend to let off those people who had harmed Second Uncle and so many innocent Yun family soldiers. Yun Xing thought that Yun Sunlong was not someone who would give up so easily. Yun Xing thought that a large part of the reason why Yun Sunlong left the Yun residence and became a hunter was because he wanted to lead the Zhou State's army. He didn't want his own matters to implicate the Zhou State or even the Yun residence. One day, as long as his strength allowed it, Yun Sunlong would definitely find the people of Grand Emperor City to compete with and take revenge for the brothers of the Yun family army who had been ambushed and killed. Grand Emperor City? Master, you better not provoke a damned place like Grand Emperor City. However, Why did you ask me about Grand Emperor City? Logically speaking, if you want to ask about it, you should ask your master. He is the same as the city lord of Grand Emperor City. They are both experts at the level of Emperor Zhao. I believe that they should have some interactions with each other. When Zhongyi heard this, his eyebrows twitched, and at the same time, his face was filled with confusion. An expert at the level of Emperor Zhao? Could it be that there was an expert at the level of Emperor Zhao overseeing the Grand Emperor City? My master is an otherworldly expert. Regarding these matters, he has always been unconcerned about them. Or could it be that you, a dignified sacred beast summoner, who has been roaming the continent for dozens of years, don't even know about the matters of Grand Emperor City? Yunxing still understood the temper of this old subordinate of hers very well. Zhongyi cared a lot about his face. Once he was provoked, he would definitely spill everything he knew like beans from a bamboo tube. Of course I know. Master, don't forget that I have a Bat King magical beast. With it, as long as there are bats roaming around, I will be able to obtain information. Zhongyi was indeed tricked. As if he was showing off, he told her everything he knew. Among the summoners on the continent, the Zhao state had the most. However, there were not many experts who could reach the level of Emperor Zhao. For example, among the few experts who were at the level of Emperor Zhao, the Zhao state had the most people. Including the current Emperor Zhao, there were a total of 3 of them. Of course, this did not include those experts who had hidden themselves from the world. For example, Yunxing's master belonged to the category of unknown peerless experts on the continent. Among the 3 known experts at the level of Emperor Zhao, one of them was the mayor of Grand Emperor City. However, unlike other summoners, the mayor of Grand Emperor City was not a magician like the other summoners. Emperor Zhao of Grand Emperor City used sound as a summoner. He used the Grand Emperor Zhao zither to summon magical beasts. It was said that he was the only person on the continent who could directly use the sound of the zither to summon god-level magical beasts. Zhongyi thought for a moment. Oh right, master. Speaking of which, when you were treating the patient just now, the little girl at the side seemed to be playing the Dihong song. Zhongyi had also been to Grand Emperor City several decades ago and was fortunate enough to listen to the Dihong song once. Although the Oriole's skills were not enough and the sound of the zither was not very beautiful, it was indeed similar to the Dihong song's rhythm. In Grand Emperor City, there were 2 noble families, the Xian family and the Yuan family. These 2 families were said to be formed by the relatives of the first mayor and his wife. And the girl whom Yun Sunlong had mentioned earlier, who fell in love with him at first sight, was a member of the Yuan family. Although the Xian and Yuan families had their own clans, according to the rules of the first mayor and his wife, every generation of the Xian and Yuan families must have at least 1 man and woman to be married. The husband and wife had to practice the Dihong song together. Only then would they be able to practice the most powerful Dihong song. This rule had been passed down for many generations in Grand Emperor City. When Yunxing heard him say this, she guessed that Yuan Xiahua was the girl who had been selected from this generation of the Yuan family to practice the Dihong song with the mayor's eldest son. You mean to use the Dihong song to summon magical beasts? Yunxing felt that it was inconceivable when she heard it. She was also a summoner and had always used a summoning array to summon magical beasts. Yes, the Dihong song is divided into 9 parts. It is said that those who can practice it to the highest level can use the Dihong song to summon magical beasts of the divine level. Not only that, the Dihong song has different effects on different people. For example, if a warrior uses it, he can improve his battle energy. But if a magician uses it, he can improve his magical soul. But if a summoner uses it, he can summon magical beasts of the divine level. But after the death of the first generation of the Dihong song, it was very difficult for anyone in the Grand Emperor City to practice all 9 parts of the Dihong song. After the age of 6, everyone in Grand Emperor City would be taught the first 3 parts of the Dihong song. Then, when they turned 10 years old, they would undergo the first test of the Dihong song. Only those who passed the test could learn the last few parts of the Dihong song. Yuan Xiahua had once played the last few parts of the Dihong song in front of Yun Sunlong. Presumably, she was also a genius of the Xian Yuan family in this area. No wonder Xian Wuji, the son of the Grand Emperor City lord, was furious when he found out that his fiancée liked someone else. He even colluded with later Qin and Tang Yuan to kill Yin Songlong. If Yin Songlong wasn't Yunba's son, or if Yuan Shahua hadn't played the Di Hong song for 3 days and 3 nights, Yin Songlong would have died long ago. By the way, Zhong Yi, if a person can summon a 9th-level magical beast, does that mean his Di Hong song cultivation is also very high? Yunxing was worried about the city lord's son who was seriously injured by Yunba but didn't die. Although Yunba and later Qin's martial saint had an agreement, in the past few months, later Qin had been restless. The hidden crown prince had even brazenly tried to assassinate the Zhou state's crown prince. Now that Yun Songlong's hands had recovered, Zhou state had another martial marquis. She believed that this news would spread very quickly. He can summon a 9th-level magical beast? I heard that there hasn't been a strong person who can use the Di Hong song to summon a 9th-level magical beast in Grand Emperor City for a long time. However, in recent years, I heard that a genius youth appeared in a branch of the Yuan family. He was only 16 years old, but he could use the Di Hong song to summon an 8th-level magical beast. However, that was only a rumor. No one had actually seen it. If that youth is really 16 years old, I believe that he should have left the city to travel. Zhong Yi couldn't help but sigh. It was really the new generation replacing the old. He, Old Lang, was afraid that he would be beaten to death on the beach. However, Master, why are you asking about this? Zhong Yi told Yunxing everything he knew about Grand Emperor City with a puzzled expression. I was just curious. Zhong Yi, listen, I want you to accompany me to the palace. Yunxing already had an idea. Just as Yunxing was entering the palace, in the distant southern border of Zhou state. You said his hands have recovered? In a simple house, a woman with a veil over her face was adjusting the sound of a zither. When she heard the news from the youth, her hand froze. The woman's hand paused, and her finger was immediately cut by the sharp strings of the zither. Dark red blood flowed out. Big sister, don't be so agitated. Standing in front of the woman was a handsome young man. He wore a white robe, had thick eyebrows, and was very handsome. On his waist was a phoenix head jade flute. Is this news true? The woman's beautiful eyes sparkled. It's definitely true. The news came from mighty Marshal Marquis. He has always been our spy in Jade Capital. But since I know about this, the city lord's mansion must know about it as well. I'm sure Xuan Wuji already knows about it, said the young man, secretly observing the woman's expression. As expected, the woman was in a daze. Sister, are you still concerned about that guy? The young man's tone was filled with anger. Third brother, what happened back then had nothing to do with Song Lang. I did it willingly. The woman wore a veil and her eyes were calm. The woman had a pair of beautiful eyes, and her temperament was outstanding. Even if she wore a veil, it was not hard to see that she was a graceful beauty. Big sister, how can you not blame him? You were banished from Grand Emperor City and became like this. Isn't it all because of him? The young man was furious. Under the veil, the once beautiful face was already, 10 years ago, the young man was only a 6-year-old child. He still remembered that his big sister, who doted on him the most, followed the custom of Grand Emperor City and traveled to the continent when she was 16 years old. Before leaving, his big sister even promised that she would definitely bring back good food and fun things. His big sister left for a year. When his big sister returned to Grand Emperor City after a year, the young man discovered that his big sister, who had always been docile, had changed. She was no longer cheerful and no longer played with him. She even had a conflict with her parents, locking herself in her room and refusing to eat or drink for several days. Later on, the young man found out that his big sister had fallen in love with an outsider when she was traveling. The Yuan clan lived in seclusion in Grand Emperor City and rarely went out. As the direct descendants of the Yuan clan, most of them practiced marriage between 3 generations within the clan. When the young man's big sister was just born, she was betrothed to the eldest son of the city lord, who was 3 years older than her. In Yuan Bupo's heart, his big sister had always been a well-behaved person. Before Yuan Bupo came of age, Yuan Shahua had always been the most talented person of her generation in Grand Emperor City. She was also the leader of this branch of the Yuan clan. The outside world knew that there were 9 chapters of the Di Hong song in Grand Emperor City. However, what outsiders did not know was that the Dihong song was divided into 3 parts. The first 3 chapters were inherited by the city lord, the Xian clan, while the last 3 chapters were safeguarded by the Yuan clan. As for the last 3 chapters of the legendary Dihong song, only the most outstanding heirs of the Xian and Yuan clans would have the opportunity to enter the tomb of Emperor Xianyuan and obtain the inheritance after they had cultivated the first 6 chapters. Xian Wuji was a summoner and Yuan Shahua was a magician. When they were born, they were designated as the heirs to enter the tomb of Emperor Xianyuan. Yuan Shahua did not really like Xian Wuji, the son of the city lord, but the 2 of them were childhood sweethearts and had grown up together. Yuan Shahua did not reject him. If Yun Sunlong had not appeared, Yuan Shahua's life would have been as planned by her clansmen. Everyone, including Yuan Bupo, thought that his big sister would return to the city to marry Xian Wuji after completing her coming-of-age journey. After all, the 2 branches of the Xian and Yuan clans had the habit of intermarriage for many years. However, his big sister, who had always been sensible, showed unprecedented stubbornness after she was forcibly brought back to Grand Emperor City. This made the Yuan clan's parents feel very awkward and the city lord's residents kept pressuring them. Xian Wuji was so angry that he went to Zhou State to look for Yuan Shahua's lover, Yun Sunlong. When Yuan Shahua heard this news, she ignored her clansmen's objections and insisted on leaving Grand Emperor City. Yuan Shahua's parents, who were also the current parents of the Yuan clan, had no choice but to seal Yuan Shahua's magic soul and forcibly detain her in the Yuan clan's ancestral hall. Yuan Bupo was still young at that time and was very daring and naughty. He was close to his big sister and could not hold himself back, so he secretly went to visit his big sister behind his parents' back. Bupo, let big sister out. I must find Songlong. If he dies, I can't live either. In the pitch-black ancestral hall, his big sister's eyes were empty as if she was dead. She washed her face with tears all day long and her originally beautiful face quickly became haggard. Yuan Bupo's heart softened and he secretly let Yuan Shahua out. His parents, who had always doted on him, flew into a rage and gave Yuan Bupo a good beating. However, Yuan Bupo did not regret it because he saw his big sister's expression when she left Grand Emperor City. That expression was like a bird that had been imprisoned in a cage for a long time and was finally free. To outsiders, the mysterious Grand Emperor City was nothing more than a cage that imprisoned her love and freedom in the eyes of her elder sister. However, the development of the situation exceeded Yuan Bupo's expectations. The result was that the Zhou State and later Qin's 2 great martial sages were drawn out. Grand Emperor City suffered a setback in the face of external forces for the first time and the 3 states finally stopped fighting. Xian Wuji, who was insufferably arrogant in Grand Emperor City, was seriously injured and brought back. At the same time, Yuan Shahua, who was like a zombie, was also brought back. Yuan Shahua hated Xian Wuji to the core. Yun Sunlong's hands were crippled and more than 1,000 soldiers of the Yun clan had died in vain. However, at the same time, she could not betray Grand Emperor City. When he saw Xian Wuji's injuries, Yuan Bupo realized that there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons outside Grand Emperor City. Even with the help of the city lord's summoned beast, Xian Wuji was still humiliated. The city lord was furious and threatened to kill the father and son of the Yun clan. Faced with the conflict between her family and her lover, Yuan Shahua stood out resolutely. Not only did she personally refuse to marry Xian Wuji in front of the entire city, she even used a sharp sword to destroy her unparalleled beauty. Yuan Bupa could still remember the situation back then clearly until now. The gentle elder sister pulled out the purple jade hairpin on her head. She seemed to have lost her senses as she drew hideous wounds on her face one by one. She did not allow anyone to come near her. If anyone did, she would immediately destroy their magic soul. She said each word with hatred, Xian Wuji, you made Sunlong suffer. I wish I could skin you alive. I will never play the Dihong song with you in this lifetime. As long as I, Yuan Shahua, am alive, I will never step into the tomb of Emperor Xianyuan. Her mother, who loved her eldest daughter, fainted on the spot. However, the people from the city lord's mansion were still very aggressive. Faced with such a situation, Yuan Bupo felt a surge of anger in his chest. Although he was only 8 years old, he managed to break free from his clansman's obstruction and hugged Yuan Shahua. No one is allowed to force my elder sister. It's just the Dihong song. I, Yuan Bupo, swear that I will replace my elder sister and enter the tomb of Emperor Xianyuan. I, Yuan Bupo, will learn the 9 chapters of the Dihong. The child's words came true. With the support of the Yuan clan, Yuan Shahua left the Grand Emperor city. Since then, the naughty and lazy Yuan Bupo learned the Dihong song with determination. His talent was better than Yuan Shahua's. Coupled with his hard work, he finally comprehended the first 5 chapters of the Dihong song at the age of 13. At the age of 15, he comprehended the 6th chapter of the Dihong song and became the first genius in the Grand Emperor city to do so. Even the people from the Xian family city governor's mansion dared not underestimate Yuan Bupo. Everyone knew that Yuan Bupo would definitely be the one to enter Emperor Xuanyuan's tomb with the Xian family's women in the near future. Yuan Bupo finally turned 16 this year. He also had the opportunity to leave the Grand Emperor city and travel. The first thing he did when he traveled was to find his elder sister, Yuan Shahua, and meet Yun Songlong. He wanted to know what kind of man could make his elder sister so infatuated that she would betray her clan for him. After much difficulty, he finally found out that his eldest sister, who had left the Grand Emperor city, was living in seclusion at the southern border of Zhou state. In the past, his eldest sister was beautiful and gentle. She was a genius girl that everyone in the Grand Emperor city looked up to, and she was also the future wife of the city lord. But now, she had become a lonely woman with a cold personality who was unwilling to go out all day. Facing her younger brother's anger and indignation, Yuan Shahua appeared very calm. She adjusted the strings in her hands and played a note. Bupo, you still don't have a sweetheart, right? Yuan Shahua knew her younger brother very well. He had been the only son of the Yuan family since he was young. When he was only 3 years old, he had already displayed talent that surpassed anyone in the city. He was also handsome and had long been admired by the young ladies of the clan in the city. It was also because of this that he developed an arrogant and condescending personality, treating women like dirt. Other than a few sisters in his family, he didn't care about anyone else. What's so good about a woman? She's like a sparrow, chirping and chirping. Yuan Bupo snorted. Wait until you meet your sweetheart, then you'll know how I feel. Bupo, promise me that you won't make things difficult for Yun Songlong and don't tell him. I'm here. Between us, there's the Grand Emperor city and thousands of lives of the Yun family army. It's impossible for us to be together in this lifetime. Yuan Shahua looked at the arrogant Yuan Bupo and shook her head helplessly and dotingly. Sister, I'll agree to your request. However, I heard that Xian Wuji brought Xian Mimi out on a trip this time as well. Just because I won't harass Yun Songlong doesn't mean that he won't do it. Yuan Bupo didn't mean what he said. He had long planned to go to the Jade capital to take a look when he had the chance. The Xian siblings were very rude and unreasonable. He was afraid that they would take revenge on the Yun family this time. If Yun Songlong couldn't even defeat Xian Wuji, then he really didn't deserve to be with his sister. Yuan Shahua looked at her brother who was in a daze and thought back to when she first met Yun Songlong. She was also 16 years old. 8 years had passed. She couldn't help but touch her face. When she touched the centipede-like scars, a trace of pain flashed across her brows. Songlong. Are you all right? I'm afraid you and I won't be able to hear the zither and flute of the southern land in this lifetime. In the Zhou State Palace, Yun Songlong knelt on the ground. He raised the Zhou State General seal high above his head and said loudly, Your subject, Yun Songlong, requests to resign from the post of General of the Zhou State Cavalry. Your Majesty, please grant me permission. Zhou State's Emperor, Yiqing Tian, couldn't help but frown. In the past few days, the Zhou State's Emperor had been extremely busy because of the Crown Prince's matter. Today, he had just left the Crown Prince's palace with Empress Qi when he heard the palace guard report that General Yun Songlong had requested an audience. Earlier, he had sent people to capture the soldier who had participated in the Crown Prince's escort. Who knew that the soldier hadn't returned and instead, Yun Songlong, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, had requested an audience. Before Yun Songlong was crippled, he was the second-grade general of the cavalry of the Zhou State. After he was crippled, the Zhou State's emperor didn't strip him of his military rank in consideration of the Yun family's loyalty. He only took back his military authority. Who knew that Yun Songlong's first words would be to resign? Yun Songlong had returned to the capital in defeat 8 years ago and hadn't attended court for 8 years. After hearing this news, Yi Qingtian's expression didn't show any joy. Instead, there was a trace of astonishment. Beloved official Yun, has your hand been healed? Since that's the case, why do you want to resign from your post? You are a rare talent in the Zhou state. The Zhou state's emperor and the eunuchs all saw that Yun Songlong's hand had recovered. Even his battle chi cultivation had recovered. Reporting to your majesty, this subject's hand has indeed recovered. This subject knows that 8 years ago, during the battle in the south, this subject deserves 10,000 deaths. Your majesty remembered the contributions of the ancestors of the Yun family and didn't punish this subject. In these 8 years, this subject has never fulfilled his duties as a subject. The laws of the Zhou state state that a subject who hasn't attended court for 3 years will be removed from his post and investigated. Yun Songlong had already made up his mind. Beloved official Yun, the number of generals in the Zhou state has withered and old General Yun is also old. You are in the prime of your life and should help the country share old General Yun's burdens. We won't allow your resignation. Yi Qingtian insisted on not agreeing to Yun Songlong's request. As expected, the Zhou state's emperor didn't agree to his resignation. The ruler and his subject were at a standstill in the court, neither willing to give way. It was easy to join the army, but difficult to resign. The number of generals in the Zhou state's court had withered and Yun Songlong hadn't left the general's manor for many years. Thus, he didn't know much about the Zhou state's military situation. Reporting to your majesty, the vice commander of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Troop, Yan Yun, and the summoner Zhong Yi are requesting an audience. When Yi Qingtian heard Zhong Yi's name, he was enraged. Are you talking about the summoner Zhong Yi that heavily injured the crown prince? What a good Zhong Yi. He bullied my Zhou state's court and dared to cause trouble in my Zhou state's palace after injuring my son. Men, no matter what method we use, we must take down this old bastard Zhong Yi. Wait. Your Highness, please don't be impulsive. That Zhong Yi isn't an enemy, so please calm down. It won't be too late for your Highness to take action after this subject goes out to investigate and find out what's going on. Yun Songlong was also astonished when he heard that Yun Xing and the Zhong Yi had voluntarily delivered themselves to his doorstep. He had just told Yun Xing to immediately dispatch the Zhong Yi and leave. Why didn't she follow his instructions? Instead, she brought people to kill her way into the palace. Yun Songlong hurriedly walked out of the palace and saw Yun Xing and the Zhong Yi waiting outside. Yun Xing was looking around the palace. This was her first time entering the palace. Xing, why did you bring him here? Don't you know that the Emperor of Zhou State has already issued an order to arrest Zhong Yi? Yun Songlong saw that Yun Xing's face was calm and didn't show the slightest bit of fear, so he shook his head helplessly. His niece was really born bold. In her eyes, the palace was probably just a slightly bigger courtyard. He also knew that his niece had always been unpredictable, but her thoughts were even more meticulous than his. For a moment, he didn't know what Yun Xing wanted to do. Second uncle, I'm here to help you resign. If Xing'er's guess is correct, the Emperor of Zhou State definitely didn't agree to your resignation. Don't worry, I'll bring the Zhong Yi in later and we'll definitely be able to help you resign. I can also guarantee that the 3 of us will be able to leave Zhou State's palace unharmed. Yun Xing paid attention to her surroundings. Just as she brought the Zhong Yi in, at least a dozen unfamiliar magical elements and Duki appeared in the surroundings. There were also the auras of magical beasts. It seemed that there were quite a few experts hidden in Zhou State's palace. The Zhong Yi's face was indifferent. In his eyes, those so-called hidden palace consecrated summoners were just a bunch of kids. He didn't ask why Yun Xing had brought him here. In his opinion, as long as his Dragon Claw Bat King was here, the Zhou State Palace was no different from a market. He could come and go as he pleased. Yun Songlong brought Yun Xing and Zhong Yi into the palace. The Emperor of Zhou State was stunned when he saw Zhong Yi. This was the Zhong personality that was rumored to have injured the crown prince. It was said that this person was a sacred beast summoner and was around 60 years old. However, the person in front of him was at most 30 years old. Compared to him, who lived like a prince in Zhou State's imperial palace, he was only a few years older. Yun Xing was also secretly sizing up the capital of Zhou State. The capital of Zhou State was about 40 years old. He was 70 to 80% similar to Yi Baiming. He had a rather dignified face, sharp eyebrows, and a high nose. However, his lips were as thin as blades, and his slightly shady eyes made him exude a cold aura. Just by looking at his face, the capital of Zhou State must have been a handsome man when he was young. No wonder Empress Li was so infatuated with him. However, Yunxing didn't have a good impression of him because of the rumors about the capital of Zhou State. This commoner Yan Yun kowtows in salute to your majesty. Yunxing bowed to the capital of Zhou State. The capital of Zhou State didn't find it strange. He just focused his gaze on Zhong Yi. Zhong Yi didn't even look at the capital of Zhou State, let alone bow to him. He wasn't a citizen of Zhou State and didn't need to bow to the capital of Zhou State. Insolent commoner, why aren't you bowing to his majesty? The eunuch at the side saw this and shouted angrily at Zhong Yi. Don't be rude. Beloved official Yun, what exactly is going on? The capital of Zhou State, Yi Qingtian, was able to become the capital of Zhou State from a prince without any backing. His intelligence and strategy were much better than his ignorant and incompetent crown prince son. When he saw Zhong Yi enter, he obediently stood behind the soldier Yan Yun. Instead, he was disrespectful to the capital of Zhou State. Could it be that there was something special about this female hunter's identity? Yun Songlong didn't know what Yunxing was trying to do. Your Majesty, congratulations to your Majesty. Zhou State is prosperous and the freelance summoner Zhong Yi is willing to temporarily stay in our Zhou State and serve Zhou State, Yunxing said in a clear voice. Zhong Yi's face trembled and he looked suspiciously at Yunxing. Yunxing nodded at him. A sacred beast summoner was willing to work for the great Zhou country? The capital of Zhou State was also stunned and couldn't react. What exactly was Yunxing's intention? Men, capture the traitor who injured the crown prince. Just when the capital of Zhou State and Yun Songlong didn't understand Yunxing's intentions, outside the palace, Empress Qi, who had received the news, rushed in with a group of imperial guards. Knowing that the summoner who injured the crown prince actually dared to come to Zhou State's palace so brazenly, Empress Qi immediately rushed over with her men. A group of guards' army soldiers immediately surrounded the Zhongwei faction. Empress Qi, Yunxing didn't like Empress Qi's condescending tone. She was a modern person in her bones. She had always looked down on this kind of rude and domineering woman. However, to be able to snatch the favor of Zhou State's capital from the hands of Empress Li, the former #1 beauty of Zhou State, this Empress Qi was definitely not simple. Yunxing looked over and saw a very graceful and elegant woman. Empress Qi was dressed in empress attire and a phoenix coronet, but the slightly raised corner of her eyes and the mole by her mouth revealed her stubbornness. Empress Qi was the woman that Zhou State's capital had favored for more than 10 years. After the previous empress of Zhou State, Empress Li, was deposed, Empress Qi had been sitting steadily in the empress's position. With one look, Yunxing couldn't help but have doubts. This Empress Qi was beautiful, but she wasn't a great beauty that could topple the nation. Furthermore, her aura was only accumulated by the accumulation of beautiful clothes. Could it be that Zhou State's capital's eyes were clouded by cow dung? Yunxing felt that Empress Qi was very similar to Yi Balian. As expected, like mother, like son. She belonged to the category of defective goods. Zhong Yi lifted his eyelids and sneered, with just the two of you? A summoning array immediately floated below him. The Lord-level magical beast, Dragon-clawed Bat King, flew out from the array. The Dragon-clawed Bat King had a shocking demonic beast aura and a bat body that was several meters long. The moment it appeared, it flapped its wings. In the palace, it was as if a strong wind had passed through the palace. In an instant, the curtains flew and all kinds of decorations rolled on the ground. The imperial guards at the side were so frightened that they retreated. No one dared to go up and attack Zhong Yi. Zhong Yi, stop. Don't offend Tianyan. Didn't you already promise me that even if you don't serve Zhou State, you're still willing to temporarily stay in the Heavenly Hunting Corps and serve me and Commander Yun? Yunxing reminded from the side. A thought flashed through Yun Songlong's mind. He remembered what Yi Baiming had said to him before he left the dojo. He hurriedly said in a loud voice, Your Majesty, this subject resigned from the position of general because I wish to join forces with Master Zhong Yi as a civilian hunter and head to Zhou State's border to search for the purple gold mine. The purple gold mine at the southern border of Zhou State. This sentence was like spring thunder. It made Zhou State's capital, who was originally confused, and Empress Qi, who was swaying left and right from being blown away by the wind, immediately sober up a bit. Thank you Shuiren, Qingyang, and Wei Ming for your rewards. Zhou's bird and night fox's tsundere attitude. This king wants to snatch the little wildcat and the throne. There were very few people who knew about the purple gold mine at the border of the Great Zhou Empire. Even Yun Songlong had almost forgotten about it. Yun Songlong didn't know how Yi Baiming knew about it. Back then, later Qin and Tang Yuan had formed an alliance to invade Zhou State because of that mine. Due to their defeat, the mine hadn't been excavated and the exact location of the mine was still unknown. Empress, don't meddle. We know what to do about the crown prince. Had everyone leave. Who did you say you were and what is your relationship with Master Zong? The emperor of Zhou State was a sly old fox. The crown prince's injuries had already been healed by the people of the temple. Compared to a priceless mine, the imperial family's personal grudges could be put aside for the time being. When Empress Qi saw this, she didn't dare to say anything. However, she also didn't dare to disobey the emperor of Zhou State. She could only glare fiercely at Master Zong and Yun Xing, who had popped out of nowhere, before angrily leaving with a group of armored soldiers. Reporting to your majesty, this commoner is the vice-commander of the Heavenly Hunting Corps, Yan Yun. The Heavenly Hunting Corps is a hunting corps formed from the remnants of the Yun clan army. The reason General Yun wants to resign is also because of the hunting corps. Yun Xing unhurriedly showed her hunter badge and great magus badge. Yan Yun's words are exactly what this subject is thinking. Your Majesty should remember that 8 years ago, due to the collusion of later Qin and Tang Yuan, our Zhou State army was defeated at the border of Nanming City and lost an important purple gold mine. When the armistice was signed, the 3 countries were not allowed to excavate the purple gold mine according to the agreement. Yun Songlong saw this and continued. Purple gold ore was a very precious ore. It was the main material used to refine the everlasting purple gold coin. In addition, it could be used to refine all kinds of high-level weapons and magic tools. The amount of purple gold ore on the continent was very limited. Back then, in the area of Zhou State's Nanming City, they had accidentally discovered a purple gold mine. That was why the Zhou State's emperor had ordered Yun Songlong to lead a group of Zhou State troops to set up camp nearby. Who would have thought that later Qin and Tang Yuan spies would find out about it? We have also heard about the purple gold mine. However, the purple gold mine is located at the border of the 3 countries and is not easy to mine. In order to avoid unnecessary disputes, the original armistice agreement stipulated that none of the 3 countries could exploit it. The emperor of Zhou State's expression softened slightly. To the Zhou State, the benefits that a good purple gold mine could bring were not to be underestimated. As long as a bit of purple gold was fused into the weapons, the combatability of the army would greatly increase. That being said, according to the residents at the border, later Qin and Tang Yuan kept to the agreement on the surface, but in reality, they were doing one thing in the open and another in the dark. In the past few years, Tang Yuan and later Qin spies have frequently entered and exited the border area. I am afraid that they are also investigating the whereabouts of the purple gold mine. Yun Songlong's face was full of worry. The 3 countries' agreement stipulated that the mine could not be exploited, but if Yun Songlong investigated as a hunter, it would be much easier to do things. Your Majesty kept your promise, but later Qin and Tang Yuan might have broken the agreement. They allowed a non-official hunting squad to exploit the mine. This way, our Zhou State would not be able to directly send troops to suppress them. I also considered this point, which is why I changed the Yun family army to a hunting squad. I also requested to resign from my position as general and secretly head to the southern border. Yun Songlong was also a smart person. When Yi Baiming reminded him, he immediately had a countermeasure in his heart. Yun Songlong immediately knelt down and said that he was willing to head to the southern border as a hunting squad to wash away his previous humiliation and take back the ownership of the purple gold mine. The Yun family army has only been reorganized recently and there aren't many people. Can they really compare to a hunting squad that has undergone training? The emperor of Zhou State still had some doubts about Yun Songlong's words. The inability to exploit the purple gold mine had always been a sore point in his heart. However, he didn't expect that later Qin and Tang Yuan would use the hunting squad to secretly investigate the purple gold mine. Using the identity of a civilian to seize the purple gold mine was indeed a good plan. Your Majesty can rest assured on this point. With Zhongyi and his magical beast, as long as the other side doesn't have a sacred beast summoner or a magus of sky rank or above, we will definitely be able to take back the purple gold mine. Yunxing winked at Zhongyi again. The latter very sensibly echoed Yunxing's words. Cough cough, I originally didn't want to get involved in these trivial matters, but I promised Vice Commander Yan's master, Emperor Zhao, that I would definitely assist her. She also has a good relationship with Yun Songlong, so I will do Yun Songlong a favor this time and help you take back the purple gold mine. However, I have a condition. After we take back the purple gold mine, I want 50% of your income. When Zhongyi said this, the Emperor of Zhou State was even more shocked. The way he looked at Yunxing immediately changed. That pretty female magus who looked no more than 10 years old actually had a master of Emperor Zhao's level. If these words came out of anyone else's mouth, the Emperor of Zhou State wouldn't believe it. However, these words came out of Zhongyi's mouth, so the power was different. Who was Zhongyi? He himself was a sacred beast summoner, and he even had a commander-level summoned beast. If he wanted to, he could be a person who could be bestowed with the title of king and minister in any country. However, he was willing to follow a silly little girl. And this little girl was merely the vice commander of a newly formed hunting squad. Yet, he was so respectful to Yunxing. He was more than 100 times more respectful to her than he was to the Emperor of Zhou State. In that case, it could only be because that female magus had a master of Emperor Zhao's level. Although the Emperor of Zhou State was a warrior and had the support of the Dharma Temple, he knew how terrifying Emperor Zhao was. Regardless of whether that female magus's master belonged to the Zhao State, just the fact that he was Emperor Zhao recognized by Zhongyi was already very impressive. An Emperor Zhao meant that he had a powerful magical beast army behind him. In addition to Yun Ba, who was in the Martial Saint General's mansion, the Yun family had the support of a Martial Saint and Emperor Zhao. What a terrifying Yun family! The Emperor of Zhou State's heart was already beating like a drum. If he didn't allow Yun Songlong to resign today, the Yun family and that powerful Emperor Zhao would definitely be dissatisfied. If he allowed Yun Songlong to resign, he still had a chance to take back the rights to the purple gold mine. However, in the future, he would lose control of the Yun family. If the hunting squad that the Yun family reorganized grew stronger, it would no longer be under the jurisdiction of the Zhou State military. The Emperor of Zhou State weighed the pros and cons. However, he was still the Emperor of Zhou State. Although he had doubts in his heart, he quickly came to a conclusion. How dare you? All the mines in Zhou State belong to me. You're just a poor commoner who injured the crown prince. I didn't kill you because you're a talent. I didn't think that you would dare to ask for so much. The Emperor of Zhou State's expression changed, but he rejected Zhongyi's request. Yun Songlong couldn't help but break out in cold sweat on Zhongyi's behalf. He knew very well that the person behind Zhongyi's back was his niece, Yunxing. Xing actually dared to bargain with the Zhou State's emperor and fight over the purple gold mine's dividends? This girl is really bold. If Yunba knew about this, he would definitely spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Back then, Yun Songlong had also participated in the exploration of the purple gold mine. He remembered that the purple gold mine had already been discovered. It was said that it produced purple gold of high grade and above. The mine was very long and rich. 50% of the purple gold mine was enough to buy a few Yujing capitals. Zhongyi seemed to have already expected the Zhou State's emperor to be angry. He calmly let the dragon-clawed bat king fly around the palace. Do you think that you can find that purple gold mine without my help? Even if you find it, it will inevitably be leaked. When the time comes, do you have the confidence to fight against later Qin and Tang Yuan? Zhongyi didn't care about the Zhou State's emperor at all. In his opinion, someone who could raise a useless son like Yibalian was just a good-for-nothing. Moreover, the Zhou State's emperor only rebuked him angrily and didn't call for guards. It could be seen that there was still room for negotiation. The Zhou State's emperor's face turned green and red at this question. If he sent an army, he would definitely tear up the ceasefire agreement between the three states and give later Qin and Tang Yuan an excuse. However, if he found an additional hunting squad, it might not be comparable to the Yun family's heavenly hunting squad. At least with Yun Songlong, the hunting squad was equivalent to the Zhou state's army. If he didn't have Zhong Yi, he wouldn't be able to invite those old monsters guarding the imperial palace. Even if that purple gold mine was dug up, he wouldn't be able to do anything. The Zhou state's emperor felt helpless, but he wasn't willing to let Zhong Yi take away 50% of the purple gold mine for free. 40-60. 50-50, if you continue to bargain, this great master will leave immediately. Zhong Yi's face was calm. He was sure that the Zhou state's emperor couldn't do anything to him. Just like that, after half an hour of stalemate, Yun Songlong successfully resigned. Yun Xing also successfully obtained 50% of the purple gold mine in Zhou state. Xing'er? Do you really plan to let the brothers of the heavenly hunting squad go to the southern border? Yun Songlong was still a bit worried. The situation was complicated. If they went there rashly, there would be a large number of casualties. Yun Songlong's father's 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 TS father's TTS father's father's father SS. A TSSS's father's SSSS father S emperor S's S. What she needed was an elite hunting team. After Yun Songlong and Yun Xing left, the Zhou state's emperor muttered to himself for a moment. He immediately summoned the Zhou state's Weiwu Marquis into the palace. This humble subject greets your majesty. I heard that Yun Songlong's hands have recovered? The Weiwu Marquis hadn't seen Yun Songlong yet, but the news of Yun Songlong's recovery had already spread throughout the Zhou state's palace. Wu Wei, didn't you promise me earlier that as long as I didn't make a move, the people of Grand Emperor City would definitely think of a way to cripple Yun Songlong's hands? It would be difficult for him to recover his fighting aura. The Zhou state's emperor's face was gloomy. No one knew that the Zhou state's emperor, who cared for the Marshal Saint General's estate very much in the imperial court, was actually a cold-hearted emperor who was constantly worried that the Marshal Saint General's estate would betray him. 10 years ago, the Marshal Saint General's estate's Yun Ba's name shook the world. Among his children, his eldest son, Yun Songhai, had already broken through to become a sky magician at a young age. He became the leader of the magicians in the Zhou state. His son, Yun Songlong, also had outstanding military achievements. He had already broken through to the Marshal Saint realm in his early 20s. At that time, whether it was inside or outside the Zhou state, it was highly praised that the Marshal Saint General's estate would definitely produce another Marshal Saint expert in the next 10 years. On the other hand, the Zhou state's Yun residence, which had 2 Marshal Saints, was even more famous than the Zhou state's emperor. At that time, the Zhou state's emperor had just ascended the throne. In the imperial court, facing the increasingly powerful Yun residents, he was apprehensive. At the same time, he also had thoughts of suppressing the general's estate. However, everyone in the Yun residence had been loyal since the founding of the state. Many people had even lost their lives on the battlefield for the Zhou state's imperial court. The Zhou state's emperor could not find any excuse to make things difficult for the Marshal Saint General's estate. It was also the will of the heavens. At that time, the eldest son of the Yun residents, Yun Songhai, betrayed his family because of a female summoner wanted by the Zhao state. He was pursued by the Zhao state. The eldest son, Yun Songhai, took his wife and escaped from Yujing. Yun Ba was also furious and did not have the heart to go on an expedition. At that time, a rare purple gold mine was discovered in the southern border of the Zhou state. The Zhou state's emperor ordered the second son of the Yun family, Yun Songlong, to secretly investigate the purple gold mine under the pretext of patrolling the border. Although he was sent out, the Zhou state's emperor's spies followed Yun Songlong closely. Yun Songlong's every move was reported to the Zhou state's emperor's imperial study the next day. Yun Songlong met Yuan Shahua, the daughter of the Grand Emperor city's aristocratic family, who had coincidentally left the city to travel. After the Zhou state's emperor learned of Yuan Shahua's identity, he did not warn Yun Songlong in time. A year later, Yuan Shahua and Yun Songlong's love was deeply rooted. The two were in a stalemate. The Zhou state's emperor was secretly delighted. He knew that according to the rules of the Grand Emperor city, Yun Songlong would not have a good ending. As long as Yun Songlong died, one of the 2 sons of the Marshal Saint General's estate disappeared and the other died. The old Yun Ba was left behind would not be able to threaten the Zhou state. On the other hand, he also followed the arrangements of the Dharma temple and established a magic academy in the Zhou state to cultivate talents. The coexistence of warriors and magicians made him feel that his position as emperor was becoming more and more secure. Just as the Zhou state's emperor expected, Yuan Shahua's return to the Grand Emperor city caused a huge uproar. The Grand Emperor city's envoy directly signed a secret agreement with the Zhou state's emperor through the Marquis of Jiayuan. Since the Grand Emperor city besieged the southern border of the Zhou state, as long as the Zhou state's emperor did not send reinforcements, the Grand Emperor city would send a generous reward. The Zhou state's emperor gladly accepted the reward. However, he did not expect Yun Songlong to be so tenacious. With only 1,000 soldiers of the Yun family, he was able to resist the Grand Emperor city's sneak attack. Yun Ba relied on his powerful cultivation to force the experts of the Grand Emperor city to retreat from the Zhou state's border. However, what made the Zhou state's emperor angry was that the location of the purple gold mine was unknown. The Grand Emperor city is only SOSO. Back then, I agreed to let the Grand Emperor city deal with Yun Songlong because of the Emperor Zhao of the Grand Emperor city. I did not expect that the power behind Yun Songlong is not weak either. The Zhou state's emperor was displeased. What he meant was that he was no longer willing to cooperate with the Grand Emperor city. When the Marquis of Jiayuan saw that the Zhou state's emperor had suddenly changed his mind, he could only secretly spread the news that Yun Songlong was going to the southern border. The white marble floor tiles glowed with a gentle luster. Inside the dazzling palace, there were painted beams and cornices. A few beautiful phoenixes and luans perched on precious wood to comb their feathers. Inside the palace of the Grand Emperor city lord, a thin man in a dark golden summoner's robe gripped a letter with a gloomy expression. The man's complexion was yellow and his eyes were sunken. At a glance, one could tell that he was someone who indulged in sensual pleasures. Although his appearance could be considered decent, there was always a sinister aura around him. This person was the only son of the Grand Emperor city lord, Xian Wuji. Xian Wuji was a summoner and was also the fiancé of Yuan Shahua in name. Ever since he was injured by Yun Ba, although he had been treated by a famous doctor in Grand Emperor city, his physique was much worse than before. In addition, his fiancé's annulment of the engagement had caused him to lose face in Grand Emperor city. He had always hated Yun Songlong to the core and had always been thinking of ways to leave Grand Emperor city to seek revenge on the Yun father and son. Grand Emperor city was a famous city in the boundless continent. The descendants of the Xianyuan tribe had lived here for generations. Xian Wuji was a summoner and was also the fiancé of Yuan Shahua in name. Ever since he was injured by Yun Ba, although he had been treated by a famous doctor in Grand Emperor city, his physique was much worse than before. In addition, his fiancé's annulment of the engagement had caused him to lose face in Grand Emperor city. Even though he was now married and had children, he still hadn't forgotten the humiliation he had suffered back then. He had always hated Yun Songlong to the core and had always been thinking of ways to leave Grand Emperor city to seek revenge on the Yun father and son. Back then, he had tried his best to kill Yun Songlong, but his Dharma soul had been shattered by Yun Ba's palm. Although he was cured with Dihong city's medicinal pills, his cultivation remained stagnant because of this. Even his Dihong's cultivation did not improve. In Grand Emperor city, the status of a person was determined by the cultivation of Dihong song. Yuan Shahua's rejection of the marriage had caused him to lose the opportunity to enter the tomb of the Xianyuan emperor. This also meant that he might lose the position of city lord in the future. He originally thought that Yun Songlong would have to endure 1,000 times more pain than him. Who knew that the letter from the Jade capital today would tell him that Yun Songlong's hand and doqi had recovered? In a few days, Yun Songlong would rush to the southern border of Zhou state. The southern border of Zhou state? Humph, isn't that where that little bitch, Yuan Shahua, lives in seclusion? As long as he was around, Yuan Shahua and Yun Songlong could forget about being together. Xian Wuji felt as if there were needles on his back. He paced back and forth in the residence. Although he wanted nothing more than to tear Yun Songlong to pieces, he was also worried. Back then, he had been pressured by the Yuan clan and promised them that he wouldn't touch the people of the Yun clan. Moreover, he had city affairs to attend to now, so he had no reason to leave Grand Emperor city without permission. Xian Wuji's face darkened as he crumpled the letter into a ball. As he was thinking, a strong fragrance of pollen wafted over. A young girl ran in from outside the courtyard. The young girl was dainty and beautiful. Her skin was as white as the snow of the northern kingdom. She wore a small yellow jacket and her radiance made the flowers around her lose their color instantly. As soon as the young girl entered the door, the leather whip in her hand swung and lashed out at the phoenix swan standing on the branch. The phoenix swan was startled and immediately flew up, shaking off a few multicolored feathers. When Xian Wuji saw the young girl, the gloominess on his face dissipated. He walked up to her dotingly. "Mimi, who provoked you again?" The young girl was the youngest daughter of Grand Emperor City's mayor, Xian Mimi. She was also Xian Wuji's half-sister. Who else could it be? "It's Yuan Bupo, that damned brat." Xian Mimi's face was filled with anger as she bit her cherry-red lips. Speaking of which, it was a sin. Xian Mimi was Xian Wuji's sister and the person she liked was Yuan Bupo. Back then, due to Yun Songlong's appearance, Yuan Xiaohua, who had always been docile, insisted on breaking off the engagement with Xian Wuji. Although Grand Emperor City's mayor did not say anything, he had already decided to let Yuan Bupo marry Xian Mimi after he reached adulthood. Both of them were about the same age. What was even rarer was that Xian Mimi's talent was not inferior to her brother, Xian Wuji. Xian Mimi was dainty and beautiful. She was considered a delicate flower in Grand Emperor City. Since young, she was deeply loved by the mayor and her brother. She was also known to be unruly in the city. However, she was dead set on Yuan Bupo and stuck to him since young. However, because of his eldest sister's marriage, Yuan Bupo avoided relationships between men and women. When he found out that his family wanted to pair him up with Xian Mimi, he ran away without even informing them when he went out on his trip this time. When Xian Mimi found out, Yuan Bupo had already gone to Zhou State. When she found out, she was even more furious. Xian Wuji was quite fond of his younger sister. When he saw Xian Mimi's expression, he suddenly had an idea. "Mimi, how about this? You know that father loves you the most. Why don't you plead with father to let me escort you out of the city? Don't worry, as long as I go out with you, I will definitely help you find Yuan Bupo." Xian Wuji was also very worried. His younger sister was too simple-minded. If they left Grand Emperor City, the guards would not be able to do anything to her. "Big brother, don't try to fool me. You clearly want to use me to sneak out of the city. Why do you still hate that young guy?" Xian Mimi was not stupid. She glanced at her brother. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. As long as you plead with father, I will promise you that after leaving Grand Emperor City, I will find you a suitable guqin. You have already cultivated the Dihong song to the 5th movement. It's time for you to have a good guqin." Xian Wuji was very fond of his younger sister. Xian Mimi's eyes lit up when she heard that. Xian Wuji was in charge of purchasing all kinds of things in Grand Emperor City. He had dabbled in all kinds of rare treasures and precious artifacts. A guqin that caught his eye would definitely be very precious. It would definitely be very beneficial for Xian Mimi's future cultivation. She immediately went to plead with the city lord of Grand Emperor City. A few days later, Xian Wuji and his sister left Grand Emperor City together. On one side, Yunxing's Heavenly Expedition Hunting Corps was thriving. On the other side, in the Crown Prince's residence in Zhou State, it was a different scene. "What? You said that father did not pursue the responsibility of that damned summoner?" The sound of a vase crashing to the ground was heard. Yi Balian was so angry that he smashed everything that could be smashed. Empress Ji consoled him from the side. "Balian, don't be angry. Your imperial father also has his own difficulties. Lian you have worked hard these few days. Go back first." A few days ago, Chen Lian was sent back to Jade Capital. According to her, she had been separated from everyone in later Qin and had only returned to Jade Capital after a few twists and turns. Her face had also been treated by a famous doctor along the way. After Empress Ji learned of this, she calmly advised Chen Lian and ordered her to serve in the Crown Prince's residence. Chen Lian saw Empress Ji's appearance and knew that she was using this as an excuse to send her away. She left with a meek smile on her face. Chen Lian pretended to walk out of the room, but in reality, she didn't go far. Her body flashed and she hid in the bushes outside the Crown Prince's room. After Qianlian returned from Ladder Qin this time, some changes happened to her body. Not only did her appearance become more charming than before, but her cultivation also seemed to have increased a lot. However, these changes were not noticed by Empress Qi, the crown prince, and the people in the Grand Secretary's residence. Qianlian had just left when she heard an uproar in the room. Yi Balian grabbed the jade pillow and threw it out. "Mother, didn't you promise me that you would punish that summoner and those soldiers severely? You call this punishment? I heard that they are all fine. Only I am suffering here, eating those disgusting demonic medicines." "My Dharma soul won't die," Yi Balian scolded. "Balian, don't be agitated. Your father has his own reasons for doing this." Empress Ji kept persuading her son. Empress Ji was still worried about Qianlian and didn't want to say more. Empress Ji told the crown prince about the purple gold mine. The purple gold mine was a state secret. Although Qianlian was the future crown princess, Empress Ji was still wary of her. Has imperial father gone mad? Yi Balian was even angrier when he heard that he had to give 50% of the purple gold mine to the summoner who had caused him to lose all his face. In Yi Balian's opinion, the throne of Zhou state would be his in the future. Those people actually dared to covet the purple gold mine, which was equivalent to taking over his property. How could your father not know that this is only a temporary measure? Your father has already thought of a countermeasure. Empress Qi and her son were still whispering in the room. After Qianlian heard the general idea, she heard footsteps in the distance. She looked carefully and found that the person was Yi Baiming. After not seeing him for a few days, Yi Baiming was still as handsome as before. Thinking of the crown prince's cowardice and uselessness, Qianlian saw Yi Baiming in a new light. "Lord Baiming, take care. Lianer has something important to discuss with you." Qianlian flashed into a nearby bush. After Empress Qi entered, she dismissed everyone. The surroundings were still rather quiet. "It's you?" Yi Baiming didn't want to have too much contact with Qianlian. There were eyes everywhere in the Crown Prince Palace. He was here today to check on Crown Prince Yi Balian's condition. Seeing Qianlian's secretive expression, Yi Baiming thought for a moment and walked over. He casually cast a magic array at the side. Even if others came close, they would not be able to hear their conversation. "Baiming, are you still angry at me?" Qianlian had a pitiful look on her face as she slowly approached Yi Baiming. "Lady Chen, please be careful. You are the future crown princess. If you are asking about our childhood friendship, I can only say that it is all in the past." Yi Baiming frowned and quietly moved away, putting some distance between him and Qianlian. "I don't believe you. We've studied and practiced martial arts together since we were young. You also said that you won't marry anyone else but me." Qianlian put on a pitiful expression. Her shoulders trembled, making her look very lovable. "Marry no one but you? Then I dare to ask, are you marrying no one but me?" Yi Baiming looked at Qianlian with extreme mockery. Yi Baiming thought to himself that he was really blind back then. How could he be so sad for a girl like this? They were both women. The more time he spent with Qianlian, the more he hated her. Little Wildcat was different. Her every smile and frown made him miss her. Thinking of little Wildcat, Yi Baiming's gray eyes were filled with gentleness. Qianlian's face turned green. Yi Baiming's words were mocking her for being a loose woman. Back then, after he had been deposed, she had impatiently seduced the crown prince. "You also know that I did not do it willingly. My grandfather, he..." Qianlian did not give up and she stuttered. "You are saying that when you broke off the engagement, it was because of Qianlian?" Yi Baiming smiled mockingly. The surroundings were filled with flowers. The two were a perfect match. When they stood together, they really complemented each other. Qianlian looked at Yi Baiming with an infatuated expression. She did not know why she had fallen in love with this man that she had once abandoned as if she had been possessed. "That's right. You also know that my grandfather has always wanted me to marry into the imperial palace." Qianlian's pretentiousness was extremely fake in Yi Baiming's eyes. "Qianlian's choice is very correct. The crown prince is a good match for you." Yi Baiming was about to leave. Seeing that he had no intention of staying, Qianlian's expression changed. She did not care about etiquette or shame and hugged Yi Baiming. "Why? I clearly heard that when you were in the cold palace, you had no appetite for food or drink because of me. Why has everything changed now? Is it because of her? That lowly girl called Xianxia. Qianlianer was very unwilling to accept this. And the one she had lost to was that lowly Xianxia. In terms of appearance and family background, she was not inferior to that lowly girl. I will say it again. You and I, back then, when you abandoned our engagement and went to the crown prince, we no longer had anything to do with each other. Yi Baiming was about to leave. Qianlianer felt her body being forcefully pushed away. Yi Baiming looked at her with eyes as cold as knives. There was only disgust and disdain in his eyes. It was completely different from the gentleness he had when he looked at Yunxing. Qianlianer felt as if she was in an ice cellar. Miss Chen, I advise you to know your place. Don't even think about using any tricks on Yunxing. If she is harmed, you will not be able to pay the price. Yi Baiming was not willing to talk to Qianlianer anymore. He waved his sleeves and was about to leave. Wait, Yi Baiming, are you really going to be so ruthless? Qianlianer was angry. As the #1 beauty of Jade Capital, she did not hesitate to put down her status and beg Yi Baiming. However, he rejected her without any mercy. With a tearing sound, Qianlianer tore open her chest and revealed her undergarments. Her skin was snow white, and her chest was faintly visible. Qianlianer gritted her teeth and looked at Yi Baiming with hatred and love. She walked closer step by step. Yi Baiming, if you dare to leave, I will shout. Guess what will happen to you when the Crown Prince and Empress Qi see you humiliate me? She walked to Yi Baiming's side and laid her soft body in front of him, her voice coquettish. Yi Baiming's thick brows furrowed. With his hearing, he could already hear the sound of footsteps not far away. If someone saw Qianlianer like this, they would definitely misunderstand. His current identity was very sensitive, and it would probably cause a huge commotion. A smile suddenly appeared on his lips, and his slender fingers raised Qianlianer's delicate chin. Thank you for you Luo's tip and everyone's support. The seductive voice echoed in Qianlianer's ears like a string song. Lianer, do you really want to kill me? The man's thick breath brushed past Qianlianer's face, causing her face to unknowingly turn red. Yi Baiming's eyes were deep, as if he would swallow her if he looked at her any longer. Qianlianer felt her entire body go soft, unable to say a single extra word. No, Baiming, it's just. Qianlianer's words suddenly stopped, her beautiful eyes instantly widening. That pair of cold hands clenched tighter and tighter. She could hear her bones groaning in pain. Qianlianer couldn't speak, only fear remained in her beautiful eyes. You can try shouting, and see how many people you can find. Yi Baiming's fingertips were long and cold. He had a pair of beautiful hands, but at this time, when his fingers brushed past her face, Qianlianer felt a sense of fear that she had never felt before. Her chin felt intense pain. His chin had been crushed. Qianlianer was in so much pain that she couldn't speak. She didn't think that Yi Baiming would treat her so mercilessly. She suddenly remembered a sentence. One day, when the crown prince was drunk, he once hugged her and said, Lianer, do you know why Imperial Father wants to dethrone Yi Baiming? Qianlianer remembered that she had only asked in a sweet voice, isn't it because the Emperor of Zhou State loves Crown Prince? At that time, the Crown Prince had laughed and kissed her face. That's only one of the reasons. Yi Baiming is an animal that would even kill his own mother. How could the Zhou State let an animal inherit the throne? At that time, Qianlianer thought that the Crown Prince was slandering Yi Baiming. But today, she realized that Yi Baiming was truly cold-blooded and heartless, just like an animal. He did not love her, nor did he hate her. The way he looked at her was as if he was looking at a dead object. If she made the slightest move, she was certain that Yi Baiming would snap her neck in the next moment. You can't treat me like this. If you're willing to take me as your wife, I can ask Grandpa to support you. Qianlianer tried to use Zhou State to tempt Yi Baiming. Do you think I care about the throne of Zhou State? Yi Baiming chuckled softly like a feather. Yi Baiming loosened his grip and dispelled the magic array. Remember, she is my bottom line. Yi Baiming's tall figure disappeared into the flowers. Qianlianer collapsed to the ground. At that moment, she felt like she was going to die. Yi Baiming's words were still ringing in her ears. She was his bottom line. Yunxing. It was that Yunxing. Who was the one who said that beasts were inhumane, even beasts would have people they wanted to protect. Yunxing was the person he wanted to protect. Yunxing, you took him away. I won't let you go. The Dark Prince wants to catch Yunxing. As long as I send her to the Dark Prince, she will definitely not have a good ending. Xianxia struggled to get up, enduring the pain, and muttered unconsciously. Achoo. Yunxing felt a chill run down her spine. Yunxing rubbed her nose. Did you encounter any problems with the operation of the medical center? Yunxing was the pharmacist and doctor of both Wuxuan Limitless School and Little Xiandong. During this period of time, just washing the marrow and bones of the martial artists of the inner and outer martial halls was enough for her to be busy. Did you encounter any problems with the operation of the medical center? Yunxing was the pharmacist and doctor of both Wuxuan Limitless School and Little Xiandong. During this period of time, just washing the marrow and bones of the martial artists of the inner and outer martial halls was enough for her to be busy. After taking a deep breath, she came to the Little Xiandong to check the operation situation. The situation is not optimistic. We don't have enough people to refine pills. Lin Yaoer was embarrassed. The medicinal effects of the various medicinal pills refined by Yunxing were undoubtedly very good. Dr. Fan was also an expert in alchemy. However, the alchemy ability of the two people was really limited. In addition, the pills of the Little Xiandong in Daoi Mountain were also provided by this side. As a result, it was really difficult to rely on Yunxing and Dr. Fan to supply pills. Lin Yaoer had just joined the Magic Academy not long ago. Although she was very hardworking, her ability to control magic was not enough for her to use her magic power to refine pills. Since you don't have enough people, just recruit people. I have already given you a sum of money in advance to repair the medical center and hire a new batch of herb gatherers and herb men. Yunxing was puzzled. In the Jade Capital, the number of herb gatherers and herb gatherers should not be small. We have already issued an announcement in the major villages and residential areas. We have also gone to the office to see. Even if our salary is 50% higher than others, no one is willing to come to the Little Xiandong. Lin Yaoer was distressed. The office was an organization similar to an employment agency on the Endless Continent. The people in the office told Lin Yaoer that because the initial popularity of a medical center was not enough, it was normal for them not to be able to recruit herb gatherers and herb men. Take the Little Xiandong for example. Although the effect of the pills was good and the price was fair, it had not been established in the Jade Capital for long. At present, the people who came to the Little Xiandong were either the old customers of the Little Huichun Medical Center or some hunters. But even so, the medical center still needed to recruit some herb men to help them on a daily basis. In the early years, Dr. Fan was a lone traveler. He didn't like to hire any herb men or doctors. In fact, Yunxing was the first herb man he hired. But without a big reputation, the Little Xiandong had a headache in recruiting people. Not to mention, according to Yunxing's expectation, it would become a well-known medical center that could compete with the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The more famous the medical center, such as the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, as long as the news of employment was announced, a large number of people would go to it. However, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion itself did not recruit herb men. They all started from herb gatherers and were trained layer by layer until they became herb men, doctors, and even higher-level doctors. In that case, I have to think of a way to expand the popularity of the Little Xiandong. Yunxing frowned and thought for a moment. Yunxing, why don't we have a free medical consultation? Dr. Fan, who had been listening from the side, came up with an idea. It turned out that when Dr. Fan was still in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in the early years, he was also sent to various parts of the country to manage some of the newly opened medical centers of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Even if the newly opened medical centers were crowned with the name of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, when they entered a new place, they would inevitably encounter the awkward situation of not having a good reputation. Under such circumstances, Dr. Fan thought of a method, and that was the free medical consultation. The so-called free medical consultation was to see patients for free, diagnose illnesses, and distribute medicine. For the poor, entering a medical center was a very extravagant thing. But when there was a free medical consultation, some common people who usually couldn't afford to see patients and even the common people of the neighboring cities would rush over. For the poor, entering a medical hall was a luxury. Even for a place like the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, which had branches all over the continent, they would also conduct a free consultation every few months. As time passed, they became one of the most prominent figures in the world of ancient medicine. Although the free consultation required the consumption of some medicinal herbs and the doctor's time, it was easy to form a good reputation among the common people. The quality of the medicinal pills sold by a medical hall was the proof of the medical hall's strength. On the other hand, the diagnosis ability of the doctor was also a very important factor. The reason why the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in Zhou State had a transcendent position in the world of ancient medicine in Zhou State was mainly because of the existence of Wendaguoshu. In these few years, although Wendaguoshu rarely made a house call, whenever they encountered a difficult disease, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion would go to Wendaguoshu first. For a doctor, there was nothing more praiseworthy than medical reputation and medical ethics. And what the little Xianxia lacked the most right now was reputation. If they had a good reputation, there would naturally be patients and corresponding physicians coming to them. Yunxing had plenty of money in her hands. Allocating a portion of it for the free consultation was more than enough. Then let's do the free consultation. Dr. Fan, tell me, how should we conduct the free consultation? Yunxing also felt that the free consultation was a good idea. Speaking of the free consultation, Dr. Fan began to talk non-stop. In the past, he would also conduct some small-scale free consultation. However, due to the limitations of the rejuvenation hall scale and funds, he was unable to conduct a large-scale free consultation. According to his experience in the past years, Dr. Fan quickly determined the time, place, and content of the free consultation. Taking the Medicine Emperor Pavilion as an example, the free consultation would be held once every 3 months. The whole process of the free consultation was divided into 2 parts. The first part was the application of medicine. The doctors of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion would prepare all kinds of medicinal pills and medicinal herbs in advance. The prices of these medicines were mostly not expensive. They were mainly used to treat the daily illnesses of the residents and some injuries of the hunters. For example, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion would mostly send medicine experts to be in charge of applying medicine outside the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The other important part of the free consultation was to provide medical treatment. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion would send doctors and even scattered doctors to provide medical treatment on the day of the free consultation. They would treat the patients who usually couldn't be treated or who suffered from sudden injuries. Dr. Fan's original intention was for him to treat the patient. After all, he was an imperial doctor. He had more experience in treating patients in his early years. Yunxing and Lin Yao applied the medicine. However, Yunxing put forward a different opinion. She thought that the clinic was understaffed, so she simply worked together to see patients and distribute medicine. Moreover, this was the first time the little Xianxia held a free clinic. It was not famous enough, so there would not be many people coming to see the doctor. She thought that there was no harm in prolonging the time of the volunteer medical consultation. 3 days would be appropriate. Moreover, she also did not agree with Dr. Fan coming forward to provide medical consultation. Are you worried that I might have a conflict with the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? Dr. Fan instantly saw through Yunxing's misgivings. Yunxing, I've already left the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. I don't care what the people of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion think of me. Dr. Fan, do you care what the imperial physicians think of you? And when Doug was hand? Yunxing could see that Dr. Fan still had deep feelings for imperial physician Yao. If it was not a last resort, she did not wish for Dr. Fan to have a conflict with imperial physician Yao. Don't worry, this is not my battle alone. When the time comes, I will pull in Gufeng and Oriole, as well as Yaoer. With the help of a few people, we should have enough manpower. Yunxing's thoughtfulness made Dr. Fan feel very touched. The matter of the little Xianxia holding a free clinic was quickly decided. The few of them discussed for another day. On the second day, Dr. Fan helped them to choose the location and the medicinal herbs and pills needed for the free clinic. After confirming the matter of the free clinic, Lin Yao went out to announce the free clinic. In the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, the unscrupulous doctor, Qi Tian, who had just returned from Daoi Mountain Guard City, handed the announcement to Xianxia. Previously in Daoi Mountain Guard City, because of Yunxing's appearance, not only did Ji Tian not possess Lin Yao, he even offended a big guest like Jia Baiwan. This caused Daoi Mountain's Medicine Emperor Pavilion to lose nearly 30% of its guests in the first half of the year. During this time, he escorted a batch of medicinal herbs to Jade capitals. Medicine Emperor Pavilion and happened to find that Lin Yao had also arrived in Jade capital. What was even more hateful was that she and an unknown female magician had opened a little Xianxia in the local area. Ji Tian himself was a disciple of Xianxia in his early years. After he learned this news, he hurriedly told Xianxia about the matter. When Xianxia heard that it was Yunxing's trick, he became even more angry with the little Xianxia. One must know that Daoi Mountain's Medicine Emperor Pavilion was a piece of fat meat for him to make money. In the past, when Ji Tian made money by himself, he would leave 20% of the profits to him. This year, because of Yunxing's interference, his gray income also decreased by a lot. "Master, what do you think we should do?" Ji Tian wished that he could ruin Yunxing and Lin Yao's reputation. "What do you mean what to do? Even if their medicinal pills are not bad, do you think it's so easy to give medical treatment? I reckon that Fan Ji will not come forward to give medical treatment this time. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to provoking Fan Ji. As long as Fan Ji doesn't come forward, what can a female magician do?" Xianxia thought that even if Yunxing was good at refining pills, it was impossible for her medical skills to be that good. After all, how could a 10-year-old girl be good at refining pills and an expert in giving medical treatment at the same time? Wouldn't that be defying the heavens? "Master, don't underestimate that female magician. Disciple had also underestimated her previously, which was why I fell into her trap. I have inquired about it. Lin Yao's sickly father's illness was cured by that female magician. That illness, disciple can't do anything about it." After being bitten by a snake, Ji Tian was very vigilant against Yunxing. "Really?" When Xianxia heard this, he was also a little worried. If little Xianxia really succeeded in holding this free medical treatment, it would slowly become famous in the Jade capital. At that time, wouldn't Fan Ji also be able to make a comeback? Thinking about how Yao Rong refused to accept his goodwill all these years, Xianxia couldn't help but be cautious about this free medical treatment. We must not let little Xianxia make a comeback. It's also time to let them see the prowess of Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Ji Tian, go and make the arrangements. On the same day, Medicine Emperor Pavilion will also hold a free medical treatment. As for the location, pick a place near the Xianxia's free medical treatment. This time, I will personally give medical treatment. Remember, the news of the free medical treatment must not be known to the people of Little Xianxia. I want them to know what is called showing one's slight skill in front of an expert and asking for humiliation. When Xianxia thought about how Little Xianxia's free medical treatment was completely deserted, his face couldn't help but raise a sinister smile. A few days later, the free clinic of Little Xianxia was held as scheduled. As soon as the sun rose, Yunxing and several other people arrived at the place where the free clinic was held. From the transportation of medicinal herbs to the arrangement of tables and chairs, they were busy all the way until late in the morning when the free clinic really began. The people of Little Xianxia who were expecting a large wave of local residents to come to see a doctor waited until noon, but they didn't see a single patient. This made the group of people very puzzled. Even Goofing, who has always been very patient, couldn't help but be puzzled. What's going on here? How come we don't even see a single person? Lin Yao was also a little anxious. She clearly posted the notice of the free clinic to the busiest restaurants, markets, and residential areas in the city. "I'll go look around," Goofing volunteered and ran out to look around. After a while, the little fatty ran back with sweat all over his forehead. He ran while gasping for breath. I know. I finally know why no one came to see a doctor. Imperial Medicine Pavilion. Imperial Medicine Pavilion people are doing a free clinic in front of us. Imperial Medicine Pavilion is also doing a free clinic. As soon as Yunxing heard this, she immediately stood up. Imperial Medicine Pavilion only does a free clinic once every 3 months. She also inquired about it. The last free clinic was only a month ago, so why would they do a free clinic again? Needless to say, Imperial Medicine Pavilion must have learned about the news of Little Xianxia's free clinic. In order to suppress Little Xianxia, they made such a move. Imperial Medicine Pavilion, whose reputation were much higher, was undoubtedly a magnet. As long as Imperial Medicine Pavilion was doing a free clinic, little Xianxia wouldn't be able to recruit any patients. Even if they had to pay for other people's medicine, they would still choose Imperial Medicine Pavilion. What should we do? Should we do a free clinic another day? Ling Yao looked at the medicinal herbs on the stall with heartache and the people who were sweating profusely under the sun. It's useless to do it another day. The other party is clearly going against us. Needless to say, if we do a free clinic, they will also do the same. Imperial Medicine Pavilion is a big business. At most, they will just waste some manpower and material resources. We're just an unknown medical hall, yet the Medicine Emperor Pavilion is willing to go against us. How ironic. Yunxing pondered for a moment before coming to a decision. You guys take care of the shop first. Gufeng, take me to the front to have a look. Yunxing and Gufeng left the shop and turned into a street. Very soon, Yunxing saw the clinic set up by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. He was really cunning. Yunxing looked around. It was obvious that Medicine Emperor Pavilion had bribed the authorities in Jade Capital. Their free clinic was located at the intersection of 3 of the busiest streets in Jade Capital. Carriages and horses came and went, and there was a surging tide of people. The flow of people was completely blocked by them. It was different from the temporary white canvas shop set up in Little Xianxia. On the shop set up by Medicine Emperor Pavilion, there was a huge signboard of Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Over 10 herb gatherers, herb men, and 5 to 6 physicians were busy. One of the seats had the most people. With a glance, Yunxing saw Xianxia who was sitting at the back. There was also Qi Tian who looked familiar. It was actually this pair of physicians who had the least medical ethics. Yunxing could roughly guess that the free clinic set up by Medicine Emperor Pavilion this time was related to Xianxia. Looking at the queue of Medicine Emperor Pavilion, it was over 100 meters long. Just Xianxia's seat alone had a queue that was over 60 to 70 meters long. Furthermore, the queue was still growing. Xianxia was a scattered physician. Even though his medical ethics weren't good, he was indeed taught by Wendagua. Imperial Physician Yao and Physician Fan, who were from the same sect as him, were both famous imperial physicians in Zhouzhou State. Needless to say, his medical skills weren't bad. Furthermore, he was a scattered physician and his position in the medical world was second only to the imperial physicians. Such a physician, even if he participated in the free clinic on weekdays, at most, he would only receive about 10 people. Today, in order to attack Little Xianxia, Xianxia worked hard and personally received them. Those who heard that there was a scattered physician in the free clinic also gathered around one by one. No one would go to the deserted corner of Little Xianxia. One by one, don't crowd, Great Physician Qing is very busy. Several medicine men shouted from the side to maintain order. Xianxia also saw Yunxing and Gufeng standing at the other end of the street. He showed a proud smile. If they fought with him, not only would Little Xianxia not be able to attract customers, but they would also have to pay for the medicine. Let's go. Yunxing looked at them for a while. She couldn't think of any way for a while, so she simply returned to the free clinic first. When Yunxing turned around and left, in an inconspicuous restaurant above the street, an old man and a housekeeper were looking down through the guardrail. The scene of Yunxing and Little Xianxia being ostracized by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion also fell into the eyes of the old man. That lass doesn't know the difference between life and death. Her hair isn't even fully grown yet and she dares to challenge the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? Does she really think that just because she's able to concoct a Saint-Tier pill, she's already a top-notch physician in the world? The old man had a grayish-white beard and a pair of tiger-like eyes. Although he was dressed in ordinary clothes, the aura of a veteran from the battlefield that came from his bones was as sharp as a sword. The old housekeeper, Uncle Yun, who was serving on the side, hurriedly poured a glass of wine for the old man and muttered in his heart. Little Miss didn't say that she was a first-class physician. He didn't know who it was. That day, when he heard that Little Miss had refined a sacred-level pill in the Wushuan Everlasting Palace, he was as happy as a monkey and jumped up and down in the general's mansion. He was so happy that he was drunk. For a moment, he forgot his feelings and kept shouting, worthy of being the descendant of my Martial Saint General's mansion. A sacred level pill, haha, compared to Wenruachu, you are much more powerful. Old man Chen, old man Lin, which of your family's descendants can compare to this old man, 8 years old? What was Wenruachu doing when she was 8 years old? I'm afraid she could only refine a beginner-grade pill for fun. Uncle Yun, who was listening at the side, felt helpless and amused. Wasn't Wenruachu the grandmaster of the country? Sigh, I say, old master, can you stop saying things that don't mean? These words, the old housekeeper only thought in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud. This gray-bearded old man and the old housekeeper who was pouring wine were none other than the Martial Saint General Yun Ba and his old housekeeper, Uncle Yun. Although the old general seemed to be reprimanding the little miss, his sharp gaze would occasionally drift over to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's clinic. The old butler had a rough idea of what was going on. Old general, don't blame the little miss. She is still young and doesn't consider things thoroughly. Ever since Yun Ba found out that Yun Xing was his biological granddaughter, although he didn't say anything, he used all sorts of excuses to collect information related to Little Mississippi. From where Little Miss was born when she was 6 years old, to when she came to the Jade Capital, entered the Imperial Magic Academy, and transferred to the Wushuan Everlasting Palace, the old general couldn't wait to investigate everything. Of course, Uncle Yun knew about these things. The old general definitely wouldn't admit it. Half a month ago, when news of Yun Songlong's recovery reached the general's estate, Yun Ba was overjoyed. The old steward even revealed a rare smile when he saw him. After the first young master left and the second young master got into trouble, the old general rarely smiled. But then, an even more shocking piece of news came. The second young master had actually resigned from his position. He had handed over his military power without informing the old general of the situation. Moreover, it was said that after resigning, the second young master went to the Hunters Guild to register as a hunter. The second young master even reorganized the Yun family troops into a hunting troop called the Sky-Felling Troop. This incident caused quite a commotion in the residence of Yun. The third miss, Yun Xianxia, scolded him with knives and sticks. This must have been because the little miss, Yun Xing, was playing tricks. Yun Songlong must have been bewitched by Yun Xing, which was why he did something similar to becoming an outlaw. Because she had heard that Yun Xing was in close contact with a few hunters. In her opinion, being a hunter was a despicable profession. Her second brother didn't want to be a general and became a hunter. This was an insult to the Yun family's reputation. When the old general found out, he couldn't help but grumble. But the next day, the old general still sneaked into the Yun family troops' encampment. When Yun Ba arrived, his face was full of anger. His appearance worried the old steward. If he bumped into the second young master, he would directly beat him up. When they were young, the first young master and second young master had been beaten by the old master. Because the old steward was worried, he followed the old master all the way to the Yun family troops' encampment. Yun Ba's cultivation was quite high, and the old steward's skills weren't weak either. The two of them sneaked into the Yun family troops' encampment without anyone noticing. They originally thought that they would see the Yun family troops in a state of disunity. After all, they were also aware of the Yun family troops' situation. However, to their great surprise, not only did they not see bandit-like hunting troops as they had expected, they only saw hunting troops dressed in bright armor. Looking at their cultivation, they were even stronger than the Yun family troops in their early years. Any random member of the Yun family army was a martial master. There were even a few people who were martial saints. They trained spontaneously in the morning, at noon, and at night. No one dared to slack off. This made the old butler think that what he saw was not some reorganized hunting corps, but the army of the Yun family that fought like the wind and had strict military discipline when the major general was at his prime. After checking for a day, old master quietly returned to the Yun residence. From then on, master never mentioned anything about the Yun army again, nor did he mention anything about the young general leaving home. But not long after, there was news of the appearance of a saint-grade medicinal pill, multicolored light, in the Jade Capital. Old master also quickly found out that second miss was the one who refined the saint-grade pill. Especially when he found out that little miss had refined a saint-grade pill, old General Mu didn't say anything, but that night when he was drinking at dinner, he drank 3 more bowls of wine than usual. As a steward who had grown up with the master since he was young, the old steward knew best. This proved that the master was in a good mood. It could be seen that the master truly cared about this granddaughter of his. The old steward also had a good impression of Little Mississippi. Not to mention other things, Little Miss was young and lonely outside. But not only did she not learn bad things, she even learned medical skills and magic. Only this kind of Little Miss was worthy of the title of the successor of the general's residence. But the old master was stubborn. He hoped that the young miss could return to the family, but he refused to open his mouth. Just like this time, when he found out that Little Miss was going to provide free medical treatment, he was worried and secretly ran to the restaurant to wait for an entire morning. The old steward carefully glanced at his master. At this moment, the wine cup in his hand had stopped moving. "Master, we can't go on like this. Why don't we find a few soldiers?" the old steward said as he carefully observed Yun Ba's expression. What he meant was that he wanted to find some guards and soldiers from the residence of Yun to be Yunxing's support. "Humph, you mean to find patients for her? It's fine if you don't have the ability, but you still want the Yun residents to help?" "No way." Yun Ba drank the wine in his cup in one gulp and stood up. With his head held high, he glared at the old steward and left the restaurant. The old steward held the wine cup in the air and shook his head. When Yinxing and Gufeng returned to the little Xianxia's clinic, their expressions weren't very good. There was still no one in front of the little Xianxia's clinic. Lin Yao and the rest were also silent. No one said anything and only fiddled with the medicinal herbs in their hands. "Wait a little longer. Our clinic has a total of 3 days. I don't believe that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion will also provide free medical treatment for 3 days." Dr. Fan also said. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion's free medical treatment usually only lasted for 1 day. Even if all the residents of the Jade Capital went to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion today, some of the patients who didn't receive the news of the free medical consultation or who came late due to the distance might not be able to make it in time for the free medical consultation. Yunxing wasn't in a hurry. She ordered the few people to continue with their work. Another hour passed. An old man wearing a bamboo hat could be seen walking in front of the little Xianxia's clinic. Gufeng's eyes were sharp. He immediately went forward and asked politely, "Elder, do you want to see a doctor? We are the doctors of the little Xiandong. Today, you are coincidentally meeting the most famous doctor in our clinic. We will give you a free medical treatment and also give you a free prescription. This opportunity can't be missed." The old man wearing the bamboo hat stopped. The bamboo hat's eaves were very low, so the old man's appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Cough, cough. The old man deliberately coughed a few times and walked over. He sat down casually. Through the low bamboo eaves, he looked Yunxing up and down. Yunxing felt a probing gaze. At the same time, she also felt a bit of disbelief from the bamboo hat. Not knowing why, Yunxing felt an indescribable sense of familiarity from the old man's aura. "Little girl, you can also be called a doctor? Look at the doctor of the Imperial Medicine Pavilion in front of you. That is a real doctor." The old man opened his mouth and was full of sarcasm. This made the few people at the side frown and look at Gufeng with resentment. What kind of person did this brat bring over? Gufeng also had an awkward expression. How could he know that this old man was so picky? "Elder, medical skills and age have nothing to do with each other. You should know that Xia Wenqiu and Xia Ximing from the temple are also not that old. However, when he was at my age, he was already famous for his magical treatment." Yunxing didn't get angry. She just smiled and didn't care about the old man's provocation. "Humph, what a big tone. You actually dare to compare yourself with the genius of the temple." However, the tone of his words was much more polite. So this little girl also knows what it means to respect the old and love the young. Why did she always bicker with this old man in the general's mansion? Under the bamboo hat, Yun Ba's expression kept changing. Asterisk asterisk thank you Big Blue, Beyond Redemption, and you Luadi for their tips. Asterisk asterisk the sneaky old man wearing a bamboo hat was Yun Ba. Just now in the restaurant, he stubbornly refused the old steward Uncle Yun's proposal and slipped out of the restaurant. After buying a bamboo hat and concealing his tyrannical battle chi, he unhurriedly went to the front of the little Xianxia's clinic. When once Cultivation reached the martial saint realm like Yunba, they had already reached the realm of returning to their original state. He could easily restrain his aura and make himself look no different from an ordinary person. In order to not let Yunxing recognize him, Yunba specially covered his bamboo hat and even used the bone-shrinking technique to make some changes to his figure. Now that he was walking on the street, even if the old steward saw him at first glance, he might not be able to recognize him. Just as he expected, someone in the clinic called out to him and a little fatty even helped him to the front of the clinic like an old man. Since that's the case, then help this old man take a look and see if this old man is sick or not. Yunba stretched out his hand in front of Yunxing. In his heart, he muttered, "Little girl, don't fool this old man. Although this old man has reached this age, my body is still very strong." A year ago in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, Imperial Physician Yao also said that this old man's body is not worse than an ordinary middle-aged man. Yunxing naturally couldn't hear the words in Yunba's heart. It was not easy for a guest to come, so Yunxing also wanted to properly receive him. Today's clinic could be considered a good start. Who would have thought that when the old man's hand was placed in front of her, Yunxing's delicate brows couldn't help but knit together. This pair of hands, when Yunxing saw the old man's hands, they didn't look like the hands of an old man. Although the old man's figure looked a bit stooped, his hands looked like the hands of a martial artist. There were many calluses on his palms and the muscles on his arms were very strong. When she took his pulse, she immediately heard the sound of a strong pulse. Moreover, Yunxing could faintly feel that there was an endless amount of internal energy in the old man's body. This inner strength was even deeper than the inner strength he felt when he was treating his second uncle, Yun Songlong. An old man with a higher cultivation than second uncle Yun Songlong? Yunxing seemed to have suddenly understood something. After a long time, Yunxing released her hand. The old man seemed to have become impatient. "Did you see anything wrong with it? Your health is good, but you have some problems. I'll prescribe some medicine for you. Go back and ask someone to decoct it. Take it every morning and night." Yunxing smiled and was about to write a prescription. Wait. Yunba originally wanted to give Yunxing a good start to her free medical consultation, so he pretended to be a patient. Who would have thought that he would actually prescribe medicine for her? How could he, Yunba, have any problems with his health? Even now, he could still eat 3 big bowls of rice, drink a jar of wine, and drink 5 to 6 caddies of beef. Compared to the young men in Zhou State's army, his body was as strong as a calf. This reckless little girl, a Mongolian doctor, she must have done it on purpose. She actually said that there was something wrong with his health. Yunba was so agitated that he snatched the brush from Yunxing's hand. The moment he snatched it, the bamboo brush was immediately crushed by him. When Gufeng, Huang Ke, and the others saw this, they all became alert and surrounded Yunba. "Little girl, don't try to fool people. To tell you the truth, this old man's health is very good. Even the imperial physicians of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion said that I'm very healthy. Yet you said that you want to prescribe medicine. It's wrong of you to try to fool people like this." Yunba was an upright person. He originally had some prejudice against Yunxing. Although the other party was his granddaughter, he couldn't let her use the name of a doctor to fool people outside. "Old man, the imperial physician said that you're not sick because your body is stronger than ordinary people. If they didn't pay attention, they naturally wouldn't be able to see the hidden dangers in your body. Don't be in such a rush. I'll ask you a few questions first. If my questions aren't correct, you can say that I'm a quack and that I'm trying to fool you. But if my questions are correct, you should obediently return and take your medicine according to my prescription." Yunxing had already confirmed that this bamboo hat old man was undoubtedly Yunba. Yunba was the only one in the entire Yujing city who had a firecracker personality that could be ignited at the slightest provocation. Yunba saw that Yunxing's expression was calm and unhurried, so he also became doubtful. "All right, tell me. If what you say is wrong, don't blame me for smashing the reputation of your medical center." Yunba sat back down. At this moment, Gufeng and the rest who were watching from the side could also see that this old man who wore a bamboo hat and looked no different from an ordinary old man wasn't an ordinary person. In that instant just now, The tone he used to question Yunxing was clearly the tone of someone in a superior position. This person's identity was probably not simple. Perhaps he was even invited by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to cause trouble. At this moment, Gufeng was filled with regret. He wanted nothing more than to chop off his own hand. Why was he so stupid to have pulled this malefic star over? Let me ask you. Do you often feel a faint pain at the 2 fingers on your right abdomen? Do you also have edema around your leg every time summer and autumn intersects? Yunxing didn't seem to notice the worries of her companions as she casually glanced at the old man. Thump. Yunba's gray beard trembled. He really did have the symptoms that the little girl had mentioned. But how did she know? Could it be that she had recognized his identity? Or was it Song Lang who told her? No, other than the old butler and his daughter, Yun Songxue, who knew about his symptoms, even Song Lang didn't know. Moreover, she had only taken his pulse just now. How could she know about his symptoms? Yunba fell silent. That's right. Old brother of mine, every once in a while, he would have the symptoms that the little doctor mentioned. Little doctor, tell me, what kind of illness is this? Yunba almost vomited blood when he heard this. Wasn't this the old butler, Uncle Yun, who dared to interrupt him without his permission? It turned out that after Yunba had left him behind, Uncle Yun couldn't find his master anywhere. He was also worried about the little Mrs. Free clinic, so he started to wander around. He happened to see a suspicious-looking old man in front of the little Mrs. clinic. Just as Uncle Yun was suspecting the old man's identity, Yunba crushed the writing brush in Yunxing's hand. Only then did Uncle Yun recognize his master's identity. Uncle Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Master, oh master, can you stop saying things you don't mean? You. Why are you here? I don't have any illness. I just feel uncomfortable occasionally. Yunba's old face under his bamboo hat was extremely red, as if he had drunk 10 caddies of white wine. Both of you, stop arguing. This old man's illness is called alcoholic liver. Yunxing glanced at Uncle Yun and saw him blinking at her. She sighed helplessly in her heart. Due to the need for disinfection during medical treatment, Yunxing's beast language ring was always stocked with wine. In this era, there was no pure alcohol, so Yunxing had always used strong liquor to replace alcohol. After coming to the Jade Capital, she searched for a long time before finally finding the Four Seas Winery's burning knife. It was the strongest liquor she could find at the moment, and the alcohol content in the modern era was at least over 60%. Alcoholic liver? What's that? I've only heard of pork liver and beef liver, how can there be an alcoholic liver? Little girl, don't try to fool me. When Yunba Zhan he heard this, the beard under his bamboo hat trembled. It's caused by excessive drinking. How's your usual alcohol tolerance? Yunxing pretended not to see Yunba Zhan's angry expression. She and this old general must have been incompatible in their previous lives, quarreling every time they met. That's right. Little divine physician, you're right. He drinks an entire jar of liquor for a meal, and it's the burning knife wine from the Four Seas Winery in the Jade Capital. Steward Yun became even more anxious and exposed Yunba Zhan's past without a second word. A jar of Four Seas Winery's burning knife wine, a jar of liquor was at least 10 caddies, and Yunba Zhan actually drank 10 caddies of strong liquor with over 60% alcohol content for a meal. If it was in the past, Yunxing would definitely point at Yunba Zhan's nose and scold him. But this old man in front of her was definitely not someone she could point at and scold. Even though she knew that he was Yunba Zhan in disguise, Yun Sunlong had already warned her about his temper. He was a person who would not give up his face. The older he got, the more his temper grew, and even though his cultivation didn't increase much, he became more and more unreasonable. However, Yunba Zhan still refused to accept his age. Relying on his cultivation, he patted his chest every day and said that his meals were more delicious and his body was more healthy. If any doctor in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion were to say that there was something wrong with his body, they would definitely be scolded badly. Only the Medicine Emperor could barely take a look at his body because of Wendagua's hand. This old man isn't sick. You're a Mongolian doctor, trying to sell dog meat with a sheep's head. What alcoholic liver and pig liver? Yunba was unconvinced. Yunxing finally understood. No matter how high one's cultivation level was, even if one was a martial sage, if one wanted to be unreasonable, they would still be unreasonable. I'm not sick. It's not up to you to decide. I'm the doctor. If you say that you're not sick, then why don't you take a shot from me? If you can still stand after this shot, then I'll immediately close the volunteer clinic and quit Yujing's medical industry. Yunxing was also getting excited. At this moment, the two of them were like two red-eyed calves. Their necks were red, and neither of them wanted to admit defeat. At this moment, Yunba's arrogance had been suppressed. Uncle Yun, who was watching from the side, was panicking. What exactly was Master doing? He was clearly here to support little miss, but how did it turn into a mess? In Yunba's heart, he was also grumbling bitterly. If his granddaughter really closed the free clinic because of this, wouldn't he be harming her? If worse comes to worst, I'll just have to suffer a little and admit defeat. Yunba coughed. One shot? You think you can make me unable to stand with one shot? Humph, even Wen Daogua wouldn't dare to have such confidence. I'll give you a handicap of 3 shots. If you make me unable to stand after 3 shots, then I'll admit defeat. Yunba thought to himself. But when he looked around, his old eyes suddenly swayed, and he almost fainted. If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known that in just a moment, the originally deserted clinic was actually surrounded by quite a number of people. Yunba was used to shouting in the Yun residence. His voice was like a broken gong, and every shout was accurate. Just now, he was arguing with all his might. His loud voice attracted quite a number of people from all directions. Now, it was really hard to stop halfway. Yunxing, on the other hand, was very calm. She had seen such a scene before. In the modern era, she had participated in a free clinic organized by the Red Cross Society. At that time, there were many more onlookers. Yunxing took out her 4 seasons colored glass needles. Her needles were only as thick as a cow's hair, and they were red, yellow, blue, and green. They were very beautiful. When Yunba saw this, he became even more dissatisfied. You're using such small needles to diagnose my illness? Humph, I think these needles won't even be able to break my skin. Yunba's cultivation wasn't something that ordinary people could compare to. Although he had restrained his battle aura, once he reached the martial sage realm, he could control his battle aura as he wished. Once he encountered an external attack, the battle aura within his body would automatically flow over the surface of his body. This was the so-called invulnerability of swords and spears. Yunba pondered. These beautiful needles would probably break the moment they pierced his skin. When Yunxing said that she could determine the root of his illness with just 1 needle, Yunba didn't believe it at all. Don't underestimate my needles. The last person who underestimated my needles learned a great lesson. Yunxing recalled Ji Baiming and the Dark Crown Prince. Whoever dared to mock Yunxing's needles would all obediently lie down. Yunba snorted. Yunxing began to apply her needles. Once an expert started, the truth would be revealed. It was only then that Yunba realized that Yunxing's needles and the way she used them were different from others. Her needles were very fast. Even with Yunba's eyesight, he could only see Yunxing's hand shake before a needle pierced 2 fingers above his right abdomen. When the needle pierced through, Yunba's skin was immediately covered in a dense layer of goosebumps. Any cultivator would know that those weren't goosebumps, but a layer of battle aura formed by battle aura. Ordinary weapons wouldn't be able to pierce through this layer of battle aura. Yunba snorted with satisfaction, but the meaning behind his words was that she didn't know what was good for her. Humph, she was just a sorcerer. Did she really think that those fancy spells could compare to real battle techniques? Yunba thought to himself that it was time for this little girl to suffer some setbacks. In Yunba's opinion, although this granddaughter of his was quite talented, she was still a little arrogant. She dared to challenge the Medicine Emperor Pavilion after only learning medicine for a short period of time. She didn't have much respect for her grandfather either. It would be beneficial to temper her. Thinking of this, Yunba exerted a little force. With the vigorous battle aura of a martial saint, the 4 seasons glass needle in Yunxing's hand seemed to have collided with a wall. It actually bent into a 90-degree arc. It looked as if the needle would break in the next moment. Just as Yunba was feeling pleased with himself, he inwardly exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, he felt a strange, soft, invisible force coming from the Four Seasons colored glass needle. The third level of the soul-healing divine needle. A dark light flashed in Yunxing's eyes. In an instant, several hidden needles rushed into Yunba's right abdomen. One of them accurately hit Yunba's liver. Uncle Yun watched from the side. Separated by Yunba's tall back, he only knew that the old master was currently competing with the little miss. He suddenly felt the old master's shoulders tremble slightly. Immediately after, Yunba actually took a small step back. Old master? Uncle Yun was shocked. If Uncle Yun hadn't been standing so close to the old master, this step would have been almost negligible. Even the onlookers at the side did not notice that step. But this step caused Uncle Yun's expression to change. He was forced to take a step back by Yunxing's needle. That was Yunba, the Grand Martial Saint of Zhou State. Even when he faced off against the Martial Saint of later Qin, Tian Kezi, who was also a Martial Saint, and the two fought fiercely for 3 days and 3 nights, the old master had never been forced to take even half a step back. But now, the little miss had actually used a needle as light as an embroidery needle to force the old master to take a step back. Uncle Yun stood at the side, looking at his old master with an almost uneasy expression. Damn it, it hurts too much. If he wasn't wearing a bamboo hat, Yunba would have really embarrassed himself. He grimaced in pain as the sweat on his forehead dripped down. His lips trembled and his tongue seemed to be tied into a knot, unable to move nimbly. Yunba was in so much pain that his liver felt like it was burning. Yunxing's needle was very strange. Its strength had penetrated directly into his body. Old. Are you all right? Uncle Yun's voice brought Yunba back to his senses. All right, my ass. Yunba cursed in his heart. At the same time, he was also suspicious. Could it be that there was really something wrong with his body? This needle actually caused his hidden illness to flare up. Yunba, who had been shouting loudly a while ago, didn't have any of his temper now. After holding it in for a long time, he finally squeezed out 2 words. Prescribe medicine. Medicine? Uncle Yun was also shocked. The old master was really sick. Uncle Yun immediately ran in front of Yunxing. Little godly doctor, you just said that our old, what illness did he have? Is there any medicine for it? Yunxing didn't even raise her eyebrows as she said indifferently, fortunately, we discovered it early. Go and grab some medicine that can clear the liver and relieve internal heat. You're not allowed to drink within 3 months. You can't get angry. Eat a light diet. In the future, you need to drink less and drink more. Not drinking? Don't get angry? And a light diet, for a master who was addicted to alcohol, who roared like a lion from Hedong every 2 to 3 days, and who had to have fish and meat for every meal, how could he live? Uncle Yun's face stiffened as he looked at his master. Unfortunately, old master's face was covered by the bamboo hat, so she couldn't see his expression clearly. Do it. Yunba was still convulsing from the pain in his liver. He knew that if he didn't do as he was told, his little granddaughter would never be able to relieve the heart-wrenching pain in his liver. That's a good patient. Yunxing smiled and gently pulled out the Four Seasons glass needle. The pain was immediately relieved. Yunba sucked in a mouthful of cold air and was about to look for Yunxing to settle the account. After Uncle Yun took a few sets of medicine, he respectfully thanked Yunxing. At this time, someone suddenly pointed at Uncle Yun and shouted, Hey, isn't that the old housekeeper of the Martial Saint General's mansion? He actually came to this shop for free medical treatment. Everyone's eyes fell on the old man wearing the bamboo hat who ordered Uncle Yun to take care of him. It can't be, right? Could it be that this suspicious old man was the Martial Saint General? But wasn't the Martial Saint General an old friend of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's Wendeguoshu? Moreover, a character like the Martial Saint General, if he was really sick, he must be treated by an imperial physician. He actually came to visit the little Xianxia. That's right, the Martial Saint General must have some shameful illness. He was too embarrassed to look for Wendeguoshu, so he came to this small clinic to see a doctor. Could it be that the little Xianxia could really see the illness that even the Medicine Emperor Pavilion couldn't see? The imagination of the masses really had no lower limit. Even the old housekeeper of the Martial Saint General's mansion had to listen to the order to get medicine. Then this person was, Yunba almost vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood. He didn't dare to stay on Yunxing's bed any longer and immediately ran away as if he was running for his life. Uncle Yun also awkwardly took the medicine and chased after his master. Wow, Yunxing, that old man just now couldn't be. Gufeng's gossipy soul was burning as he asked from the side, could it be that the old man really has some terminal illness? Gufeng had seen Yunxing use acupuncture before. Yunxing's acupuncture technique had never been seen before in the continent, but her acupuncture technique was very mysterious. It's not a big problem. He is a martial artist, so his body's foundation is good. But if he continues, it will damage his body. Those are all ordinary medicines used to detoxify the poison. As for that needle, it's because I pierced his liver acupoint. Yunxing was well versed in both Chinese and Western medicine. The liver is one of the main organs of the human body. The liver acupoint is a saying in Chinese medicine. That place is actually the place with the most blood vessels and nerves in the liver. When Yunxing used the needle with magic, the liver would be in severe pain. But it didn't cause any damage to the human body. Moreover, Yunba's liver wasn't good, so Yunxing's needle was successful. Yunba's interference this time had brought about an unexpected effect. Perhaps it was because the old housekeeper of the Marshal Saint General's mansion and the mysterious person suspected to be the Marshal Saint General also came to the little Xianxia for treatment. Perhaps it was because the queue of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was too long. One after another, people began to move to the little Xianxia's free clinic. Yunxing also received several patients one after another. From afternoon to evening, Yunxing had received a total of more than 20 guests. However, other than Yunba, who was the first to arrive, most of the guests only had the most common cold, which did not reflect Yunxing's medical skills at all. When the sun was about to set, there was no one in front of the little Xianxia's shop. Gufeng and the others also began to clean up the stall. In front of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's shop, there were still dozens of patients waiting to see the doctor. Xianxia impatiently looked at the volunteer medical team in front of him. This time, if it wasn't to attack the little Xianxia, he really wouldn't be willing to accept such a volunteer medical treatment. The volunteer medical treatment was a thankless task. It was just to gain a good reputation. After a day, Xianxia was already tired. He wasn't a martial artist, nor was he a magician. His physical strength had long been exhausted. Qitian, I'll leave the rest of the people to you. Xianxia glanced at the queue, yawned, and was about to get up. At this time, a patient rushed out from the back of the queue. Dr. Cheng, I came to see you for treatment. Please help me. The person who spoke was a man of about 30 years old, accompanied by a peasant woman. Both of them had big hands and feet. Their clothes were rough. At first glance, one could see that they came from a poor family. Standing in the crowd for most of the afternoon, the husband and wife's lips were dry. They were sweating profusely and had an anxious look on their face. They were afraid that Xianxia would really leave, so they blocked Xianxia's way. Xianxia was somewhat unhappy, but under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he had to take back his steps. This patient had heard of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's free medical consultation and that a famous doctor like Xianxia would be attending the consultation. Hence, he spared no effort to rush over from a village several miles away. Due to the long journey, he and his wife only managed to queue up in the afternoon. After the couple rushed over, they didn't even have time to drink a mouthful of water as they waited in the queue for Xianxia to treat their illness. Who would have thought that when it was finally their turn, Xianxia would stand up and leave? The patient couple had no choice but to snatch him out of the queue. Qi Tian is also a famous doctor in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. His medical skills were personally taught by this doctor. You can just look for him. Xianxia looked at the two with disgust. Just looking at the farmer's hands that were covered in dirt, Xianxia was unwilling to treat his illness. These poor men from the village liked to pester endlessly. Wasn't it just some minor ailments like headache and fever? Was there a need for this doctor to personally treat them? Xianxia's face was filled with reluctance. After sending Qi Tian away, he wanted to leave. No, Dr. Cheng, my illness has already been treated by the doctors in the village. They also couldn't do anything about it. They said to look for a doctor in the city. The man cried and begged. The farmer woman at the side also begged. The two of them were just short of kneeling on the ground and begging Xianxia. "Lord Doctor, my husband has had this illness for more than half a year. In the past, it would only act up once every month. Now, it would act up once every 2 or 3 days." The husband and wife were anxious. They surrounded Xianxia and refused to leave. "Get out of the way. You poor, Sai, I'm afraid of you. Speak, what's wrong with you?" Xianxia saw the people from Little Xiandong, including Yunxing, walking over from the other end of the street. In order to show off his medical skills, he couldn't help but change his mind. "Many thanks, doctor. My child's father, your ears can be saved." The farmer woman was extremely excited. The man also hurriedly spoke about his illness. "Let's take a look at the side first." Yunxing glanced at the man and saw that his complexion was normal. His limbs were also very healthy and his complexion was good. He didn't seem to be sick. She also wanted to see how Xianxia treated his illness. "Doctor, I don't know what illness I'm suffering from. Half a year ago, I would often feel pain in my ears." At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, but later on, every time the pain flared up, he couldn't hear anything. "Recently, my ears have been hurting from time to time. It feels like someone is poking needles into my brain. There's such a strange disease?" Hearing the farmer's words, Xianxia checked the farmer's ears. He pressed the farmer's ear with his hand and looked around to check the farmer's pulse. After a careful examination, he didn't find anything strange. "There's nothing wrong with your body. Your liver, spleen, and lungs are also very healthy. You don't look like you're sick. Don't come here blindly." Xianxia was very confident in his medical skills. After he diagnosed the farmer, he found that there was nothing wrong with him. He then asked about the farmer's daily diet and found nothing wrong. Even Yunxing, who was listening from the side, didn't think there was anything wrong with the farmer. He also didn't have any bad habits and it was impossible for him to be like Yunba, who was addicted to alcohol and had a hidden illness. Seeing that the sun was gradually setting, Xianxia still couldn't find anything wrong with the farmer. "I don't think you're sick. It's getting late and the free clinic has ended. You should wait for your illness to flare up another day before you come back for treatment." Xianxia directly sent the farmer back. "Lord Doctor, it wasn't easy for us to come to the city. My child's father's illness can't be delayed any longer." Hearing that Xianxia didn't have a solution, the farmer's wife became anxious. "Then what do you want to do? As the saying goes, prescribe the right medicine for the illness. Your husband's illness doesn't have any symptoms at all. How are you going to treat him?" Xianxia was getting impatient from being pestered, so he simply ordered his subordinates to chase this troublesome couple away. The couple was alone and weak. How could they compare to the many people in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? The Medicine Emperor Pavilion's free clinic ended just like that. "Let's go back first?" Huang Ke asked Yunxing. Although Xianxia's method was rude and unreasonable, it wasn't completely unreasonable. Some illnesses could only be diagnosed when they flare up. Seeing that the free clinic had ended, the couple could only leave in disappointment. Halfway through, they suddenly heard the farmer's mournful cry. Everyone turned around and saw that the farmer who was still fine a moment ago had already collapsed onto the ground. He hugged his head and rolled around on the ground in pain. "It's flaring up again, Lord Doctor, it's flaring up again. Please take a look at him. We'll repay your kindness even if we have to do anything for you." The farmer's wife beside him was so frightened that her face turned pale. She knelt on the ground and cowed out repeatedly to Xianxia. "Hold him down. Let me take a look." Xianxia walked forward. The farmer's illness came suddenly. He was still fine a moment ago, but now, he was curled up in pain with beads of sweat rolling down his face. Even if they weren't doctors, they could tell that the farmer was indeed sick. Who would have thought that the farmer would struggle so fiercely? The ordinary doctors of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion didn't have much strength. It took 4 to 5 of them to forcefully hold the farmer down. Xianxia took a look at the farmer's mouth, nose, tongue, and pulse. What surprised him was that other than the splitting headache, the farmer's other body parts were normal. There were no signs of illness at all. "Strange, this is really strange. There's no illness in his body, nor are there any signs of poisoning. Why would he have such a headache for no reason? Xianxia thought to himself. But at this moment, he couldn't just leave in a huff. Everyone saw that the farmer's illness had flared up in front of him. It wouldn't be right for him to say that he wasn't sick. If he were to bring the farmer back to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, it would mean that he didn't have the ability to treat him. If so, who would be willing to seek treatment from him in the future? Time passed by slowly. Xianxia was also unable to back down. He even started to blame the couple in his heart. If they hadn't appeared, how would he have encountered such a troublesome situation? Lord Doctor, what illness does my husband have? The farmer's wife had placed all her hopes on Xianxia. Seeing that the latter wasn't willing to speak, the farmer's wife thought that the farmer had contracted some fatal illness. She was so frightened that her legs went soft, and she couldn't even stand up. Dozens of pairs of eyes looked at Xianxia again. Let me try inserting a few needles into him. Xianxia had no choice but to order his medicine boy to bring over some gold needles. He wanted to help the farmer stop the pain first. Xianxia pondered. The only thing he could do now was to make the farmer calm down. There were so many people around. If he couldn't calm down after inserting a few needles, wouldn't he lose a lot of face? He secretly gave Tian a look, telling the latter to apply some muscle-weakening powder on the needles when he took them out. Tian understood and hurriedly went to get the gold needles. Thank you for you Luo, Yu, and Squirrel for their rewards. As soon as the gold needles were delivered, Xianxia was about to perform the acupuncture. When Yinxing saw Tian and Xianxia secretly exchanging glances with each other, a glint flashed across her eyes. The magic scepter under her sleeves shook slightly and a tiny thorn pierced towards the farmer from the ground. At this moment, the farmer had already lost consciousness due to the pain. At this moment, he suddenly felt a piercing pain coming from his lower body as if someone had poked him with a needle. He cried out in pain and broke free from the few weak medicine men at the side. He bumped into Xianxia, who was bending over to perform the acupuncture. Xianxia's luck was bad. When the farmer bumped into him, the needle that he was about to perform the acupuncture ended up on his own face. Although the anesthetic produced by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion couldn't be compared to Yunxing's unique Devil's Snare Lotus anesthetic, the effect wasn't too far off. The gold needle pierced into the acupuncture point on his face and Xianxia instantly felt a numbing sensation on his face. Half of his face was paralyzed. That half of his face didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was as if his facial paralysis was acting up. He squeaked and pointed at his own face, unable to say anything. When the medicine men and doctors of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion saw this, they were shocked and rushed forward to check on him. In an instant, the scene became even more lively. The medicine men from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion frantically checked on Xianxia's condition. That farmer was still hugging his head with both hands and rolling on the ground in pain. Doctor? That farmer woman also panicked. She didn't expect that even the medicine men from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion couldn't do anything about her husband's illness. Yunxing, what kind of illness do you think that person has? Gufeng pulled Yunxing. Yunxing was still sizing up that farmer. He doesn't seem to be sick. Yunxing waved the magic scepter in her hand, and a stream of water elemental magic immediately surged out and turned into a rope, binding the farmer who was rolling on the ground. You guys, what are you doing? Seeing a light blue rope that looked like a rope but didn't actually look like a rope, that farmer woman hurriedly went forward to reason with Yunxing. It's you guys again. This is a patient of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, what does it have to do with your little Xiandong? After Tian and the doctor settled Xianxia down, they turned around and saw that Yunxing and the others were also present. What a joke. You guys have no way to cure this patient from the start, and you still dare to say that there's a patient in the Medicine Sovereign's Pavilion? You guys better go and see your master. If we didn't save him in time, I'm afraid his facial paralysis wouldn't have recovered in a short time. Yunxing smiled coldly. She was not surprised by Xianxia's shameless behavior. That's right. Just now, anyone could see that your master couldn't save anyone. Now, he's even disabled himself. Ling Yao wasn't someone to be trifled with, so she added fuel to the fire. Qi Tian was forced into a corner and he hurriedly asked his master Xianxia for help. The latter's eyes were also filled with anger. He whimpered a few times at Qi Tian, looking very comical. After receiving his master's instructions, Qi Tian also gained some confidence. He looked at Yunxing and the others provocatively. He didn't believe that he couldn't beat a female magician. Who says that our medicine emperor pavilion can't cure him? I'll perform acupuncture now and show you how to cure him. Qi Tian's master was Xianxia, so his acupuncture technique could be considered decent. Just now, the farmer was pressed down by several people, but he was still struggling endlessly. It was very difficult to perform acupuncture. But now, the farmer was tied up by Yunxing with water binding, so it was more convenient to perform acupuncture. Qi Tian took out his silver needles and went to the farmer. According to Xianxia's instructions, he inserted 2 needles into the farmer's ear. It was fine if he didn't insert the needles. After the needles were inserted, the farmer who had originally calmed down started roaring like a madman. Some blood actually seeped out of his ear, and the pain became even more intense. Qi Tian was shocked. What was going on? He had done everything according to his master's instructions. Why did the patient's condition worsen instead? Get out of the way. Yunxing looked and frowned. She walked forward and pushed the eyesore Qi Tian away. How did this happen? Qi Tian looked at Xianxia as if he was asking for help. The expressionless Xianxia also didn't know what to do at this moment. He originally thought that the farmer had a headache and that it was a migraine. If it was a migraine, a few needles would most likely be able to stop the pain. Even if it wasn't effective, the farmer's ear wouldn't bleed. He doesn't have a migraine. When you inserted the needles into his ear, his vital energy and blood rushed to his ear. Naturally, he would bleed. Yunxing calmed down and checked the farmer's pulse and heartbeat. Then, she opened his eyelids. The farmer's wife was already scared silly. When she saw Yunxing calmly checking on her husband, she looked as if she had seen her savior and kept begging at the side. This little doctor? You can treat my husband's illness? I beg you, you must save him? Our family of 5 depends on him to survive. I beg you. Sister-in-law, don't panic. Tell me first. Did uncle have any old illness in his early years that was treated recently? Yunxing helped the farmer's wife up and asked with a pleasant expression. She was born in Banana Leaf Village. The farmer's wife in front of her reminded her of her village neighbors. Therefore, her words were very polite. The doctors that the farmer's wife had seen were all like Xianxia. They had arrogant faces. Even during the free clinic, they didn't speak nicely to her. She looked at Yunxing's eyes that were like the night sky. Yunxing's kind words made her flustered heart gradually calm down. Old illness? Yes, my husband had tinnitus in his early years. However, it was just a small problem. About a year ago, the Jade Capital held a free clinic. I remember that it was also a free clinic held by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. At that time, there was a famous doctor who treated my husband's tinnitus problem. After inserting a few needles, he didn't have that problem anymore. The farmer's wife recalled. Tinnitus wasn't a big problem and the farmer's wife didn't put it to heart. If Yunxing didn't ask, the farmer's wife wouldn't have recalled it. I'm afraid that there was a problem with the needles at that time. Try to recall, which doctor was the one who inserted the needles for uncle? Yunxing guided the farmer's wife patiently. She had also heard Xianxia asking about the farmer's diet and previous medical history. However, she didn't discover anything. Now that she asked, she was sure that there was a problem with that free clinic. It was a doctor with the surname Wang. The farmer's wife tried her best to recall. Venomous slander. Don't think that we don't know what you guys are thinking. You guys are trying to slander our Medicine Emperor Pavilion. When Qi Tian and the other pharmacists and doctors of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion heard that, they were furious. That damned little Xianxia. They actually suspected that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's treatment caused the farmer's illness. Whether it's venomous slander or not, I will know after I ask clearly. If you guys didn't do it, I will naturally apologize to you guys. After Yunxing asked clearly, she carefully checked the farmer's ears. Shenong's eyes narrowed slightly and he looked at the farmer's ears for a moment. Sister-in-law, think again. When that doctor with the surname Wang inserted the needles, what kind of needles did he use? The farmer's wife thought for a moment. She was just a farmer's wife and didn't know anything about medical skills. As for what kind of needles, she naturally didn't remember. I also don't remember much. However, it's definitely not the needles used by those two doctors. The farmer's wife replied Yunxing with certainty. The moment the farmer woman said that, the faces of the few people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion changed. Especially the few medicine men, their faces turned pale. Earlier on, Qi Tian and Xianxia had performed acupuncture one after another. Within the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, according to the rank of the doctor, the amount of needles that could be used was also different. Yunxing had already heard about this from Dr. Fan when she went to take the examination of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion earlier on. In the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, one could only start from the rank of doctor and the needles used were silver needles. After that, it would be gold needles like Xianxia's. After that, the royal doctors would use the precious purple gold needles. Therefore, needles were a symbol of status in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Although the farmer woman didn't recognize needles, she was certain that Dr. Wang, who performed acupuncture on her husband that day, didn't use silver or gold needles. The changes in the expressions of the few medicine men were all seen by Yunxing. This medicine man, can you take out the practice needles that you usually use and let me take a look at them? Yunxing stared at one of the medicine men. That medicine man bit his lips. His eyes were flustered as he looked at Qi Tian and Xianxia. Needles are the most precious medical tools for a doctor. I can't just casually lend them to others. He rejected right away. However, Yunxing smiled indifferently. With a wave of her hand, she suddenly grabbed the waist of that medicine man. By the time the medicine man reacted, the needle bag that he had hidden on his waist had already been snatched away. Men, this person actually dares to openly snatch something from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Take her down. When Qi Tian saw this, he immediately ordered a few people by the side to go up and snatch back the needle bag. However, how could such a motley crew be a match for Yunxing? Yunxing's body swayed and she nimbly dodged. With a shake of her hand, a row of practice needles appeared in front of everyone. She asked the farmer woman, sister-in-law, take a closer look. When Dr. Wang performed acupuncture on uncle previously, did he use this kind of needle? The woman leaned forward to take a look and said with certainty, it's this kind of needle. Then the truth has already been revealed. To think that the Grand Medicine Emperor Pavilion didn't even have a single physician during the volunteer medical consultation. Instead, they had herb men who didn't even have the qualifications to impersonate physicians to perform acupuncture. Herb men didn't have the qualifications to practice medicine. This was something that even the commoners knew. The row of iron needles in Yunxing's hands were custom-made by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. They were meant to be used as practice dummies. Everyone in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion knew about this. For most of the Boundless Continent's doctors, it was a long and arduous process from the herb-gathering boys' identification, gathering, and dispensing of herbs to the herbalists. With the exception of a few exceptionally talented doctors, most people started picking herbs at the age of 6. They would only become herbalists at the age of 15 or 16. After becoming a herbalist, one would need to go through 5 to 6 years of painstaking cultivation, practice medicine with a physician, and obtain the physician's recommendation before one could participate in the physician qualification examination. Of course, people like Yunxing, who had a solid foundation in medicine in her previous life and obtained the special recognition of the imperial physician because of her craniotomy, were an exception. The imperial physician had the qualifications to directly promote doctors. However, others weren't so lucky. That so-called physician Wang of the medicine Emperor Pavilion was actually an experienced herbalist. A year ago, during a volunteer medical consultation, because the arranged physician was lazy and slacking, that herbalist surnamed Wang recklessly performed acupuncture on a farmer who came to the volunteer medical consultation. At that time, there were also a few herbalists from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion present. However, everyone thought that it was just a few needles and wasn't of much importance. No one would associate those needles with the strange illness of the farmer in front of him. Yunxing's words were like a sudden clap of thunder, causing the surrounding crowd to explode. The panic of the few herbalists fell into the eyes of the crowd. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion, as the role model of all medical practitioners, actually allowed a herbalist who didn't have the qualifications to perform acupuncture. This was truly a huge scandal in the ancient medical world. Facing the farmer who was bleeding from his ear and the farmer woman who was wiping her tears by the side, no one from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion dared to stand out. Xianxia wanted to jump out and accuse Xianxia of slander, but he was currently tormented by the muscle-softening powder. His face was still paralyzed and he couldn't say a single word. Qi Tian's face was scarlet red as he glared fiercely at the herbalist whose needle bag was snatched away. These are all fabricated by you alone. Besides, no one can guarantee that this farmer woman is speaking the truth. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion conducts volunteer medical consultation 4 times a year and we have never heard of anyone contracting a strange illness because of acupuncture. Who can guarantee that this farmer woman and farmer didn't take your money to frame our Medicine Emperor Pavilion? He was also very cunning. In any case, that herbalist with the surname Wang wasn't present and that farmer woman couldn't really do anything to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. As long as he refused to admit it, who would believe the words of little Xianxia and his group? Unrepentant. Yunxing was also infuriated by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's careless style. It was undeniable that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's medical skills were definitely top-notch. They also represented the pinnacle of the ancient medical skills in the continent. However, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had been operating for hundreds of years and had already become a huge medical giant. Their internal management was too lax. It was precisely because of Qi Tian, Xianxia, and that herbalist that they spoiled a pot of porridge. As a medical practitioner, Yunxing couldn't stand medical practitioners who treated human lives like weeds. She knitted her brows and looked at the farmer again. Qi Tian's acupuncture earlier caused the farmer's blood to rush to his head. It was impossible to directly perform acupuncture. Sister-in-law, please wait for a moment. Yunxing didn't perform acupuncture. She only let Gufeng and the rest take care of that farmer first. She turned around and walked towards a street behind her. When the spectators by the side saw that an unknown physician actually dared to challenge the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, they also had the mentality of watching a good show and stayed behind to watch the show. Even Xianxia stayed behind. He wanted to see what method Yunxing would use to save that farmer. At least on the surface, that farmer didn't seem to have any problems. The location of the free clinic was originally the most prosperous street in the Jade capital. After Yunxing left, she returned in less than 15 minutes. There was a pitch-black stone in her hand. This kind of stone was unfamiliar to the majority of the commoners and medical practitioners. However, Gufeng recognized that stone with a glance. There was a blacksmith shop next to his house and there were similar stones piled up in the corner of the shop. On the boundless continent, other than some specialized large clans, ordinary villages didn't have specialized metal smelting grounds. If blacksmiths wanted to use pig iron, they would directly purchase pig iron ores and smelt them. In order to differentiate between ordinary iron ores and other metal ores, blacksmiths would throw a few pieces of testing iron ores in the shop. The testing iron ores could absorb iron ores and its function was similar to the magnets of the modern era. Yunxing was born in Banana Leaf Village and had interacted with the blacksmiths in the village since she was young. She was very clear about the usage of testing iron ores. Yunxing, isn't that the iron testing stone? What are you going to do with the iron testing stone? Gufeng also felt strange. When Yunxing was treating a patient, why didn't she use her godly needle skills or magic? Instead, she brought a stone over. Just watch. Yunxing confidently walked to the side of the farmer. The farmer had been struggling for a long time and was also restrained by Yunxing's water element magic. At this moment, he was already exhausted. Yunxing took the iron testing stone and walked to the side of the farmer. She strangely brought the iron testing stone to the farmer's right ear and slowly moved it a few times. Her strange actions caused the people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to snort in disdain. Do you think that you are performing on the streets? Using a broken stone to treat a patient's illness? Qi Tian criticized from the side, looking at Yunxing with disdain. Even though the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had lost a lot of face today, as long as Yunxing couldn't find the illness, it was equivalent to saying empty words. However, Yunxing continued to act as if she didn't care. Itchy. The farmer, who was originally in so much pain that he couldn't speak, moved his lips and said vaguely, "Uncle, what did you say just now?" When Yinxing heard this, her entire face lit up. It seemed that her guess was correct. The farmer only felt that his ear was itching. It was as if there were a few ants in his ear that were trying their best to crawl out. Yunxing kept moving the iron testing stone in her hand. Slowly, the farmer's ear revealed a little bit of a metallic luster. Gee. After a slight sound, there were a few more things on the originally smooth black iron testing stone. Everyone took a closer look. That is. This time, it was Ji Tian who was speechless. On the black iron testing stone, there were a few metal needles the size of leather scraps. These broken needles were very small, and there was a layer of white liquid on their surface. That was obviously the pus produced after the farmer's ear was inflamed. Presumably, the king medicine man was careless when he inserted the needles. When he was treating the farmer's tinnitus, his hands were not strong enough, and a small part of the iron needles he used as practice needles broke in the farmer's ear. Medicine man Wang did not take the broken practice needles to heart, nor did he inform the doctor who brought him what had happened afterwards. The ignorant farmer thought that his tinnitus had been cured and happily returned to the village. Who would have thought that the broken iron needle would cause inflammation in the farmer's ears under special circumstances? As time passed, the inflammation needles also affected the ear nerves. The infected ear nerves directly pressed on the farmer's brain nerves, which caused the farmer's headache to break out more and more frequently. The farmer had also found a doctor in the countryside to treat his illness. He had even found a doctor like Xianxia. However, these ancient doctors only relied on the patient's pulse, diet, and past illness. It was impossible for them to associate it with nerves or inflammation. Yunxing had just used the Shenong eye to take a look at the farmer's ear. Although her Shenong eye was only at the second level and had not reached the level where she could see the human body, she was certain that the farmer's ear was inflamed. The farmer's inflammation was not that serious. In modern society, a simple ear surgery would suffice. However, in ancient times, it was a tricky matter. If the broken needles were left in his ear, as time passed, the nerve endings in his ear would rot, and it was very likely that he would become deaf or even oppressed his visual nerves. Yunxing naturally had no way of explaining these things to these stubborn doctors of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. After thinking for a while, she thought of the iron needles and the iron testing stone she saw in the blacksmith's shop in her early years. The current situation made it impossible for her to directly perform the ear surgery. However, as long as the broken needles were made of iron, she could use the iron testing stone to extract the broken needles. Hence, Yunxing's actions that made everyone unable to figure out her intentions came about. As soon as the broken needles were extracted, the farmer stopped shouting. The farmer's wife by the side also turned from worry to joy as she kept thanking Yunxing. She didn't even need to use a needle and only used a stone to find the cause of the illness. This medical skill was simply too mystical. The onlookers' impression of little Xianxia immediately changed. The eyes of the crowd were bright. Just now, Yunxing's politeness towards the farmer's wife and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's vile attitude, they had all seen it with their own eyes. Those people who came to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion earlier were also muttering in their hearts. Next time, they should just look for little Xianxia. Look at the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, the best medical hall in the continent. They actually let an unqualified medicine man use a needle to treat the illness. Such an irresponsible attitude was simply disregarding human life. The people of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion looked at each other. Even the broken needles were found. Moreover, with a single look, they could tell that the broken needles were specially made by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Even if they didn't want to admit it, they had no choice. After a while, the medicinal effect on Xianxia's face also slowed down. However, his complexion became even worse. He knew that today's free medical consultation could be considered as a failure. Not only was it a failure, it even smeared the name of the Jade Capital and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. How was he going to explain to Yao Rong and Wen Dagui when he returned? Xianxia glared at Yunxing fiercely. Then, he brought the group of doctors and medicine men and left under the mocking gaze of the onlookers. Little divine doctor, thank you so much. The farmer couple thanked Yunxing profusely. Yunxing also asked Lin Yaoer to give them a few bags of anti-inflammatory herbs. After watching the farmer couple leave, Yunxing's face revealed a smile that hadn't been seen for a long time. She knew that today's free medical consultation had achieved unexpected results. Gufeng and the rest were also excited. They all understood that this time, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had fallen. Tomorrow, they definitely wouldn't have the face to come again. The name of little Xianxia would soon spread in the Jade capital. Tomorrow, we will continue the free medical consultation. Yunxing decided to book a table at the best restaurant in the city tonight and have a good meal. After the people of little Xianxia left happily, two people walked out from the corner of the street. Those two people quietly stood at the corner of the street for a long time. When Yunxing saved the farmer, they were already standing there. However, no one in the surroundings noticed them. Ximing, we have been watching these people for a whole day. Are you sure that woman is the one who refined the praise of the moon god? The one who spoke was a handsome male magician. The age of the magician wasn't old. He was wearing a magician's robe and his whole body was filled with a strong magic power. If one looked carefully, one would notice that under his robe, there was a symbol of the temple embroidered on it. It's her. Xia Wenqiu stood out from the corner of the street and looked at Yunxing's back. His eyes flashed with a strange expression. As Yunxing was busy with her treatment, she didn't notice the abnormality at the corner of the street. Xia Wenqiu had only suspected it before, but now, he was 100% sure that the young doctor who could refine the sacred grade pill was the mysterious doctor who refined the high-grade magic medicine, the moon goddess's praise. A doctor who cultivated magic and was also proficient in ancient medicine. When the girl patiently asked about the peasant woman's condition, her expression was so concerned that it made people unconsciously forget about their illness. It was like a bright sun suddenly appearing on a cloudy day. In that instant, the air seemed to be refreshed. A strange light flashed in Xia Wenqiu's eyes. The worry that shrouded the peasant woman actually faded a lot in an instant. Apart from Xia Wenqiu, no one else could sense that scene. Who exactly was she? Xia Wenqiu carefully sized up the girl. At that time, the corners of the girl's mouth were raised, and a pair of beautiful dimples appeared vividly on her face. That was a girl with a strong spiritual aura. She wasn't old, but her black eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Xia Wenqiu's heart skipped a beat, as if he remembered something. It was her, the sorcerer girl he met beside Jade Boat Village. He didn't expect her to have grown up in 2 years. Her appearance had become even more exquisite. Those black jade-like eyes and her smile were something Xia Wenqiu couldn't forget. While Xia Wenqiu was thinking, the male sorcerer Yu Ji interrupted his thoughts. But Ximing, she really is a doctor. You saw it just now. She didn't use any medical skills at all. Yu Ji was one of the male sorcerers who had accompanied Xia Wenqiu in his early years and met Yunxing by chance. However, he didn't recognize Yunxing at first glance. Yu Ji, return to Yujing Temple first. I won't be at the temple for a while. Keep an eye on the movements of the imperial family of Zhou State. Xia Wenqiu retracted his gaze. When he realized that the other party was very likely the girl he met earlier, Xia Wenqiu's heart, which had never been stirred by anyone before, became slightly unsettled. Xia Wenqiu had a cold personality. His eyes, which could see the future of people, were attracted to someone for the first time. And that person was the girl he met in Jade Boat Village. Unexpectedly, when he met her again, the two of them were standing on opposite sides of an extremely awkward situation. Elder Ximing had already returned to the main temple. Before he left, he only warned himself that once he identified the magician who concocted the new magic potion, he had to act immediately. Regardless of whether it was the mage temple or the mage elite camp, their desire for geniuses was obvious. On the continent, those who could be called geniuses had mostly been snatched away by various organizations. The Dharma Temple only had 2 ways to deal with newly discovered geniuses. They could either recruit them, or kill them if they didn't succeed. Xia Wenqiu didn't want to use the second method. Therefore, he chose to sneak into the little Xiandong. If possible, he still wanted to recruit Yunxing into the temple. Ximing, are you planning to? Solitary Yu looked at Ximing strangely. He realized that something was wrong with Ximing today. Qingqing, this is an order. Xiao Wenshu didn't give Qingqing any superfluous explanation. His words were short, but Qingqing could sense a trace of coldness from them. This subordinate obeys. Solitary Yu's heart trembled slightly. He didn't have the slightest intention of disobeying this young Ximing who had been famous since he was a child. Even to the younger generation of magicians in the temple, Xiao Ximing was much more terrifying than elder Ximing. Solitary Yu once heard that when young Ximing was only a 10-year-old child, there was once a traitor of the temple who tried to steal the holy relic of the temple. Young Ximing didn't even blink. He just raised his magic scepter. After a dazzling flash of light, the traitor was blasted into dust. It was fine if he didn't move, but once he moved, he took his life. This young Ximing who was rumored to be able to save the lives of everyone in the world didn't even move an eyebrow when he killed someone. After Solitary Yu finished speaking, he immediately disappeared into the corner of the street. Xiao Wenshu stood at the corner of the street for a while. The sun set and the moon rose. The hazy moonlight shone on his beautiful jade-like face. He said softly, "Yun Sheng, I hope you aren't my enemy." Inside the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, the first-rate luminous pearls illuminated the hall. In the hall that was filled with the fragrance of pills, everyone's face was solemn. On the ground, a trembling medicine man knelt. In front of him was an open needle bag. Inside it was a row of practice iron needles that shone with a cold light. One of the needles was broken about 2 inches compared to the other practice iron needles. But it was precisely these 2 missing needles that caused the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to experience the greatest humiliation ever since the establishment of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in the hundreds of years since its establishment. Ever since Xianxia brought back the humiliated medicine men and medicine men from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion with a stiff face, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion closed its doors and stopped operating. Even when Daoshou was invited over. Qi Fengfei stood beside Wen Daoshou. Yao Rong also stood by the side. No one dared to speak. There were more than 300 people in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in the Jade Capital. This included the imperial physicians, the medicine men, and the medicine men. Everyone stood by the side. No one dared to make a sound. Everyone knows about what happened today. Wen Daoshou used an inquiring tone. However, there was no longer the usual smile on his face. It was a great humiliation. It was truly a great humiliation. When they found out that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion actually slapped themselves in the face during the free clinic, it was revealed that the medicine men replaced the doctors to perform acupuncture on the patients. Moreover, the acupuncture was improper, causing strange symptoms. After tonight, everyone in the Jade Capital would know about this news. And the one who caused this result was the newly emerged little Xiandong. "Master, this matter is strange." Qingxihai's chin was still numb. Just as he was about to speak, he was fiercely glared at by Wen Daoshou. Although Wen Daoshou looked younger than Qingxihai by more than 10 years due to the effects of medicinal pills, his dignity as a leader was completely exposed at this moment. Qingxihai was so frightened that he quickly swallowed the latter half of his words. "Master, this disciple will immediately deal with this matter. The most important thing now is to deal with the medicine man who made the mistake and send someone to pacify the patient." Yao Rong was an imperial physician. She was used to seeing all kinds of fights in the palace. Facing this kind of sudden situation, she was still very calm. On this point, she was much calmer than Qingxihai. This also made Wen Daoshou feel a little relieved. "Medicine man Wang, do you know your crime?" Wen Daoshou looked at the medicine man who was kneeling on the ground with an ashen face. As an old medicine man with 5 years of experience, he actually left a broken needle in the patient's body because of his unstable control of the needle. This was already a mistake that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion could not tolerate. "I know my crime." Medicine man Wang was paralyzed on the ground. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion was the most authoritative medical hall in the continent. Its threshold was very high. Once one entered the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, it was equivalent to having a lifetime of protection. But if one made a mistake in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, everything would be over. In the future, he would never be able to mix in the ancient medical world again. Thanks to you Luo, Hua Dai, and Yuan Wan for their rewards. Dr. Chang, Medicine Man Wang is your medicine man. You will be the one to restrain him. When Daiguoshu's words shocked all the doctors and medicine Rong present. Although they knew that this time, Medicine Man Wang would definitely be expelled from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, they did not expect that what awaited him would be even harsher than expulsion. Behind Wen Daiguoshu, the expressionless Qi Fengfei looked at the crowd. Medicine Man Wang was so frightened that his body trembled. He kept shouting, Daiguoshu, Medicine Man Qi, spare my life. I will not dare to do it again. I beg you, let me live. I still have my mother and brothers to take care of at home. Medicine Man Wang's master, Dr. Chang, also had a look of pity on his face. He still wanted to plead for mercy for Medicine Man Wang. Do you want me to do it myself? Dr. Chang. Restrain Medicine Man Wang. When Daiguoshu's face was stern. Let me do it. Dr. Chang gritted his teeth. He walked forward and looked at Medicine Man Wang, who had a pleading look on his face. Medicine Man Wang was personally groomed by him. From a herb gatherer to a medicine man, it took him 7 to 8 years. But he did not expect that he would commit such a grave mistake. Dr. Chang trembled as he pressed down on Medicine Man Wang's hands. Another medicine man at the side also stepped forward and restrained his legs. A few of the more timid herbal gatherers closed their eyes in fear. Yao Rong frowned and wanted to say something. But after looking at Wen Daiguoshu's expression, she turned her head away. Even Xianxia's face showed that he could not bear it. Under everyone's gaze, Qi Fengfei walked out. Medicine Man Wang, your actions are already a grave mistake. I represent the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to administer the Ghost Valley 5 needles. Do you have any complaints? At this moment, Qi Fengfei no longer had her usual amiable look. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. When the Ghost Valley 5 needles was administered, everyone's face changed. Medicine Man Wang shook his head. Although Qi Fengfei appeared to be a medicine man under Wendagua, she had another identity. She was the medicine supervisory envoy of the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion stationed in the capital cities of the various empires. She had absolute authority over the life and death of all the physicians in the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion. Therefore, even someone as unbridled as Xianxia had never dared to behave atrociously in front of Qi Fengfei. Qi Fengfei nodded approvingly. Suddenly, a few wisps of light appeared in her hand, pointing towards King Medicine Man's head, hands, and ankles. As the light flashed, Medicine Man Wang let out a heart-wrenching cry of pain. His arms and legs began to twitch. Little Xiandong can't stay. Qi Fengfei's tone was not like a 20-year-old woman at all. Her eyes were filled with dark clouds. Ever since the establishment of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, it had never encountered a true opponent. Even when it faced the powerful Dharma Temple, due to their different specializations, there was no true victor. But this time around, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had truly lost the battle. After a few needle shadows, Medicine Man Wang's pleading voice became softer and softer. In the end, he could only let out a silly laugh. With just a few needles, Medicine Man Wang turned from a normal person into a fool who was talking in his sleep and giggling. The 5 punishment ghost needles, the punishment needles of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. It could destroy one's spiritual sense and 6 senses. Anyone who committed a serious mistake in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion would have to endure the Medicine Emperor's ghost needles. Let's disperse. Send Medicine Man Wang home and take good care of his mother and brother. A few medicine men who were close to Medicine Man Wang carried the already mentally disabled Medicine Man Wang out. Just now, when Qi Fengfei questioned Medicine Man Wang, if he had uttered a single word of complaint, his family would have lost the protection of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Medicine Man Wang was willing to accept the punishment in exchange for his family not having to worry about food and clothing. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion had always been fair in its rewards and punishments. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. Xianxia also wiped off his cold sweat. This Qi Fengfei, compared to Wendagua's hands, made him even more fearful. In front of Qi Fengfei, he didn't even dare to say a single word. In the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, there was a saying that was unknown to the outside world. Those who saved people were also doctors. Those who killed people were also ghost doctors. Qi Fengfei's Ghost Valley 5 punishment needles were very strange. Yao Rong, Xianxia, the two of you stay behind. Qi Fengfei suddenly called out to the two of them. Yao Rong's expression changed slightly, as if she knew about today's matter. Qi Fengfei and the power behind her would definitely not let this matter rest. No one could offend the prestige of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, especially the Medicine Emperor Pavilion that was overseen by Wendagua. Xianxia, you said that today's matter was caused by Fan Zhi's female disciple? Qi Fengfei had a deep impression of Yunxing. If she didn't remember wrongly, she had inherited Fan Zhi's philosophy of dual cultivation in magic and ancient medicine. This philosophy was the opposite of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. It was also something that the power behind Qi Fengfei that controlled the Medicine Emperor Pavilion couldn't allow to exist. When Fan Zhi left the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, the previous medicine supervisor of Qi Fengfei was also prepared to use the Ghost Valley 5 punishment needles to punish him, turning him into a cripple. But under Yao Rong's promise to be loyal to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and Wendagua for life, Fan Zhi managed to escape. That was also because the previous medicine supervisor thought that with just Fan Zhi alone, he wouldn't be able to cause too big of a commotion. But who would have thought that a few years later, Yunxing, who also pursued magic and ancient medicine, would appear? What made Qi Fengfei and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion most apprehensive was that Yunxing was still very young. Being young meant that there was more room for her to grow. From the age of 6 to 8, in the short span of 2 years, she had passed the Medicine Master examination, entered the Royal Magic Academy, and concocted a holy grade pill. Her medical skills were so exquisite that they were comparable to those of the scattered doctors. This little girl called Yunxing had already used her practical actions to challenge the traditional ancient medical skills. Qi Fengfei couldn't remain calm. Yes, what medicine supervisor Qi said is right. I've already said that the female doctor called Yunxing can't be left alive. Xianxia's eyes shone with excitement when he heard that. Today, Yunxing made him lose face in public and cut off his source of income many times. Now that medicine supervisor Qi had come forward, so what if that little girl's medical skills were brilliant? Xianxia was humiliated by Yunxing today, but instead of reflecting on his own shortcomings, he pushed all the blame to Yunxing. He added oil and vinegar, condemning Yunxing for looking down on the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and how little Xianxia was slowly snatching away their customers. Xianxia secretly said in his heart, this time, let's see if I can torment that little girl and Xianxia to death. Fan Zhi, so what if your disciple is powerful? She's just a doctor. Could it be that she can compete with a colossus like the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? What a pity. Qi Fengfei sighed in her heart. She still remembered that when she met Yunxing, that 6-year-old girl showed a talent in medicine. If a genius couldn't grow up, then they couldn't be considered a real genius. The matter of little Xianxia can't be delayed anymore. Listen up, starting from tomorrow, all the pharmacies and shops in the Great Zhou Empire will stop supplying medicinal herbs to the little Xianxia. Those who dare to disobey, even chickens and dogs, will not be spared. Qi Fengfei's face was stern. After the celebration, Yunxing and the others returned to the medical center. As soon as they approached the medical center, they saw a person walking back and forth in front of the little Xianxia. When they got closer, they saw an ordinary-looking, thin and tall teenager. When he saw Yunxing and the others, the young man's eyes flashed. He looked as if he wanted to say something but stopped himself. After a while, he asked in a low voice. Are you people from the little Xianxia? Are you recruiting medicine men? Coming to be a medicine man, Lin Yao hurriedly went forward. They had no way to recruit people before. Unexpectedly, after today's free clinic, someone actually came to their door. Looking at the other party, although thin and weak, his speech was clear and he looked reliable. Yunxing just happened to lack a medicine man. What is your name? Do you have the qualifications to be a medicine man? Yunxing also carefully looked at the teenager. The teenager seemed a little shy. Being looked at by Yunxing, he slightly turned his face. My name is GMO. I have the qualifications to be a medicine man in my hometown. Does your medical center provide food and accommodation? GMO looked travel-worn. He only carried a flat luggage bag. It was as if he had just come from a foreign place. Yunxing let GMO enter the medical center and gave him some food and drinks. After GMO ate a little, he began to talk about his background. It turned out that his hometown had an insect plague. It was difficult to eat and wear. He followed his father to seek refuge with relatives in the Jade capital. Unfortunately, Gmo's father encountered a magical beast on the way and was killed. Gmo was lucky enough to escape and came to the Jade capital. But after searching for a while, he found that his relatives had moved away 3 years ago. When he was desperate, he happened to see the recruitment notice posted by the little Xianxia on the city wall. So he came to look for it. Gmo's experience made Xianxia involuntarily think of herself 2 years ago. The life experience of the two was indeed surprisingly similar. In particular, Gmo also said that in his early years, he was a herbalist in the village's temple. But more coincidentally, he was not only a medicine man, but also a magic apprentice. Since you're a magician's apprentice, why don't you just find a job at the temple? Xianxia still had some doubts about Gmo's origin. Besides, with Gmo's experience, why would he come to the small Xianxia to look for a job? I don't want you to say it, but I also want to try and see if I can fuse magic and ancient medicine together. Gmo's words attracted Dr. Fan's attention. Child, you said that you also want to try to walk the path of combining magic and ancient medicine? Ever since Dr. Fan met Xianxia, he had found someone to inherit his mantle. Unfortunately, after so long, there was only Xianxia. Now that he suddenly heard that Gmo also wanted to walk the path of a magic doctor, he was very happy. Gmo nodded. Then stay. In the future, you'll be Xianxia's medicine man. Lin Yao had a good impression of this young man. Xianxia rolled her eyes. This was her medicine man. Why didn't anyone ask for her opinion? Lin Yao went to find a place for Gmo. Goofing hesitated for a while, then whispered to Xianxia, Xianxia, that Gmo guy doesn't seem right. Not right? What's wrong? Xianxia still had some doubts about Gmo's origin. He has light magic on his body. Although it's very weak, it's still light magic. Goofing said firmly. With Goofing's reminder, Xianxia also remembered. When she tested Gmo's magic power, her 5 magic souls didn't feel anything special. She thought that it was because Gmo was only a magician's apprentice, and the magic power in his body was too weak. It wasn't because Gmo's magic power wasn't enough, but because he was also a light magician. Light magician, the temple? It seemed that the appearance of the moon god's blessing attracted the attention of the temple. Can you feel how strong or weak he is? Gmo looked harmless. Except for Xianxia and Goofing, everyone had a good impression of him. I'm not very clear. He doesn't seem strong, but it's also possible that he's hiding his strength. Goofing scratched his head. It doesn't matter. The other party is generous enough to give me a light magician as a medicine man. I should be happy. Xianxia was very optimistic. She would deal with whatever came her way. No matter what purpose Gmo had in sneaking into the little Xianxia, she would make the best use of him. She would fully squeeze out his value. At night, Gmo meditated and recalled Xianxia's words. He didn't seem to find anything strange about him. Well, since he had sneaked into the little Xianxia, the future was long, so he could slowly observe him. With the first day of free clinic, the next 2 days of free clinic, the reputation of the little Xianxia immediately opened. With the addition of a new pharmacist and Goofing's occasional help, the medicine in the medical hall was selling very well. But after a few days of good days, when Lin Yao was checking the inventory of medicinal herbs, she felt that something was wrong. There are some problems with the supply of medicinal herbs in the little Xianxia. Several local pharmacies are willing to supply us with medicinal herbs. I suspect that someone is playing tricks behind the scenes. The treatment and other matters in the medical hall were all handed over to Dr. Fan, but Lin Yao was mainly responsible for buying and selling medicinal herbs. After the little Xianxia made a name for itself in the last free clinic, it gradually gained a small reputation in the country. Xianxia and Dr. Fan's alchemy skills were really good. The two people's medicinal pills were selling very well in the market. The income of medicinal pills in the first month was as high as more than 5,000 silver coins, which was better than the income of the little rejuvenation hall in the past year. But the good income of medicinal herbs also brought about a problem, and that was the supply of medicinal herbs, especially the stable supply of medicinal herbs. For the majority of medicinal farmers in the boundless world, buying medicinal herbs from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was a kind of glory. The pharmacies were also happy to cooperate with the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Because of this, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion quickly monopolized the supply of medicinal herbs in Zhou State. 1.5 months after Yunxing's little Xianxia opened for business, the medicinal herbs in the medical hall's inventory were all used up. When Lin Yaoer was in Daoi Mountain, she didn't expect today's situation. When she first came to Jade Capital, she was unfamiliar with the place and people. She went to several local pharmacies in a row, but she was rejected by them with the excuse that they didn't have enough medicinal herbs. The first time might be a coincidence, but after a few times, Lin Yaoer felt that something was wrong. Haha, I already expected that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, this local snake, wouldn't let us expand. Yunxing wasn't surprised. Qing Sihai's free clinic was ruined by her, so Yunxing already expected that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion wouldn't take it lying down. But she didn't expect that the other party would be so despicable to make a move on medicinal herbs. Master, we can't go on like this. We're almost out of medicinal herbs to refine pills. Lin Yaoer helplessly said. Inside the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, Yao Rong was currently sifting through the medicinal herbs. Imperial Physician Yao, it has already been half a month. I have already inquired about it. In Little Xiandong, there are no longer any medicinal herbs for sale. Qing Sihai had a complacent expression. Doing this is also disgracing the reputation of our Medicine Emperor Pavilion. However, that Yunxing is too arrogant. We have to make things difficult for her. Regarding Yunxing's sudden rise, Yao Rong sighed with emotion. At the same time, she also felt that she was too arrogant. After the matter of Wushuan Limitless School, she had asked Fan Zhi to recommend Yunxing several times. Who would have thought that the little girl would actually reject her? Such an action had undoubtedly angered the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, especially Qi Fengfei. Without the supply of high-quality medicinal herbs, even if little Xiandong had high alchemy skills, it would be useless. Qi Fengfei's move was indeed ruthless. Inside little Xiandong, gloomy clouds shrouded. Gufeng came up with an idea. Yunxing, I have an idea. Since we can't sell the medicinal herbs for a while, why don't we sell the medicinal herbs? The source of the ingredients for the medicinal herbs is relatively wide. It is not limited to medicine shops and medicine farmers. When Yunxing heard this, she felt that this idea was not bad. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion wanted to ban little Xiandong. They had sealed off little Xiandong's channels to purchase medicinal herbs. However, the medicinal herbs were different. They could be purchased from the hands of hunters or even some magical beast shops. Moreover, she was a consecrated elder of the Hunter Union. She could use this identity to issue a hunting mission in the Hunter Union to purchase the ingredients for refining the medicinal herbs. During this period of time when she was not around, she could let Gufeng, GMO, and Lin Yaoer refine some basic medicinal herbs. When she returned, she would think of a way to solve the problem of medicinal herbs. In the current situation where they were unable to solve the source of medicinal herbs, it was not a bad idea to temporarily sell the medicinal herbs. Thus, Yunxing immediately went to the Hunter Union in Jade Capital. When she arrived at the Hunter Union branch in Jade Capital, she stated her identity and showed the consecrated elder's token. The person in charge of the Hunter Union branch personally came out to receive her. So it's Lord Yan Yun, the disciple of Elder Consecrated. May I ask if you're here for a mission or? Every head of the hunting branch would try their best to curry favor with the apprentice of an expert like Emperor Zhao. I am here to issue a mission. I want to issue an open mission for potion materials. As long as anyone can collect enough materials, they can immediately send them to the little Xiandong in the Jade Capital. There will be people there who will pay them. Yunxing listed the potion materials she needed to collect. She had chosen some of the most basic low-grade potion materials, which could even be completed by a Grade E or Grade D hunter. After leaving the hunter branch, she returned to the base of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps and gave the same mission to the hunters in the Hunter Corps. Other than the elite hunters that Yun Sunlong had brought with him, the rest of the people were all sent out by Yunxing to collect the ingredients for the magic potion. GMO was secretly observing everything in the little Xiandong. Yunxing, this person was indeed not simple. It seemed that not only did she have a good relationship with the Wushuan Limitless School, she also had a close relationship with the local Hunters Guild. Yunxing also ordered Zhong Wei to go to the South Wall City to inquire about the situation of the Purple Gold Mine. A month later, Yun Sunlong brought the hunters back with a new look. Reporting to young master, we are back. In this trial, all 50 of us have successfully advanced to Grade E Hunter, 30 of us have successfully advanced to Grade D Hunter, and 10 of us have advanced to Grade C Hunter. Zhou Quan himself had already become a Grade C Hunter. What surprised Yunxing the most was that when she knew that the Hunter Corps was going to Mount Daoi, Oriole had also taken the initiative to volunteer. This time, her progress was astonishing. She had also successfully passed the Grade C Hunter's assessment and became a Grade C Hunter. Very good, you have successfully advanced to Grade D Hunter and above. Go and pack your luggage immediately. We will be going to the southern border of Zhou State in a few days. Yunxing looked at the hunters with high morale in front of her with satisfaction. Zhou Quan and the others swarmed in front of Yunxing. Young master, let me tell you, Captain is amazing. In just a month's time, he directly swept through Mount Daoi and became the only Grade B hunter. When Yunxing suggested that Yun Sunlong bring a group of Yun family's elites to Mount Daoi to participate in the hunters' competition, the hunters were still somewhat dissatisfied. In the eyes of this group of people, fighting in the arena was equivalent to the tricks of a circus. What would it be like to compete in front of a group of people? Even Yun Sunlong thought the same. However, under Yunxing's repeated insistence, Yun Sunlong still listened to his niece's suggestion. When they arrived at Mount Daoi's Hunter Citadel, they realized that their original views were all wrong. The crazy fighting, the lively arena, and the battle techniques that were used to fight to the death, all of these were things that they didn't understand at first. This was especially true for Yun Sunlong. Although his injuries had been healed by Yunxing, because he hadn't used his fighting spirit for a long time, his skills had inevitably regressed. However, the fighting atmosphere of the arena was undoubtedly the most suitable for him. He led the Sky Expedition hunting group and fought steadily and steadily. He started off as an E-grade hunter. In terms of the hunting group, Yun Sunlong had already killed his way up to a B-grade hunter within a month. If it wasn't for his agreement with Yunxing that he would go to the southern border in a month's time to check on the situation of the Purple Gold Mine, Yun Sunlong would probably have created a new ranking record in Mount Daoi's Hunter Citadel. Even so, the name of the newly risen Sky Hunting Corps had quietly spread throughout Mount Daoi. The same news had also spread to the other capital cities of Zhou State and the Hunter Citadel's Hunters Club. From being unknown to having a little fame, the Hunters Arena was undoubtedly a shortcut to becoming famous. Yunxing had also expected this, but she didn't expect the Heaven Hunting Army to be so good at handling matters. They actually managed to advance all the way. A few days after Yun Sunlong's return, there were already customers who came to the Jade Capital Hunters Club to request missions from the Sky Hunting Corps. This was undoubtedly very good news. After all, the Sky Hunting Corps was changed from the military. Compared to ordinary hunting corps, they were more disciplined. This was what many customers were most satisfied with. When Yunxing heard this news, she couldn't help but laugh in her heart. Her second uncle and father were really born from the same mother. Although one was a magician and the other was a warrior, they were equally fierce in the arena. In a few years' time, the Sky Hunting Corps would become one of the top hunting corps in Zhou State. This change was something that Yun Sunlong didn't expect when he reorganized the Yun family's army. Sheng I heard that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion made a move while I wasn't around. The moment Yun Sunlong returned to Jade Capital, he heard about the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's actions from Zhonli. When Yunxing had refined a Saint-grade pill for him, Yun Sunlong had already been secretly worried that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion wouldn't tolerate Yunxing. Because of Yun Songhai, Yun Sunlong had always felt indebted to Yunxing. In his heart, even if his niece's talent was astonishing, she was still a child. Others might not know much about the origins of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, but as the general of Swift Cavalry of Zhou State, Yun Sunlong more or less knew a little about the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's methods. Unfortunately, he knew nothing about medicine, so he could only rely on his own abilities to protect his niece. Yun Sunlong didn't have a daughter, so he had already treated Yunxing as his own daughter. Second uncle, it's fine. We've decided to lie low for a while and sell magic potions instead. Yunxing didn't want her second uncle to worry. Sheng'er, second uncle is back. No one will be able to hurt you in the future. Yun Sunlong patted Yunxing's head. Yunxing felt that her second uncle's protective behavior was funny, but she also felt sweet in her heart. It felt good to have a family. Cough cough, there's one more thing. Sheng'er, I heard Uncle Yun say. Yun Sunlong's expression was a little strange. Although he had left the general's estate because of his hatred for the Yun family army, he had always been paying attention to the matters of the Yun family residents. When he returned this time, he heard from Uncle Yun that little Miss had diagnosed her father, Yun Ba, with a hidden illness. Yun Songhai had seen Yunxing's medical skills before. When he heard the news, he was also shocked. He was afraid that there was really something wrong with Yunxing's body, so he hurriedly asked Yunxing about it. There is a problem, but it's not a big problem. Old General Yun's body is still very strong. But... Yunxing frowned and thought for a moment, but still decided to tell Yun Sunlong about her discovery that day. Seeing that Yunxing still refused to call Yun Ba grandfather, Yun Sunlong felt a little helpless. However, he also understood that the misunderstanding between Yunxing and Yun Ba could not be resolved in a short period of time. He could only hope that time would wash away those misunderstandings and grievances. If I'm not wrong, the old general's cultivation has already begun to decline. Yunxing looked around carefully. After making sure that there was no one around, she told Yun Sunlong this shocking discovery. When Yun Sunlong heard this, his expression changed greatly. Father's cultivation has already begun to decline? The aging of a person was a natural law, and it was common sense for it to happen to anyone. However, it was unusual for this to happen to the martial saint of Zhou State, Yun Ba. Because the safety of Zhou State, or rather, the prosperity of the Yun residents, was painstakingly supported by Yun Ba's reputation as the martial saint. In the past few years, even though the martial arts dojos in various parts of Zhou State were still flourishing, people from the Wushuan Limitless School would often appear. However, the martial saint, who represented the peak of martial arts, had always been lacking. Since Yun Ba had broken through to the martial saint realm 20 years ago, only 2 people had broken through to the martial saint realm in Zhou State. One of them had been surrounded by many experts in a battle and had been killed in the end. The other belonged to the soldier hunting union and would not risk his life for Zhou State. Therefore, only Yun Ba alone was left to support Zhou State. In the past few years, the reason why Zhou State was able to remain one of the 5 great countries despite the country's declining strength was also because of Yun Ba, the martial saint. However, Yunxing had now determined that Yun Ba's cultivation was declining. This news was undoubtedly unacceptable to Yun Sunlong. Why is it like this? Father, Yun Sunlong cried out involuntarily, his face revealing a pained expression. When there was a limit to one's strength, Yunxing did not tell the old general this news. With his pride, if he knew this truth, he would definitely be in great pain. The last time I checked his pulse, I could see that he had suffered a serious injury several years ago. Unfortunately, if he hadn't suffered that injury, the battle chi in his body would have been enough to break through to the martial god realm. Yunxing also found it very strange. With Yun Ba's strength and experience, why would he have lost that precious opportunity to break through? Martial arts practitioners were different from magicians. They relied on their physical bodies to break through. The higher the realm, the harder it was to break through. Generally, martial arts practitioners would reach the peak of their battle chi when they reached the age of 50. From Yun Ba's pulse, Yunxing deduced that he should have had an extremely good battle chi breakthrough several years ago. Can you deduce how many years ago that breakthrough was? Yun Sunlong stared nervously at Yunxing. About 8 or 9 years ago. Counting. Yunxing's words came to a sudden halt. 8 or 9 years ago, wasn't it when something happened to Yun Sunlong and Yun Ba went to the southern border of Zhou State to rescue Yun Sunlong, then met the later Qin martial Saint Tian Kezi? As expected, it was because of me. Yun Sunlong closed his eyes in surprise. He remembered that the day before he led the army to battle, his father Yun Ba had already entered seclusion. Counting the days, if he hadn't been ambushed by Yun Sunlong after more than half a year of seclusion, Yun Ba wouldn't have been forced to exit seclusion. Second uncle, you can't be blamed for this. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the people of Grand Emperor City, especially that despicable Xian Wuji and the later Qin Marshal Saint Tian Kezi. I suspect that they colluded long ago. Yunxing also understood that Yun Ba had been injured during his competition with the later Qin Marshal Saint Tian Kezi. Although he hadn't revealed it to the outside world at that time and had tried his best to heal his injuries afterwards, the serious injury had affected his later breakthrough to the martial realm. It had also prevented Yun Ba from breaking through to the martial body realm. Tian Kezi had become famous later than Yun Ba. If it had been a normal competition, he obviously wouldn't have been Yun Ba's match. After a fierce battle with the people of Grand Emperor City, Yun Ba had used up more than half of his do qi. It was only after Tian Kezi had appeared that Yun Ba was seriously injured. Thinking about it this way, the two sides must have planned this beforehand. I think that old General Yun must have realized this himself. Yunxing didn't believe that Yun Ba was completely unaware of his own body. She remembered that it had been many years since Yun Ba had last fought with someone of the same martial realm. Yunxing, you don't know this, but the Yun residence is already on its last legs. Your father has left and I have also left the Yun residence. Now, the entire Yun residence can only rely on him. Yun Songlong felt increasingly guilty. Second uncle, you don't have to worry. You are already a martial ancestor. As long as you break through another layer, you will also become a martial saint. Yunxing comforted Yun Songlong. Yun Songlong smiled bitterly. Sheng'er, do you really think that it is so easy to break through to martial saint? Moreover, I have wasted so many years. When Yun Ba had broken through to martial saint, he had been 35 years old. It had been his prime. If Yun Songlong hadn't had his do qi sealed in the past 8 years and had focused on cultivation, with his talent and bloodline, it wouldn't have been impossible for him to break through to martial saint before the age of 35. However, he had 8 years of blank time. These 8 years had been wasted. It meant that he had lost his best years. That's not entirely true. Second uncle, your right arm was reconstructed using the 9-leaf purple ginseng spiritual energy. The purple ginseng has undergone tribulation lightning and is a divine grade herb. Its medicinal effects were not something that could be absorbed in a short period of time. I have a set of cultivation techniques here. You can try it out. Perhaps it will be beneficial. Yunxing simply copied down the jade marrow technique for Yun Songlong to cultivate. Thank you Momo, rain falls, cherry blossoms fly, empty alleys of the city of Brisk, and dream for their tips. The jade marrow technique was a family technique passed down in the Yen family. It was most effective for cultivating the 8 extraordinary meridians. Although Yun Songlong was full of fighting aura, he had never cultivated a Taoist technique. Although it was only a Daoist technique, its effects were no small matter. Yunxing had already treated Yun Songlong as her family, so she didn't need to hide anything. Yun Songlong took a look at the technique that Yunxing had given him. With just a few glances, he realized that this technique was extraordinary. Sheng'er, this technique is extraordinary. Where did you get it from? Yun Songlong was surprised. Second uncle, you should have heard that I have a very powerful master. Yunxing couldn't explain, so she could only use her fabricated Emperor Zhao level master as an excuse. When Yun Songlong was in Mount Daoi Citadel, he had also heard that his niece, who had assumed the name Yan Yun, had joined a B-rank hunting team called Huang Ting. Yan Yun herself had been famous in the entire Mount Daoi a year ago. This was the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing was that this newly promoted Yan Yun, who had no reputation in the hunting world of Zhou State, was not only a summoner, but also a master on the level of Emperor Zhao. During the beast tide, she had turned the tide and saved the entire hunter citadel. This made Yun Songlong's understanding of his niece rise to another level. At such a young age, she was already an archmagus, could refine holy pills, and was also a summoner. Fortunately, Yunxing's multiple identities were known by very few people. Otherwise, who knew what kind of danger her fame would bring her? His niece's talent was indeed enviable, but Yun Songlong didn't feel jealous. On the contrary, he was very pleased. This was the heir of the Yun family. Who said that the Yun family had no successors? In time, she, Yunxing, would definitely be the most unrestrained genius in Zhou State. Yun Songlong also knew that some things were not good to ask too much, so he did not ask any more. He only took the mental cultivation method of the jade marrow technique and went to comprehend it. Not long after Yun Songlong's return, Yunxing and the others also set off for the southern border of Zhou State. Because the mission this time was very dangerous and involved the purple gold mine in Zhou State, Yunxing did not agree to let Gufeng and the others accompany them. She did not even reveal anything to Yi Baiming. During this period of time, Yunxing did not see Yi Baiming often. It was said that he had received instructions from Battle Strength and went out to handle some matters. Yi Baiming and the good-for-nothing Crown Prince Yi Balian were treated very differently. One of them had nothing to do all day, while the other was nowhere to be seen all day. Yun Songlong led a group of hunters while Yunxing led the Oriole. The group of nearly 100 people left Yujing City. After more than 10 days, just as the hunting corps was approaching the southern border of Zhou State, the hunting corps arrived in front of a mountain range. Yun Songlong called out to everyone. The place ahead is called Yama's Ridge. When I was marching in my early years, I came here before. This area is very dangerous and it is very easy to be ambushed by bandits. Most of the bandits in this area also raise magical beasts to help them in battle. Therefore, after entering the ridge, everyone must be careful. We must stay in the same place as the main group and cannot easily leave the group. Yun Songlong's early years of military experience was highlighted in this mission. Along the way, he would send people to check the terrain first. After confirming the safe route, he would then advance. In this aspect, he was much more experienced than Fengqua. Everyone nodded, checked their luggage, and walked forward. After walking for 15 minutes, Zhou Quan carefully checked the footprints along the way with a cautious expression. Captain, it seems to be the footprints of a caravan's horse. Yama's Ridge was a path that had to be passed by Zhou State, Tang Yuan, and later Qin. It was also the path where caravans appeared the most. Along the way, when Yunxing and the others passed by, they encountered many freelance hunters and small groups of hunters who were escorting merchants. Second uncle, I'm a magician. I'll go ahead and take a look. Like many other hunting corps and small groups in Zhou State, the hunting corps' biggest problem was that they lacked a magician or a summoner. Yunxing was the only magician in the group. She also had wind element magic, so she naturally took on the role of scouting along the way. After Yunxing obtained the Demon Soul Stone, she became more proficient in using wind element magic. With a wave of her magic scepter, a tornado-like breeze formed under her feet. As if she was riding the wind, Yunxing's figure immediately shuttled through the trees of different heights. Wow, Captain, this young master's skills are really good. This is comparable to a martial artist's battle chi wings. Zhou Quan and the others clicked their tongues in amazement. Zhou Quan and the others had always thought that Yunxing was only proficient in fire element magic. They didn't expect her wind element magic to be so powerful as well. In terms of magnificence, magic was naturally much more beautiful than battle techniques. However, this didn't mean that martial artists didn't have the ability to fly. After reaching the cultivation of a martial marquis, martial artists could also use battle chi to form battle chi wings. For example, Yun Songlong could also use battle chi to fly in the air. However, he admitted that he couldn't fly like Yunxing. In just a few breaths, Yunxing had already disappeared into the forest. The hunting corps members were also waiting for Yunxing's news. Yunxing's ears were filled with the sound of the wind. In just a short while, she had traveled dozens of miles and entered the central region of King of Hell's Ridge. Yunxing tapped the ground with her toes. If Shenfeng were to see her current movement technique, he would definitely be astonished. It was just a wind magic spell, but it made Yunxing look like a wind fairy with wings. Her footwork was graceful as she glided through the dense branches one after another. The branches under her feet didn't even tremble. Yunxing leaped a few times and heard movement in front of her. Only then did she land and hide under a large patch of leaves. Under the dense shade of the trees, she really saw two men dressed as hunters. The two men each had a strange-looking magical beast by their side. The appearance of the magic beast reminded Yunxing of the pangolins in the zoo. They were gray in color and covered with a thick layer of armor. They weren't tall, but their bodies were long and narrow. They had a long tail. Other than their abdomens, the rest of the magic beast's body was covered with thick scales. Their limbs were thick and short. Even with Yunxing's eyesight, she actually couldn't tell what kind of magic beast it was. The two hunters moved very quickly and the magic beast followed behind them. Compared to Yunxing, who had superb movement techniques, they were still slightly inferior. The two of them also didn't notice that there was someone hiding in a tree not far away. A middle-aged man stood in the forest. When the two hunters saw the middle-aged man, they bowed. The middle-aged man turned around and saw that his clothes were exquisite. He even had a jade thumb ring on his finger. One look and one could tell that he was from a wealthy family. Why would such a person appear in a place like King of Hell's Ridge? Yunxing was a little curious. She wasn't in a hurry to leave and hid in the tree to eavesdrop. Why is it only the two of you? When the middle-aged man saw the two hunters and the magic beast behind them, he was a little displeased. Don't worry, my lord. We still have more than 50 brothers lying in ambush outside the forest. More than 10 brothers have already infiltrated the caravan. The two hunters respectfully said. Caravan? So it was a robbery. When Yunxing saw that the hunters and the middle-aged man's target was a passing caravan, she lost interest. Looking at the appearance of the two hunters, they should be a medium-sized hunting group in Zhou State. It was not uncommon for such a hunting group to be hired to rob caravans. Yunxing had important matters to attend to, so she did not intend to meddle in other people's business. Just as Yunxing was about to leave, the middle-aged man suddenly said, "Well done. As long as you take advantage of the chaos to steal some of the accounts and treasures, when Zhou Qingchuan returns to his family, he will no longer have a chance to make a comeback." Hearing Zhou Qingchuan's name, Yunxing paused for a moment. Could it be that the caravan that the hunters disguised as bandits wanted to rob was the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's caravan? Although Zhou Qingchuan and Yunxing had only met once, it could be said that he had helped her greatly. Moreover, this person's thoughts were meticulous and would definitely become a top figure in the future. If the Heaven Expedition hunting group wanted to grow stronger in the future, it would undoubtedly be very helpful if they could establish a good relationship with the continent's largest chamber of commerce. Don't worry, my lord. After taking your money, our Phantom Beast group will definitely handle this matter properly. We have already made our preparations and will begin our sneak attack tonight. When the time comes, we will have to trouble my lord to delay the caravan. The hunters and the middle-aged man discussed for a while before dispersing. Yunxing pondered for a moment before immediately hiding in the bushes. Yun Sunlong saw that Yunxing had been gone for a while. When she returned, her expression was grave. He could not help but ask. Curiously, what's wrong? Is there a problem ahead? Second uncle, there's something I need to discuss with you. Yunxing told Yun Sunlong about the hunter and the middle-aged man she had just discovered. Sheng you want to help Zhou Qingchuan? In the past few years, Yun Sunlong rarely walked around the continent, but this did not mean that he did not know about the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. Although the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce wasn't as big as the Hunter Union, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, the Temple of Dharma, or the Zhao State, its influence wasn't to be underestimated. It was rumored that the ancestors of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce came from the Eastern Imperial Dynasty that had already fallen apart. After the decline of the Eastern Imperial Dynasty, the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce did not decline along with it. Instead, it used its identity as an imperial merchant to establish a close relationship with the 5 major countries. The Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's products also covered a variety of fields, from magic equipment to daily necessities to weapons. Zhou Yuhuang, the founder of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, once said that there were only things that the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce couldn't supply. The Zhou Qingchuan you're talking about should be one of the direct descendants of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. As for that middle-aged man, if I'm not wrong, his position in the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce is not low. The robbery this time must be related to the internal strife of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. If we rashly intervene, I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary trouble. Yun Sunlong was worthy of being called a talented general. Even if there were a few years of blank time, his considerations were very thorough. Second uncle, what do you think of the Zhou State's emperor treating our Yun residents? Yunxing suddenly asked. Sheng what do you mean? Yun Sunlong couldn't help but be startled by Yunxing's words. Yunxing's words implied that she wanted to betray the Zhou State. The entire Yun residents had been loyal to the Zhou State for hundreds of years. As a male descendant of the Yun family, Yun Songlong had been loyal to the Zhou state since he was young. Even though he had left the Zhou state's army, there was never a day when he would become an enemy of the Zhou state. Second uncle, if the incident in Grand Emperor City is really related to the Zhou state's emperor, your hand and old General Yun's injuries won't be simple. Xing'er is only doing this to leave a way out. As the saying goes, a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. We should also make some plans, Yunxing said frankly. With the current situation in the Zhou state, it seemed like a storm was brewing. Yunxing could already faintly smell the scent of danger. Then we'll do as you say. Yun Songlong was so frightened by Yunxing's words that he broke out in a cold sweat. But after thinking about it, he felt that Yunxing's concerns were not completely unreasonable. Since he had decided to help Zhou Qingchuan, Yun Songlong called for Zhou Quan. Yunxing also described the strange demonic beast she had just seen, as well as the attire of the hunters who each had a demonic beast by their side. What Yunxing was currently worried about was that they didn't know the depth of the other party's hunting corps and their strength. There were countless hunting corps and small teams in the Zhou state. If they didn't find out the other party's background, it was very likely that she wouldn't be able to help Zhou Qingchuan. She might even lose members of the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps. After all, their main mission in the southern border of the Zhou state this time was the Purple Gold Mine. Who knew that when the hunters, including Zhou Quan, heard this, they immediately reacted. Young master, I have some impression of the hunting corps you mentioned. It should be the Phantom Beast Corps. Zhou Quan was the smartest and most adaptable person in the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps. He had a good relationship with the Hunters Guild in Yujing City, so he was the most familiar with the famous hunting corps in the Zhou state. Especially when Yunxing mentioned that the other party's hunters each had a magical beast, he immediately thought of it. Phantom Beast Corps? That's a B-rank hunting corps in the Zhou state? Yun Songlong couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. The Phantom Beast Corps was a medium-sized hunting corps made up of 50 hunters. The number of hunters in their corps was also the smallest among all the B-grade hunting corps. However, the reputation of this hunting corps wasn't small in the Zhou state. The reason was that there was a special demonic beast in the corps, the Phantom Beast. The Phantom Beast was a very special demonic beast. Its magic attribute was a rare attribute, the space-time attribute. It was said that this attribute could silently hide its presence and get close to the enemy. Moreover, this Phantom Beast's defense was very shocking. Normal weapons and magic wouldn't be able to affect it. As long as the enemy made the slightest movement, the Phantom Beast would run away. And there were a total of 10 of these Phantom Beasts in the corps. The Phantom Beast Corps' reputation in the Zhou state's hunting world isn't good. Because they have these special demonic beasts, they have always been involved in assassinations, robberies, and other shady businesses with high returns. Zhou Quan also didn't expect that their hunting corps would encounter such a difficult character like the Phantom Beast Corps this time. Zhou Quan, you just said that there are 10 demonic beasts in the Phantom Beast Corps? Could it be that there are 10 summoners in their corps? This was the first time Yunxing heard that a hunting corps could control so many demonic beasts in the Zhou state. After all, the Zhou state wasn't a summoning nation. Normal demonic beasts could only be used as battle pets and mounts. It was very difficult to control them like summoning beasts. This is also something that the outside world doesn't understand. There is only one summoner in the Phantom Beast Corps. But they can indeed control 10 phantom beasts. If only Master Zhongren was here. Zhou Quan was a little nervous. Although everyone knew that Yunxing was a summoner, they had never seen Yunxing summon a beast before. So they all assumed that Yunxing was only skilled in medicine. A month ago, Yunxing had sent her subordinates to the southern part of Zhou state to investigate the situation there. Don't worry, we'll set up an ambush on both sides. We must catch the Phantom Beast army unprepared, Yunxing comforted everyone. Since she knew the background of the hunter corps that was going to ambush them tonight, it was much easier for Yunxing to set up a trap. The Everlasting Chamber of Commerce was the continent's largest chamber of commerce. Even the infamous Phantom Beast army did not dare to directly rob the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's people and goods. If she didn't guess wrong, the middle-aged man and the Phantom Beast army's goal was not the Chamber of Commerce's goods, but some of the account books. Those account books were definitely related to an important person in the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. They were also very important to Zhou Qingchuan. The people of the Phantom Beast army would definitely take advantage of the chaos to snatch the account books. For Yunxing, she was not afraid of the Phantom Beast army. On the contrary, she was looking forward to meeting the Phantom Beast army. Zhou Bing had said that the Phantom Beast army had a special method of controlling beasts. If she could confirm the other party's special method of controlling beasts in this ambush and learn it, then she could use it on the Heaven Hunting Corps. It would definitely be a great boost to the Heaven Hunting Corps. Under Yin Songlong and Zhou Quan's arrangements, the Heaven Hunting Corps hid in the mountains and quietly waited for the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's caravan to arrive. Around sunset, the sunlight on King of Hell's mountain range gradually dissipated. The dense forest turned into ghostly shadows, as if there were countless ghosts. The sound of horse hooves could be heard as a large caravan appeared on the winding mountain ridge. The members of the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps hidden in the trees were able to see the situation of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's caravan from their high vantage point. This caravan was not small. There were dozens of carriages, horses, and other supplies. The Everlasting Chamber of Commerce was a large chamber of commerce, so when they went out, they would definitely invite a group of hunters to protect them. There were some well-equipped mercenaries scattered around the caravan. It was obvious that these mercenaries had undergone professional training. There were men and women, and there were even a few mages. They were careful along the way, checking for traps or ambushes. Yun Songlong was already prepared for this. Before they set up the ambush, they had already cleaned up their tracks. The caravan became even tighter. A flag was placed on the carriage at the front of the group. On the flag, there was a circular emblem of the Chamber of Commerce that looked like a Tai Chi symbol. Below the emblem were the two words Wuji. Here it comes. Yunxing's eyelid suddenly twitched, and she immediately became energetic. Yun Songlong and the others did not make a sound. At this time, the twilight was already fading, and the road ahead was gradually becoming blurry. The caravan of the Chamber of Commerce stopped. It was obvious that they were discussing whether they should continue their journey through the night or stay where they were. Yunxing's gaze flickered and landed in front of a row of carriages. With this glance, she saw a purple figure. Zhou Qingchuan had a handsome face and purple hair. He always had a refined and courteous appearance at all times. Surprisingly, he was in the queue. Zhou Qingchuan was arguing with a middle-aged man in the caravan. Yunxing quietly activated her magic. A gust of wind blew through the forest, and the middle-aged man and Zhou Qingchuan's words fell intermittently into her ears. Third uncle, Yama's Ridge is a well-known dangerous place in Zhou State. I suggest that we continue our journey through the night and cross this ridge before resting. Zhou Qingchuan looked at the sky. There was still some time before it was dark. If they let a few mages use the illumination magic array, they would be able to cross Yama's Ridge in an hour or two. You also said that this place is dangerous. If we continue to travel through the night, wouldn't it be worse if we encounter an ambush? I think it's better to rest here and wait until tomorrow morning to cross the mountains. One day should be enough. The middle-aged man was dressed in luxurious clothes with an arrogant face. He looked at Zhou Qingchuan with disdain. Yunxing's eyes lit up. She recognized that the middle-aged man was the one who had met with the people of the Phantom Beast Corps in the forest earlier. She didn't expect this person to be Zhou Qingchuan's third uncle. Zhou Qingchuan was the eldest son of the fourth branch of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. His father had passed away. This time, his third uncle, Zhou Long, was escorting the caravan with him. Zhou Long didn't notice that there were several pairs of eyes looking at him disdainfully tens of meters above his head. He refused Zhou Qingchuan's suggestion to rest here and insisted on continuing their journey through the night. He thought in his heart, "You're just a kid. Relying on the fact that you've managed the auction house in Luoxia City well, you dare to order me around. But third uncle, the things we're carrying this time are very valuable. The longer we stay in Yanwang Ridge, the more dangerous it is." Zhou Qingchuan looked at the large amount of supplies with a difficult expression. His gaze swept over a few carriages. Zhou Long secretly sneered in his heart, "Cunning kid, you think I don't know you got the account book? You want to expose me? You're still too inexperienced." Zhou Qingchuan also knew that his third uncle didn't see eye to eye with him. However, his position in the Chamber of Commerce was always inferior to his uncles in the clan. He could only order his own people to continue forward. Just in case, he also ordered people to arrange several magic arrays beside the carriages that hid the account book. The purpose was to prevent accidents along the way. Zhou Long looked at Zhou Qingchuan's meticulous arrangements from the side. He secretly gave a few disguised hunters in the caravan a look and waited for the night to come. Under Zhou Long's insistence, Zhou Qingchuan finally had to compromise and set up camp in the same place. After Yunxing saw the secret competition between the uncle and nephew, the few of them were still expressionless and quietly waited for the appearance of the Phantom Beast Corps. Around sunset, the sunlight on King of Hell's Ridge gradually dissipated. The dense forest turned into ghostly shadows, as if there were countless ghostly shadows. In this area, in order to prevent strange magical beasts from approaching, Zhou Qingchuan and the others did not light a fire. Instead, they arranged several magic arrays. The gentle light of the magic arrays illuminated the surroundings. Everything seemed normal. After drinking some water and eating some dry food, the people of the Chamber of Commerce returned to their respective tents and began to rest. Yunxing secretly counted. There were about 120 people in the Wuji caravan. There were about 30 to 40 hunters who were hired. Most of the hunters were warriors, and there were about 5 to 6 mages. Although Zhou Qingchuan was only a merchant, his thinking was very clear. He divided the hunters into 2 groups. One group would be on duty in the first half of the night, and the other group would be on duty in the second half of the night. He himself slept in a tent next to the carriage. The light of the magic array dimmed. After a while, Yunxing heard a commotion. "They're here." Yunxing did not see anyone from the Phantom Beast Corps, but she noticed that a few hunters who were patrolling the perimeter sneakily approached the tent. They looked at Zhou Qingchuan's tent and gestured for her to keep quiet. Yunxing took a closer look and could not help but laugh involuntarily. Zhou Qingchuan was really vigilant. He actually set up a warning magic array outside his own tent. That magic array was very special. It did not have any defensive or offensive power, but it had a very special function, and that was to warn people. As long as someone came within 100 meters of the tent, the magic array would give off a warning sound. That kid is really like what Master Zhou said. He is very cautious. A few of the disguised members of the Phantom Beast Corps had a sullen look on their faces. Fortunately, Master Zhou was prepared. A few of the members of the Phantom Beast Corps had a proud look on their faces. They spoke in unison and began to chant. It was an ancient and cryptic voice that sounded like the chanting of a summoner. Then, a belt appeared on their waists. That belt looked no different from a normal belt. But if one looked closely, they would find that there was a certain fluctuation of magical beasts on the belt. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense these fluctuations, but to a summoner like Yunxing, she could sense the subtle fluctuations of a summoner's mana fluctuations. The fluctuation came from a gem on the belt. Eh? Yunxing was shocked. Immediately after, a series of rustling sounds could be heard beside them. A summoning array appeared beside them. The phantom beast that Yunxing had seen in the forest earlier appeared. There were a total of 4 of those magical beasts that looked very similar to the pangolin. After listening to the hunters murmuring for a while, the magical beasts quietly sneaked into the tent with the magic array in front of them. After the phantom beast appeared, under the orders of the hunters, they immediately began to dig the ground. Soon, there was a small slope on the ground. The phantom beast's digging ability was very strong. In less than half an hour, an underground tunnel was formed. This way, not only could they avoid the magic array, but they could also ensure that they would not alarm Zhou Qingchuan, who was in the tent. That Zhou Bing was also very thoughtful. He clearly knew that Zhou Qingchuan would definitely be cautious, so he simply found the Phantom Beast Corps' magical beasts. "You stay here. If someone barges in, immediately warn us. We'll go in." The Phantom Beast Legion left behind a hunter and followed the tunnel, quietly approaching the carriage behind. Zhou Bing only knew that Zhou Qingchuan might have hidden the account book in one of the carriages, but he wasn't sure which carriage it belonged to, so he could only take the risk and search for it. That hunter was on the lookout. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his neck. There was something cold and hard on his neck. Don't make a sound. Otherwise, you'll be a dead man in the next second. Answer whatever I ask, said a pleasant voice. Hunter only felt his feet lighten as he was taken to the side. A few tall and sturdy hunters surrounded him. Young master, why did you take him here? We can just kill him in one go. Zhou Quan couldn't figure out Yunxing's intentions. Don't worry, these are just small fries. Tell me, who gave you the belt on your body? Yunxing didn't hold back and pulled off the hunter's belt. She had already noticed that the reason why these hunters who were not summoners could control the phantom beasts was because of those strange belts. You are. That hunter still wanted to struggle, but at this time, Yun Sunlong grabbed his left arm. With a cracking sound, that hunter felt a sharp pain in his left arm. The bones in his hand were actually crushed. The hunter's body emitted a strong pressure of Do Qi. Powerful, this person was at least a martial marquis level expert. Ask one question, answer one question. Otherwise, your skull will be crushed in the next moment. Yun Sunlong had the aura of a warrior on the battlefield. That hunter didn't even dare to make a sound. Yes, our captain gave it to us. That hunter was sandwiched by a few people and did not dare to resist. It turned out that the captain of the phantom beasts was a scepter summoner. His strength was very average, but one of his relatives was working in the Zhao state. This special belt was said to be developed by the Zhao state. It was called the summoning belt. A special magic array was used on it. Under the effect of this belt, even a normal warrior or magician could control a magical beast. However, one summoning belt could only control one magical beast. Moreover, the magical beast could not communicate with the controller on the spiritual level. Its effect was worse than a summoned beast, but it was much easier to control compared to a normal war pet. How many of these summoning belts do you have? Yunxing looked at the summoning belt in her hand. There was a gem on the belt, just as the hunter said. However, after Yunxing checked it, she did not find that the gem had been tampered with. Yes, the captain has 10 with him. When we came out, we brought 5 with us. The other 5 are still with the captain. That hunter looked at the group of unknown hunters in front of him and felt a chill in his heart. Where is your captain? Yun Sunlong saw that Yunxing was interested in the summoning belt and continued to interrogate. I don't know. When the hunter asked about the whereabouts of the phantom beasts, he suddenly changed his words and refused to say the whereabouts of the phantom beasts. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Yun Sunlong's expression became serious and he was about to make a move. Second uncle, let me do it. Yunxing blocked Yun Sunlong's hand and a smile appeared on her face as she looked at that hunter. That hunter made up his mind that he would never reveal the whereabouts of the phantom beasts. There were still young and old in his family. If he revealed the whereabouts of the captain, his family would definitely suffer revenge. So no matter how the people in front of him tortured him, he would never utter a word. Seeing that the group of people suddenly stopped interrogating, the female hunter suddenly smiled. The beast army people were still hesitant. They did not know what Yunxing's intentions were. In Yunxing's eyes, Shen Nong's pupils constricted. If someone were to look closely at Yunxing's eyes, they would realize that there was an additional golden dot in her pupils, like a bright moon. The hunter stared into Yunxing's eyes, and a soft female voice sounded in his ears. He felt that his consciousness was becoming more and more blurry, and a dreamlike voice kept on lingering in his ears. Seeing that the beast army member went from resisting to being obedient, the resistance in his eyes also became docile and confused. Yun Sunlong and the rest who were at the side were also shocked. They also did not know what special method Yunxing used. Thank you, Yu Luo, Dewei, Beiyu and Momo for their rewards. Thank you for your continued support. Tell us the whereabouts of your commander, and how many of you have infiltrated the caravan. What is the name of the person who hired you? How many benefits did he give you? What did he ask you to steal? Yunxing guided them patiently. The Phantom Beast Corps had a total of 51 people. This time, 40 of them came, led by the commander himself. They were stationed 5 kilometers away, in a hidden cave in King of Hell's Ridge. The Phantom Beast Corps had a total of 20 people mixed in with the caravan. At this moment, they were all standing guard outside the caravan. Among the people who entered, one of them was their deputy commander, and there were 4 phantom beasts among them. Yunxing's pupils shrank. The golden color disappeared, and her eyes returned to their original black color. The hunter had a confused look on his face, and he was babbling nonsense. Wow, so powerful. Young master, what kind of martial arts are you using? Zhou Quan was stunned. This method of interrogation was really amazing. This is not martial arts, but a kind of medical skill. You can't learn it. Yunxing smiled indifferently. Xing, you and Zhou Quan go in and find Zhou Qingchuan. Leave this person to me. Yun Sunlong glanced at the tunnel in front of him, thinking that the people from the Phantom Beast Corps were about to come out. He was already used to Yunxing's methods. This niece of his was hiding countless intriguing little secrets from head to toe. As her second uncle, he already felt that he shouldn't be offended by this. Yunxing also understood what Yun Sunlong was going to do next. She and Zhou Quan had only taken a few steps when a low cry came from behind them. She did not need to look to know that the member of the Phantom Beast Corps had already been killed by Yun Sunlong. As soon as the two stepped into the tent, Zhou Qingchuan immediately became alert. He had just stood up when he saw 2 figures enter the tent. Who is it? Zhou Qingchuan did not panic, and immediately held the magic scepter in his hand. It's me, big brother Zhou. Yunxing and Zhou Quan had already entered the tent. You. When Zhou Qingchuan saw Yunxing, he was shocked for a moment, but then his eyes revealed a look of joy. The magic scepter in his hand shone brightly. Wherever the light shone, he saw a beautiful figure that made his heart tremble slightly. However, there was a strong man standing beside this beautiful figure. Right at this moment, the tent was lifted and Yun Sunlong, who had taken care of the beast soldier, walked in. Xing, we have to hurry. If we're late, I'm afraid that group of people will find the account book. Yun Sunlong walked into the tent and sized up Zhou Qingchuan. The 2 men, who would be influential figures in their respective fields in the future, looked at each other under the hazy illumination magic. With just one glance, Zhou Qingchuan was on high alert. Zhou Qingchuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows at Yun Sunlong's imposing aura. Big brother Zhou, this is my second uncle, Yunxing. The one beside me is Zhou Quan from the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps. Extinguish the illumination spell first. Yunxing was afraid that the commotion in Zhou Qingchuan's tent would alert Zhou Bing and the others outside. Yun Sunlong, Zhou Qingchuan immediately thought of this person. He had been on the continent for many years. Although he was only a child when Yun Sunlong was at his peak, he still had a deep impression of this fierce general in Zhou State. Yunxing told Zhou Qingchuan what had happened during the day. When he found out that his third uncle had colluded with the Phantom Beast Corps to steal the account book, Zhou Qingchuan didn't have any expression of surprise. His face was amiable, no different from the courteous steward that Yunxing had met at the auction house. This time, it's all thanks to you guys. I also guessed that there would be people who would do something to the caravan along the way, but I didn't expect that person to be third uncle. Zhou Qingchuan's calmness surprised Yunxing. After he explained what had happened, everyone finally understood why Zhou Bing would do such a thing. There's no time to lose. Big brother Zhou, we should quickly go and capture the thief. Otherwise, if the account book is stolen, Big brother Zhou's efforts will be wasted. Yunxing reminded. I won't hide it from you guys. The account book has already been sent back. Zhou Qingchuan smiled. Between his words, there was a look of understanding. He glanced at Yunxing and a gentle light flashed in his eyes. It turned out that Zhou Qingchuan had used the tactic of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Before tonight, he had already ordered people to make a copy of the account book. If he wasn't wrong, the account book should have already arrived at the headquarters of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. Brother Zhou is indeed a member of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. His thoughts are meticulous. It seems that Xing, we have made an unnecessary move this time. Yun Sunlong couldn't help but admire Zhou Qingchuan. At such a young age, he was still calm in the face of such difficulties. No, I still have one thing to trouble you guys with. Since you guys are members of the hunting corps, I would like to ask for your help in eliminating the spies in our caravan. Also, try to capture the leader of the hunting corps. Although Zhou Qingchuan had transferred the account book, he had no way to prove Zhou Bing's evil deeds. However, if Yunxing and the others could capture the leader of the Mirage Beast hunting group, and then take out the evidence of this person colluding with Zhou Bing, then Zhou Qingchuan was confident that he could rely on this time to directly dig out Zhou Bing's background. At that time, with the addition of the account book, the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce would definitely experience a big reshuffle. He looked at Yunxing eagerly. Yunxing, however, looked at her second uncle. Yun Songlong couldn't help but frown. After Zhou Qingchuan's explanation, Yunxing roughly understood the predicament that Zhou Qingchuan was currently facing. The goods this time, to Zhou Qingchuan, were very important. Although he was successful at a young age, and was highly regarded by his grandfather Zhou Ronghai, but in the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, he had never held any real power. The specific reason had to be explained from Zhou Qingchuan's father. Zhou Qingchuan's father, Zhou Hai, was the second son of the current patriarch of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, Zhou Ronghai. Zhou Bing was capable since he was young, and took up the position of the main manager of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. Unfortunately, not long after he and Zhou Qingchuan's mother got married, he was tragically killed by bandits when he went out to do business. The property and power that originally belonged to Zhou Bing was forced to be transferred to the other branches of the Zhou family to take over. According to Zhou Ronghai's original plan, the property that belonged to his second son, Zhou Bing, would be returned to the second branch when Zhou Qingchuan turned 20 years old. The other sons of the Zhou family had agreed at that time, but when Zhou Qingchuan grew up, his uncles came up with all kinds of excuses. They even came up with a plan to expel Zhou Qingchuan from the core business of the family, and send him to a remote border city like the Sunset City, in an attempt to make him unable to rise again for the rest of his life. But gold will always shine. Not only was Zhou Qingchuan not discouraged, in the few years he was sent out, he constantly sharpened his ability. Relying on his own talent and business, he managed to make the Sunset Auction House, which was on the verge of collapse, flourish. For Zhou Qingchuan, Yunxing was his little benefactor. Especially the last time, when Yunxing's tribute of the moon goddess was auctioned, it brought Zhou Qingchuan an extremely high reputation. Now, several important merchants in Tangyuan had established contact with him one after another. When the Zhou family found out about this news, they were afraid that Zhou Qingchuan would take this opportunity to rise up the ranks, so they hurriedly transferred him back. Not long after I returned to the family, I discovered that grandfather's health had been deteriorating over the past few years. The Everlasting Chamber of Commerce was also fragmented, and many of its main businesses were in deficit. So I ordered people to secretly investigate the accounts and rewrite the accounts. These accounts were mixed in with this batch of goods. Zhou Qingchuan truthfully told Yunxing. He was prepared to bring these accounts back and let grandfather have a look. Who would have thought that before he could rush back to the family, he would be sent by third uncle on the pretext of transporting important goods? Yun Songlong did not expect that they would rashly participate in the internal power struggle of the continent's largest chamber of commerce, the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. Yunxing was not surprised by this. This kind of mutual deception between large families, she had watched a lot of dramas in her previous life. Zhou Qingchuan thought that the whole thing was confidential, but he did not expect that his uncles would still find out about this secret. He also did not expect that transporting goods was just an excuse. His third uncle's real intention was to kill him. He had only met Yunxing twice, but he had a natural good impression of Yunxing. This good impression had unknowingly turned into a kind of love, but Yunxing was not aware of it. After Yun Songlong heard this, he noticed that Zhou Qingchuan was looking at his niece with a burning gaze, and found something unusual. Yun Songlong calculated. In his mind, his niece was only 8 years old. Wasn't this admirer a little too early? Ahem, Xing'er, come with me to the side. Yun Songlong called Yunxing to the side. This is an internal matter of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, it's not convenient for us to intervene. They went to Zhou State and later Qing to investigate the purple gold mine. For the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce to be able to become the #1 chamber of commerce in the continent, the forces behind them were intricate and complex. It was not something a small heaven extermination hunting corps could handle. Even Yun Songlong, who did not know much about business, knew that Zhou Qingchuan's matter was not simple. Yun Songlong felt that under such circumstances, it was not appropriate for the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps to appear. Second uncle, Zhou Qingchuan is my friend. He is in trouble, so I have to help him. Yunxing's eyes were very determined. Yunxing thought highly of Zhou Qingchuan. In a situation where the enemy was weaker than them, everyone from the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, including Zhou Qingchuan himself, did not panic. The remaining members of the caravan remained respectful to Zhou Qingchuan. It could be seen that he was a very cohesive person. For such a person, as long as he was given enough opportunities, he would be able to grasp them and rise to the top. Yunxing did not tell Yunxing that the other reason why she helped Zhou Qingchuan was related to little Xiandong. But right now, Yunxing did not have the opportunity to say it. You've decided? Since that's the case, then help him. Yun Songlong rubbed his temples with a headache. If they were not family, they would not enter the same door. Yunxing's temper was typical of the Yun clan. Behind Yunxing, Zhou Qingchuan was also looking at her back with apprehension. Would she help him or not? Just now, the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps took the risk to help propel the hunting corps hired by third uncle. It could be considered a great help. Zhou Qingchuan was a business genius. From Yin Songlong's reaction just now, it was clear that he did not want to intervene in the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's matters. Even if Yunxing refused to help, he would not have any complaints. Steward Zhou, my second uncle has decided to help you find the account book. Yunxing turned her head and smiled at Yun Songlong. Under the light of the fire, the girl's smile was like a white flower quietly blooming in the dark night. At the same time, it made people's mind flutter and even their soul feel like it was being taken away. Zhou Qingchuan's heart warmed and his blue eyes shook. You can call me Big Brother Zhou. Thank you, Head Yun, for lending a helping hand in this difficult situation. Qingchuan will never forget your kindness. This Big Brother Zhou was sincere. Yunxing and Zhou Qingchuan looked at each other and smiled, forming an indescribable tacit understanding between the two. Around dawn, Zhou Qingchuan, Zhou Bing, and the others came out of the tent one after another. Qingchuan, did you sleep well last night? Zhou Bing asked Zhou Qingchuan hypocritically. Last night, he was on tenterhooks. Fortunately, the night passed without anything happening. I slept very well, but third uncle, why do you look so tired? Did you not sleep well in the wild? Zhou Qingchuan still had a modest and polite appearance. Hee, I did not sleep well. Once I return home, I can have a good night's sleep, Zhou Bing heard and was secretly delighted. At dawn, the caravan of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce set off and continued their journey along the endless Hades mountain ridge. Not long after the caravan set off, a few sneaky figures quietly left the caravan and rushed towards the cave where the Phantom Beast army was located. Inside the cave, there were indeed more than 10 hunters waiting. One of them had high eyebrows and a wide forehead. His face had a sinister scar, as if there was a centipede growing on his face. He looked very fierce. Beside him, there was a 7th-level phantom beast that was half the height of a human. Head, we got it, the deputy head of the Phantom Beast army said as he took out a small package wrapped in oil paper from his bosom. Zhou Qingchuan, that brat, was very cunning. He hid the account book very well. It took them 4 to 6 hours to find the account book at daybreak. Very good, with this account book, we brothers will be able to eat and drink well. The leader of the Phantom Hunting Corps laughed. He flipped through the account book, and the numbers on it made him dizzy. Head, should we give this account book to that brat Zhou Bing? In the morning, that brat kept winking at our people, the deputy head asked. If not for the head repeatedly telling them to return the account book first, he would not have rushed back. No, this account book is very valuable. Zhou Bing, that stingy brat, is only willing to pay 50,000 gold coins. We will use this account book to extort him. 10 million gold coins, the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce is a fat sheep, the head laughed. Head is right. Our brothers have been lying in ambush here for a few days and are exhausted. We should extort him. The deputy head's face was full of joy. They were all fugitives and did not have any trust. Wait a minute, you had a total of 5 people last night. Why is one person missing? The head glanced and found that one person was missing. The people who were sent to find the account book last night were the elites of the group. Each of them had a summoning belt, but only 4 people returned. That brat Wu Ping is missing. That's not right, he hasn't come back yet? We thought he got impatient and came back first. The few people looked at each other in dismay. Haha, you guys finally noticed. You don't even know that you've lost people. The Phantom Beast core is only SOSO. A burst of loud laughter rang out in the cave. Immediately after, a black shadow mixed with the power of lightning crashed into the cave with a bang. Who is it? The Phantom Beast Corps' commander heard the voice and knew that something bad had happened. Among the crowd, his strength was the highest. He was a peak martial honorable. He leaped up and kicked at the black figure with his legs, causing a gust of wind to sound. The power of a martial saint was enough to shatter rocks. The black shadow was kicked and smashed into the wall. Everyone looked carefully and saw that the black shadow was the body of the missing member, Wu Ping. Commander of the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps, Yun Sunlong, we have received a request from the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's young master Zhou to capture the scum of your hunting corps. Yun Sunlong led a few elites of the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps and stood outside the cave. When they heard the name of the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps, the Phantom Hunting Corps was a bit confused. The Zhou state had this hunting corps, but when some people thought further, they were frightened by the shocking name. Yun Sunlong, when the hunters who were killing heard this, they immediately felt that something was wrong. These were all hunters of the Zhou state. They knew a lot about the Zhou state and the hunting world. The name Yun Sunlong was a bit unfamiliar, but when they thought carefully, they quickly connected the dots. How could a hunting corps with such a person be an ordinary hunting corps, the son of the Zhou state's Marshal Saint Yun Ba, who was also the general of the Zhou state's swift cavalry, Marshal Marquis Yun Sunlong? But wasn't Yun Sunlong rumored to be trash, then who was the one who had killed 7 or 8 people with his bare hands with such an imposing manner just now? Looking at the front, Yun Sunlong's douqi was as dazzling as a rainbow. Looking at the hunters at the side, they all had extraordinary skills. Chaos soon ensued in the cave. The Phantom Beast army was indeed a veteran army. The regiment commander roared, "Quiet!" Immediately summoned the Phantom Beasts. The group of people also came back to their senses. A few of them stood out. Just as Wu Ping had said earlier, each of them had a summoning belt. Several summoning arrays lit up, and several Phantom Beasts appeared. Haha, Yun Sunlong, I didn't think that you, the great general of Zhou state, would be reduced to a hunting soldier. Others may be afraid of your fame, but my Phantom Beast army is not. Brothers, let this group of people see how powerful our beast army is. The commander looked very confident. The captain was only a martial honor, yet he was able to control a B-grade hunting corps. Naturally, he had some tricks up his sleeves. The surface of the Phantom Beasts' bodies suddenly lit up, and a magic defensive light sphere appeared on each of them. A magic array? I didn't expect this kind of magical beast to be able to use magic other than digging. Yun Sunlong was also shocked. He originally thought that with him here, capturing the Phantom Beast army was only a matter of time. The magic array was also very mysterious. Its function was somewhat similar to Gufeng's light sphere. Yun Sunlong used a battle skill, but when the battle skill approached the magic array, it was as if it had hit an invisible wall, and was immediately repelled. Not only that, but the attacks of the others also had no effect. Under the effect of the magic array, no one was able to get close to the Phantom Beast army. Haha, no matter what method you use, as long as the Phantom Beasts are here, none of you can do anything to us. The hunters were immensely pleased with themselves. Commander, that magic array is very special. We won't be able to catch them in a short time. What do you think we should do? Zhou Quan watched from the side and couldn't help but frown. He also didn't expect to encounter such a situation. They could only watch helplessly as the hunters fled. Zhou Quan, you and the rest of the people go and kill the rest of them. Xing'er will ambush us outside. We will split up. Yun Sunlong couldn't help but praise Yunxing's thoughtfulness. She was already lying in ambush outside. Yun Sunlong knew Yunxing's movement technique. In terms of tracking, she might be even more powerful than him. Thus, he split up with the other hunters to chase after them. The Beast Army commander took the account book and disappeared with a burrow. After he escaped a few miles away, he was secretly pleased with himself. Suddenly, the sky darkened. He raised his head to look and was almost scared out of his wits. In the sky stood a girl. The girl had black hair. Rumo. You are? In the sky stood a girl. Behind her, there was a pair of wings. She looked like a god, majestic and awe-inspiring. The girl's eyes were ice cold. Heaven Extermination Hunting Army Vice Commander, Yan Yun. Yan Yun. Yan Yun. When the Beast Army Commander heard this name, his eyes widened. This name, in the hunting world, was even more famous than Yun Songlong. In the arena of Mount Daoi, she slaughtered the lowly hunters of the Black Tiger Hunting Army. She became famous after that battle. What was even more frightening was that she had a master on the level of Emperor Zhao, Yun Songlong and Yan Yun. How could two people like them appear in King of Hell's Ridge? Yun Songlong's name was enough to make him suffer, but Yun Xing's name was undoubtedly more intimidating. If Yun Songlong's name belonged to the past, then Yan Yun's name was undoubtedly the hottest name in the hunting world of Zhou State. A mysterious hunter who only appeared in Mount Daoi's Hunter Citadel. It was rumored that no one had seen her real face. The first time she made a move, she killed the notorious leader of the Black Tiger Hunting Army. After that, it was rumored that she had a master on the level of Emperor Zhao. However, these were only rumors. After Yan Yun became famous, she quickly disappeared without a trace. The hunting team she belonged to, Phoenix Soaring, had never revealed Yan Yun's exact whereabouts to the outside world. The Beast Army Commander had never imagined that he would actually meet this murderous god here. Furthermore, she had even joined the Heaven Extermination Hunting Army. The Beast Army Commander had the urge to slit his own throat. How could he have accepted this mission? Even if he was given two guts, he wouldn't dare to go against the Heaven Extermination Hunting Army, which had the backing of a martial sage and an expert on the level of Emperor Zhao. Don't come over. You can't hurt me. No one can break through the Phantom Beast's defense. Although the Beast Army Commander was afraid, he still relied on the fact that he had a demonic beast to protect him. Yes. If it were anyone else, they might not be able to do anything. It's a pity that you met me. Yun Xing's cold eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of liveliness. She slowly raised her hand. The head of the Phantom Beast hunting group couldn't help but look at Yun Xing's hands. When he saw those hands, he couldn't help but tremble. What kind of hands were those? Yan Yun's true appearance was that of a beautiful young girl, her hands should also be white and flawless. But the hand in front of him. A withered, pitch-black hand that was emitting a terrifying magic power. The summoning ring on top of the hand was flashing, and a magic space as bright as the sun was rapidly forming. That was a real magic space. Inside it was the centipede ant king that had doubled in size because of the exquisite beast pagoda. It was waving its limbs ferociously. Boom. A burst of dust flew, and a magical beast that the head of the Phantom Beast hunting group had never seen before landed in front of him. The powerful pressure of the magical beast made the head of the Phantom Beast hunting group's knees go soft, and he knelt on the ground. The centipede ant king spat out venom from its mouth. The Phantom Beast hunting group's defense that couldn't be shaken in the slightest by combat skills and magic was like a thin layer of paper, immediately eroding a big hole. What the hell is this? The head of the Phantom Beast hunting group trembled, as if he had seen a ghost. As if he had gone crazy, he attacked the centipede ant king. But in front of a commander-level beast general, all his attacks seemed so weak. Yun Xing raised her hand. On her hand, there was a terrifying magic fluctuation. The commander of the Phantom Beast Legion watched as his rank 7 Phantom Beast was devoured by the 100-legged ants' army of beast ants. In a short while, the Phantom Beast of the Phantom Beast hunting group turned into an empty shell. You. Don't come over. The head of the hunting group was so scared that his whole body was trembling. You want that account book, right? I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you immediately. He was so scared that his hands and feet almost cramped. Without hesitation, he threw away the account book that was worth millions of gold. The head of the hunting group didn't know that the account book that he thought was hard to get was already a waste of paper. Yun Xing didn't even look at the account book. Also, the letter that Zhou Bing asked you to rob the account book, where is the commission? The head of the hunting group thought for a while, and unwillingly handed over Zhou Bing's handwritten letter and the limitless gold card. I've already handed it over, you should let me go now, right? I can guarantee that I won't tell anyone about what happened today. He thought that after handing over these things, the other party would let him go. But who knew that the female summoner who looked as beautiful as a fairy, but her methods were extremely vicious. I have one more thing to ask you. It's about the belt of summoning you're wearing. Who gave you this belt? Yunxing took out the belt she got from Wu Ping. It turned out that the other party was after the summoning belt. He could not reveal the secret of the summoning belt. Otherwise, Zhao Ting would not let him off. When Yunxing saw the sudden change in his expression, her originally timid eyes suddenly became firm. It seems that the summoning belt is no small matter. Even the head of the Phantom Beast army did not dare to say anything about it. The other party was a revered martial artist. Shen Nong's pupil was not as effective as Wu Ping's. Yunxing did not say much. She used her divine sense and the 100-legged ant general crawled over. It opened its sharp mouth and bit off the big toe of the head of the Phantom Beast army. The head of the Phantom Beast army almost died from the pain. He looked at his toe as it was swallowed by the 100-legged ant general. I know you're not afraid of death. You don't care about the lives of your hunters. But, there are many ways to die. Do you believe that I can let my beasts eat your feet one by one? Tomorrow, I'll eat your hands. After 10 days, guess which part of your body will still be intact? Yunxing said as she patted the head of the 100-legged ant general. The latter made a crunching sound. It was obvious that it had just chewed off the toe of the head of the Phantom Beast army. The head of the Phantom Beast army felt like his liver and guts were about to burst when he thought about how he was on his last breath and was going to be eaten every day. He finally understood how this female summoner, Flaming Cloud, got her nickname. The bloody lowly truly lived up to her name. She wasn't human. No, I'll talk. That summoning belt was given to me by my aunt. She's a summoner in the Zao state. She said that the gemstones on the belt were not ordinary ores. They were refined with beast blood. The head of the Phantom Beast army was on the verge of collapse. He told Yunxing about the origin of the summoning belt. Yunxing listened and carefully examined the magical beast belt in her hands. Just as the vice head of the Phantom Beast army had said, the gemstones were refined with beast blood. The only difference was that the gemstones on Wu Ping's magical beast belt were refined with the blood of mid-ranked beasts. The magical beast belt on the head of the Phantom Beast army was refined with the blood of high-ranked beasts. Yunxing was smart. After learning the secret of the gemstone refining, she roughly understood the principle of the magical beast belt in just a short while. The magical beast belt's effect was similar to that of a high-ranked beast to a low-ranked beast. It was able to control the beast. The advantage of this belt was that no matter if it was a summoner or a magician, they could use this belt to enslave low-ranked beasts. However, the disadvantage was that once a higher-ranked magical beast belt or a more skilled summoner appeared, the magical beast belt would automatically lose its effect. She did not expect the Zao state to have such a method of controlling beasts. This discovery was very helpful to Yunxing. She decided to search for suitable beasts on her way to the southern border of the Zao state. If there were any suitable beasts, she would obtain a portion of their blood and use it to refine the magical beast belt. If she could give every member of the Heavenly Hunting Corps a magical beast belt like this, the strength of the hunters would undoubtedly increase. Ant General, swallow him. Yunxing ordered coldly. The 100-legged ant general immediately swallowed the commander of the magical beast corps. After Yunxing checked the letter, she immediately rushed back to meet up with Yun Songlong and the rest. Yun Songlong and the rest had already captured a few members of the Phantom Beast Corps. After finding out that Yunxing had already killed the commander and brought back a letter, the members of the Heavenly Hunting Corps did not reveal much shock this time. In their eyes, their young master was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more savage than General Yun. If they offended the commander, at most they would just snap their necks. If they offended young Master Yun, an image appeared in everyone's minds and they all shivered at the same time. In the Heavenly Hunting Corps, if the commander was the boss, then young Master Yun was the Empress. It served the Phantom Beast Corps right for offending their young master's friends. The group immediately rushed back to the camp. Thank you to book friend 087, Pudding, Yen Lass, I'm only willing to die for you, and Shitzi, and have you now for your tips. School is about to start, and I'm going to study. Woo-woo, I'll miss you. Zhou Qingchuan had already gotten rid of the spies in the caravan with the help of the remaining members of the Sky Hunting Corps. It's a pity that my third uncle had already gotten wind of this and escaped. However, with this letter and the members of the Sky Hunting Corps that you captured, I believe that my grandfather will deal with them when we return. Zhou Qingchuan sighed. He accepted the letter, but did not take back the gold cards that Yunxing and the rest had handed over from the Phantom Beast Corps. He even gave the Sky Hunting Corps a considerable commission. Zhou Qingchuan did not expect that this time, things would progress so smoothly. This was all thanks to the help of Yunxing and the rest. After daybreak, Yunxing and the rest had already reorganized themselves. Zhou Qingchuan also had to hurry on with his journey. He could only reluctantly bid farewell to Yunxing. Big brother Zhou, I have something that I would like to ask you. Before they parted, Yunxing called out to Zhou Qingchuan. Zhou Qingchuan looked at Yunxing and a trace of reluctance flashed across his eyes. However, he quickly hid that feeling in his heart. After spending these days together, he had gained a better understanding of Yunxing. When he found out that Yunxing was only 8 years old, his shock was unimaginable. There was actually a 13-year age gap between the two of them. While feeling bitter, Zhou Qingchuan also secretly made a decision. He would wait for Yunxing to grow up. During these years of waiting, he would continue to strengthen his own wings. He would definitely not let this matter happen again. He, Zhou Qingchuan, might not be able to compare to this young girl in terms of magic and medicine. However, he wanted to achieve something in his own field. One day, he would use his special ability in business to protect her. Only then would he be able to truly pursue her. Yunxing naturally could not guess what Zhou Qingchuan was thinking at this moment. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. As long as Big Brother Zhou can help, I will definitely help. Zhou Qingchuan looked at Yunxing with a smile. He was greedy for that charming smile on her face. It's about the medical center's business. I have encountered some difficulties. These days, Yunxing had received a letter from Lin Yaoer. Although the medical center had temporarily adjusted its business scope to magic medicine, the results were not very good. After all, for most commoners, ancient medicine was more convincing than magic. If they could not solve the problem of the supply of medicinal herbs as soon as possible, the reputation that they had built up through the free medical center would quickly be used up. Yunxing roughly told Zhou Qingchuan about how she had offended the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and refined a saint-grade elixir. You refined a saint-grade saint elixir and even slapped the Medicine Emperor Pavilion during the free medical treatment? Zhou Qingchuan's a saint's Lin Yao's of the Emperor's name. Zhou Qingchuan was in charge of the business affairs of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. The business scope of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce was very wide and included the acquisition of medicinal herbs. On the continent, not to mention saint-grade elixirs, as long as it was a high-grade elixir, it would definitely be produced by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. In a similar situation, in the field of magic medicine, it was illegal to do so. Yunxing had refined the high-grade elixir of the moon god first. This was still acceptable. After all, she had studied at the Royal Magic Academy. However, she had actually refined a saint-grade elixir without going through the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's systematic training. Furthermore, she had repeatedly provoked the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. With the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's status in the ancient medicine world, it was already polite of them not to directly kill Yunxing. Of course, it was because they had considered the Wuxuan Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. The other reason was probably because of the Martial Saint General's estate behind Yunxing. If it wasn't for them making a mistake during the free medical consultation, how could they be humiliated by me? Yunxing pouted. Since it has already happened, let's forget about it. I think with your second uncle and the others, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion can at most trick you in terms of medicinal herbs. However, it's not difficult to solve this matter. Zhou Qingchuan was worthy of being called a rare genius of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. The problem that had troubled Yunxing and little Ci Endong for a long time was solved by him. As the saying goes, it's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. If you want to buy medicinal herbs from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, why don't you just start from the medicine farmer? Or rather, find someone to help you grow the herbs. According to Zhou Qingchuan's understanding, including the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, there was a specialized medicine matter. In the medicine manner, only specific medicinal herbs were cultivated to ensure the quality. Yunxing immediately understood after being reminded by Zhou Qingchuan. How could she forget her old profession? Wasn't she a medicine farmer when she was in the banana leaf village? She could directly buy out some farming villages with rich soil and water and contract them to cultivate medicinal herbs all over Zhou State, or even outside Zhou State. Big brother Zhou, you've helped me a lot. You have a wide network of friends, can you help me contact some high-quality medicinal herb seeds? Yunxing decided to immediately write a letter to Lin Yaoer. No problem. This time, you've helped me a lot. Medicinal herb seeds are just a small matter. Zhou Qingchuan also used his experience to pick out some suitable small villages in Zhou State. Zhou Qingchuan promised Yunxing that he would pay attention to help her find suitable villages in other countries outside Zhou State. After watching Zhou Qingchuan's caravan disappear on the side of the road, Yunxing and the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps continued their journey. Amidst the tranquil mountains and steep ridges, there were 3 figures standing on a towering tree. TSK, Biming, that kid is interested in your woman. He's a strong opponent, the young master of the everlasting Chamber of Commerce. He's young and rich, and he's also infatuated with the little divine doctor. Chungbai whistled. You can see the signs from so far away. Why can't I see it? Bu Jiuxiao's face was dull. Yi Biming's handsome face tensed up. He can't compare to this prince. There was no trace of embarrassment or hesitation in his words. Does Xiao Xing'er know that you're so arrogant? Chungbai was choked by Yi Biming's words. He originally thought that Yi Biming would agitatedly counterattack, but looking at this kid's appearance, it seemed that he was confident in Yunxing's victory. She doesn't need to know. She can only be this prince's woman. Yi Biming's face was cold. Since that's the case, why don't you just protect her openly? You made Jiuxiao and me sneak around like rats. Qingbai really didn't know what to do with this childhood playmate of his. After he returned to the Jade capital, he heard that Yunxing and the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps had already left. Without another word, he dragged the 2 of them to be his coolies and rushed over. There were several times when they were almost discovered by Yun Songlong. Fortunately, Yi Biming was alert and managed to resolve the crisis. I also feel that she doesn't need anyone to protect her. Bu Jiuxiao had previously found it very strange that Yi Biming, who had never had any reaction to any woman, would suddenly be interested in a young female sorcerer. Although the other party's medical skills were very high and her appearance wasn't bad, how could she make Yi be so devoted to her in such a short period of time? Along the way, Bu Jiuxiao discovered that Yunxing was very special. Just in terms of dealing with unexpected situations, her intelligence was comparable to any adult. No wonder the evildoer Yi Biming would see her in a different light. That's true. I've never seen such a fierce woman. TSK, could it be that evildoers should be matched with evildoers? I say, if the 2 of you get together in the future, wouldn't the child be a little demon king? Chungbai shuddered. Just thinking about this scene gave him goosebumps. Chungbai was famous for being pampered among the 3 of them. Normally, when he went out, he would eat and dress well. This time, he had been dragged out by Yi Biming to follow the Heavenly Hunting Corps. He hadn't eaten or slept well the entire time, so he was filled with resentment. As he complained, he swatted a few mosquitoes to death, not forgetting to complain about his good friend. You keep saying that you're not worried, so why are you still following behind us? You made this young master feed bugs for several nights last night. Chungbai's face was filled with resentment. In 3 days, we'll enter the southern border of Zhou State. There's no time to lose. We need to hurry through the night and get to the purple gold mine before them. Yi Biming's gray eyes flickered as he glanced at Yunxing, who was particularly conspicuous in the crowd. Little wildcat, if you knew the purpose of this prince's trip, you would probably be half dead from anger. Yi Biming thought of Yunxing's reaction and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. His smile stunned the 2 men beside him. The 3 figures disappeared into the boundless sea of trees. Yunxing suddenly sneezed. Just a moment ago, she seemed to have felt someone looking at her from behind. When she turned around, she didn't see anything. Night. In the southern border of Zhou State, there was a quiet village. When the pitch-black night quietly enveloped the village, a large yellow dog was lying on the ground at the entrance of the village. The yellow moon hung above the treetops at the entrance of the village. This was an ordinary village that could be seen everywhere in Zhou State. There weren't many households in the village, only around 100 or so. This kind of village was very common in Zhou State. Because there were many of them and they were located in a remote area, even the map of Zhou State didn't have any detailed records of them. The commoners living in the village only remembered that the village was called Jinko Village because the shape of the village resembled a well. Most of the villagers here made a living by farming. A small number of families made a living by hunting. These villagers had lived here in peace and contentment for over 100 years. This night was the same as countless other nights. It was still quiet. The sound of the woman singing a lullaby and the chirping of the insects in the grass overlapped, rising and falling one after another. Suddenly, the big yellow dog in the village barked, and the village entrance was brightly lit. Almost at the same time, everyone in the village woke up. They were in a panic. The women hugged their children while the men grabbed the hatchet at the head of the bed. A woman in her 30s hurriedly put on her clothes. Her husband also had a machete in his hand. Sixth father, they're here. Those people are here. What should we do? The woman's voice was mixed with the sound of crying. Don't panic, mother. What will come sooner or later. Lu Zi's father comforted his wife sadly. They hurriedly shook their 13-year-old son, Lu Zi, awake. Father, mother, are they here? The youth who was called Liu Zi was not tall. When he heard the commotion, he also woke up. However, his parents refused to let him out no matter what. They only forcefully pulled him to the side of the bed. They saw that they lifted the straw mat on the bed. Under the straw mat was a cellar. This cellar was obviously dug not long ago. In addition to storing some water and dry food, it could only accommodate one person. Once the straw mat was covered, the cellar could not be seen. It was very hidden. If one did not look carefully, they would not notice it at all. Father, mother, I don't want to go down. Lu Zi held his parents' hands and did not let go. Although he was not old, he was already a sensible child. During this time, the news from the neighboring villages had already made the whole village panic. Lu Zi, when those evil thieves come, the whole village will suffer. Hide in there and remember, don't come out. The water and dry food inside is enough for you to eat for a day and a night. When there's no more movement outside, you can come out. Lu Zi's father heard the sound of crying, children crying, and dogs barking outside. He became even more anxious. He gritted his teeth and hit the back of Lu Zi's head hard. Lu Zi only saw darkness in front of his eyes and fainted. Lu Zi's mother wiped her tears and watched Lu Zi's father put the child in the cellar. The couple covered the child with the straw mat again. At this time, there was a rough knocking sound outside, and the door was knocked open with a bang. A few wolfhounds with 2 heads rushed in. No matter how dark the night was, it would always end. After an unknown period of time, Lu Zi, who was dry and hungry in the cellar, was awakened by hunger. The cellar was very dark and damp. Remembering his parents' advice, Lu Zi could only grope around in the cellar. When he touched dry food, he ate it. When he touched a water bag, he drank it. He did not know how much time had passed. Only then did he push open the cellar door. The straw mat was lifted, and Lu Zi climbed out. The room was a mess. All the tables and chairs were smashed. The walls and the door were all burned black. Obviously, when the evil thieves broke in, they not only robbed people, but also set the room on fire. There was no one in the room. His parents had long disappeared. Lu Zi pushed open the door. It was dark outside. It turned out that he had unknowingly hidden in the cellar for a day and a night. In the village, there were ruins everywhere. The residents who used to live there seemed to have disappeared overnight. In the village, there was nothing. These neighbors who used to laugh and chat with him had all disappeared overnight. The evil thieves took away all the available able-bodied men. They did not even let go of the women, the elderly, the children, and the livestock. It was that group of people. These beasts, I'm going to kill them. Lu Zi was like a trapped beast, roaring from his throat. At this time, his eyes fell on the corner of his house that was burned to ashes. He saw an iron bow. Lu Zi's ancestors were hunters for generations. This iron bow weighed more than 80 pounds and was the family heirloom of Lu Zi's family. Lu Zi's father never let Lu Zi touch this iron bow before, but tonight, this precious iron bow was abandoned in the corner. Lu Zi stepped forward and picked up the iron bow. The iron bow was scalding hot from the fire, and a few blisters immediately appeared on the boy's hand. But he couldn't care less about this. He carried the iron bow on his back without hesitation and walked towards the dark south. A tragedy like the one that occurred in Jinko village happened every half a month or so in the southern border of the Great Zhou and later Qin. However, these things were completely unknown to the emperor of Zhou state, who was in the bustling Yujing. A few days later, Yunxing and the others had already entered the southern border of Zhou state. In the 8 years since Yunxing came to the boundless land, she had spent most of her time in Jiaya village in the northern part of Zhou state. Even Yujing city, where she had stayed for almost 2 years, was located in the central part of Zhou state. Mount Daoi's Hunter Citadel was located in the southern part of Zhou state. However, Mount Daoi was different from the southern part of Zhou state where the purple gold mine was located. Mount Daoi's Hunter Citadel was located in the southwestern part of Zhou state. Legend had it that the purple gold mine was found in the southeastern part of Zhou state. After parting ways with Zhou Qingchuan, Yunxing and the others passed through the difficult Yama Ridge and headed south. As they headed south, the terrain changed from rugged mountain ridges to gentle hills, and the road was much easier to walk on. Yunxing listened to Yun Songlong and Zhou Quan's explanations along the way, and had a certain understanding of the southern border of Zhou state. It's been almost 9 years. Sheng'er, this was once your second uncle's battlefield. In another 2 days, we will be able to enter Nanming town. As Yun Songlong neared the southern border, he suddenly felt nostalgic. He thought of the situation when he was in his 20s and was filled with emotions. The members of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps also fell silent. At the southern border of the Great Zhou dynasty, 1,000 soldiers of the Yun clan had lost their lives. For many of the members of the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps, among these people, there were their fathers, brothers, and good brothers. Some of them didn't even bring back their corpses. Second uncle, we have to stand up from where we fell. This time, we have to show the soldiers of later Qin the power of our Zhou state. Yunxing encouraged everyone. Good. Well said. Sheng'er, we came to the southern border this time not only to investigate the situation of the purple gold mine, but also to find the corpses of our brothers who died on the battlefield. Yun Songlong was defeated and crippled back then. In a hurry, he only had time to bury the corpses of the soldiers. He came this time to fulfill his long-cherished wish of bringing the corpses of his brothers back to the Jade capital. Second uncle, I've already made an appointment with Zhongyi to meet at the restaurant in the small town ahead. We will continue on our journey and rest for the night in the town ahead. Yunxing looked at the sun and saw that it was already close to dusk. As they neared the borders of Zhou state, they had already shed their hunting uniforms. Yun Songlong had already said that the imperial court of Zhou state had neglected their management of this area and it had already become a lawless area. The citizens of Zhou state and later Qin were mostly married and traded with each other, so it was inevitable that there would be some spies involved. The sudden appearance of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps, which only had 100 people, was undoubtedly very eye-catching. In order to prevent being discovered, they had to disguise themselves. The current Heaven Expedition Hunting Army had already changed into a merchant group. Everyone's clothes were borrowed from Zhou Qingchuan earlier. Yun Songlong's aura was imposing, so he dressed up as a caravan leader. Yunxing also dressed up as a fair-skinned young master. The others also dressed up as the merchant's guards. As for the Oriole, she dressed up as Yunxing's maid. According to the agreement between Yunxing and Zhongyi, they arrived at a small town in the south called Southern Cliff Town. Everyone, let's rest at the Yuelai and Renha inns up ahead. Yun Songlong quickly found 2 inns in town. Due to the large number of people, the caravan had no choice but to find 2 inns. Yunxing took advantage of the time when everyone was busy to inform Yun Songlong and brought Huang Ke to the restaurant in town. Although Southern Cliff Town was only a border town, it was densely populated and there were many caravans coming and going. Yunxing's outfit today was that of an elegant young master. She wore a brocade shirt, short riding boots and a jade crown on her head. Her lips were red and her teeth were white. With a pair of black eyes, she really looked like a young master who had gone out to travel. Huang Ke was also dressed up as a beautiful maid. She wore a pink skirt and a green jacket. When the two of them walked together, they attracted the attention of many people. Huang Ke, we are here to inquire about the whereabouts of the purple gold or vein. Why don't we ask the passers-by along the way? Yun Xing and Huang Ke spoke as they walked. Yun Songlong also did not know the exact whereabouts of the purple gold or vein. Yun Xing had also asked before. Then what about the people who had participated in the search for the purple gold or vein and the miners who had participated in the early development? Yun Songlong hesitated for a moment and did not speak. Yun Xing suddenly understood that those people must have been killed. In front of the interests of the country, the lives of the commoners were worthless. As a result, the search for the purple gold or vein this time was even more difficult. The purple gold or vein was very likely to be located at the intersection of the vast Zhou state, later Qin and Tangyuan states. Although the terrain in this area was flat, the area was very wide and spanned hundreds of miles. Yunxing did not have any magical beasts that she could use to search for the ore, and this made her feel a little awkward. Yunxing had thought that the Zong family would be able to find some clues with the help of the Bat King. However, the Zong family had not replied. It looked like the results would definitely be disappointing. The two of them walked into a restaurant and found a table facing the street. They ordered a few dishes and waited for the Zong family to arrive. As they were thinking, a peddler came over. The restaurants in southern Cliff Town were open to the public. Some peddlers and flower sellers would walk around the restaurants and sell some local specialties and trinkets to the merchants passing through the border. This peddler who came over was different from the usual peddlers. He had a careful look on his face and lowered his voice as he said, "This noble young master, looking at you, you don't look like you are here to do business. I have something here, do you want to take a look?" The peddler's eyesight was not bad. He saw that Yunxing's clothes did not look like those weather-beaten merchants and thought that he was a young master from one of those aristocratic families. The peddlers in this area were all shrewd people. They knew very well that these young masters were most interested in adventures. When the Oriole saw this, he was about to chase him away, but was stopped by Yunxing's gaze. "Little brother, what are you selling?" Yunxing's face was full of smiles. Seeing that this young master was very amiable, the peddler became even more enthusiastic. He carefully took out a piece of animal skin paper and spread it out in front of Yunxing. Yunxing had just seen the words map of the mineral vein when the peddler kept the map away. "Young master, did you see it clearly? That's great news. I'll tell it to you in secret." The peddler lowered his voice and hid the map well, afraid that someone else would see it. Map of the mineral vein? Could it be the map of the purple gold mine? Yunxing was still thinking. "Go away, how dare you deceive us to come here?" The peddler was grabbed by the pocket and circled around. The peddler did not even have time to shout before he was thrown out of the restaurant like a stone. There were screams coming from the street. The Zong family was half angry and half amused as he stood by the side. "Zong family, what is going on?" Yunxing finally understood that there was a problem with the map. "Hey, that is a scammer. There are many people selling these kinds of deceptive things in this area. There are more than 10 versions of the so-called mineral vein map." The Zong personality was annoyed. He took out more than 10 mineral vein maps from his storage ring and showed them to Yunxing. It turned out that the Zong family came here a month ago because he wanted to complete the task that Yunxing had given him to find the mineral vein. He had also asked around. In the end, he met the peddler just now. Although the Zong family was old, he had not really walked around the continent for a long time. He was not careful and he was cheated by the peddler. When he took the so-called map of the mineral vein and searched for it in the mountains and plains for more than 10 days, he found that the map of the mineral vein was fake. After he came back, he gave the peddler a good beating and took away the so-called dozens of versions of the mineral vein map in the peddler's hands. Today, he received Yunxing's signal and immediately rushed over. Who knew that he would meet another scammer? When Yunxing heard this, she also felt that it was very funny. But immediately, she also knew that the Zong personality's investigation for more than a month probably did not yield any results. Then did you find the villages along the way and ask the local people? Yunxing believed that the mineral vein was discovered 8 or 9 years ago, and the villagers in the nearby villages would definitely know something. Speaking of the villagers, I made an unexpected discovery. Recently, a few villages near Zhou State have been raided one after another. The villagers of a village disappeared without a trace in just one night. The Zong personality had also thought of asking the villagers in the nearby villages, but he did not get any information. But he did find out that a few villages had been wiped out. Oh, where are the villages you mentioned? After Yunxing asked around, she and the Zong personality rushed to the villages he mentioned. It's nearby, but at this time, we can't enter those villages anymore. The nearby officials have found people to seal the villages. The Zong personality was a little embarrassed. He was a sacred beast summoner, but he could not even do such a small thing. Then we can only think of another way. Let's go back and meet up with second uncle first. Yunxing also had no other ideas. When the few of them walked out of the restaurant, they suddenly heard a commotion. The restaurant was located in the busiest area of the town, and the market was just outside the door. It was noon now, when the market was the most crowded. At the entrance of the market, a young man was kneeling. There was a card written in front of him, but there were a few words written on the card, selling my body for revenge. She had seen people selling their bodies to bury their parents, but she had never seen anyone selling their bodies for revenge. And those who sold their bodies to bury their parents were usually delicate and weak women, but the one kneeling in front of her was a young man. It was also the first time that Yunxing had encountered such a thing, and she could not help but be a little interested, so she took the initiative to walk forward. On the card, there were a few lines of words, and the general idea was that the young man had a deep blood feud, and it was difficult to take revenge. He was willing to be a slave for life and find a powerful person who could teach him powerful martial arts or magic. As long as he could take revenge successfully, the young man was willing to be a cow or a horse for life to repay the other party's kindness. This was rare. The young man's cards didn't specify who his enemy was. Yunxing secretly looked at the young man from the side. He was about the same age as the Oriole. His body was very sturdy, and his hands and feet were thick. His hands and feet looked like he had practiced martial arts. His appearance was ordinary, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was a very ordinary young farmer. There were no magical elemental fluctuations around him, and his physique could only be considered average. Yunxing's thoughts were also the thoughts of the other spectators. Most of them were unwilling to offend an unknown enemy for a youth with average aptitude. As a result, there were many people watching, but very few people actually asked about it. The young man knelt on the ground with his head lowered. He didn't look at the crowd's expression, he just bit his lips tightly. Master, let's go. This kid's talent is average and he doesn't look very bright. The Zong personality curled his lips. His eyes were sharp as he shook his head while looking. Although it wasn't a time of turmoil and chaos, there were many robberies and killings in the borderlands. This young man must be kneeling here because his family was killed and he couldn't take revenge on his own. The Oriole wanted to help because she was also from a poor family. However, she wasn't a powerful magician or warrior, so she could only watch from the side. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Yunxing and the other two were just about to leave. A waiter came out of the restaurant. When he saw the young man kneeling on the ground like a block of wood, he was instantly furious. It's you again, Liuzi. Why are you here again? How many times have I told you not to block the restaurant's front? It's bad luck. The waiter raised his hand to push the young man. The waiter was about 23 or 24 years old and had a strong body. Under his push, the young man was unexpectedly pushed to the ground. The young man fell to the ground and didn't move, as if he was dead. It's over, he's dead. The onlookers at the side discussed. The waiter was so scared that his face turned pale. He had just pushed him lightly, how did he die? He just fainted. Help him to the side. I'm a doctor, I'll take a look. Yunxing frowned and looked at Liuzi's unusually pale face. The waiter didn't want to get into trouble with a life, so he hurriedly carried Liuzi to a shady spot at the side of the restaurant with the sect master. Yunxing checked his breathing and pulse, and her nose moved slightly. She smelled blood. When she lifted the clothes on Liuzi's back, everyone gasped. Liuzi's back was densely covered with wounds. The wounds looked like arrow wounds and whip wounds, and each of them was so deep that the bone could be seen. If this kind of wound was used on an ordinary person, it would be enough to make them bedridden. Yet, all of them had landed on a young man. One could imagine how much pain Liuzi had endured to escape with his life. Xianxia scraped away the rotten flesh on Liuzi's back and took out a hemostatic agent. She applied it on Liuzi's body, and the bleeding quickly stopped. "Young master, can you save him? He looks very similar to my younger brother who unfortunately passed away in his early years." "Qiao begged you, Qiao begged Xianxia. Waiter, where is this young man from? Why is he kneeling at the entrance of the restaurant?" Xianxia heard the waiter's tone just now and seemed to know this young man. "Guest, you see, he'll be fine, right? I don't really want to chase him away. I know this young man. His father, Liuzi, is a hunter. A few years ago, this young man and his father often sent fresh beast meat to our restaurant." The waiter saw that Xianxia was a doctor at such a young age and couldn't help but respect her. He didn't dare to hide anything and told her about Liuzi's identity. What about his family? It was really inconvenient for Xianxia to bring an unfamiliar young man with her on this trip. "They're all gone," the waiter said with some hesitation. He looked at Liuzi, who was covered in wounds, and finally said it. Liuzi's family was originally very happy and blissful. He had a father and a mother and lived in Jinko village, which was not far from southern Cliff Town. The village often sent game and rice to the town. But just a few nights ago, a group of bandits suddenly came to Jinko village and ransacked the entire village, not even leaving behind a single animal. Liuzi was lucky enough to survive. But this child also didn't care about his life. After he escaped, not only did he not leave Jinko village, he even came to the village and pawned his ancestral bow, saying that he was going to take revenge. He first heard that there was a professional hunter in town, so he spent all his money to hire a hunter. But not long after, he heard that the hunter was also killed. Liuzi was lucky enough to escape. However, his body was severely injured. He didn't have the money to treat his injuries, and only thought about revenge, so he knelt in the bustling town every day, begging people to be apprenticed to him. After a long time, the merchants in town were afraid of him and didn't want him to block the door. The waiter was also ordered by his boss to chase him away, but who knew that Liuzi was hungry and cold, and with his injuries, he fainted. Everyone in the village went missing? It's unknown whether they're alive or dead. Don't the authorities or the nearby guards care about such a thing? Xianxia was also in disbelief. Thank you for Min and Ling Jingdi's tips young master, you must have come from a big city. You don't understand the situation of our small border villages at all. The waiter was used to this. Southern Cliff Town and the nearby villages are not under the jurisdiction of the government. Look at our land. There are people from later Qin, Zhou State, and Tang Yuan. The government of any country doesn't dare to control these people. The waiter told Xianxia some of the local situation. Xianxia, who came from Yujing, did not know these things. The area around southern Cliff Town was not under the jurisdiction of the nearby government, but was under the jurisdiction of the nearby garrison. Xianxia remembered that second uncle once said that the current garrison in this area was the nephew of the Marquis of Jiayuan. The Marquis of Jiayuan was also the second general in the imperial court after the residents of Yun. When the incident happened in the nearby villages, the garrison only rushed over a few days later after receiving the news. However, they only brought a few soldiers over and sealed off the village. After investigating, they did not find any clues and left the matter unsettled. Because of this, the people of the nearby villages were in a state of panic. The villages that were slightly richer would hire some hunters to protect them. The villages that were poor could only pray to the heavens that misfortune would not come to their door. The waiter of the restaurant was also from a nearby village. His family was also worried day and night about that unknown group of bandits coming to their door. Speaking of those bandits, they were really very mysterious. They came and went without a trace. Even if the government wanted to investigate, they could not find any clues. As a result, the rumors of the villagers' livestock going missing for no reason became more and more ridiculous. Xianxia, is the Jinko village that the waiter mentioned one of the villages that were attacked? Yunxing asked. Yes, master. Xianxia nodded. Hearing the waiter's words, everyone sympathized with Lu Zi even more. In fact, the information that he heard was similar to what the waiter said. That group of mysterious bandits came and went without a trace. Even he did not find any clues. Let's take him back first. When he wakes up, we'll think of a way. Yunxing had a feeling that she might find something unexpected on Lu Zi. When Yunxing returned to the inn, Zhou Quan had already settled the hunters down. Where's my second uncle? Yunxing wanted to tell Yun Songlong what she had heard and listen to his opinion. After all, Yun Songlong had stayed in the border area for a while and was more familiar with the surrounding situation. Yunxing also wanted to inquire about some information regarding the Marquis of Jiayuan's army through Yun Songlong. Commander went out, but he didn't say where he went. He was still with everyone earlier, saying that he was going to pay a visit to Marquis of Jiayuan's garrison. When everyone turned around, he was gone. Zhou Quan was surprised to see that Yunxing had brought an injured youth back. Yunxing looked around and realized that Yun Songlong had left in a hurry. He didn't even take his horse with him. If he went out of the city to inspect the terrain, he would definitely take the horses with him. You went out alone? Didn't you leave a message? Yunxing felt that it was a bit strange. According to her understanding of her second uncle, if he had something to do, he would definitely notify her in advance. It should be. Actually, I was also a bit hazy at that time. Zhou Quan rubbed his head in embarrassment. We were just settling down the horses and luggage outside when someone was busking on the street. The music was so good that I was entranced by it. It wasn't just Zhou Quan. The other hunters who were present also had the same reaction. What kind of artist? Yunxing looked at the street again, but didn't see any artists. It seemed to be a young man playing a flute. Zhou Quan thought for a long time, but still couldn't remember the artist's appearance. You guys, take good care of this youth. If he wakes up, calm him down first. Zhong Yi, Huang Ke, the three of us will go out of town together to find second uncle. Yunxing felt a wave of unease in her heart. She vaguely felt that the artist wasn't simple. Standing at the entrance of the town, the road in front of them split into two. One led to the south, the other led to the north. They didn't know which side Yun Songlong went to. In order to make it easier to find him, Yunxing and Zhongyi split up. They agreed that if they didn't find Yun Songlong before sunset, they would return to the inn first. Huang Ke's legs weren't as fast as Yunxing's, so Yunxing simply cast a levitation technique on her. The two of them went to the south of town to search. Miss, why are you so worried? Did something happen to the general? Huang Ke knew Yunxing. Even if MT Tai collapsed in front of her, she wouldn't easily change her expression. But at this time, Yunxing's expression was gloomy. She couldn't help but worry. You might not have noticed, but when I came back just now, Zhou Quan and the other's eyes were still a bit blurry. It was clear that someone used a special method to hypnotize them. Yunxing Shenong Eye actually had a similar effect. But she knew that if she only used the current Shenong Eye, it was absolutely impossible to hypnotize a martial marquis expert like Yun Songlong. The other party had secretly hypnotized Zhou Quan and lured Yun Songlong away as a prostitute. The other party's strength, at least in the aspect of hypnotism, was much higher than her own. The only person Yunxing could think of was someone from Grand Emperor City. The two of them hurried all the way. Unknowingly, they were already 5 to 6 li away. After leaving the town, the front looked very desolate. Further ahead was the intersection of Zhou State, later Qin, and Tang Yuan. Because this area was remote, it was mixed with good people and bad people. Yunxing had no choice but to slow down her movements. But there was still no trace of Yun Songlong ahead. The sky was getting darker and darker. It was almost dusk. Yunxing still couldn't find Yun Songlong's whereabouts. She couldn't help but wonder if she was looking in the wrong direction. She only hoped that Zhongyi's luck would be better. Just as Yunxing was about to turn around and return to the town first, she and the Oriole paused at the same time. Exclamation point. Yunxing and the Oriole looked at each other. Oriole, did you hear anything? Yunxing frowned. It seems to be the sound of a flute. This flute sound is very familiar. The Oriole wasn't very sure either. She looked ahead blankly. It's the flute sound. It should be not far away. Di Hong song. This flute sound is very similar to the incomplete song you played earlier. Yunxing couldn't help but become cautious. Suddenly hearing the familiar Di Hong song in this kind of place, and the song was obviously much smoother and more skillful than any of the times the Oriole had played earlier. Could it be that the people from Di Hong City had come? Although Yunxing wasn't very proficient in music, her memory was very good. Yun Songlong had also taught her 3 chapters of Di Hong song. The two of them didn't hesitate and immediately rushed forward. The field of vision in front gradually widened. The scene in front of them made Yunxing and the Oriole stop in their tracks. What did they see? An hour ago, not long after Yunxing went to town. Yun Songlong had just settled the hunter's quarters when he saw that Yunxing had yet to return. He discussed with Zhou Quan whether they should go to the nearby Marquis of Jiayuan's garrison to ask for news. After the Yun family troops left, the Marquis of Jiayuan took the opportunity to ask the Zhou state's emperor for an assignment for his nephew. Just as Yun Songlong and Zhou Quan were discussing, he suddenly heard charming music drifting from the street. When he heard the music, Yun Songlong felt his entire body tremble. A name that had been hidden in the bottom of his heart for a long time entered his mind. Xianxia. It was a piece of music that Yuan Xianxia had played for him when he first met her in order to repay him for saving her life. Ever since his hands were crippled, Yun Songlong had never touched a musical instrument again. At the same time, he had also hidden his longing for Yuan Xianxia deep in his heart. In order to sever his feelings for Yuan Xianxia, he kept thinking about how Yuan Xianxia had lied to him back then. Yuan Xianxia might have already been married. But all of this was instantly shattered when he heard the music. He couldn't help but look back, searching for that familiar and beautiful figure that made him feel endless pain at the same time. He couldn't find Yuan Xianxia in the crowd. The music brought him along and he couldn't help but take a step forward. He didn't even have time to say goodbye to Zhou Quan and the others before leaving Southern Cliff Town. The music brought him forward. Yun Songlong also left Southern Cliff Town. Yun Songlong didn't ride a horse. He just walked along the main road outside Southern Cliff Town. Yun Songlong's legs were strong. He walked all the way and unknowingly, he had already left Southern Cliff Town and arrived at a hillside. At the end of the plain was Southern Cliff City. Until he entered the graveyard. Yun Songlong stood on the hillside with his hands behind his back, looking at Southern Cliff City from afar. His memories unknowingly drifted back to 8 or 9 years ago, the scene when he met Yuan Xianxia. He recalled her every frown and smile when she played the zither. He recalled the situation when they first met. Yun Songlong muttered bitterly to himself. Xianxia, how have you been all these years? You should have been married for many years. Yun Songlong sighed. With great difficulty, he walked down the hill. On the opposite side of the hill was an endless plain. The border was located in the southeast. The plants in this area were very lush, but this plain seemed very bleak. On the plains, there were no trees. There were only tombstones. This was the place where the Yun clan soldiers were buried. Those who were once Yun Songlong's closest comrades were all lying here. The sound of a flute drifted into his ears. The sound of the flute rose and fell. Yun Songlong, who was immersed in his memories, did not notice it at all. A scene suddenly appeared in his mind. On the battlefield, flesh and blood splattered everywhere as countless soldiers fell one by one. General, the brothers will cover you. Leave quickly. General, bring my corpse back to the Jade Capital and pass it to my wife. General, leave now. The sound of the flute suddenly changed. It went from high pitch to low pitch. It sounded like weeping. Yun Songlong felt like there were galloping horse hooves beside his ears. It also felt like there was a bugle horn. His eyes turned hazy. Memories flooded in, and the originally enchanting music changed abruptly. Yun Songlong, who was already immersed in the sound of the flute, screamed in pain and knelt down. A silver-robed man was already standing in the cemetery. His appearance was otherworldly. If Yun Songlong took a closer look, he would realize that the man looked very similar to Yuan Xianxia. This man was Yuan Shahua's younger brother, Yuan Bupo. Yuan Bupo looked at Yun Songlong from afar. He saw that Yun Songlong was holding his head in pain. His hand had indeed recovered. He would return the pain he brought to his sister. Yuan Bupo held a purple jade flute in his hand. The design of the flute was very special. His plump lips were pressed against the purple flute, and music kept flowing from his lips. The sixth movement of the Grand Emperor, the Song of Life and Death. It could bring out the darkest side of a person's heart and make them immerse in the painful memories of the past. Yun Songlong was completely immersed in it. There was only endless death in his eyes. Yuan Shahua's departure and the brothers of the Yun family's army falling one by one were all because of him. He had gone against the Grand Emperor. Let's end my sister's pain. Yuan Bupo's flute changed again. Just as he was about to kill Yun Songlong, two figures came from the other side. It's General Yun. Huang Ke and Yunxing were shocked when they saw Yun Songlong in the cemetery, who loved pain like a trapped beast. At the same time, they also noticed the man standing in the middle of the cemetery. The man was holding a purple jade flute. The flute music was the source of Yun Songlong's pain. Yunxing and Huang Ke tried to get closer, but they found that they could not move forward. The two of them were only 100 steps away from Yun Songlong, but they could not move forward. There seemed to be an extra wall in front of them. The two of them could not pass through that wall. This wall was very special. It was not formed by magic elements, nor was it a wall of fighting aura. It's a sound wave wall. This person must be from the Grand Emperor city. Yunxing did not know the young man's intention. He did not look at the two of them, as if he did not care about them at all. What should we do? General looks like he's in pain. Huang Ke was anxious. Huang Ke, try playing the Dihong song. When Yunxing brought Huang Ke out, she already had a premonition that Yun Songlong's sudden departure might be related to the Grand Emperor city. However, she could not be sure if this person was related to Yuan Shahua or Xian Wuji. This man was obviously torturing Yun Songlong, but he did not seem to have any intention of killing him. Otherwise, he would have had plenty of opportunities to kill Yun Songlong in that period of time when Yun Songlong had lost control of himself. Huang Ke nodded. Ever since she learned the Dihong song, she had been practicing diligently. Now, she had comprehended the second movement of the Dihong song. The weapon she chose was very special. It was the bone guqin left behind by her mother. Huang Ke took off the bone guqin from her back. She tuned the instrument and plucked the strings. Her slender fingers plucked the strings. The strings of the guqin sang softly. A sound like a stream after a spring rain rang out. Dihong song, Yuan Bupo, who was in the graveyard, raised his eyebrows when he heard the familiar music. There was a hint of contempt in his heart. At the same time, he felt some resentment towards Yuan Shahua. His elder sister had really fallen in love with Yun Songlong. She had even taught him the Dihong song. Unfortunately, how could these ordinary people who were born outside the Grand Emperor city understand the true essence of the Dihong song? Today, he, Yuan Bupo, would show these ordinary people what the real Dihong song was. The corners of Yuan Bupo's lips curled up and he looked even more enchanting. He started to walk slowly and the flute music that flowed out from the purple flute became more lively. Hearing the changes in the flute music, Yunxing, who was not very proficient in music, could only look at the Oriole's expression. The Oriole had obviously noticed the changes in the flute music. She immediately adjusted the music and tried her best to eliminate the disturbance of the flute music. Yuan Bupo was a proud person. How could he allow Dihong Cheng's song to be tainted? Listening to the man's music and looking at her instrument, she knew that he had only learned 2 chapters of Dihong's song. A dazzling smile appeared on the man's face. The flute in his hand flashed with a purple light, and a force that resembled both fighting aura and magical elemental energy surged out. His slender fingers quickly pressed on the body of the flute and the original music changed instantly. The flute music suddenly became faster. If the original flute music was like a small stream, at this moment, the flute music had become a majestic river. After the storm, the vigorous river water that poured down was extremely powerful. Every time it fell, it would make one's mind sway. However, as the flute music became louder, Yunxing realized that the Oriole's hand movements became faster and faster. At first, she thought that the oriole was fighting against the man's flute music. However, as she went on, she realized that the oriole's hand movements became faster and faster. That speed had already exceeded the speed that her hand could bear. The oriole was controlled by the man's flute music. Her fingers seemed to have lost control and the music became messy. The man's flute music led her music and it became faster and faster. Not only that, the oriole's originally pale face turned red. Oriole. Yunxing saw that the situation was not good and immediately warned her. The oriole quivered when Yunxing called her. Suddenly, there was a metallic taste in her throat and she spat out a mouthful of blood. The bone instrument in her hand also made a bang and one of the strings broke. The sharp strings cut her finger and the strings were immediately covered in blood. "Master, he's too strong." The oriole only managed to say one sentence before she fainted. How could such a mediocre person learn Dihong song? Damn it, Yunxing checked Oriole's body and found that the douqi in her body was very chaotic. Oriole had only been learning douqi for a few months, so her foundation was not stable enough. If it wasn't for her beast blood fusion, the sound of the flute would have injured her internal organs. Yunxing hurriedly checked on her condition. Fortunately, she was only injured by the other party's flute music and did not have any internal injuries. You can be considered a man, but you actually let a woman fight? There was disdain in the eyes of the man with the purple flute. Yunxing was dressed as a man today. Yuan Bupa saw her handsome face and had a good impression of her. However, he did not expect that she would ask her subordinate to attack. This made Yuan Bupa look down on him. Yunxing was completely infuriated by the disdain on the other party's face after witnessing her second uncle's serious injury and her second uncle's pain. Unfortunately, she did not know how to play music. Yunxing frowned and looked at Oriole's bone guqin. Yunxing took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness and violence in her heart. She closed her eyes and recalled Oriole's flute music. She didn't know who this silver-clothed man was in Grand Emperor City, but from the fact that he could control Yun Sunlong's divine sense and severely injure Oriole with just a flute tune, the other party's skills were definitely not low. However, judging by his age, he was definitely not Xian Wuji. If she left, second uncle would fall into his hands. If she did not leave, how was she going to break this sound wall? This wall was obviously unbreakable by magic and douqi. She could only use the Dihong song to determine the winner. How many chapters of the Dihong song did he cultivate? She did not care anymore. She only had 3 chapters of the Dihong song. She would use the 3rd chapter of the Dihong city song. Yunxing recalled the 3 chapters of the Dihong song that Yun Songlong had taught her. Then, she slowly recalled Oriole's flute music. Yunxing's memory was good to begin with. She had only seen it once, but she had already memorized most of the Oriole's gestures. Yuan Bupa thought that one of them would retreat after being injured by the flute music. However, Yunxing did not retreat. Instead, she closed her eyes all of a sudden. After a while, the young man opened his eyes all of a sudden. As soon as he opened his eyes, Yuan Bupa could not help but take a few more glances at his dark eyes. He sat in front of the guqin again. He looked at the guqin carefully before he began to play it. See. La. An unpleasant, blunt sound was unusually ear-piercing in the empty field. One of the guqin strings was broken. It was not an expensive guqin, so its tone was mediocre to begin with. However, Oriole's skills were quite good. Hence, he managed to avoid the flaws of the guqin due to the lack of tone. However, Yunxing destroyed the last bit of beauty of the sound as soon as she took over the instrument. To Yuan Bupa, who was proficient in music, the most painful thing was listening to a music addict play. Yuan Bupa could not help but frown. What the hell is this? Yuan Bupa almost cursed out loud. He just realized that the young man who looked rather pleasing to the eye was tone-deaf to such an extent. He might not even be able to differentiate between the most basic instruments of the guqin. He did not know how to play the guqin at all. If you don't know how to play the guqin, why are you playing the guqin? Listening to the intermittent sound of the guqin, one could barely tell that he was playing the 3rd chapter of the Dihong song. It was such a waste. If the owner of the Dihong song heard this, he might have crawled out of his coffin in anger. However, he did not give up and played the song again after the young man finished playing it while stuttering. The second time. It was only the second time, but Yuan Bupo's frown grew even deeper. This was because he realized that the young man's smoothness during the second time was much smoother than the first time. The sound of the guqin was beginning to take shape during the third time. Could it be that he was practicing the Dihong song earlier? Or is this his first time playing the Dihong song? Yuan Bupo's initial anger turned into shock. Only those who had played the Dihong song would know how difficult it was to play the Dihong song. Even Yuan Bupa, who was known as the rare genius in 500 years in Dihong City, could only play the Dihong song in its entirety after practicing it 10 times. However, the young man before him was stuttering and managed to play the third chapter of the Dihong song after 3 tries. Great! You're brave. Since that's the case, I'll play with you again. Yunxing's poor guqin sound had unintentionally triggered Yuan Bupo's competitive spirit. Unknowingly, Yuan Bupa had set his target today as Yunxing. Yun Sunlong was still in a daze, but he had stopped groaning in pain. The sky had turned dark. The sky above the thousands of tombstones was pitch black without any stars or moon. There was only a bluish-purple phosphorescence floating around the tombstones. At that moment, nobody was paying attention to it. Yunxing's attention was focused on the zither in her hand. Yuan Bupo, on the other hand, was focused on Yunxing. He placed his lips on the purple flute again and moved his lips slightly. His fingers pressed on the holes of the flute agilely, and a beautiful flute tune was heard again. Similar to the time when Huang Ke was playing, Yuan Bupo's flute tune was slow in the beginning. It was like a lullaby for a child to sleep. However, as the flute tune got better, his flute tune became faster and faster. At that moment, Yunxing also sensed the difficult situation that Huang Ke was in. She felt like she had lost control of her fingers as she played continuously. Waves of music followed the flute tune. You do have some skills. However, I won't lose to you in terms of hand speed. Yunxing lifted her head and winked at Yuan Bupo, who had a smug look on his face. Her lips curled into a smile, revealing 2 deep dimples on her face. When Yuan Bupo saw Yunxing smile, he had a strange feeling in his heart. It was numbing. However, his eyes widened in the next moment. He noticed that the young man's hand, which was playing the zither, had become strangely fast. He had never seen anyone's hand as fast as the young man's. In the dark, it was as if he could not see his opponent's hand. The third movement of the Dihong song was played at an unbelievable speed. Fast, it was so fast. The speed had unintentionally disrupted Yuan Bupo's flute tune. The zither tune that was initially led by Yuan Bupo's flute tune suddenly changed its direction and led Yuan Bupo's flute tune. The sudden change almost caused Yuan Bupo to be depressed. The two of them stared at each other, neither of them was willing to admit defeat. An indescribable mysterious energy formed rapidly as the two of them played the zither and flute together. Boom! The sound wave wall shattered with a loud bang. Yuan Bupa and Yunxing shuddered at the same time. Yuan Bupa left to adjust his aura. When he looked at the young man again, he saw that the corner of his mouth had turned red. He must have been injured internally by the sound of the flute. Bright red blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth, making his skin look even more translucent. At that moment, Yuan Bupa had a strange feeling, as if there was an indescribable pain in his heart. At that time, Yun Sunlong's originally muddled consciousness was also pulled back. When he woke up, he saw Yunxing, the unconscious Huang Ke, and the man standing not far away from him. When he saw the man's appearance clearly, Yun Sunlong couldn't help but cry out involuntarily, "Sha Hua." Yunxing and Yuan Bupo came back to their senses when they heard Sha Hua. Yuan Bupo glanced at Yun Sunlong and put away his purple flute. "Yun Sunlong, you don't deserve to call my sister by her name. You are Shahua's younger brother, Bupo?" Yun Sunlong remembered that Yun Shahua had once mentioned that she had a younger brother in her family. "What do you mean? Shahua?" Yun Sunlong was anxious to know where Yuan Shahua was. However, when he saw the surrounding tombstones, he didn't want to ask any further. "She's fine. You don't need to worry about her." "Yun Sunlong, my sister doesn't know that I'm looking for you today." "You're quite lucky." I originally wanted to make you go crazy and break down. I didn't expect this kid to accidentally ruin my plan. Yuan Bupo glanced at Yunxing unhappily. His sound wave wall was actually broken by a music addict. If news of this were to spread, would he, Yuan Bupo, still have a foothold in Grand Emperor City? What's your name? You're injured today and the Guqin you're using is too weak. Another day, after you've recovered, I'll fight you again. Yuan Bupo was young and hot-blooded. Although Yunxing had broken his sound wave wall earlier, he could tell that Yunxing was no match for him. He didn't want to take advantage of her and planned to fight another day with Yunxing. Before Yunxing could reply, a coquettish voice was heard from behind. Brother Bupo, I've finally found you. When he heard that voice, Yuan Bupo's scalp went numb and he cursed in his heart. Oh no, he was careless earlier and was competing with someone. However, he forgot that the troublesome woman from Grand Emperor City had also left to travel. Wasn't he caught by her again? Yunxing's eyes lit up. A fiery red figure descended from the sky. It was an extremely beautiful woman. Her skin was fair and she had a pair of slightly upturned red phoenix eyes. Her brows were like distant mountains and her lips were like fire. The young lady wore a gorgeous headdress on her head. Looking at her body, it was actually an 8th-rank four-eyed bird. It's you. The young lady didn't come alone. There was a middle-aged man standing behind her. The man's face was thin. Although he was good-looking, he was a little mean. Almost at the same time, Yun Songlong and the middle-aged man were shocked. Even if the man behind the young lady had turned into ashes, Yun Songlong could still remember the man's face clearly. Yun Songlong gritted his teeth and said 3 words. Xian Wuji. When he said Xian Wuji's name, Yun Songlong's face was filled with anger. His body immediately exuded a terrifying fighting aura. Yun Songlong met Xian Wuji again in the graveyard that was filled with the skeletons of the Yun family army. Yunxing then realized that the person who had come was the young master of Grand Emperor City, Xian Wuji, who had an irreconcilable feud with her second uncle. When enemies meet, their eyes would turn red. Yuan Bupo also had a bad feeling. He didn't expect Xian Mimi to come out with Xian Wuji. Fortunately, they had bumped into Yun Songlong. Xian Wuji didn't recognize Yun Songlong at first. However, when he felt the strong murderous aura from Yun Songlong, he couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. When he saw Yun Songlong's face, which was obviously much younger than his own, and his hands, which were as good as new, fear and anger quickly swallowed his rationality like a ferocious sea. Yun Songlong's hands were actually healed. Not only that, his appearance and aura were exactly the same as before. No, it should be said that his cultivation seemed to have risen to a whole new level. Hee, I was wondering who it was. So it's General Yun. Why? Do you feel guilty when you see the graveyard of the soldiers who died tragically for you? Xian Wuji saw that Yuan Bupo and Yun Songlong were meeting privately. He assumed that Yuan Bupo was entrusted by his sister, Yuan Xiaohua, to come here. Jealousy filled his heart. Yun Songlong, if I can't have it this time, you won't either. Xian Wuji. Yun Songlong felt his head explode. He couldn't wait to tear Xian Wuji into pieces. Second uncle. Yunxing suddenly spoke. Yun Songlong's mind, which was originally clouded by hatred and anger, calmed down a little. Yunxing was also on guard against Yun Songlong. Beside her, the red and green four-eyed birds were glaring at Yunxing and the others. There were a total of 3 people from Grand Emperor City. On their side, there were only Yun Songlong and himself. The Oriole was severely injured. If they really fought, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. Yunxing's safety was the most important thing. Thank you Beiyu, Meidai, you and Ud for your tips. He had to take revenge but he could not act recklessly. The tombstones around him reminded Yun Songlong of the terrible consequences he had suffered back then. Mimi, what are you doing here? Yuan Bupo had a headache. He had finally gotten rid of Xian Mimi but he did not expect her to pester him again. I'm here to look for you. Why are you with them? Have you forgotten that Yun Songlong is the enemy of Grand Emperor City? Who was the one who harmed Sister Xiaohua? Yun Songlong was stunned by Xian Mimi's words. Hearing Yuan Xiaohua's name, he blurted out, what happened to Xiaohua? She's here too? Yun Songlong, Xiahua is my fiancé. What does her condition have to do with you? Xian Wuji was furious. He thought he had completely destroyed Yun Songlong, but he did not expect Yun Songlong to be standing in front of him. Young city governor, please watch your words. My sister has already broken off the engagement with you. She has nothing to do with you anymore. Yuan Bupo was unhappy with Xian Wuji's words. Although he did not like Yun Songlong, compared to Xian Wuji and Yun Songlong's unruly sister, he found Yun Songlong more pleasing to the eye. In Yuan Bupo's eyes, Xian Wuji, the young city governor, did not have much prestige. In a place like Grand Emperor City, the experts were superior. A young city governor who had his cultivation damaged and could not break through would not be able to do anything. Xian Wuji had never been humiliated like this before. Moreover, it was in front of his archenemy, Yun Songlong. He was instantly enraged. Yuan Bupo, don't think that you can challenge me just because you have talent. If it was not for your engagement with Mimi, I would have dealt with you long ago. As soon as he heard about the marriage agreement, Yuan Bupo was annoyed. He stole a glance at Yunxing as if he was possessed. She was looking at him and Xian Mimi with interest. Deal with you? You? Yuan Bupo panicked when Yunxing looked at him. What engagement? I did not agree to it. I already have someone in my heart. Xian Mimi's face turned pale when she heard him. Yuan Bupo, what did you say? Don't you know that the city has already decided to let us enter the tomb together? Who is your sweetheart? Is it Lu Xian and her sister from the city? Or is it one of your slutty servant girls? What nonsense are you guessing? Yuan Bupo felt like he was a playboy after being questioned by her like that. He thought for a moment, then suddenly rushed in front of Yunxing. He pulled Yunxing, who was listening intently, over and pointed at Yunxing without hesitation. He said without blushing, the person I like is her. Yuan Bupo played the flute quickly, but his actions were even faster. He grabbed Yunxing's hand and when he touched her hand, he realized that Yunxing's hand was very delicate. It was icy cold, completely different from the rough joints of ordinary men. For a moment, she was actually reluctant to let go. Yunxing looked like she was watching a good show, but in the next second, she realized that everyone's eyes were focused on her. Yunxing wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words when she saw Yuan Bupo's warning look. Him? That's impossible. Yuan Bupo, it's your first time meeting him. How could you like him? Moreover, he's a man. Xian Mimi was so angry that her eyes were wide open. She wanted to rush forward and pull Yunxing and Yuan Bupo away. Yunxing nodded frantically when she heard what Xian Mimi said. She could not help but agree, that's right. It's our first time meeting. However, Yuan Bupo looked at Yunxing affectionately. He used the most affectionate voice he had ever used in his entire life to say, haven't you heard of love at first sight? Don't you know that if you like someone, it doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman? You and I definitely didn't fall in love at first sight. Yunxing recalled that she almost had a fight to the death with Yuan Bupo earlier. She could only blame Xian Mimi for coming too late. She only watched the second half but did not see the first half. You. Him. Impossible. You. I'm talking about you. Who are you? Xian Mimi was so angry that she lost her mind. She pointed at Yunxing with a furious expression. Me? My name is Yunxing. Yunxing knew that Yuan Bupo was using her as a shield. Initially, she wanted to deny it. However, when she saw the Xian siblings' constipated faces, she felt happy from the bottom of her heart. She decided not to admit it or deny it. She forced herself to play along with Yuan Bupo. Yunxing? Another Yun who dares to steal my man. Xian Mimi raised her brows. A guqin appeared in her hand all of a sudden. The guqin's color was simple and it emitted a powerful energy wave. Xian Mimi leaving Imperial Grand City this time was originally for the sake of traveling. In order to persuade her to leave Grand Emperor City with him, Xian Wuji used a famous guqin as a gift to buy a saint-grade guqin for her. With this guqin, Xian Mimi's Dihong song would be much more powerful. Yuan Bupo did not expect that his momentary interest would drag Yunxing into danger. It's the seventh Guqin. Xian Mimi, come at me if you have anything. Don't hurt her. Yuan Bupo was so anxious that he had Yunxing behind him. His unconscious action made Xian Mimi even more jealous. She and Yuan Bupo were childhood sweethearts. Yuan Bupo had always been arrogant due to his extraordinary talent and family background. In Grand Emperor City, even though she was the city lord's beloved daughter, he never looked at her in the eye, let alone ordinary women. However, today, he was very protective of that handsome young man. This made Xian Mimi even more suspicious of their relationship. The situation was tense and they were on the verge of a fight. Right at this moment, a black shadow was seen flying over like a bolt of lightning. A giant bat descended from the sky. The Zong personality suddenly appeared. Master, I found you. Leader Yun, you're here too. That's great. The Zong personality walked towards the north. However, he did not find Yun Songlong's shadow even after searching for a long time. He knew that he must have gone the wrong way. Hence, he turned back and looked towards the south. After searching for a while, he found a graveyard in front of him. Yunxing's aura was beside the graveyard. The Zong personality's appearance changed the situation on the battlefield. As soon as the commander-level Bat King appeared, Xian Mimi's two demonic birds could not help but cry out in fear. Saint Beast Summoner? Yuan Bupo and Xian Wuji also recognized this sorcerer who looked to be in his early 30s. However, his summoning abilities were shocking. He was a Saint Beast Summoner. Moreover, this person even addressed the handsome young man as master? Xian Wuji thought to himself, isn't he from the Yun family? The Yun family is a family of martial artists. How did they manage to recruit such a powerful sacred beast summoner? Even in a place like the Grand Emperor City, there were only 2 sacred beast summoners under the governor. Yuan Bupo would definitely not help them. Yun Songlong's power had already recovered. With the addition of a sacred beast summoner and a commander-level demonic beast, his power was not inferior to theirs. Mimi, let's forget about what happened today. Xian Wuji was not stupid. He was not willing to take the risk. Xian Mimi's face was filled with unwillingness, but she could also see that the power behind Yunxing was not small. The siblings sat on the Chongming bird resentfully and left together. Yuan Bupo heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that both of them had left. He did not know which side he should help if the siblings from the Xian family and the Yun family were to get into a conflict. Although he did not like Yun Songlong, his nephew, Yuan Bupo thought to himself. Suddenly, he felt someone glaring at him. Do you have any sense of shame? How can you hold my mistress's hand? When the Oriole woke up, she saw her mistress being held by the man playing the flute. She immediately snatched Yunxing away like a mother hen protecting her chick. Yuan Bupo coughed a few times. A rare look of shyness appeared on his face. Thank you for what you did just now. You don't have to thank me. It was nothing. However, I have a question for you. Was what Xian Wuji said earlier true? Yuan Xiaohua is your sister. She did not marry Xian Wuji. Where is she now? Yun Songlong's expression changed when he heard Yunxing's question. Yunxing did not know whether to laugh or cry. She looked at her second uncle and saw that he had no intention of asking any questions. Why are you asking this? Even if my sister did not marry Xian Wuji, she would never marry your uncle. He's not worthy of my sister. When Yuan Bupo heard his sister's name, he thought about his sister's current miserable state. She could not return to the Grand Emperor City and did not leave the house in her middle age. He was furious. He glanced at Yunxing, then turned around and left. Yun Songlong was also unhappy. He turned and left, leaving Yunxing, the Oriole, and the confused Zong behind. Sigh, let's go back to the town first. It will take some time for the both of them to be resolved. Wait a minute, was what Yuan Bupo said earlier true? Yunxing also understood that there were some things that she could not solve alone. However, the situation just now allowed her to see some clues. Her second uncle might Yun Songlong thought Yun Songlong to the Yun family. However, Yunxing was able to tell that Yuan Bupo was filled with resentment towards Yun Songlong. If Yuan Xiaohua had truly betrayed Yun Songlong back then, he would definitely not behave in such a manner. There must be some misunderstanding. However, since Yuan Bupo appeared at the border, it meant that Yuan Xiahua was probably nearby. Yunxing planned to find out where the Yuan siblings were after settling the purple gold mine incident. She wanted to resolve the conflict between her second uncle and her future sister-in-law. Master, when I was following them, I discovered something. The Zong persona had coincidentally passed by an abandoned village when he was chasing towards the north. Oh? What did you discover? That village looked like it was abandoned not long ago. The situation inside was the same as the one in Liuzi's village that we met earlier. There were some Zhou state soldiers guarding the entrance of the village. I walked around the village when they were not paying attention and discovered the aura of a demonic beast. The Zong master was a summoner and was very sensitive to the aura of demonic beasts. Aura of demonic beasts? Are you sure? Yunxing immediately felt that something was amiss. The Zhou state border was the border of 3 countries. However, due to the commoners gathering there, it was almost impossible to discover demonic beasts. Needless to say, demonic beasts would form groups and enter the commoners' village. The Zong master narrowed his eyes. The Zong master said. There were no traces of demonic beasts outside the village. However, there were some footprints of demonic beasts inside the village. He and Yunxing looked at each other. Both of them looked at the Bat King perched at the side at the same time. Anyone with experience in rearing flying demonic beasts would know that those were traces left by flying demonic beasts. In other words, the group of bandits who had wreaked havoc in the village and left no traces behind were most likely riding on flying demonic beasts. Yunxing and the Zong master returned to the town together. Yunxing and the Zong master returned to the town. Yun Songlong had already returned to the town. The moment Yunxing entered the door, she saw the youth named Lu Zi kneeling in front of Yun Songlong, refusing to get up. Lu Zi woke up in the evening, just as Yunxing had expected. However, after he woke up, he did not say a word. No matter how Zhou Quan and the rest asked, he did not speak. Until Yun Songlong returned. Lu Zi did not say a word when he saw Yun Songlong. He climbed down from the bed and kowtowed to him a few times. Lu Zi. Get up first. Why are you kneeling to me for no reason? You must know that a man should not kneel to the heavens, the earth, and his parents. Yun Songlong hurriedly helped him up. Lu Zi's face was full of sincerity. No, sir, please accept Lu Zi's kowtow. I beg you, take me as your disciple. Good lad, Yunxing could not help but sigh inwardly. Lu Zi did not pick anyone but Yun Songlong. Lu Zi thought. In fact, among all the people present, only Yun Songlong met Lu Zi's standards. He was a warrior and a martial arts grandmaster. In the entire Zhou state, he looked down on everyone. Yun Songlong looked at Lu Zi on the ground with a complicated gaze. He was a martial arts grandmaster. According to the Boundless Land, once a warrior reached the martial arts grandmaster realm, he could already open a martial arts dojo and take in disciples. He was a general in his early years and naturally could not take in disciples. But now that he had resigned and was already middle-aged, it was reasonable for him to find a suitable disciple to inherit his mantle. But the youth in front of him, Yun Songlong's judgment was not inferior to Yunxing's. He could tell at a glance that the youth's aptitude was very ordinary. It was not the best choice to take in such a person as his eldest disciple. Lu Zi guessed Yun Songlong's thoughts when he saw Yun Songlong's hesitation. Dong dong dong. He kowtowed to Yun Songlong a few times. Dong dong. Dong dong. His forehead immediately bled. Lu Zi said firmly, Lu Zi knows that I'm not talented and stupid, but I'm a hard-working person. As long as Sir is willing to take Lu Zi in, Lu Zi is willing to work 12 hours a day without sleep and rest. Lu Zi will work hard and not disgrace Sir's reputation. He did not know Yun Songlong's identity. Based on the youth's intuition, he believed that Yun Songlong was the most suitable person to be his master. He shouldered the lives of his parents and the lives of an entire village. No matter how hard Lu Zi was, he was willing to bear it. Yunxing could vaguely see herself in that youth. When she was 6 years old, everyone thought that she couldn't cultivate magic. However, she persevered and eventually became a sorcerer. Now, Yunxing had two great resources, the tribute of the moon god and the blood of the blood cloud beast. As long as the other party had perseverance, she was confident that she could nurture them into a sorcerer or a warrior. For example, Yunxing had selected a few people from the Sky Hunting Corps and used the tribute of the moon god to improve their magic perception. Second uncle, accept him. For a warrior, 30% talent and 70% hard work. He is an honest person. In terms of talent, I can help him refine his bones. Yunxing admired people with perseverance the most. She had decided on this young man called Lu Zi and would give him a helping hand no matter what. After receiving Yunxing's promise, Yun Sunlong decided to accept Lu Zi as his disciple. Get up. You are still young and I need to discuss it with your parents. Yun Sunlong was cautious and asked about Lu Zi's family situation. When Lu Zi heard Yun Sunlong mention his parents, he fell silent. Hey, kid, just say it. Don't be afraid. If you have any difficulties, just say it. With our Sky Hunting Corps around, no matter how difficult it is, we will solve it for you. Zhou Quan was anxious. They had asked about Lu Zi's background earlier, but this kid was like a gourd with its mouth cut off. He didn't say a word for a long time. You are from Jinko village, right? Just now, the waiter in the restaurant told you about the village. Don't be afraid. If you have any problems, just say it. If there is anything, my second uncle will take care of it. Yunxing and Lu Zi were about the same age, so she kindly asked Lu Zi. It could be seen that Lu Zi was afraid that if he told the truth, he would implicate Yunxing and the others. Lu Zi looked at Yunxing. He didn't know why, but this young master in front of him, who was dressed luxuriously, made him feel a sense of intimacy. He bit his lip and told Yun Sunlong about what had happened in his village a few days ago. Did you see the faces of those robbers again? Yun Sunlong frowned when he heard that. The villagers of several villages had gone missing, and there were no blood cloud beasts in the vicinity. Yet, the guards did not conduct a thorough investigation. There was something wrong with such military discipline. I was in the cellar and didn't see the enemy's face clearly, but I know who took the villagers and my parents away. Lu Zi's words surprised everyone. Everyone who knew about the disappearance of the villagers said that the identity of the robbers was unknown and their whereabouts were unknown. But Lu Zi said that he knew the origin of the robbers? How did you know? Yun Sunlong asked. This is a long story. What I'm going to say today is something that could cost me my life. I beg you, regardless of whether you can save my parents or not, you can't spread this matter. Lu Zi believed that these people in front of him were trustworthy people. After receiving everyone's encouraging gazes, he slowly unbuttoned his shirt and took out a piece of animal skin that was as thin as a piece of paper near his chest. On the animal skin, there was a map drawn with special beast blood. Lu Zi told everyone that this map was a map of a purple gold mine that was discovered in Zhou State, later Qin, and Tangyuan a few years ago. This map is real. Where did you get it? There were too many versions of the map of the purple gold mine, and no one dared to believe that the map in front of them was authentic. Lu Zi was too young, and this made everyone doubt the authenticity of the map. It was left behind by my father. I'm not happy that everyone said that my father was one of the people who discovered the purple gold mine in his early years. At that time, it was him and several hunters from other villages who discovered the purple gold mine. There were a total of 8 of them. At that time, they followed a level 4 magical beast and broke into the area. A few years ago, Lu Zi was only 5 or 6 years old. What he knew was what his mother told him later. Lu Zi's father was a famous marksman in Jinko village. When they were hunting magical beasts, they saw a few beautiful stones. At that time, no one knew that it was the priceless purple gold mine. Lu Zi's father casually brought a few pieces home for Lu Zi to play with. Later, when Lu Zi was playing, he was accidentally seen by the village chief and found out that it was the precious purple gold mine. After the discovery of the mine, he immediately reported it to Jade Capital, but at the same time, the news was leaked. Later Qin, Tangyuan, and even the military of Zhou State sent people to ask about it. Not long after, the war that shook the 3 countries happened. After the 3 countries signed the armistice agreement, they were summoned by the military and led a group of soldiers into the mountains. However, in the mountains, a group of soldiers from another country suddenly appeared. The two sides fought, and unexpectedly, the whole group was wiped out. Even the hunters who knew about it were killed. Lu Zi's father was also seriously injured, but he was lucky. After he was injured, he faked his death and escaped the massacre. He hid in the mountains for 2 or 3 days before escaping back to his original village. After that incident, Lu Zi's father brought Lu Zi's mother and Lu Zi out of Yunban's village and lived in seclusion in Jinko village. They lived there for 7 to 8 years. They thought that the matter of the purple gold mine would be buried forever with the tragic deaths of the hunters. Who knew that a few years later, robbers would rob the village? Liuzi, what you mean is that you suspect that those people captured the nearby villagers because of the purple gold mine? Then why did they capture the whole village, and a few villages at that? Not only did Yunxing not understand, but Yun Songlong also did not believe it. Because they needed manpower to dig the mine, and they couldn't use the military or openly recruit people in town. In the name of robbers, they captured all the villagers. This was the safest and most reliable way. Lu Zi had been hiding with his parents since he was young, so he was more sensitive than others of his age. After he crawled out of the cellar, the first thing he did was to find the map that his father had hidden in the house. He climbed mountains and waded through rivers, and found the location of the purple gold mine. He secretly hid in the area for a while, and indeed, he found a large number of mysterious people moving around the purple gold mine. He also found some familiar faces among the miners who were digging. Lu Zi's whereabouts were discovered by the people patrolling the mine one day. He hurriedly escaped, but in the process of escaping, he was shot in the back by the enemy, and there were many bite marks on his body from the magical beasts of the enemy. Those mysterious people were very powerful. They were heavily guarded around the mine, and there were a large number of land magical beasts and flying magical beasts patrolling the area. If they were not careful, they would be discovered by the other party. Lu Zi's eyes were not sharp, and he did not know the strength of the other party, but he was sure that there were no less than 1,000 of them. Hearing Lu Zi's words, Yunxing and the rest could also confirm the authenticity of the map. After Yun Songlong heard this, he pondered for a moment. This matter was much more difficult than he thought. Before they set off, the hunting corps' mission was only to find the location of the purple gold mine. What do you all think about this matter? After Yun Songlong comforted Lu Zi, he found a few corps members of the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps and everyone started to discuss. Although he was the leader, he had just become a hunter not long ago. He still needed to seek advice from others, especially from an experienced person like the Zong personality. They were here under the orders of the Emperor of Zhou State. Although it was a mission, it was actually an order. If they could not complete it, they would be implicated. From the perspective of a mission, they had already completed their mission. The map of the purple gold mine had been found, and it was done without losing a single soldier. It could be considered perfect. As long as they brought the map back to the Jade capital, they would be able to report back. However, if they handed it over, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Emperor of Zhou State, Yi Qingtian, would definitely order the army to snatch the purple gold mine. In that case, whether or not they could snatch the mine back was another matter. That group of mysterious bandits would definitely kill the villagers they captured in order to silence them. Yun Songlong and the rest did not want to see such an outcome. Moreover, even if they brought the news back to the Jade capital, it would take almost a month for them to come and go. By then, the mine would have been emptied. Hee, this old man thinks that we should just kill our way to that mine. Whatever magical beasts or bandits, there'll be nothing in front of this old man, the Zong personality said boldly. He was a holy beast summoner, so he really didn't care about ordinary enemies. How about this, Zong personality, let your Bat Sun and Bat Sun go to the mine area to check out the situation. After confirming the number of people on the other side, we can make a decision. Yunxing also felt that they should not hand over the map for the time being. The pressure of the dragon-clawed Bat King was too frightening. In order to avoid alerting the group of mysterious people, Yunxing asked the Zong personality to keep the dragon-clawed Bat King in the magical beast space. The Zong personality could control some low-level bats through the Bat King. Taking advantage of the night, he released a few bats. On the morning of the second day, the bats brought back some news. After communicating with the bat for a while, the Zong personality's expression became serious. Master, things are not looking good. The Zong personality scratched his head. He originally thought that as long as he had his own magical beasts, he would not have to fear the mysterious people. However, the bats discovered that there were many lightning explosion magic arrays in the mine area. The lightning explosion magic array was no ordinary magic array. It was drawn using the lightning magic element with astonishing power. This kind of magic array was mostly used for mining in mountainous areas, and its power was enough to split mountains and split the earth. It was also used in some large-scale battles. As long as it was properly arranged and the opponent did not have any magicians present, it could be used to launch a sneak attack on the enemy on the battlefield. Furthermore, the mining area worked day and night. From the mining area, corpses were transported out one after another. There were both men and women, and there were even many corpses of children who were a few years old. Even Yun Songlong, who was used to seeing life and death on the battlefield, couldn't help but become angry after hearing the Zong personality's words. These mysterious people were too inhumane. Not only that, according to Bat's reaction, there were sorcerers, warriors, and a few summoners among the group of mysterious people. Such a well-disciplined force with a clear division of labor had obviously been carefully planned. I can only gather this much information. The bats also don't dare to enter the mining area. If they activate the lightning explosion magic array, even my Dragon Claw Bat King would be blown to pieces. The Zong personality couldn't help but rejoice. He had listened to Yunxing's suggestion yesterday and didn't rashly send his Dragon Claw Bat King into the mining area. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hearing Master Zong's words, not to mention us, even if the army personally went, I'm afraid it would be difficult to break in. If the other party is forced into a corner, I'm afraid they would activate the lightning explosion magic array. The villagers inside would most likely die. Yun Songlong muttered. Why don't we sneak in? Since it's difficult to break in from the outside, why don't we think of a way from the inside? Yunxing suddenly suggested. Break in from the inside? No, that's too dangerous. Moreover, our group is too obvious a target. The people from the sky hunting group were all soldiers. Although they were now hunters, their temperament and actions were clear. It was impossible for the other party to not notice. We don't need too many people, just a few will do. Me, Huang Ke, and Lu Zi are still young. Our doqi and magic fluctuations aren't obvious, so we're the best candidates. Lu Zi has also been to the mine before, so he has a better understanding of the situation. Yunxing was very curious about the lightning explosion magic array in the mine. Yunxing had already asked Lu Zi about the details. The plundering of the villagers had happened in the past half a month. According to the map of the mine, the purple gold mine spanned about 1 li and was several meters deep. The other party definitely wanted to plunder enough people and finish excavating the mine before Zhou State or other countries discovered it. From the casualties in the mine, there were people dying every day. Those mysterious people were bound to plunder the villagers again. The villages near southern Cliff Town, especially the 2 villages close to Jinko village, were the most likely targets. It's too dangerous. The other party has more than 1,000 people, and there's no lack of powerful magicians and warriors among them. Yun Songlong was very unwilling to let Yunxing become a suspect. He would rather sneak in himself. However, Yunxing's words weren't without reason. There really weren't any more suitable candidates around. His elder brother's life was uncertain, so he had the obligation to take good care of Xing. Second uncle, if we don't act quickly, the 1,000 or so villagers who have been robbed will definitely die. Moreover, I'm a famous doctor. If I sneak in, I can minimize the casualties to the greatest extent. Even if we can't save the villagers, we can buy some time for you to come up with a more reliable solution. Yunxing also didn't take a step back. Yun Songlong's heart was heavy at the thought of more than 1,000 villagers dying. Not good, General. Just as Yun Songlong was hesitating, Zhou Quan walked in. Last night, another village's villagers disappeared. There were more than 200 people in the village, and not a single one was left. Second uncle, we can't let the tragedy of the Yun army happen again. Yunxing's words were like a sharp arrow that pierced Yun Songlong's heart. He finally made up his mind. Xing, but you have to promise second uncle that you can't blindly stick your head out. You have to inform second uncle about everything first. Knowing that Yunxing and the rest were willing to infiltrate the mine, Lu Zi was both happy and worried. However, in the end, he couldn't overcome his worry for his parents and the villagers. That night, he, Yunxing, and Huang Ke arrived at a village called Zhou Village near Jinko Village. The hunters of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps were lying in ambush near Zhou Village, carefully monitoring it. In order to keep it a secret, Yunxing only told the news to the village chief of Zhou Village. The old village chief was still skeptical at first, but when he heard that the hunting corps that Yunxing belonged to was the Yun army, the old village chief immediately dispelled his suspicions. Although Yun Sunlong was defeated that year, he fought to the last moment in order to protect the villagers at the border. The kindness of the Yun army and the general's estate was deeply engraved in the hearts of the people at the border. The three of them changed into the village's youth's attire. In order to make things easier, Yunxing was still dressed as a youth, and Ke also changed into men's attire. The three of them waited patiently in the village. Thank you Beiyu and Ni Shang for your tips. Regarding updates, I'm not like some writers who work full-time. I work 6 days a week and only write at night. With the godly doctor's pitiful data, I'm not going to work full-time. Normally, I'll write a steady update to recommend explosive updates. End of chapter 317. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.